Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 5094 to Chapter 5143. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others came to the Sacred Lord's study room. The Sacred Lord looked at them and said, "How is it? What's the result of this attack?" The Blue Dragon Elder shook his head with a gloomy expression and said, "Sacred Lord, there's no hope left. It's almost impossible for us to take the Chicken Heart Ridge. The Sea Exploring Sect attaches great importance to the Chicken Heart Ridge. This time, although our people managed to break into the Chicken Heart Ridge, they were still forced out. The Sea Exploring Sect seems to have made preparations. Moreover, this method can only be used once. It's absolutely impossible to use it more than once." The Sacred Lord nodded and said, "I can already guess that the Sea Exploring Sect attaches great importance to the Chicken Heart Ridge. So tell me, what do you plan to do next?" Cyan Dragon Elder said in a muffled voice, "His Majesty, we can't take back the defensive line in Chicken Heart Ridge, however, we can build a defensive line 1,500 miles to the north of the defensive line in Chicken Heart Ridge. Wolf Teeth Mountain Range is different from Chicken Heart Ridge as there are many branches there. Because it's our hinterland, we can build a defensive line in Wolf Teeth Mountain Range. This time, we don't need to build a completely connected defensive line like we did in Chicken Heart Ridge. Instead, we need to build a common defensive line with those branches as the base. Additionally, we will set up some small branches in the area between Wolf Teeth Mountain Range and Chicken Heart Ridge for the purpose of monitoring Sea Exploring Sect. All the ordinary disciples there will evacuate, leaving only a few of them and some human slaves to farm there. We'll treat that area as a buffer zone." The Sacred Lord nodded, then he looked at the other elders and said, "Do you all have the same idea?" The Vermilion Bird Elder said, "Sacred Lord, it seems like this is the only way. At the same time, I suggest that we implement the method of encouraging fertility in the Holy Gate. The fertility of our demon race is stronger than that of the human race. As long as we encourage fertility, our population will increase once again. With an increase in population, the strength of our disciples will also increase. When the time comes, we can slowly deal with the Sea Exploring Sect." The Black Tortoise Elder also said, "Sacred Lord, it seems like it's impossible to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect in a short time." His opinion is the same as the Blue Dragon Elders. First, we have to defend and then slowly accumulate strength. When the time comes, we can deal with them. The White Tiger Elder nodded and said, "Right, Sacred Lord. Since we can't deal with them in a short time, then we have to think of other ways. At the same time, we have to plan for the long term." The Sacred Lord nodded and said, "Since all of you have said so, then it seems like we can only do so. Alright, then let's do it this way. Pass down the order to build a defensive line in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. Remember, this defensive line must be able to block the attack of the Sea Exploring Sect. If it can't, then we're finished. At that time, our Holy Gate will have to go all out against the Sea Exploring Sect." The Blue Dragon Elder and the others nodded. They understood the Sacred Lord's meaning because they knew the situation. The Wolf Ivory Mountain Range was their last line of defense. If they let the enemy pass through the mountain range, then it would be a flat plain. At that time, they would be at a disadvantage against the Sea Exploring Sect. This was also the reason why the Sacred Lord said that they would have to go all out against the Sea Exploring Sect. The Sacred Lord took a deep breath and said, "Besides establishing a defensive line in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, there's one more thing we need to do. That is to break the barrier of the Sea Exploring Sect and kill our way to the Sword Spirit boundary. As long as we can break the barrier, we can kill our way to the Sea Exploring Sect. Then the people of the Sea Exploring Sect will naturally retreat. We can even spread the flames of war to the Sea Exploring Sect. At that time, we'll be able to solve the problem of the Sea Exploring Sect once and for all." The Blue Dragon Elder and the others nodded. The Sacred Lord then waved his hand and said, "Alright, that's all for now. You can leave. Right, pass down the order to select some people from the disciples and add them to the main forces. The number of people in the guard army has been expanded to 4,000 years. Over the years, our Sacred Gate has accumulated a lot of resources. It's time to take them out. If we don't, then the Sacred Gate will be in danger." As soon as the Blue Dragon Elder and the others heard the Sacred Lord, they nodded. They also knew that the Sacred Gate was in a very dangerous situation. If they can't stop the sea exploring sect or force them out of the demon spirit boundary, then the sacred gate would face the danger of extinction. This wasn't an alarmist talk. One must know that the sacred gate now didn't only have the sea exploring sect as an enemy, but also the E-sect. If the E-sect really attacked them together with the sea exploring sect, then they would be in big trouble. Although there was a truce agreement between them and the E-sect, it was just a piece of paper. Although both sides had a certain tacit understanding that there wouldn't be any war within 10 years, it was just a tacit understanding or an unwritten agreement. The binding force of such a thing was very limited. Even if the agreement was written on paper, they wouldn't respect it, let alone this kind of unwritten agreement. As long as the E-sect saw a good opportunity, they wouldn't give up this opportunity. Until now, the people of the Sacred Gate hadn't thought of cooperating with the people of the E-sect. In fact, it was very difficult for them to cooperate. They belonged to the kind of different ideas. Sometimes, different ideas were more terrible than different races. Ideas were a kind of difference in thinking, and different races were just different races. If two intelligent races had the same idea, then they could become friends. However, it was difficult for two people of the same race with different ideas to become friends. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Sacred Gate felt the danger. They felt that things were already developing in a direction that was unfavorable to them, so now they had begun to prepare. They had also begun to take out their trump cards. The Sacred Lord was still a very decisive person. The Sacred Gate had indeed accumulated a lot of good things. These things, even when they were fighting with the E-sect, they didn't take them out because the Sacred Lord was very clear that even if they took out these things, it was impossible to destroy the E-sect. But now, he took them out because he knew that if he didn't take them out now, then there would be no meaning in taking them out in the future. The Blue Dragon Elder also understood this truth, so they didn't oppose the Sacred Lord's words. After discussing with the Sacred Lord, they left and began to take action. They selected people to join the main battle team. At the same time, they encouraged the ordinary battle teams and began to strengthen their training. The most important thing was that the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line had officially begun to be established. The Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line that they were building now was completely different from the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line. The Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line was like the Great Wall, it was a complete defensive line. As for the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line, they intended to establish a defensive line with the branches as the core. This was equivalent to building a defensive line with some cities as the core. These branches were connected with each other, but there would be some empty areas in between. However, these empty areas would also be guarded, but it wouldn't be like the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line where there was no empty area and they were all connected together. And such actions of the Sacred Gate naturally couldn't be hidden from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also quickly discovered that some of the small branches of the Sacred Gate had withdrawn. Even if they didn't withdraw, there were very few disciples left. Instead, there were a lot of human slaves. These human slaves were farming at the area behind the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line, while the disciples of the Sacred Gate were very few. The army of the Sacred Gate was also nowhere to be seen. In order to understand the actions of the Sacred Gate, Zhao Hai deliberately sent some of the Sacred Gate's disciples who had previously surrendered to the Sea Exploring sect to investigate the situation. Those Sacred Gate's disciples who had surrendered to the Sea Exploring sect no longer wanted to return to the Sacred Gate, because the Sea Exploring sect was really good to them, treating them like ordinary disciples of the human race. After joining the Sea Exploring sect, their strength had been enhanced. Now, even if they were asked to return to the Sacred Gate, they wouldn't go back. Zhao Hai was very clear about why this was the case. This was because beast cultivators were also cultivators. Whether they were human cultivators or beast cultivators, they were all cultivators. As long as one was a cultivator, there was no one who didn't want to go further and pursue the Tao of immortality. The disciples of the Holy Gates saw hope in the Sea Exploring sect, they saw that they could go further. Naturally, they didn't want to return. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai was very assured about these people. And these people didn't disappoint him. They sneaked into the north of the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line and quickly inquired about the news, then returned to the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line. As soon as Zhao Hai heard that they had returned, he immediately called them to his study room. Then, he looked at them and said, "How was the investigation? Tell me about it." The leader was a member of the Fox clan. His name was Hu Jingfeng. He cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, we have already inquired about it. The Sacred Gates people shouldn't attack us in the short term. They have built another defensive line in the Wolfang mountain range. At the same time, most of the people in the Sacred Gates branch north of the Chicken Heart Ridge were transferred away, leaving only a small number of people behind. They also left a large number of human slaves to farm there and provide supplies for the Sacred Gate." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "In that case, the Sacred Gates people want to entrench themselves in a long-term confrontation with us?" Hu Jingfeng said in a deep voice, "Yes, it seems so. Sect Master, the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range is different from the Chicken Heart Ridge. The altitude of the Chicken Heart Ridge isn't very high, and the terrain is relatively flat. However, the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range is different. The Wolf Ivory Mountain Range is very high, and the highest peak is the Wolf Ivory Peak, which is more than 6,000 meters above sea level. The terrain is very steep, and there are Holy Gates branches on the main mountain tops. These branches are the main branches of the Holy Gate, so if they really build a defensive line there, it will be more troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded. He had some understanding of the Wolfang mountain range. He was very clear about the terrain of the Wolfang mountain range. He didn't use the Silver Needle to scout the demon spirit realm. At the very least, he was very clear about the terrain. However, he didn't think that this was a problem. Zhao Hai said, "There shouldn't be any problems in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. As long as there's no sky ceiling array there, it should be easy to deal with." When Hu Jingfeng heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He immediately said, "Sect Master, you must not take it lightly. The Wolfang mountain range isn't that simple. Not only is it high above sea level, there are also astral winds at the top of the mountain range. These astral winds are very overbearing, almost no one can block them. Even if there are, they would be supreme elders. If an ordinary cultivator were to encounter these astral winds, then they would surely die. Because of this, the top of the mountain range is a forbidden area for all living things. Only the valleys of the mountain range can safely pass through." Upon hearing Hu Jingfeng, Zhao Hai stared. He really didn't know about this. He looked at Hu Jingfeng and asked, "Astral winds? What happened? Tell me in detail." Hu Jingfeng nodded and said, "Yes, Sect Master. The Wolf Ivory Mountain Range isn't that simple. Although it's called a mountain range, it's actually like a big tree. The main mountain range is the trunk of the tree. Beside the main mountain range, there are countless small mountain ranges. These small mountain ranges together form the entire Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. I don't know what's going on in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, but about 50 meters above the highest peak of the mountain range, there's an astral wind area. The astral wind doesn't stop all year round, and it's very domineering. It's invisible, but you can hear the sound of a knife cutting through the air. Any magic tool or cultivator who isn't strong enough will be instantly torn to pieces as long as they come in contact with the astral wind." Speaking up to here, Hu Jingfeng paused for a moment before continuing, "Back then, the people of the Holy Gate also sacrificed a lot of people in order to understand this characteristic. We don't know when this astral wind was formed. We only know that it didn't exist in the past. Later on, we don't know when it appeared. Moreover, it's so overbearing." After the Holy Gate released this information, they set up branch halls on the main peak of the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range and the other peaks, treating it as the most important place for the Holy Lord to guard. The locations of these branch halls are beside the few valleys in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range that can be safely passed through. Therefore, if we want to pass through the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range safely, other than going through the valleys, we can only go through the valleys, so it's impossible to dig a hole. In other words, if we want to pass through the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range safely, we can only go through the valleys. Therefore, we have to take down the branch halls of the Holy Gate." When Zhao Hai heard Hu Jingfeng's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "But you also said that the astral wind is 50 meters above the highest peak of the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. If we go over the other peaks, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Hu Jingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "That won't do. In fact, the real king of the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range isn't the people of the Holy Gate, but a type of bird. This type of bird is called the Thunder Eagle. This type of bird is the true overlord of the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. The thunder eagles live in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range all year round. Everything under the astral wind can be said to be the territory of the thunder eagles. In the past, the people of the Holy Gate also wanted to deal with the thunder eagles, but the thunder eagles are very intelligent. They aren't like the people of the Holy Gate. The people of the Holy Gate actually obtained the cultivation methods of the human race and developed their own cultivation methods. The thunder eagles are the only type of creatures that can fly for a short period of time in the astral wind. At the same time, they are also the only type of demonic beast that can create their own cultivation methods based on their own characteristics. Their cultivation methods are created by themselves and are most suitable for themselves. Therefore, the thunder eagles are very powerful. Even the people of the Holy Gate don't dare to provoke the thunder eagles. The reason why the Holy Gate can establish so many branches in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range is also because of the thunder eagles' permission. For this reason, the Holy Gate has to give the thunder eagles a lot of good things every year. Moreover, the Holy Gate won't go to the places where the thunder eagles reside. Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to thunderhawks. Therefore, when he heard Hu Jingfeng, he couldn't help but ask, "What are thunderhawks like? How come I didn't notice them before?" The thunderhawk is a small bird, the tallest one is less than a meter tall. However, these birds are very powerful. Their small bodies seem to contain incomparable strength. They can't transform because their cultivation methods are created by themselves. However, they can use their small bodies to grab things that are 100 times bigger than themselves. Their feathers are very hard, artifacts are useless against them. Moreover, they are very agile and very fast. I heard that their cultivation method requires them to use astral winds to cultivate. That's why they are so powerful. Oh, so there's such a thing. This is very interesting. When Zhao Hai heard Hu Jingfeng talking about thunderhawks, his curiosity was piqued. He really wanted to know what thunderhawks were like. Hu Jingfeng said, although thunderhawks are very powerful, their temperament is very gentle. They only care about their own territory. If someone intrudes into their territory without their consent, then they will certainly attack with all their might. However, if you have their consent, then as long as you don't hurt them, you can do anything you want in their territory. Moreover, they can also treat you as a friend. Naturally, if they find out that you are lying to them, then you will die miserably. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like this. In other words, the thunderhawks are now treating the Holy Gate as a friend while the Holy Gate is our enemy. Then it's possible that the thunderhawks would treat us as their enemy as well? Hu Jingfeng nodded and said, it's like this, Sect Master. Although there are still some places in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range that can be passed through, and it's impossible for thunderhawks to monitor every place in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, all the places that can be passed through have Holy Gate branches or sentry posts. If they discover us, then we are really finished. What awaits us is not only the Holy Gate's attack, but also the thunderhawks. Zhao Hai frowned and said, it seems that it won't be easy to pass through the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. Hu Jingfeng said, it's definitely not an easy matter. It can be said that because of the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line was slowly abandoned. This is because the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range is easier to defend than the Chicken Heart Ridge. It can be said to be a defensive line with the color of the sky. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this is a little interesting, but now is not the time to think about this. Let's first build the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line, then conquer the area north of the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line, and slowly think of a way to deal with the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. Hu Jingfeng said in a deep voice, Sect Leader, the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range is indeed not easy to deal with. However, as long as we pass through the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, the rest of the Holy Gate will be smooth sailing. There won't be anyone who can stop us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I understand. You can go back. Hu Jingfeng complied and turned around to leave. Although he was an inner disciple of the Sea Exploring sect, his status wasn't very high. There were many inner disciples in the Sea Exploring sect, and he was just one of the most ordinary ones. There was nothing worth paying attention to. He wasn't qualified to discuss with Zhao Hai how the Sea Exploring sect would deal with the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range in the future. Therefore, he left after telling Zhao Hai everything he knew. After Hu Jingfeng left, Jiao Hai called Wen Hai, Ding Chunming, and the others to the study room. After everyone sat down, Jiao Hai told them about the Holy Gate's arrangements and the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. After he finished, Jiao Hai said to everyone, "Alright, now let's talk. What do you think?" Wen Hai and the others had gloomy expressions on their faces. To be honest, the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range was very troublesome for them. They never thought that the Wolf Ivory Mountain range would be like this. It seems like it would be very difficult to pass through the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. Moreover, they didn't have any good ideas right now. Jiao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter, it's not only you that don't have any good ideas, I also don't have any. Fortunately, we can slowly think about it. What we need to do now is to build the defensive line in Chicken Heart Ridge. In fact, we are already very successful. This is because the Holy Gate has given up on a large area between Chicken Heart Ridge and Wolf Fang Mountain. Naturally, if we occupy that area, the Holy Gate would certainly deal with us. Because of this, it would be very difficult for us to occupy this area. This area will be used as a buffer zone. Didn't they bring in a lot of human slaves? Let's go there and snatch those people back. What do you think?" Everyone nodded. They didn't object to this point. The Chicken Heart Ridge was very important for them. Once the Chicken Heart Ridge is built, they would be able to establish a firm foothold in the demon spirit realm. Although they had already taken a large territory in the demon spirit realm, the land was their real battlefield. In this way, the importance of the Chicken Heart Ridge would be revealed. Now that they had just taken the Heart Ridge, the enemy didn't dare to do anything to them. What they needed to do now was to establish the Heart Ridge first. This was the most important thing to do. Jiao Hai looked at everyone's expression and couldn't help but smile faintly. "Alright, let's go back first. Our next task is to build the defensive line in the Chicken Heart Ridge. At the same time, we'll combine the defensive formation here with our formation. Once this is done, we'll think about other things. Go." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. After everyone left, Jiao Hai sat in the study room and didn't move for a while. He needed to think about what to do next and how to take down the Saint Gate. Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, alright." He admired the people of the Holy Gate. The people of the Holy Gate didn't compete with them for a single city. When they saw that the defensive line in the Chicken Heart Ridge had been taken, they immediately built another defensive line in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. They used the area between the Chicken Heart Ridge and the Wolf Ivory Mountain range as a buffer zone. In fact, this was a very good choice. If the people of the Holy Gate didn't give up on this area and continued to fight with the Sea Exploring sect, then they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. This was because the Sea Exploring sect had the defensive line in the Chicken Heart Ridge. They could attack, and defend. On the other hand, the Holy Gate was situated in a plain. They had no place to defend and could only go all out against the Sea Exploring sect. The previous incident had already proven that they couldn't win against the Sea Exploring sect. In this case, if they didn't give up on this area, then their casualties would be huge, which wouldn't be good for them. But now, they had given up on this area and built a defensive line in the Wolf Fang Mountain range. This meant that they had a place to defend. Moreover, they had a lot of time to build up the Wolf Fang Mountain range, making it impregnable. In the future, the Sea Exploring sect would have a much harder time attacking them. This choice was the most correct and the wisest. With this buffer zone, the Holy Gate and the Sea Exploring sect were now in the same position. If Jiao Hai wanted to attack the Holy Gate, the people of the Holy Gate would know in advance. They would have two choices. One was to directly dispatch troops and fight with the Sea Exploring sect in this buffer zone. The other was to defend the Wolf Ivory Mountain range to the death. In short, they wouldn't be as passive as before. As long as they felt that their strength was enough, they could even attack the defensive line in the Chicken Heart Ridge. Both sides would be in a balanced position again. Of course, strictly speaking, the Holy Gate had failed. They had lost a large piece of land. But from a strategic point of view, their current approach was absolutely correct. However, such an opponent was very difficult to deal with. Every step forward would be met with huge resistance. Now, Jiao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he came to the Sword Spirit world. If he didn't come to the sword spirit world, then the sword spirit world would most likely be defeated. There were so many sect masters in the sword spirit world, but none of them could compare with the people of the demon world in terms of strategy. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Zhao Hai told Wen Hai that he wanted to build the defensive line in the Chicken Heart Ridge first. It wasn't wrong. But he actually had another thing to do. It was just that he didn't tell Wen Hai. This thing was to observe the Thunder Hawk. No matter what time it was, the gathering of information was of utmost importance. Just like now, Zhao Hai and the others were building a defensive line in the Heart Mountain range. However, if you think that Zhao Hai was only building the defensive line, then you'd be wrong. Zhao Hai was now focusing on gathering information about the Wolf-Fang Mountain range. Zhao Hai believed that there should be two ways to gather information about the Wolf-Fang Mountain range. The first was the astral winds and the second was the Thunder Hawk. These two things were of utmost importance. Although the Holy Gate had established a lot of branches, it was impossible for them to block the Sea Exploring sect by relying on these branches. The only things that could stop the Sea Exploring sect were the astral winds and the Thunder Hawk. Therefore, Zhao Hai focused on the astral winds and the Thunder Hawk. Zhao Hai was actually most curious about the astral winds. He really wanted to know what these astral winds were. One must know that although there weren't a lot of artifacts in the demon spirit realm, it was precisely because there weren't a lot of artifacts that each of them were of high quality. If such high-quality artifacts couldn't resist the astral winds, then it would be very strange. Moreover, the demon cultivators in the demon spirit realm were all beasts. And these beasts were also very powerful. Of course, their most powerful aspect was their bodies. If a demon cultivator were to compare with a human cultivator, then their bodies would be much stronger than a human cultivator's. However, these beast cultivators were actually unable to resist the astral winds. This showed how powerful the astral winds were. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai became even more curious about the astral winds. Then he directly sent the flowing needle wind to the Wolf-Fang Mountain range. Moreover, the needle directly flew above the Wolf-Fang Mountain range and entered the astral winds. The flowing silver needle was very sturdy. Because of the fusion of a lot of metals as well as the special materials produced by the space, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that it would be damaged. However, when the flowing silver needle entered the astral winds, Zhao Hai was taken aback. He didn't think that the astral winds would be this strong. Some of the metals in the needle were actually separated from the space's materials. This was too overbearing. Zhao Hai didn't expect this at all. Zhao Hai was very surprised. He immediately paid attention to the composition of the astral winds. Then he used the space's computer to analyze it. He wanted to see what the astral winds were. How could they be this strong? But the result of the space's analysis surprised Zhao Hai. This was because the space's analysis showed that the astral wind was the power of the five elements, the most common of the five elements. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai couldn't understand. Obviously, it was the most common of the five elements, so how could it turn into astral winds? What's going on? After some analysis, Zhao Hai finally understood. This astral wind was just like the five elements absolute killing formation that Zhao Hai encountered in the past. It was composed of the five elements, but it was also the nemesis of the five elements. The five elements were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Of course, there were also times when they restrained each other, but in general, they maintained a state of balance. However, the five elements that formed the astral winds were completely different from the five elements. The five elements that formed the astral winds were completely restraining each other. In other words, if you put metal in, then the five elements' fire element energy would immediately appear and destroy the metal. If you put wood in, then the five elements' metal element energy would immediately appear and destroy the wood. It can be said that in the astral winds, there were only restraining elements. Additionally, the five elements' power seemed to be very berserk. It was constantly flowing, and its speed was very fast. This was because the astral winds were too overbearing. Even the supreme elders of the demon spirit realm couldn't stay inside for a long time. Therefore, no one was able to figure out what this astral wind was. It was precisely because no one was able to figure it out that people gave it the name astral wind. But in general, it was quite similar. However, after knowing what this astral wind was, Zhao Hai had a headache. If this astral wind was something else, then Zhao Hai could still think of a way. But now, this astral wind was just the most common 5 elements power. It was just that all of them restrained each other. This was a bit troublesome. In the cultivation realm, the 5 elements power was the most common energy. But often, the more simple something was, the more difficult it was to crack. Now, Zhao Hai encountered this situation. The key now was that Zhao Hai didn't know whether this astral wind was naturally formed or because of other things. But one thing was certain, this astral wind was too powerful. It wouldn't be easy to break it. If there was no way to break the astral wind, then they could only attack it head-on. But it also depended on how they attacked. For example, in the Wolf Ivory Mountain, the truly powerful ones were the Thunder Eagles. The people of the Holy Gate weren't that important. In Zhao Hai's view, it was actually very easy for them to deal with the people of the Holy Gate. But the difficult part was the Thunder Eagles. Zhao Hai still remembered that Hu Jingfeng said that the Thunder Eagle was a very powerful bird. Moreover, they were very smart. They created their own cultivation method based on the astral wind in the sky. The characteristic of the astral wind was the 5 elements power. In other words, this kind of Thunder Eagle should also have the characteristics of the 5 elements power. At the same time, their bodies were also incomparably strong. Facing such a beast was really a headache. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to observe the habits of these Thunder Eagles. He wanted to see if they were as gentle as Hu Jingfeng said. If that was the case, then he didn't mind coming in contact with them. So for the next period of time, Zhao Hai had been focusing his attention on the Thunder Eagles. At the same time, he also began to study the astral wind. He wanted to know how the astral wind was produced and where it was produced from. But at the same time, Zhao Hai didn't stop the construction of the Chicken Heart Ridge. The construction of the Chicken Heart Ridge was already on the right track. Zhao Hai wanted to turn this place into a super defensive line. He wanted to attack the monster spirit realm's bridgehead. There were a lot of things that he wanted to do. First of all, the formation used in Chicken Heart Ridge was an illusory killing formation. This formation was enough for the current Chicken Heart Ridge. However, if Zhao Hai wanted to make Chicken Heart Ridge a more important formation, then the illusory killing formation wouldn't be enough. Zhao Hai was prepared to change the formation here into a killing formation. This way, it would be able to combine with the formations in the monster spirit realm to form a complete formation. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had already thought of this point when he established the formation. Therefore, when he made the illusion formation, a lot of the talismans were in preparation for changing it into a killing formation in the future. Because of this, it wasn't very difficult to change the formation now. He only needed to use some talismans and adjust them before the two formations could be combined. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't give up on using the geomagnetic force in the Chicken Heart Ridge. In fact, the geomagnetic force was similar to ordinary magnetism. It also had a gravitational force and a repulsive force. However, the geomagnetic force in the Chicken Heart Ridge was very strong. This was the reason why it formed the Forbidden Space Formation. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, using the geomagnetic force in the Forbidden Space Formation would be a waste. Actually, this gravitational force could be used in other places. For example, it could be used as an energy source to make the Sea Exploring Sect's formation in the Monster Spirit Realm. When necessary, the entire area controlled by the Sea Exploring Sect would become a forbidden space. Moreover, with the geomagnetic force as an energy source, along with the energy from the sea, the southern and northern energy sources would resonate with each other. This made the killing formation even more formidable. Another advantage was that this gravitational force could be transmitted to the entire formation through the formation. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful gravitational force would appear anywhere in the formation. This would make the enemy's attack more fierce, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against. Because of this, there were still a lot of things that needed to be done. In fact, what Zhao Hai wanted to do the most with the geomagnetic force was to train the disciples, especially those who were body cultivators. There were a lot of body cultivators in the Sea Exploring Sect. However, these disciples didn't have a good place to practice. But the Chicken Heart Ridge was different. This place had the geomagnetic force, so it could be turned into a gravity room at any time. Moreover, the gravity could be adjusted at any time. Naturally, if one wanted to adjust the gravity at any time, they would need the control of the formation. But in any case, there was already a gravity room here. This was definitely a blessing for the body cultivators. Cultivating in the gravity room would yield twice the results with half the effort. The C. Exploring sect attached great importance to the body cultivation of the disciples. Even if you were a person who mainly cultivated techniques, the sect would always pay attention to your physical condition. Even all the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect would do some body cultivation exercises according to their physical condition. Even Xianxia had practiced body cultivation techniques, not to mention the others. This was just the use of the geomagnetic force. The construction of the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line had not stopped at this time. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the construction of the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line was really simple. If they really wanted to build a permanent defensive line here, then there were still a lot of things that needed to be done. For example, the cave in the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line was built very simply. It only had one floor. Although there were a lot of maze-like passages inside, it was obviously not enough. At least in Zhao Hai's opinion, it wasn't enough. Therefore, Zhao Hai was preparing to rebuild the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line. The entire mountain would be hollowed out, reinforced, and added a few more floors. Each floor would be interconnected, turning the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line into a Chicken Heart Ridge mountain city. In the north of the demon spirit world, there were two very important mountain ranges. One was called the Golden Jade Mountain, and the other was called the White Saint Mountain. There was a place where the Golden Jade Mountain and the White Saint Mountain converged. There was a place where the highest peak of all the mountain ranges in the entire demon spirit world was located. It was called the Cloud Mist Peak by the people of the demon spirit world. The Cloud Mist Peak, as the name implied, was very high. The peak of the peak was in the clouds. The Golden Jade Mountain and the White Saint Mountain were also centered on it, forming a human shape. The place where the human shape intersected was where the Cloud Mist Peak was located. In the past, this was the territory of the Holy Gate, but now it was not. Now, the Cloud Mist Peak was where the headquarters of the E sect was located. It was the core area of the E sect. The management structure of the E sect was similar to that of the Holy Gate. The highest manager of the Holy Gate was the Holy Lord, and the highest manager of the E sect was the sect master. Under the Holy Lord, there were 4 holy elders, and under the sect master, there were 5 elders. These 5 elders were named after the 5 forms: dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane. These 5 elders cared about their status in the sect, which was equivalent to the status of the 4 holy elders in the Holy Gate. Under the 5 elders, there were 12 elders. These 12 elders were named Flood Dragon, Ferocious Tiger, Giant Ape, Flying Horse, Divine Hoe, Rooster, Sky Eagle, Overbearing Bear, Spirit Snake, Flash Hawk, Clever Swallow, and other 12 elders. The status of these 12 elders was the same as the 12 zodiac elders of the Holy Gate. They formed the core management of the E sect. These elders, unless there was a major war, otherwise, they would not easily leave the Cloud Mist Peak. However, although the headquarters of the E sect was here on the Cloud Mist Peak, their headquarters was not on the top of the Cloud Mist Peak, but in the middle of the mountain. There, they dug through the mountain, forming a huge city in the mountain. This was the headquarters of the E sect. There were a lot of entrances to this mountain city, but the biggest one was about 20 meters tall and 15 meters wide. There were 2 huge divine beasts carved on the entrance. These 2 divine beasts weren't any beasts that could be seen in the monster spirit realm, they were divine beasts called Cloud Mist Beasts. It was said that the Cloud Mist Beast had lived in the Cloud Mist Mountain since ancient times. At that time, the Cloud Mist Peak was the resting place of the divine beast. No one dared to come close to this place. Later on, for unknown reasons, the divine beast left. Therefore, the Cloud Mist Peak became the territory of the Holy Gate. At that time, this place was the control center of the Holy Gate. Later on, the people here rebelled and established the E sect. In order to show their difference with the Holy Gate, they worshipped the Cloud Mist Beast and regarded it as their god. This huge mountain city was divided into more than 100 floors. The highest floors were where the sect master and the elders of the East sect lived and worked. Right now, in a large study on the highest floor of Yunwu Mountain City, the sect master of the East sect was sitting in his seat with a calm expression. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He wasn't very tall, but he looked very strong. He had a pair of red phoenix eyes, a square face, and a slightly red face. He didn't have a smile on his face. His whole person gave people a feeling of dignity without being angry. In the study, there were a lot of chairs. Now, there were a lot of people sitting on the chairs. There were 5 people sitting in front. These 5 people were the 5 forms elders of the East sect: Elder Long, Elder Hu, Elder Leopard, Elder Snake, and Elder Crane. Behind them, there were 12 people. These 12 people were the 12 forms elders. However, the atmosphere in the whole room wasn't very good. No one spoke. Everyone sat there quietly. The atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. After a while, the sect master of the East sect opened his mouth and said, "I think everyone knows about the current situation of the Holy Gate. They have fought with the Sea Exploring sect several times, but in the end, they all ended in failure. They have no choice but to retreat to the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. We are very clear about the situation of the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. It won't be easy for the Sea Exploring sect to take over the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. I just want to know what's going on with the Sea Exploring sect. Why didn't we receive any news before they entered the demon spirit world? Could it be that the spies we placed in the Holy Gate are all useless? They can't even find out about this news?" Several elders were silent for a moment. Then, Elder Long opened his mouth and said, "Sect Master, this matter is my fault. Originally, the people of the Holy Gate did send back news. They said that the Holy Gate had recently increased their troops to a secret realm. It felt a little strange, but it seems that the people of the Holy Gate were very secretive and didn't allow others to inquire about it. Although I also felt strange at that time, I thought that the other party had found something in that secret realm and went to dig it out. In order to ensure the safety of those disciples, I didn't let them pursue it. I didn't expect that they would go through that secret realm to attack the Sword Spirit world. This is my dereliction of duty, please punish me, Sect Master." After speaking, Elder Long stood up and bowed to the Sect Master. The Sect Master looked at Elder Long and said in a deep voice, "Good. Elder Long, it's good that you know. This matter is indeed your fault. After the meeting is over, you will be punished to stay behind closed doors for a month. Reflect on it properly." Elder Long responded and sat down. In fact, the punishment of staying behind closed doors was only symbolic for people like Elder Long. It couldn't be considered a substantial punishment at all. However, there was no other way. Even the sect master couldn't casually punish an elder like Elder Long. After punishing Elder Long, the sect master looked at the others and said, "What is everyone's opinion about the current situation of the Holy Gate? Should we go out and deal with the Holy Gate now?" All the elders paused for a moment. Then, one of them said, "Sect Master, I think it's not appropriate for us to take action now because the Holy Gate is dealing with the people of the Sword Spirit world. Although we have a great enmity with the Holy Gate, the people of the Sword Spirit world are considered outsiders. If we send troops to deal with the Holy Gate now, it will only benefit the people of the Sea Exploration sect. This won't benefit us at all. We won't be able to do anything to the Holy Gate." The elder who spoke was Elder Ma. His words made the other elders nod. However, one of them immediately said, "I think we should send troops. We are mortal enemies with the Holy Gate, but we don't have any enmity with the Sea Exploration sect. Even if we help the Holy Gate defeat the Sea Exploration sect, the people of the Holy Gate wouldn't thank us. Therefore, I think that we should deal with the Holy Gate. However, we can't just deal with the Holy Gate like this. We should contact the Sea Exploration sect first and see their attitude towards us before making a decision." The one who spoke was Elder Leopard. His words made the other elders nod. Even the sect master nodded. However, the sect master frowned and said, "Although we haven't heard about the Sea Exploration sect before, according to the information we have, the Sea Exploration sect is very powerful. This time, there are about 600 million disciples in the demon spirit world. Moreover, they were able to occupy a territory in the sea before dispatching troops to attack the South Sea. After taking the South Sea in one breath, they fought against the people of the Holy Gate at the Chicken Heart Ridge. In the end, they managed to take the Chicken Heart Ridge. I think everyone should be very clear about the situation at the Chicken Heart Ridge. When the Sea Exploration sect was fighting against the Holy Gate, the people of the Holy Gate had already reinforced the Chicken Heart Ridge. Even so, the Sea Exploration sect still managed to take the Chicken Heart Ridge. From this point, we can see that the Sea Exploration sect is very strong. If we cooperate with the Sea Exploration sect, wouldn't it be like asking a tiger for its skin? What if the Sea Exploration sect bites back at us? When everyone heard the sect master's words, they nodded. This was also what they were worried about. If they cooperated with the Sea Exploring sect, then the Sea Exploring sect would turn around and bite them. That would be very troublesome. Elder Long thought for a moment and then said, "Sect Master, in my opinion, we might as well follow the original plan. We'll sit on the fence and not help either side. Now that the Sea Exploration sect is defending the Chicken Heart Ridge while the Holy Gate has retreated to the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. Both sides are in danger and I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Sea Exploration sect to take the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. Both sides will certainly face each other for a long time. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that both sides won't be idle. The war will happen sooner or later. If we participate now, let's not talk about whether we can take down the Holy Gate or not. Even if we can take down the Holy Gate, our losses won't be small while the Sea Exploration sect's losses will be reduced. In this case, if the Sea Exploration sect turns hostile to us, then we will be in a bitter battle. This is very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, I suggest that we don't participate in this war. But this doesn't mean that we won't do anything. I think we should contact the Sea Exploration sect and show them some goodwill. Then we'll see how the Sea Exploration sect reacts." As soon as Elder Long's words came out, everyone nodded. If they sit on the fence now, then they might be able to reap the benefits in the future. But if they participate in the war now, then they might just be making a wedding dress for others. This was absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, Elder Long's method was a good one. The sect master nodded and said, "This method is good. We can really contact the Sea Exploration sect and show them some goodwill. We can even make some transactions with them. I heard that their energy cannons are very powerful, even more powerful than the energy cannons of the Holy Gate. In this regard, we have been lagging behind the Holy Gate. If we can get these energy cannons from the Sea Exploration sect, then it will definitely be a good thing for us." As soon as everyone heard the sect master's words, their eyes lit up. One must know that their sect was still far behind the Holy Gate in terms of refining arrays and artifacts. If they could really trade with the people of the Sea Exploring sect, then they would be able to get the artifacts and arrays they wanted. This was definitely a great thing for them. Zhao Hai was still busy building the Heart Ridge defensive line. According to Zhao Hai's idea, the construction of the main body of the Heart Ridge defensive line would take a long time. Therefore, Zhao Hai had a lot of things to do now. While Zhao Hai was busy, a disciple suddenly ran to Zhao Hai's side, cupped his fist and said, "Sect Master, I just received news from the sea. It said that there are people from the demon spirit realm heading towards us. Looking at their appearance, they seem to be people from the sect. This is because they came from the sect's domain." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Sect Master, I just received news from the sea." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he looked at the disciple with some puzzlement and said, "You mean people from the sect? Are they really from the sect?" The disciple said in a deep voice, "Yes, Sovereign. The news from the sea is indeed so. Those people came out from the territory of the sect. They bypassed the territory of the Holy Gate from the sea and are rushing towards us. There are only 8 people in total, but their strength is not bad. They also have a mount, which is a giant eagle." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let the people in the sea keep an eye on them. But don't touch them. Don't take the initiative to contact them. Just keep an eye on them." The disciple nodded and then turned around and left. When the person left, Zhao Hai turned to Xing Kuang and Che Rong and said, Rong if those people are really from the sect, what do you think they want to do?" Xing Kuang thought for a moment and said, "Father, the sect and the Holy Gate have always had a grudge. They signed a truce agreement with the Holy Gate before. I think they want to sit on the sidelines and watch. This time, they came to us. Could it be that they want to cooperate with us to deal with the Holy Gate? Che Rong also nodded. Obviously, he also thought so. Zhao Hai replied, it's hard to say right now. We'll have to wait for them to arrive. But since they only sent a few people, it means that they have good intentions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to get in touch with us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Shen Kuang nodded and said, it seems like they came with good intentions. Let's wait and see. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at the Holy Gate and said, they came with good intentions. But it's hard to say whether they will send troops with us to deal with the Holy Gate. I don't think they will send troops with us to deal with the Holy Gate. Look at our current situation with the Holy Gate. We have the Chicken Heart Mountain Range, which is easy to defend and hard to attack. However, the Holy Gate also has the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. It's easier to defend and harder to attack than the Chicken Heart Mountain Range. In this case, if the E-sect participates, on the surface, it seems to be very beneficial for them. Both of us can deal with the Holy Gate. But if we think about it deeply, if they really send troops, then the losses won't be small. I think the E-sect should know how many troops we have in the demon spirit world. They should also know about our fighting strength. What if we attack them after dealing with the Holy Gate? I'm afraid they're worried about this. Therefore, they shouldn't join us in dealing with the Sea Exploring sect. Shen Kuang and Che Rong nodded. Then Che Rong turned to Zhao Hai and said, adoptive father, if they really don't want to send troops with us to deal with the Holy Gate, then why did they send people this time? Zhao Hai replied, they want to establish a good relationship with us first. No matter what, we've already occupied the South Sea. Moreover, we have the Chicken Heart Ridge as well as the ocean as our backing. We can be considered as having a firm foothold in the demon spirit realm. We can be considered as the third major force in the demon spirit realm. In this case, it wouldn't be wrong for them to establish a good relationship with us. When Shen Kuang and Che Rong heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but stare. Then they nodded. They felt that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. Although the Holy Gate had been defeated by the Sea Exploring sect several times in the demon spirit realm, the Holy Gate still had the deepest foundation. The sect was a little worse than the Holy Gate. And because the Sea Exploring sect was an outsider, it could be said that they were the weakest. However, the Sea Exploring sect could also be said to be a fierce dragon. In this case, if the E-sect had a good relationship with the Sea Exploring sect, it would only be beneficial for them. If they were in the E-sect's position, they would also make the same choice. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, I think the people of the E-sect can also see that we will definitely fight with the people of the Holy Gate here in the next period of time. If they establish a good relationship with us at this time, they will have the initiative. Whether they help us deal with the Holy Gate or watch us fight with the Holy Gate, they can make the choice at any time. This may be their plan. They just want to sit back and reap the benefits. Shen Kuang coldly snorted and said, well, now is not the time to offend them. After we deal with the Holy Gate, we will deal with them. They also want to see us make a fool of ourselves. At that time, we will let them know that our joke is not so good. Che Rong also nodded, and then said in a deep voice, it's strange. We can be regarded as outsiders here in the demon spirit world. Why would the people of the E-sect rather cooperate with us, an outsider, than cooperate with the Holy Gate? Is their hatred really so deep? If that's the case, then we don't have to worry about anything. Zhao Hai shook his head and then said in a deep voice, no, we can't rest assured now because this matter won't be so simple. The reason why the people of the E-sect are willing to come to us now may be because they think that we will confront the Holy Gate here for a long time. The longer we confront the Holy Gate, the more advantageous it will be for them. Therefore, they came to us to show some goodwill. But if we really take down the Holy Gate in one fell swoop, then their attitude towards us will change immediately. At that time, we will still be enemies, and they will even join forces with the Holy Gate to deal with us. Che Rong nodded and said in a deep voice, if we really take down the Holy Gate, then we will be a threat to the entire demon spirit realm. They will definitely treat us as enemies. Zhao Hai nodded and then said, no matter what, we can't fall out with them now. That won't be good for us. Alright, don't worry about them. As long as they don't cooperate with the Holy Gate to deal with us, it's fine. Even if they really cooperate with the Holy Gate to deal with us, it's not a big deal. We just have to wait for them. Xing Feng and Che Rong both nodded. Zhao Hai flew forward. He wanted to see how the construction in front was going. Zhao Hai was sizing up the Chicken Heart Ridge defense line and building it into a huge 10-story mountain city. Although it wasn't as tall as the Cloud Mist Peak, their city was bigger than the other side. This was because the people of the East sect only built their mountain city on the Cloud Mist Peak. Zhao Hai built his mountain city on the entire Chicken Heart Ridge, which was much longer than the Cloud Mist Peak. The reason why Zhao Hai built the Chicken Heart Ridge defense line like this wasn't just to use it as a defensive line. If he really took down the demon spirit realm in the future, then the Chicken Heart Ridge could become a huge populated area. Therefore, he wanted to build it so big. After 3 days, Zhao Hai finally received news that the 8 demon cultivators had contacted them from the South Sea. They claimed to be people of the Yi sect. This time, they were ordered by their sect master to meet Zhao Hai. After hearing the news, Zhao Hai immediately had the group sent to Chicken Heart Ridge. He wanted to meet them in his study. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Soon, these people were sent to the Chicken Heart Ridge through the transmission formation. Then they were led to Zhao Hai's study. At this time, in addition to Zhao Hai, Xing Feng, and Che Rong who were standing behind him, Wen Hai, Ding Chenming, and some other elders of the Sea Exploring sect were all present. Fortunately, when Zhao Hai's study was built, he intended to use it as a small conference room. Therefore, even with so many people sitting inside, it didn't seem crowded. The people of the Yi sect were led into the study. Zhao Hai looked at the person walking in front. This person was very strong. He had long arms, strong muscles, a thick neck, big nostrils, thick lips, and heavy hair. He looked like a gorilla. After this person entered the room, he first looked at Zhao Hai. Then he kept his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yi sect's 12 forms elder, Great Ape, greets sect master Zhao Hai. On behalf of the Yi sect sect master, I wish sect master Zhao Hai good health and longevity." After that, he gave a big bow to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Great Ape Elder is too polite. Zhao Hai is also polite. Please send my regards to your sect master. Come, let Great Ape Elder sit." As soon as his voice fell, a disciple immediately responded. Then, he brought chairs for Great Ape Elder and a few others and asked them to sit down. Great Ape Elder said in a deep voice, "Yes, thank you sect master Zhao Hai." After that, he led a few people to sit down. Zhao Hai glanced at them, then nodded and said, "I have heard of the name of the Yi sect for a long time. I wanted to visit them, but I have been troubled by ordinary people all this time, so I couldn't make the trip. Please forgive me. This time, Great Ape Elder can come. It is really a blessing for the Sea Exploring sect and Zhao Hai." Great Ape Elder quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare. How could I dare to accept sect master Zhao Hai's words? Sect master Zhao Hai is too polite. Today, I came here on the orders of the sect master to pay a visit to sect master Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Great Ape Elder is too polite. I don't like to speak in a roundabout way. I feel that it's meaningless. Therefore, I'll be frank. Did Great Ape Elder come here just to see me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Great Ape Elder, you're too polite. I don't like to beat around the bush." As soon as Great Ape Elder heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up. He was a beast cultivator, so he didn't like to speak in a roundabout way. It was too boring. Before, he was just being polite. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that Zhao Hai said this, he felt very cordial. He immediately said, "Thank you, sect master Zhao Hai. I also don't like to speak in a roundabout way, but since the sect master has instructed me, I have no choice but to speak in a roundabout way." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai and the others laughed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Great Ape Elder doesn't need to be like that. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have any restrictions here." The Great Ape Elder nodded, then he kept his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Sect master Zhao Hai, this time I came to see you on behalf of the sect master. I want to form an alliance with you. I wonder what sect master Zhao Hai thinks about this." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the great ape elder to be so direct. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. However, Zhao Hai liked it very much. He looked at the great ape elder and said, "Good, good. Great ape elder's character is really good. There's no problem in forming an alliance. The E sect and our sea exploring sect have deep enmity with the Holy Gate. We came to the demon spirit realm this time for revenge. The E sect might not know what the Holy Gate did in our sword spirit realm. They instigated a civil war in our sword spirit realm. In the end, our sea exploring sect joined forces with the other sects to end the civil war. But then they sent troops to invade our sword spirit realm, causing us to lose at least half of our people. In the end, the Holy Gate managed to force our way out of the sword spirit realm. It took us 10 years to recuperate. Even so, our sword spirit realm's population hasn't recovered. How can we not take revenge? Therefore, we came here to seek revenge from the Holy Gate." The great ape elder also nodded. He didn't know what the Holy Gate did in the sword spirit realm, but he somewhat believed in Zhao Hai's words. If they invaded the sword spirit realm, they would have done the same. Therefore, he believed that the Holy Gate would have done the same. Therefore, he didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at the great ape elder and said, "But forming an alliance is one thing. I want to hear if the E sect has any conditions? Or after the alliance, will there be any cooperation between us?" Although the great ape elder had a straightforward temper, it didn't mean that he was a fool. He immediately understood the meaning of Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai wanted to ask him why they formed an alliance, and if they would cooperate with the Exploration Sea sect to attack the Holy Gate after the alliance. The great ape elder had long expected Zhao Hai to ask this question, so he didn't think about it and said to Zhao Hai, replying to Sect Master Zhao Hai, "Our Sect Master said that there are no conditions for our alliance. Moreover, this alliance agreement only confirms that both sides are allies. There is no right to command each other. As for how we will cooperate, I'm really sorry. Previously, our sect had a great battle with the Holy Gate, and our losses were quite heavy. Now, we have no way to attack the Holy Gate, so I hope Sect Master Zhao Hai can forgive us." The great ape elder's words were very clear. Their alliance with the Holy Gate was just a verbal agreement. They didn't care about the Holy Gate, and the Holy Gate didn't care about them. However, they were already considered allies. As for cooperating with the Holy Gate, it was impossible. They wouldn't attack the Holy Gate now. Although the great ape elder found some excuses for them not to attack the Holy Gate, who were Zhao Hai and the others, they still understood the meaning of the great ape elder's words, and their faces didn't look too good. Zhao Hai's expression was very calm. He glanced at the giant ape and nodded, "This is good. Both of us are allies, but we still maintain enough independence. This is very good. As for the matter of you cooperating with us to deal with the Holy Gate, to be honest, I don't care much about it. After all, the E sect has just finished a war with the Holy Gate. It's really unreasonable to ask you to help us now. Alright, then it's settled. From now on, both of us will be allies. We'll be allies in the future." The great ape has been waiting for Zhao Hai to say something. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you Sect Master Zhao Hai for your understanding. After I return, I will certainly inform the Sect Master and have a good talk with him. Sect Master Zhao Hai will be our ally in the future. I think the Sect Master will be very happy when the time comes." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. Forming an alliance with the Mind sect is very good for our sea exploring sect. Besides, we have a common enemy. It's only natural for us to become allies." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. Forming an alliance with the Mind sect is very good for our sea exploring sect." The great ape nodded and said, "In fact, we can still deepen our relationship. We know that the sea exploring sect came from the sword spirit world to the monster spirit world. There are some materials that you might not have enough. Our sect master means that we can trade with the sea exploring sect. If the sea exploring sect needs any materials, they can obtain them through trade. I wonder what Sect Master Zhao Hai thinks about this." When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes lit up. Then he looked at the great ape and said, "Great ape elder, if we really want to cooperate with your sect, then I want to know what we need to pay." Crystal stones? You must know that crystal stones are also war materials. If we use crystal stones to trade directly, I'm afraid that it won't be very good. The great ape shook his head and said, no, there's no need to use crystal stones. Just like Sect Master Xiaohai said, crystal stones are also a strategic resource. Using them to trade isn't very good. Therefore, our method of trade is to barter. What does Sect Master Xiaohai think about this? The great ape shook his head and said, all right. Xiaohai said with a happy face, barter? Good, that's great. What can we use in exchange for the E-Sect's materials? Great Ape Elder, please speak clearly. The Great Ape Elder said in a deep voice, I won't hide it from you, Sect Master Xiaohai. All along, our sect has been lagging behind the Saint Six in terms of arrays and artifacts. Everything else is fine, but in terms of energy cannons, we suffer too much. Our energy cannons can't shoot as far as the other party's energy cannons, so our energy cannons have always been in a passive situation. I heard that the Sea Exploring Sect's energy cannons are much stronger than the Holy Gate's energy cannons. Our sect master's intention is to see if the Sea Exploring Sect can give us some energy cannons. We are willing to exchange materials for them. When Xiaohai heard the Great Ape Elder's words, he couldn't help but nod his head and said, so it's for the energy cannons. In fact, the rumor is a bit of a loss. Our Sea Exploring Sect's energy cannons aren't very good. They are only a little stronger than the Holy Gate's energy cannons. That's almost negligible. But now that our two sects are allies, there's naturally no problem if the E-Sect needs energy cannons. The Great Ape Elder's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard Xiaohai's words. Then, he immediately said, good, I'm relieved to hear Sect Master Xiaohai's words. Sect Master Xiaohai, how much do you think an energy cannon should be exchanged for? Xiaohai said in a deep voice, we can't let you suffer a loss. Although it's not easy to concoct energy cannons, we can't charge you too much. We can only give you a price of the cost. However, these things aren't something I can decide on with just a word. We have people in charge of this. When the time comes, I'll ask the Great Ape Elder to negotiate with them. What do you think? The Great Ape Elder quickly said, no problem. Of course, there's no problem. Then I'll thank Sect Master Jian. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, you're welcome. This is also a matter of mutual benefit. Is there anything else, Great Ape Elder? No. When I came, the Sect Master told me to take care of these things. Good, then we're done talking about business. Great Ape Elder, since it's your first time in our Sea Exploring Sect, we can't not express our gratitude. I've already asked people to prepare wine and dishes. How about we go and have a drink together? These are all spirit wines that I brought from the Sea Exploring Sect. Great Ape Elder, please have a taste and see if it's to your liking. Many thanks, Sect Master Xiaohai. It seems like we're in luck today. We must taste the delicacies of the Sea Exploring Sect. This Great Ape thanks Sect Master Xiaohai. The Great Ape was very happy to eat the wine and dishes. The food made by the Sea Exploring Sect tasted very good. Xiaohai was also very satisfied. Then he sent the Great Ape away. After the Great Ape left, Wenhai and the others gathered in Xiaohai's study. After everyone sat down, Wenhai turned to Xiaohai and said, Boss, are we really going to form an alliance with them? I don't think it's necessary. There's no benefit in forming an alliance. Moreover, they want to exchange energy cannons from us. We can't give them the energy cannons. The others nodded. In their opinion, the energy cannons were sharp weapons. If they were to give them to the E-Sect, then it would be very bad for them if they were to have a conflict in the future. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, you don't have to worry about this. I know what I'm doing. We can exchange some of the energy cannons of the Sea Exploring Sect. Those energy cannons have a short range and consume a lot of energy. However, they should be similar to the ones used by the Holy Gate, or even stronger. We'll use those energy cannons to exchange for some things. When Wenhai and the others heard Xiaohai, they stared for a moment before their eyes lit up. In the past, the Sea Exploring Sect didn't pay much attention to the research of energy cannons. Therefore, their energy cannons were relatively poor. Not only were they very big, but they also had a short range, low power, and high energy consumption. They were already eliminated by the Sea Exploring sect. However, because the Sea Exploring sect's metal separation technology wasn't very good, those artifacts could only be stored in the warehouse. If the Sea Exploring sect's metal separation technology improved, then those energy cannons would have already been melted down. Now, if they could exchange the energy cannons that they didn't use before for some supplies, then it would be good. When they thought of this, everyone didn't say anything. In their opinion, this was a good thing. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. We'll give them the energy cannons we eliminated. We're not changing our direction. We're showing them that we're already allies. This way, they won't be wary of us. If we really deal with them in the future, I'm afraid that they won't be able to react immediately. Everyone stared for a moment, then they nodded. Zhao Hai's idea was very good, very good. They were preparing for the future, so naturally, they didn't have any objections. In fact, there was one thing that Zhao Hai didn't say. If he sold the energy cannons to the E sect, then the E sect wouldn't research them. In that case, their level of weaponry would never be comparable to the Sea Exploring sect. However, Zhao Hai didn't say this. Even if he did, Wen Hai and the others wouldn't necessarily understand. Afterward, Zhao Hai had Wen Hai and the others return. At this time, Wen Hai and the others had a lot of things to deal with. The transaction with the E sect would have to wait for the Sea Exploring sect to deliver the energy cannons. Therefore, they weren't in a hurry right now. This time, Zhao Hai sent the Great Ape back using the transmission formation. In other words, the communication between the Sea Exploring sect and the E sect would be much more convenient. In the next few days, Zhao Hai has been paying attention to this matter. He found all the eliminated energy cannons from the Sword Spirit boundary and then prepared to trade with the E sect. The E sect obviously attached great importance to this matter. They also sent people to contact the Sea Exploring sect to discuss the energy cannons. Zhao Hai also sent people to discuss with them. At the same time, he also let them see the power of the energy cannons. Naturally, he showed them the eliminated energy cannons. Although these energy cannons were considered to be obsolete products in the eyes of the Sea Exploring sect, in fact, the power of these things was still quite great. This was because the eliminated energy cannons were more powerful than the Holy Gate's energy cannons. Therefore, the people of the E sect were very satisfied. The E sect didn't lack materials. In fact, the Sea Exploring sect also didn't lack materials. The reason why the E sect traded with the E sect was to make the E sect believe that the Sword Spirit boundary would consume a lot of materials. This way, the people of the E sect would lower their guard against the Sea Exploring sect. This was what the E sect wanted. After a period of wrangling, the two sides finally reached an agreement. The Sea Exploring sect bought 1,000 energy cannons for the E sect. In return, the E sect gave the Sea Exploring sect various materials, including 10,000 tons of raw materials. One energy cannon in exchange for 10 tons of materials. In the eyes of the E sect, this was a big bargain. This was because the materials that the Sea Exploring sect wanted weren't special materials. All of them were ordinary cultivation materials. These things were worthless. Being able to exchange these ordinary materials for the energy cannons of the Sea Exploring sect made the E sect very happy. However, the Sea Exploring sect only wanted their materials. They didn't want the finished materials. The reason given by the Sea Exploring sect was reasonable. They said that their finished materials weren't suitable for the Sea Exploring sect. Even if they were given to the E sect, they wouldn't be able to use it. Therefore, they only wanted the materials. The people of the E sect naturally wouldn't object. It was better to ask for the materials as it would save them a lot of trouble. Therefore, the transaction between the two sides went very smoothly. After this transaction, the relationship between the E sect and the Exploration C sect had become closer. In the eyes of the E sect, the Exploration C sect had really regarded them as an ally. Naturally, they wouldn't be hostile towards them. Moreover, they also felt a little embarrassed. In their view, the Exploration C sect had regarded them as an ally, but they didn't help the Exploration C sect. They didn't even agree to the request of the Exploration C sect to send troops to deal with the Holy Gate. This was really embarrassing. However, they thought about it and felt relieved. As the saying goes, every man for himself. They still had to deal with the Exploration C sect in the future. Naturally, they couldn't help the Exploration C sect too much. It could be said that the alliance between the E sect and the Exploration C sect was just a matter of face. In fact, both sides had ulterior motives. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a loud bang, the table in front of the Holy Gate was smashed to pieces by his palm. The Holy Lord was now looking at the person standing in front of him with an angry face. This person was none other than the Blue Dragon Elder. Now, the Blue Dragon Elder's face was very ugly, but he didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Is the news confirmed? Is it true? The Holy Lord looked at the Blue Dragon Elder and asked in a deep voice. It's the news sent by Black Fox. It can't be wrong. I can confirm that it's true. The Blue Dragon Elder said in a deep voice. Good, goody. Sect. They actually formed an alliance with the Sea Exploration sect at this time. What do they want to do? Do they really think that the Sea Exploration sect came to the demon spirit world to take revenge on us? Don't they know that the Sea Exploration sect actually wants to occupy the demon spirit world? Now they're forming an alliance with the Sea Exploration sect? Are they crazy? This group of traitors of the demon spirit world. I heard that the E sect used a large number of materials to exchange for a lot of energy cannons, about 1,000 of them. Holy Lord, it seems that the E sect really wants to form an alliance with the Sea Exploration sect. What should we do? If one of them fails, we may face the danger of being attacked from both sides. Is there any movement from the E sect? Has the army been mobilized? Also, is there any movement from the Sea Exploration sect? Have they mobilized their troops? No, the army of the E sect hasn't been mobilized. It seems that they aren't going to make a move. The news from Black Fox is the same. The people there haven't been mobilized. The Sea Exploration sect has been very quiet recently. They have been building the Chicken Heart Ridge. There's no movement there. There's no movement now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be any movement in the future. No, we must be careful. I have a feeling that those guys from the Sea Exploration sect are plotting something big. We must be careful. Yes, please rest assured, Saint Lord. We will definitely be more careful. Saint Lord, I'm actually not too worried about the Sea Exploring sect. After all, they're going to face the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range next. It won't be easy to cross that place. What I'm worried about is the E sect. Those guys from the E sect are actually cooperating with the Sea Exploring sect at this time. We have to guard against this. Let's do it this way. Let our main battle team seize the time to train. However, don't transfer them to the border of the E sect first. If we really transfer the army over, the E sect may think that we will make a move immediately. Then, they may make a move first. Now that they have no intention of making a move, let's not provoke them. Yes, Holy Lord. I understand. Holy Lord, what do you think we should do with the Sea Exploration sect? Are you going to keep stripping like this? If the Sea Exploring sect and the E sect are really ready, they may make a move first. After all, we have the defensive line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Moreover, we also have a buffer zone that we can use as a buffer zone. As for the E sect, if they really respect the armistice agreement and take action against us after more than 10 years, then we don't have to be afraid of them. More than 10 years is enough for us to recover our strength. At that time, whether it's the Sea Exploration sect or the E sect, we won't have to be afraid of them. Yes, Holy Lord. I understand. Holy Lord, do you think we should rope in the Laying? No matter what, the Laying is also our ally. If we can really persuade them, then we won't have to worry about the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. We can give it a try and see if we can ally with the Laying. If we can really persuade them to become our people and help us deal with the Sea Exploring sect, then we'll have more confidence in dealing with the Sea Exploring sect. Yes, Holy Lord. I'll do it right away. If the Holy Lord doesn't have any other instructions, then I'll take my leave first. Go. Let the people of the main battle team seize the time to cultivate. Now is not the time. Pass down my order. All the disciples of the Holy Gate must cultivate diligently. If anyone dares to slack off, don't blame me for being impolite. Now is a very important time for our holy gate. If anyone still wants to dawdle, then I'll send them to the front line and let them attack the sea exploring sect. Yes, Holy Lord. I understand. I will definitely pass down your order. Good, go. After saying that, the Holy Lord waved his hand. The Blue Dragon Elder saluted the Holy Lord before turning around and leaving the room. At this time, someone changed the table for the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord's face was gloomy as he sat down. This time, he was really angry because the sect's actions had completely messed up their plans. How could he not be angry? What the Holy Lord was most worried about now was that the sea exploring sect and the sect would attack them at the same time. If that really happened, then the Holy Gate would really be in danger. However, what surprised the Holy Lord was that in the following month, whether it was the sea exploring sect or the sect, they didn't make any moves. Although there were reports that they were still in contact, they didn't carry out any transactions. Both sides also didn't have the intention to attack. This made the Holy Lord feel very strange. In fact, Xianxia didn't know about the reaction of the Holy Gate. Now, the construction of the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line was almost done. A huge mountain city had been built, and the facilities inside were all perfect. The disciples were also living more comfortably. Many disciples even directly applied to Xianxia to stay here in the future. Xianxia didn't object. Anyway, there were a lot of houses in the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line. Since the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line was built, it meant that their plan to attack the Holy Gate had to be put on the agenda. Thinking of this, the people of the Sea Exploring sect were really excited. They all wanted to take down the Holy Gate as soon as possible. However, Xianxia was very clear that it wouldn't be an easy thing to take down the Holy Gate. In any case, the strength of the Holy Gate was there. Moreover, the disciples of the Holy Lord would almost never surrender. This increased the difficulty of dealing with the Holy Gate. In addition, they now had to deal with the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. In the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, there was a special kind of demonic beast, the Thunder Hawk. This kind of demonic beast's combat power was very strong. Xianxia had been observing the Thunder Hawks for a period of time. He already had some understanding of the habits of the Thunder Hawks. The Thunder Hawk was a kind of demonic beast with a very gentle temperament. Other than hunting, they would almost always stay in their own nest. Moreover, there was really no competition between the Thunder Hawks. The entire Thunder Hawk tribe was managed by a patriarch. All the Thunder Hawks were very obedient and attached great importance to their families. A group of demonic beasts actually attached great importance to their families. This was really surprising. However, this was true. The Thunder Hawks really attached great importance to their families. The male Thunder Hawks would generally take care of their wives and children, and the female Thunder Hawks would also take care of their families. Demonic beasts like this were really rare. Xianxia noticed that the Holy Gate had sent people to contact the Thunder Hawk tribe and sent them a lot of things. This made Xianxia immediately understand that the Holy Gate wanted to rope in the Thunder Hawk tribe to deal with him together. To be honest, Xianxia didn't want to be enemies with the Thunder Hawk tribe. However, looking at the current situation, they had no choice but to be enemies with the Thunder Hawk tribe. Previously, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry because they still needed to build the defensive line in the Heart Ridge. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Now that the defensive line had been built, it was necessary for them to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. At this time, the problem of the Thunder Hawks must be solved. However, Xianxia wasn't prepared to go to war with the Thunder Hawk tribe directly. He planned to contact the Thunder Hawk tribe first before deciding whether to go to war with them. After thinking about this, Xianxia called Wenwenhai and the others to the study room and told them about his plan. Unexpectedly, when Wenwenhai and the others heard Xianxia's plan, they fiercely opposed it. Wenwenhai even loudly said, "Absolutely not. Boss, this is too dangerous. What is your current status? Do you know how strong our sea exploring sect is? Even if we go to war with the Thunder Hawk tribe, we have nothing to worry about. I absolutely won't agree to let you go to the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range." Ding Chunming also said, "Yes, young master, this is too dangerous. The Thunder Hawk tribe can make the Holy Gate submit. they definitely aren't easy to provoke. They certainly have experts among them. You might really be in danger if you go there. You should know that the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range doesn't only have the Thunder Hawk tribe, there are also people from the Holy Gate. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. Alright, don't get too agitated. It's necessary to contact the Thunder Hawk tribe. I've already told you about the Thunder Hawk tribe's strength. If we really go to war with the Thunder Hawk tribe, I'm afraid that our losses won't be small. However, if I get in contact with the Thunder Hawk tribe, then we might not go to war. This is good for us. Moreover, don't you know how strong I am? It's just the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, what can they do to me? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ding Chunming and Wen Wenhai didn't say anything. They could be worried about Zhao Hai, but they weren't worried about Zhao Hai's strength. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was very strong, very strong. In this world, it was very difficult to find someone comparable to Zhao Hai. Therefore, they never doubted Zhao Hai's strength. However, they were still opposed to this matter because it was too dangerous. Even if Zhao Hai was strong, facing the entire Thunder Hawk tribe and the Holy Gate was still very dangerous. In the end, Ding Chunming had no other choice but to say, "Young master, if you really want to go, then let us follow you. Me, Iron Snake, and the others will all go with you. If something happens, then we can guarantee that you can escape unscathed." Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and smiled faintly. Don't talk nonsense. If I don't bring you along, then can't I escape unscathed? Bringing you along will only make things more troublesome. If you're really surrounded, then do you think I should save you or not? Alright, don't waste your breath. It's settled. You just have to look after the tribe. You don't need to worry about other things. When Ding Chunming and Wen Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, they knew that he had made up his mind. They were also helpless. In the end, Wen Wenhai said, "Boss, if you really want to go, then it's fine. But at the same time, I'll gather the army. As long as something happens on your side, I'll immediately lead the army to support you. What do you think?" Alright. Zhao Hai led Xingqin and Che Rong to a mountain range in the Wolffang Mountain Range. This place was located in the depths of the mountain range. Although it wasn't the highest peak of the mountain range, it was still the deepest part of the mountain range. At the same time, it was also a forbidden area of the mountain range. Nobody could casually come here because this was the territory of the Thunder Hawks. Zhao Hai looked ahead and said, "We're here. This is the territory of the Thunder Hawks. Let's be careful." The two nodded and became alert. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. Then Zhao Hai said, "The sect master of the Sea Exploring Sect, Zhao Hai, has come to pay a visit to the Thunder Hawk clan. I hope you won't hesitate to meet me." His voice wasn't loud and was very calm. However, this voice was transmitted far away, echoing in the mountains for a long time. Before long, a group of black hawks flew out from the mountains. These hawks weren't very big, but they looked very strong. Most importantly, their bodies were black. Their eyes, beaks, and claws were all black. There was no other color on their bodies, making them look very strange. The hawk in the lead was about 1 meter tall. It wasn't very tall, but its wings were about 8 meters long. It had a pair of iron claws that were as sharp as iron. Its eyes didn't have any other color, they looked like two black crystals. It was very beautiful. This hawk flew about 50 meters in front of Zhao Hai. It flapped its wings and stopped. It floated in the air and quietly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the Thunder Hawk and said, "The sect master of the Sea Exploring Sect, Zhao Hai, has come to pay a visit to the Thunder Hawk clan. Thank you for coming." "Zhao Hai, I've heard of this name. I heard that you came from another world to deal with our beast clan. What are you doing here? My Thunder Hawk clan doesn't welcome you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If I'm not wrong, then it should be the people from the Holy Gate who told you this. This time, I'm here to explain. Everyone, I don't want to be your enemy. Can you give me a chance to explain?" When the Thunder Hawk saw Zhao Hai's gentle attitude, it hesitated for a moment before it said, "Alright, then tell us." Zhao Hai said, "Many thanks. It's true that I came from the Sword Spirit world. However, if you say that I came to the Demon world to deal with the Beast clan, then that's not right. This time, we came to the demon world to take revenge. Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at the Thunderhawk and said, originally, life in the sword spirit world was very good. Although there were some sects and there were some friction, there weren't any major conflicts. However, the people from the Holy Gate came to the sword spirit world and provoked a civil war. Then they sent troops to the sword spirit world. The people of the sword spirit world resisted and nearly half of our population died. Only then did the Holy Gate return to the demon world. After more than 10 years of recuperation, we came to the demon world to take revenge on the Holy Gate. Therefore, things aren't like what the people from the Holy Gate said. We came to the demon world to deal with the Beast clan, we just came to take revenge on the Holy Gate. The Thunderhawk looked at Zhao Hai and said, this is just your side of the story. How can I believe it? Zhao Hai immediately said, everything I said is true. In fact, we didn't mean to start a war with the demon world. We just came to take revenge on the Holy Gate. We have already formed an alliance with the E sect. If we really wanted to deal with the Beast clan, then why would we form an alliance with the E sect? Why would we pay a visit to the Thunderhawk clan? I heard about the Thunderhawk clan from some disciples of the Holy Gate who surrendered to us. Those disciples are now disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. They told me that the Thunderhawk clan is very strong, but they have a gentle nature. They never take the initiative to fight with others. I'm afraid that the Thunderhawk clan will be tricked by the Holy Gate and be used as a weapon to deal with us. This is something that I don't want to see. When Thunder Constellation heard Zhao Hai, he nodded slightly, then he said, alright, even if you're right, this matter isn't something that I can decide. I'll send someone to report this matter to the Patriarch and have him decide. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, good. Zhao Hai kept his fists towards the Thunderhawk and said, alright, then I'll wait here for the good news. The Thunderhawk nodded and then turned to look at the Thunderhawk beside him. The Thunderhawk also nodded before it flapped its wings and flew away. After the Thunderhawk flew away, the Thunderhawk that spoke to Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, I think you're not bad. Let's get to know each other. I'm from the Thunderhawk clan, Ying Ting. Zhao Hai kept his fists towards Ying Ting and said, greetings, Mr. Ying Ting. I'm Zhao Hai from the Sea Exploring sect. I've already introduced myself. These two are my adopted sons, Xianxia and Che Rong. Xianxia and Che Rong kept their fists towards Ying Ting when Zhao Hai nodded. They didn't show any contempt. They had been in the Sea Exploring sect for a long time. In the past, there weren't any demonic cultivators in the Sea Exploring sect. But now, there were demonic cultivators in the Sea Exploring sect. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. In the beginning, the demonic cultivators were surrendered by the Sacred Gate. Later on, there were more demonic cultivators in the Sea Exploring sect. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't look down on the Thunderhawk clan. Ying Ting also noticed the expressions of Zhao Hai and the others. Especially when he heard Zhao Hai call him Mr. Ying Ting, his expression changed slightly. Some people said that animals didn't have expressions, especially eagles. Their heads were only so big, so how could they have any expressions? Actually, this kind of thinking was completely wrong. Eagles also had expressions. However, the changes in their expressions were very subtle. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't be able to see it. Ying Ting looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Zhao Hai, it seems that our current appearance isn't strange at all. Our Thunder Eagle clan can't transform into humans because we cultivate our own cultivation method. Does Sect Master Zhao Hai not find it strange at all? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, there's nothing strange about this. I don't find it strange at all. On the contrary, I admire the Thunder Eagle clan very much. This is because whether it's the Holy Gate or the E sect, the reason why they can cultivate so quickly is because the cultivation method they cultivate is originally from the human race. It's just that they have some improvements based on the human race's cultivation method. It's not created by them at all. It's precisely because of this that when they cultivate to the point where they can transform into human form, they will transform into human form. This is because their cultivation method is still from the human race. Transforming into a human form is more beneficial for their cultivation. But they forgot that they are from the Demon Beast clan. The Demon Beast clan's body is their true body. The cultivation method that is suitable for the human race doesn't necessarily suit them. So they transformed into human form, but they never thought of creating their own cultivation method. To be honest, regarding this point, I really look down on them. When Yingti heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression changed once again. He seemed to be very happy. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you for Sect Master Zhao Hai's praise. When we first met the people from the Holy Gate, they still looked down on us because we can't transform into human form. Even now, the people from the Holy Gate still look down on us, thinking that we are not the same race as them. They think that they have really become noble after transforming into human form. In fact, I also look down on them." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's nothing noble about taking human form. Cultivators, whether they're beasts or ghosts, are all cultivators. They're all equal. There are a lot of beasts in the sea exploring sect who don't like to take human form. We also respect their choice." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's right. You can't just take human form." Yingti looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh? There are a lot of demon cultivators in your sea exploring sect?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes. In the beginning, there were defeated disciples of the Holy Gate. Some of them surrendered to us and became disciples of the sea exploring sect. Later, when the Holy Gate attacked the sea beasts of the Sword Spirit world, those sea beasts also joined the sea exploring sect. The ones who don't want to transform into human form are mostly them. It's much more convenient for them to move in the sea compared to in human form. Therefore, they don't want to transform into human form." Yingti nodded. At this time, the Thunderhawk that went to deliver the letter flew back. He looked at Yingti and said, "Elder, the Patriarch wants to see Sect Master Zhao Hai." Yingti nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, our Patriarch wants to see you. Please come with me." Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Yingti and said, "Many thanks." Then he followed Yingti inside. Yingti and the others followed the three. The group was very fast and before long, they arrived in front of a mountain peak. This mountain peak was very strange. It was very steep, like a pillar. However, it was a bit thick at the bottom. The higher one goes, the thinner it gets. There were countless small holes on the mountain peak. These holes weren't big. Inside these holes, one could see thunderhawks. Clearly, this was the nest of the Thunderhawk tribe. At this time, a thunderhawk that was bigger than the others flew in front of Zhao Hai. This thunderhawk looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm the Thunderhawk tribe's patriarch, Yingyun. Greetings to Sect Master Zhao Hai." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly replied, "Greetings to the Falcon people. I'm the Sect Master of the Sea Exploring Sect, Zhao Hai." "Greetings." Yingyun nodded and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, there's no need to be so polite. This is the nest of my Thunderhawk tribe. Therefore, there's no place for you to sit. Sect Master Zhao Hai, if you have something to say, you can say it here." Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Yingyun and said, "Patriarch Yingyun is too polite. I didn't come here today to sit. I can see that Patriarch Yingyun is a straightforward person. I won't beat around the bush. This time, I came here to listen to Patriarch Yingyun's opinion. I want to see if Patriarch Yingyun will help the Holy Gate deal with my sea exploring sect." The Falcon people looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh, Sect Master Zhao Hai is indeed a straightforward person. Then I'll be frank. Sect Master Zhao Hai, do you want us to help the Holy Gate or not? If we help the Holy Gate, what will you do? If we don't help the Holy Gate, what will you do?" Zhao Hai said, "Of course, I don't want you to help the Holy Gate. This matter is about the enmity between us and the Holy Gate. It has nothing to do with your Thunderhawk tribe. Therefore, I really don't want you to help the Holy Gate to deal with us. If Patriarch Yingyun really helps the Holy Gate to deal with us, then we can only meet on the battlefield. If Patriarch Yingyun doesn't help the Holy Gate to deal with us, and if we defeat the Holy Gate and occupy the Holy Gate's territory, then we will definitely not start a war with the Thunderhawk tribe. I wonder if Patriarch Yingyun is satisfied with my answer." Falcon nodded and said, "I'm very satisfied. Sect Master Zhao Hai, from your answer, I can see your sincerity. This is very good. You didn't lie to us, and I'm very happy." Previously, you told Yun and the others that the Holy Gate attacked your sword spirit world. Now that you've returned to take revenge, I want to know how you want this enmity to end. Zhao Hai replied, destroy the Holy Gate and turn their territory into our sea exploring sect's territory. Otherwise, once the Holy Gate recovers, they would surely retaliate against us. I'm a person who doesn't like troublesome matters. If I can solve it now, then I won't wait for the future. If we let the Holy Gate off this time and wait for the Holy Gate to recover, then we'll retaliate back. If we keep going back and forth, then more people would die. In order to avoid future troubles, it's best to solve this matter once and for all. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, all right. Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and said, but as far as I know, the Holy Gate punishes traitors very severely. Therefore, the Holy Gate's disciples don't dare to betray the Holy Gate. If Sect Master Zhao Hai attacks the Holy Gate and wants to destroy the Holy Gate, you will have to kill all the Holy Gate's disciples. Don't you think that this will be too much of a massacre? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, I don't think so. The reason why the Holy Gate's disciples don't dare to surrender is because the Holy Gate is still very strong. They can still deal with the family members of the surrendered disciples. But what if they fail again? What if they don't have the ability to deal with the family members of the surrendered disciples? Won't those disciples still surrender? Our sea exploring sect doesn't want to be ruthless. If the Holy Gate's disciples really surrender to us, we will still be very happy. Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Sect Master Zhao Hai, what you said is true. I can see that you are very confident in the sea exploring sect's combat strength. If our Lightning Hawk race joins the ranks to deal with the sea exploring sect, will Sect Master Zhao Hai still be so confident? Zhao Hai said solemnly, no matter when, I will always have confidence. If the Lightning Hawk race joins the ranks to deal with the sea exploring sect, we won't be lenient. After all, on the battlefield, there will only be enemies and allies. If I show mercy to you, it will cause more casualties to our sea exploring sect's disciples. Therefore, I won't be lenient. Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and said, alright, I understand Sect Master Zhao Hai's meaning. Our Lightning Hawk race won't interfere in the enmity between you and the Holy Gate. Sect Master Zhao Hai, please. Looking at Zhao Hai leading Xingfeng and Che Rong away, Yingli couldn't help but ask Falcon, Patriarch, are we really not going to help the Holy Gate? We've cooperated with them for so long. If we really don't help them, isn't it a bit unreasonable? Falcon coldly snorted and said, what's there to be unreasonable about? Do you think those guys from the Holy Gate are honest? The reason why they've been so honest all these years is because of our strength. They don't dare to provoke us. The second reason is that they're still making arrangements. Those people from the Holy Gate always think that we're good-tempered, so they can bully us as they wish. They even treat us like fools. But they're wrong. We're not fools. These years, the Holy Gate has been building branches in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. Do you really think that they're doing this for the safety of the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range? They're making arrangements. Once they succeed, they'll deal with us directly. Although our Lightning Hawk clan is powerful, we're outnumbered by them. If they really make arrangements and deal with us, we'll be finished. I've been having a headache over this matter and I've already prepared to deal with some of the Holy Gate's branches. Now, it's even better. Someone's going to do it for us. Upon hearing Falcon's words, Yingli stared blankly for a moment. Then he couldn't help but rage, Patriarch, the Holy Gate's people really dare to do this? I'll go and deal with them now. Falcon said in a deep voice, stay here obediently. Sigh, I'm to blame for this matter. I shouldn't have let the Holy Gate's people come here. I shouldn't have cooperated with them. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. I just hope that the Sea Exploring sect can deal with the Holy Gate. Yingli was puzzled as he looked at Yingli and said, Patriarch, it seems like you trust the Sea Exploration sect. Why is that? Falconer sighed and said, you still don't know, but our Thunderhawk clan is born with good intentions. Because of this, our clan's talent is better than other clans. Once we comprehend the power of laws, we can comprehend a very special ability. This ability is called inner perception. In other words, when someone talks to me, I can feel whether they're telling the truth or not. Moreover, I can also feel whether the person talking to me is good or bad. Falconer sighed and said, "You're right. You're right. You're right." When Ingli heard Falcon, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he said, "Patriarch, you mean that you know whether the Holy Gates people and the sea-exploring sects people are telling the truth or not?" Falcon nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I meant. Although I can't say that I know the truth, I can feel it. That's why I chose to believe the Scouring Sea sect." Hawk Cry said, "Patriarch, are you saying that Zhao Hai's words are true? And the Holy Gates people are deceiving us?" Falcon replied, "At the very least, most of what Zhao Hai said is true. Even if it's false, it has nothing to do with us. He has good intentions towards us. On the other hand, the Holy Gates people are deceiving us. They even have deep malice towards us. That's why I didn't intervene in this matter. In fact, I'm doing this for the sake of the sea-exploring sect. I can feel that Zhao Hai is incomparably strong and his luck is exuberant." Ingli stared blankly. Then he looked at Falcon and asked, "Luck? Patriarch, you still believe in this?" Falcon replied, "I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm somewhat convinced. It's because Zhao Hai's luck is too abundant. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Remember, we don't need to care about the matters between the sea-exploring sect and the Holy Gate. If the sea-exploring sect can't take down the Holy Gate's branches, we can even help. As for the Holy Gate's people, we can't care about them. Inform the clansmen to prepare for battle. Those guys from the Holy Gate aren't good people. If they find out that we aren't dealing with the sea-exploring sect, they might come to deal with us. We must be vigilant." Ingli quickly replied, "Yes, please rest assured, Patriarch. I will immediately inform them." Falcon nodded and then left. Ingli went to inform the clansmen. To be honest, he had a good impression of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was the patriarch of a sect, and his status was almost the same as the Holy Gate's patriarch. Although their Thunderhawk clan had always been allies with the Holy Gate, and their status was even higher than the Holy Gates in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, they had never seen the Holy Lord of the Holy Gate. This was because the Holy Lord's status was too high, and he wouldn't come to see them. Instead, he would send an elder to discuss matters with them. Compared to the sea-exploring sect, the difference was too big. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't look down on them at all. This made Ingli have a good impression of Zhao Hai. Now that he could cooperate with Zhao Hai, he was very happy. On the other side, Zhao Hai led Xinquang and Che Rong back to the sea-exploring sect. As soon as they arrived, Zhao Hai immediately called Wen Hai and the others to the study room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I have good news to tell everyone. I just got in touch with the Thunderhawk clan. The Thunderhawk clan has officially expressed that they won't interfere in the matter between us and the Holy Gate. In other words, the Thunderhawk clan won't participate in our attack on the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Wen Hai was even happier as he said, "That's great. As long as the Thunderhawk clan doesn't participate, we can deal with the Holy Gate." Everyone nodded. They also knew that the Thunderhawk clan was the most difficult to deal with in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. Now that the Thunderhawk clan wouldn't interfere in this matter, it was definitely good news for them. As for the matter of the astral winds, they didn't have to worry about it. The astral winds were thousands of meters in the sky. As long as they moved under the astral winds, there was nothing to worry about. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly, "Everyone is right. We can deal with the Holy Gate in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. But before that, what we need to do is to understand the Holy Gate's arrangements in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. Then we can deal with them." Everyone nodded. If they didn't understand the Holy Gate's arrangements in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, they really wouldn't have any way to deal with the Holy Gate. Therefore, they still had a lot of things to do. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The Wolf Ivory Mountain Range is different from the Chicken Heart Mountain Range. In the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, as long as it's a place where people can pass through, the Holy Gate will set up a branch there. This time, the reason why the Thunderhawk clan agreed not to interfere in the matter between us and the Holy Gate is partly because of this." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in puzzlement. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, the Thunderhawk clan isn't under the control of the Holy Gate. Even if the Holy Gate wanted to set up a branch in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, they would need the Thunderhawk clan's consent. This is very abnormal. The Holy Gate wouldn't let the Thunderhawk clan ride on their heads. This is obviously impossible. No matter what, the Holy Gate is still a big sect. They wouldn't allow such a force to exist. But the Thunderhawk clan's combat strength is very strong. Therefore, the Holy Gate didn't fight with the Thunderhawk clan head-on. Instead, they gained the Thunderhawk clan's trust and began to set up a branch in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. Step by step, they reduced the Thunderhawk clan's space of activity. I guess that the Thunderhawk clan has also discovered this point, which is why they are so happy to cooperate with us. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then they nodded and felt that Zhao Hai's words made sense. Now, the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range seemed to be the same. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and continued, therefore, we have to deal with the Holy Gate's people in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. Only then will the Thunderhawk clan not interfere. Otherwise, they might turn hostile. Therefore, we don't have to think about bypassing the Wolf Ivory Mountain range or evading the Holy Gate's army. We have to go through the Wolf Ivory Mountain range from some secluded places and attack the Holy Gate's hinterland. What we have to do is to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain range and uproot all the Holy Gate's branches there. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, but this way, the collection of information is very important. What kind of terrain is the Wolf Ivory Mountain range? Do the Holy Gate have any secret bases there? We have to know all these. Only then can we take down all the Holy Gate's branches in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range in one fell swoop. Everyone frowned. Of course, they understood what Zhao Hai said, but the problem was that their enemy was the Holy Gate, the demon cultivators. Moreover, it was a line of defense that was carefully arranged by the other party. It wouldn't be easy for them to collect information in this regard. This was because they were of a different race from the demon cultivators. It was almost impossible for them to collect information on the demon cultivators. This was because the people of the Sea Exploring sect had no way of sneaking into the other party's line of defense. How could they collect information on the other party? Zhao Hai glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, what I mean is that I want to send the hidden fog beasts to the Wolf Ivory Mountain range to collect information. The hidden fog beasts can travel underground, and the ground can't block their vision at all. When the time comes, they will naturally be able to collect information on the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. What do you all think? Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone was stunned. Then, they nodded. They felt that this was a good idea. They knew the ability of the hidden fog beasts. If they were to send the hidden fog beasts to collect information in this regard, it would really work. This was because the hidden fog beasts could travel through the mountains silently. The other party wouldn't be able to discover them at all. This was absolutely feasible. When Wen Hai said in a deep voice, Boss, I think it's feasible. As long as we know the arrangement of the Holy Gate in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, we can deal with the people of the Holy Gate. This is a good idea, but I think we should also be wary of the Thunderhawk clan. If they suddenly go back on their words and help the Holy Gate to attack us, or if this is a trap set by the Thunderhawk clan and the Holy Gate, we will be in trouble and suffer a great loss. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, we really need to pay attention to this. How about this? The news of us attacking the Wolf Ivory Mountain range is strictly confidential. I know that the people of the East Sect are still in contact with us. If they ask about it, you must not say anything. Understand? Yes, Sect Lord, we understand. Mist Dragon was traveling underground. Beside him were his children. They were from the Hidden Fog Beast clan. However, Mist Dragon knew that they were completely different from the Hidden Fog Beasts in the Holy Gate's labyrinth. The Hidden Fog Beasts in the labyrinth didn't have sentience, it was as if their sentience had been sealed. However, Mist Dragon had sentience. Moreover, he had gained sentience a long time ago. Mist Dragon knew that all of this was because of his father. Mist Dragon's father was Zhao Hai. He was the hidden fog beast that Zhao Hai hatched using the space. However, his current strength was extraordinary. In fact, he was already at the Supreme Elder level. Although he hadn't comprehended the power of laws, he could still take human form. However, Mist Dragon didn't take human form. He rarely took human form. This was because he discovered that it was easier and faster to cultivate in his beast form. Therefore, he didn't take human form. Although Mist Dragon hadn't comprehended the power of laws, his combat strength wasn't weak. Moreover, he had already touched the edge of the power of laws. As long as he received a little stimulation, he would be able to comprehend the power of laws. This time, it was Zhao Hai who called him to the demon spirit realm. In the beginning, Mist Dragon came to the Chicken Heart Ridge to provide a warning. He was afraid that the rat race would attack. In fact, they did a very good job. In Mist Dragon's opinion, the rat race was far inferior compared to them. The rat race can travel underground, but they need to do so as if they were digging. Because of this ability, they were able to travel very quickly. The rat race could also see things underground. However, the range they could see was very limited. At most, they couldn't see more than 100 meters. This distance was very close. Compared to the hidden fog beasts, they simply couldn't compare. The hidden fog beasts simply regarded the earth as nothing. They could freely travel underground. They could see things as if they were outside. This was something that other beasts couldn't do. From Mist Dragon's point of view, their race should belong underground. The underground was their race's territory. The rat race could not compare to them at all. This time, the Mist Dragon received Zhao Hai's mission to help the Sea Exploring Sect investigate the situation in the Wolf Fang Mountain. In fact, every time Zhao Hai held a meeting, the Mist Dragon would always participate. This was also something that Zhao Hai agreed to. However, the Mist Dragon would always hide under Zhao Hai's feet. Therefore, he knew what Zhao Hai wanted him to do. Because of this, the moment he received Zhao Hai's mission, he immediately led his clansmen to the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. The Mist Dragon was very attentive to this mission. He was very clear about the importance of this mission. This was because his mission was directly related to the success of the Sea Exploring Sect's attack on the Wolf Fang Mountain range. Therefore, he attached great importance to this mission. Seeing that they were about to reach the Wolf Fang Mountain range, the Mist Dragon couldn't help but slow down. Then he turned his head to the other hidden fog beasts and said, "The Wolf Fang Mountain range is in front. Everyone be careful and prioritize your own safety. Don't be discovered by the Holy Gate. Also, pay attention to the Holy Gate's alarm formation. If we are discovered by the Holy Gate, our mission will be considered a failure. Do you understand?" All the hidden fog beasts replied, "Yes, Patriarch. We understand." The hidden fog beasts were also a race, and the Mist Dragon was their patriarch. Everyone knew that the Mist Dragon was very powerful. Moreover, he was personally raised by Zhao Hai. Therefore, no one had any objections to him being the patriarch. The Mist Dragon nodded and said, "All right, let's move separately. Everyone will follow the plan and scout a section of the mountain range. Be careful." The hidden fog beasts responded and then rushed towards the Wolf Fang Mountain range. They already had a certain understanding of the Wolf Fang Mountain range. They knew the basic terrain of the Wolf Fang Mountain range and divided it into different sections. Each person would scout a section and then gather it together to form a topographic map of the entire Wolf Fang Mountain range. The hidden fog beasts were really the most suitable beasts to live underground. They weren't affected at all underground. They even seemed to be one with the soil underground. It was as if they didn't exist. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to find them even if they used their spiritual force. Of course, the real hidden fog beasts didn't have such an ability. However, these hidden fog beasts had been modified by Zhao Hai. Their attack power was stronger, their speed underground was faster, and they were more concealed. Therefore, it was normal for no one to discover them. The Mist Dragon was also assigned to the most important area. The place he wanted to go wasn't the Holy Gate's territory. There might be some dangers in the Holy Gate's territory, but it wouldn't be too dangerous. The place he wanted to go was actually the Thunder Eagle's territory. He had to scout the Thunder Eagle's territory. Although the Thunder Eagle agreed to not interfere with the Sea Exploring Sect's matters, Zhao Hai was still worried that the Thunder Eagle would deal with them behind their backs. Therefore, Zhao Hai asked the Mist Dragon to go to the Thunder Eagle's territory to see what would happen. Before long, the Mist Dragon arrived at the Thunder Eagle's territory. But when he arrived at the Thunder Eagle's territory, the Mist Dragon was shocked. He didn't think that he would see such a scene in the Thunder Eagle's territory. This was really too shocking. It turned out that there was a huge underground space under the Thunder Eagle's territory. This huge underground space wasn't naturally formed, it was artificially dug out. And now, there were people in this underground space. The Mist Dragon stared blankly at the underground space. He discovered that there were a lot of people who weren't very tall and were busy. Naturally, these people couldn't see the situation on the surface. And because they couldn't see the situation on the surface, they couldn't be discovered by the people on the surface. One must know that the Thunderhawk clan was famous for their clairvoyance. If one didn't want to be discovered by the Thunderhawk clan, then one must hide deep enough. The Mist Dragon was able to recognize these short people. They were none other than the Mouse race. The Mouse race had already dug their way to the Thunder Eagle clan's territory. There was no need to ask what they wanted to do. It seems like if the Sea Exploring sect didn't exist, then it wouldn't be long before the Holy Gate made a move against the Thunder Eagle clan. After discovering these Mouse race people, the Mist Dragon didn't need to pay attention to the Thunder Eagle clan. He was very clear that as long as he discovered these Mouse race people, then the Thunder Eagle clan would become his allies. What the Mist Dragon needed to pay attention to was the Mouse race people. He wanted to know where they dug their way to the Thunder Eagle clan's territory. One must know that it was impossible for them to dig too close to the Thunder Eagle clan's territory. This was because the Thunder Eagle clan would have already discovered them. Therefore, the distance they dug wasn't short. Moreover, when they dug their way to the Thunder Eagle clan's territory, it wouldn't be short. This was because the underground space was very big and there were a lot of people inside. The Mouse race people couldn't see the Mist Dragon, but the Mist Dragon could see them. The Mist Dragon looked at the Mouse race people and then began to investigate where they dug their way in. Soon, the Mist Dragon discovered several underground tunnels. These tunnels were about 200 meters deep and were very wide. They had a diameter of 10 meters. This was very surprising. The more the Mist Dragon looked, the more surprised he was. He discovered that this underground tunnel was very long. It didn't look like an underground tunnel at all. Instead, it looked like a defensive line that was set up underground. This was because there were a lot of materials stored in this passage. There were also many places for people to rest. This was really surprising. It seemed that the Holy Gate had put a lot of effort into the construction of this defensive line. However, what Fog Dragon couldn't understand was why the people of the Holy Gate wanted to build this defensive line. This defensive line obviously couldn't be built in a day or two. But why did the people of the Holy Gate want to build this defensive line? At that time, they didn't have an enemy like the Sea Exploring sect. So why did they build this defensive line at that time? The Mist Dragon couldn't understand these things. However, he still remembered the defensive line. He carefully observed the defensive line and soon discovered a problem. He discovered that there were some places in the defensive line where people were still busy. It seems like they weren't finished yet. Moreover, some of these places were in the middle of the defensive line. This wasn't normal. One must know that some places in the defensive line had been built long ago, so why were there still some places in the middle that weren't finished? This was too strange. After walking along the defensive line, the Mist Dragon encountered another hidden fog beast. When the hidden fog beast saw the Mist Dragon, it immediately gave a salute and said, "Patriarch." The Mist Dragon nodded and said, "All right, how is it? Did you find anything?" The hidden fog beast replied, "There's an underground defensive line in our section. Some parts of this underground defensive line have been built for a long time, but some parts seem to have been built recently. It's strange. However, this underground defensive line is indeed very long. If they really rely on this defensive line to deal with us, then it would be very troublesome. It would give us a headache." The hidden fog beast nodded and said, "The hidden fog beast's strength is very high." The Mist Dragon nodded and said, "I also have one here. It seems like this defensive line wasn't connected before. But because of our arrival, they connected the defensive line. It seems like the Holy Gate is prepared to fight us to the death." "I think so too." Moreover, they must fight to the death with us. If they don't fight to the death with us, then when we really pass through the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, it will be a flat plain. At that time, it will be even more difficult for them to stop us. The Mist Dragon nodded and said, right, it seems like this is the case. Observe carefully and see if they have any other arrangements. Make sure to draw a detailed map. Information about this place is very important for us. With this information, it would be easier for us to deal with the Holy Gate. The hidden fog beast replied, yes, Patriarch. Zhao Hai was sitting in front of his study. A black-robed man was standing next to him. This black-robed man was wearing a robe and looked very ordinary. He was thin and didn't look very old. But for some reason, this person gave off a gloomy feeling that made people feel uncomfortable. The black-robed man said to Zhao Hai, Father, the situation is like this. The Holy Gate has already built an underground defensive line in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. I think it won't be easy to deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded and smiled, Miss Dragon, you've done well. Now, you should keep an eye on the Holy Gate's people and see how they react. When the time is right, we'll deal with them. Miss Dragon said in a deep voice, yes, Father. I'll go now. After that, his figure moved and disappeared from the room. After the Mist Dragon left, Zhao Hai muttered, I didn't expect the Holy Gate to have some tricks up their sleeves. They actually built an underground defensive line. This method is similar to what I used in the past. Interesting. Zhao Hai muttered. Foster father, you used this method in the past? Who can make you use this method? When Xingfeng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, why can't I use this move? I've used it a lot. Haha. Let's not talk about this. The information that the Mist Dragon brought back is very important. I think it's necessary for me to go to the Thunder Hawk's place. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. Xingfeng said, Foster father, are we going to talk to Lei Ying about this matter now? Aren't you a little too anxious? Are we going to attack now? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, of course we won't attack now. But we need to make a trip to Lei Ying's place. If we wait until we attack, then it'll be too late. Che Rong said solemnly, but Foster father, if we tell Lei Ying and the others about this now, they will definitely make a move against the Saint Gate. If that happens, it will affect our plan. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it won't affect our plan. In fact, we don't have much to prepare right now. Everyone can join the battle at any time. If we inform the Lightning Hawk clan about this, they will definitely make a move against the Holy Gate. At that time, the Holy Gate will be in chaos. We can take advantage of the chaos to attack them. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xingcheng and Che Rong didn't say anything. Xingcheng immediately called Wenhai and Ding Chunming over. Zhao Hai gave them some instructions before leading Xingcheng and Che Rong out of Chicken Heart Ridge. Outside the Lightning Hawk clan's nest, Zhao Hai was still standing outside the area. Facing the Lightning Hawk clan's direction, he loudly said, scouring the Sea Sex Patriarch, Zhao Hai, is here to seek an audience with the Falcon Patriarch. After he said that, Zhao Hai stopped and no longer spoke. Before long, Eagle Cry appeared in front of Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Patriarch Zhao Hai, why are you here again? What's the matter? Zhao Hai looked at Hawk Cry, then he smiled faintly and said, Elder Hawk Cry, this time I have something important to tell the Hawk Patriarch. I hope you can help me pass the message. Hawk Cry nodded and said, Elder Hawk Cry, I have something important to tell the Hawk Patriarch. Devil Cry looked at Zhao Hai and said, an important matter related to our Lightning Hawk clan? What's the matter? Zhao Hai said solemnly, it's a matter of life and death. I hope you can help me inform the Falcon People's Patriarch. I'm not speaking nonsense. Eagle Cry looked suspiciously at Zhao Hai and said, an important matter related to the survival of our Lightning Hawk clan? Patriarch Zhao Hai, although our Patriarch has promised not to interfere in the battle between your Lightning Hawk clan and the Holy Gate, you can't use this matter to scare me. If you don't have anything to say, I won't be able to help you if the Patriarch blames you. Zhao Hai said solemnly, Elder Eagle Cry, do I look like someone who doesn't know the severity of the matter? This matter is related to the survival of your Lightning Hawk clan. I just received the news. Please inform the patriarch. Eagle Cry looked at Zhao Hai and found that Zhao Hai didn't seem to be joking. Only then did he open his mouth and said, "All right, follow me. We'll go see the patriarch directly." After speaking, Eagle Cry led Zhao Hai into the mountains. Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony and followed Eagle Cry to the Lightning Hawk clan's nest. Before long, Zhao Hai's group of 3 arrived at the Lightning Hawk clan's nest. The Falcon People's Patriarch was waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai, the Falcon People's Patriarch said to Zhao Hai, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, we meet again. Didn't I agree to the matter you mentioned previously? Why do you want to see me again?" Zhao Hai replied, "Falcon Patriarch, I have something that concerns the survival of your Thunder Hawk race. I don't know if you want to hear it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Falcon Patriarch, I have something to tell you." Falcon looked at Zhao Hai. He was puzzled as he said, "It's a matter of life and death for the Thunder Hawk race? I'm very curious. But I'm also very curious as to why you want to tell me this." Zhao Hai replied, "The last time I came to see the Falcon Patriarch, you didn't say anything and directly agreed to my request. I'm very grateful. Therefore, when I heard this news, I came to see the Falcon Patriarch. I feel that I need to inform you about this matter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. The Falcon People's Patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Now that Sect Master Zhao Hai said this, I'm even more curious. I really want to know what you want to tell me." Zhao Hai looked at the Falcon Patriarch and said, "Falcon Patriarch, before we talk about this matter, let me take a guess. Why did you agree to my request last time? Is that all right?" Zhao Hai looked at the Falcon Patriarch and said, "All right." The Falcon People's Patriarch's eyes flashed and he said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, please speak. I also want to hear what Sect Master Zhao Hai has to say." Obviously, Zhao Hai's words had piqued his interest. He really wanted to know what Zhao Hai wanted to say. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The Falcon People's Patriarch agreed to my request so readily last time to deal with the Holy Gate because you feel threatened by the Holy Gate, right? Am I right?" The Falcon's eyes sharpened, but he immediately regained his composure. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm even more curious now. What do you want to tell me, Sect Master Zhao Hai?" All right, then I'll get straight to the point. Before our sea exploring sect's first operation, we will first investigate the target. This time is no exception. After getting the approval of the Falcon People's Patriarch, we began to investigate the Holy Gate. However, Patriarch Falcon people should also know that we are not of the same race as the Holy Gate. Therefore, if we want to investigate, we have to use other methods. Fortunately, I have a group of special demonic beasts under my command. They are called the Hidden Fog Beasts. They can travel underground, so I got them to investigate the Wolf Ivory Mountain from underground. They made a shocking discovery here. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. He glanced at the Falcon and the others and saw that the Falcon was quietly listening to him without any expression. He then continued, "They discovered that there is a very long underground defensive line in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. This defensive line has obviously existed for a long time, but maybe it wasn't connected in the past. It was only recently connected. However, this isn't what surprised us the most. What surprised us the most was that the demonic beasts under my command followed the defensive line and finally discovered that there is a huge Holy Gate base under the Thunder Hawk clan's nest. This Holy Gate base is really huge, enough to accommodate about 100,000 people. Moreover, there are tunnels and transmission arrays inside, allowing more people to come and support at any time. I just don't know if Patriarch Falcon people knows about this base." When the people of the Thunder Hawk clan heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment before an uproar broke out. One must know that their nest had always been a forbidden area, and this forbidden area was specifically targeted at the people of the Holy Gate. If the people of the Holy Gate really built a base under their nest, then it would be too terrifying. The Patriarch of the Falcon people's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, is what you said true? Is there really a Holy Gate base under our nest?" Zhao Hai looked at the Patriarch of the Falcon people and said, "If Patriarch Falcon allows it, then I will let Patriarch Falcon people take a look. Is that all right?" Sure, I would like to see if Patriarch Xiaohai is telling the truth. If it isn't, then don't blame me for being impolite. Falcon looked at Xiaohai and said in a deep voice. Xiaohai smiled faintly, then he looked at the foot of the mountain where the Thunderhawk clan was. Then with a wave of his hand, a large golden book appeared in his hand. Xiaohai opened the book and a very complex formation appeared in front of Xiaohai. Then all of the formations began to move. A yellow light flashed on top of the formation before it shot towards the foot of the mountain where the Thunderhawk clan was. Xiaohai looked at the yellow light that flashed on the Thunderhawk clan's mountain. Xiaohai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and took out a golden book. As the yellow light entered the foot of the mountain, the ground at the foot of the mountain suddenly fluctuated. Then, like a piece of cloth, the soil on the ground was lifted up by someone, revealing the thing underneath. Below, there was a huge pit. Inside the pit, there were countless people who were busy. However, those people who were busy all felt that there was something strange above their heads. They all raised their heads to look up in astonishment. Upon seeing the people below, Falcon's eyes flashed and he shouted, "Rat tribesman, how dare you!" Without needing him to say anything, the Thunderhawk clan's people rushed towards the rat tribesman. At this time, the rat tribesmen also reacted. They immediately screamed and fled in all directions. Many of them wanted to drill into the ground directly. But just as they were about to drill into the ground, they realized that they couldn't do it at all. Usually, earth escape was like an instinct to them. But now, they couldn't drill into the ground. The rat tribesmen stared. Then they discovered that the ground was flashing with a yellow light. Moreover, this light was showing the appearance of a formation. It was this formation that blocked them, making them unable to drill into the ground. While they were in a daze, the Thunderhawk clan had already arrived. The Thunderhawk clan was furious. This was their home. These people actually dug a hole under their home. How could they not be angry? Therefore, they didn't hold back and directly massacred these people. The rat tribesmen who entered the tunnel retreated at this time. This was because their tunnel had been completely sealed. They couldn't even run. At the same time, Xiaohai was also able to see how formidable the Thunderhawks were. Needless to say, the Thunderhawks were really formidable. Their defensive strength was too astonishing. The attacks of the rats were simply useless. Their sharp beaks and claws were the most powerful killing weapons. They could take the lives of the rats with just one blow. Their strength was formidable, and they were also very agile. Xiaohai thought that since their wings were so big, they wouldn't be able to fly very nimbly. However, he didn't expect that these Thunderhawks didn't use their wings at all. When they were flying, they would actually hide their wings. Only when they were in battle would they reveal their wings. They were like two iron plates that would break the bones of the rat tribesmen and tear their tendons. It didn't take long for the rat race to be killed by the Thunderhawk race. But Hawk race didn't move at all. He just watched the battle quietly, but his face was so heavy that it could drip water. Xiaohai looked at Falcon and said, "Falcon people, I'm not lying. Is it like what I said? In fact, the entire bottom of the Wolf Ivory Mountain has been hollowed out by the people of the Saint Gate. This underground defense line is definitely not something that can be completed in a short period of time. In other words, they have already been hollowed out. They already have the intention to deal with you, especially this base. You have seen the scale of this base. It won't be a problem for 100,000 people to live here. Now, there aren't many people of the rat race here, but there is a transmission array here. This means that this place can be turned into a military base at any time." The Falcon people flapped his wings and said, "Sect Master Xiaohai, you don't have to say anything. I know your intention. I can tell you that I agree. In the future, my Thunderhawk tribe will join forces with the Sea Exploring sect to deal with the Holy Gate." Xiaohai looked at the Falcon Patriarch and laughed. "Alright, Falcon Patriarch, I've been waiting for you to say this. Alright, then it's settled. Let's destroy this base. It wouldn't take long before the Holy Gate finds out. At this time, we have two choices. First, we can immediately attack the Holy Gate. But I'm not afraid to tell you that we aren't fully prepared yet. If we attack the Holy Gate, we might suffer a lot of casualties. Therefore, I want to ask you to stay at Chicken Heart Ridge for a period of time while we prepare. Once we attack the Holy Gate, I don't know what the Falcon Patriarch is planning to do. Do I have the right to do whatever I want? I want to attack now. Will your sea exploring sect cooperate? Yes, we will cooperate fully. Alright, then I want to attack now. Zhao Hai looked at Eagle Falcon. He hadn't expected that Eagle Falcon would suggest attacking now. However, he still smiled faintly and said, alright, let's attack now. I'll immediately get the Sea Exploring Sect's army to rush over here. You guys should also prepare yourselves. When the Sea Exploring Sect's army attacks the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, you guys will cooperate with them to attack the Sacred Gate. Is that alright? Eagle Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and said, are you really willing to cooperate with us to attack the Sacred Gate now? This will increase your casualties. Do you really want to do this? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, I'm willing. Eagle Falcon asked, why? Give me a reason. You should want us to fight to the death with the Sacred Gate. That way, you won't have to pay such a huge price to deal with the Sacred Gate. Zhao Hai looked at Eagle Falcon and said, do you really want to know? Yes, I want to know. As long as you can give me a reasonable reason, I'll believe you. No matter what you want from us, as long as we can do it, I'll definitely help you do it. Just because you're so busy helping me. I would like to invite the Thunder Eagle tribe to join the Sea Exploring Sect. I wonder if that's possible? Zhao Hai looked at Eagle Falcon and said. Eagle Falcon was stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, you mean, you want us to join the Sea Exploring Sect? Our entire Thunder Eagle tribe? What are the benefits of joining the Sea Exploring Sect? Why should we join the Sea Exploring Sect? Eagle Falcon looked at Zhao Hai. The answer that Zhao Hai had given him was clearly beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there are many benefits to joining the Sea Exploring Sect. In the future, you won't have to face enemies by yourself because you're a member of the Sea Exploring Sect. Moreover, you'll have people to communicate with for your cultivation. You'll also have more cultivation resources. Isn't this a greater benefit for you? Eagle Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and said, do we have to listen to your orders if we join the Sea Exploring Sect? If you really send us out to fight against others, do we have to follow you? Zhao Hai smiled and said, if there are gains, there will be sacrifices. Thinking only about gains and not sacrifices will not work. This is the rule of the Sea Exploring Sect. You can take a look. Regardless of whether you're a disciple of the human race or a demonic race disciple. There won't be any exceptions. As he said that, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to the hawk. The jade slip floated in front of the hawk. Without waiting for the hawk to read the contents of the jade slip, Zhao Hai said, do you still want to attack the Holy Gate? If you do, then I'll have the Sea Exploring Sect's army move towards this place. Eagle Falcon glanced at Zhao Hai and said, let's wait a bit. After he said that, he used his mind power to scan the jade slip. Eagle Falcon's mind power was very strong. He was able to see the contents of the jade slip clearly. The rules of the Sea Exploring Sect were very detailed. What disciples could obtain and what obligations they had to fulfill were written clearly. Therefore, Eagle Falcon understood the situation of the Sea Exploring Sect after reading the contents of the jade slip. One must know that the rules of the Sea Exploring Sect didn't only apply to the disciples. There were also rules for the elders. What missions the disciples could complete, how many contribution points they could get, what missions the disciples had to complete, what missions the elders had to complete, and how many contribution points they could get for each mission. These rules were very detailed. To be honest, such detailed rules really surprised Eagle Falcon. However, he was sure that Zhao Hai wasn't deceiving him. After all, if Zhao Hai was really deceiving him, he wouldn't have taken out such detailed rules. Therefore, Eagle Falcon believed in Zhao Hai's sincerity. However, Eagle Falcon still looked at Zhao Hai and said, I still don't understand. Why do you want to pull us into the Sea Exploring Sect? With the strength of your Sea Exploring Sect, it doesn't matter if we join or not. Moreover, you didn't come to the monster spirit realm just for revenge, right? Our Thunderhawk clan can't transform. Although our strength isn't weak, we've been living here for too long. Leaving this place for too long will affect our strength. Under such circumstances, you shouldn't be thinking of pulling us into the sea exploring sect, right? Why not? Like I said, all cultivators, regardless of whether they can transform or not, are cultivators. Our sea exploring sect didn't come to the monster spirit realm just for revenge. We also want more people to join the sea exploring sect and make it stronger. This is my goal. The falcon looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, Sect Master Zhao Hai, I really want to make friends with you. You're an enlightened being, and most of your words are true. This isn't an easy thing to do, especially the last part. It's very rare, very rare. Zhao Hai nodded, then the falcon nodded and said, Sect Master Zhao Hai, I really want to make friends with you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, Of course I'm telling the truth. This is because I already have the strength to do so. If you're strong enough, then you can speak the truth as you wish. If you're not strong enough, then you might have to pay a price for speaking the truth. Well said. Sect Master Zhao Hai's words might sound normal, but after listening carefully, I feel that it's very reasonable. I admire you. Zhao Hai looked at Eagle Falcon and said, Then what do falcon people think? Do you want to join our sea exploring sect? Eagle Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and said, If what you said is true, then I'll join the sea exploring sect. However, Patriarch Zhao Hai, please believe me. Our Thunderhawk clan can't leave the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. Only the astral winds here can help us cultivate. If we leave this place, then our strength might be affected. We might even be unable to take a step forward. Therefore, joining the sea exploring sect isn't a problem. However, our Thunderhawk clan can't leave the Wolf Ivory Mountain range for too long. When Zhao Hai heard Eagle Falcon, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Patriarch Eagle, you don't need to worry about this. Before I find a way to solve your cultivation problem, I won't let you leave this place for too long. As long as the falcon people agree to join our sea exploring sect, then everything will be fine. Eagle Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and said, I agree. I agree to join the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Good, that's great. Many thanks, Patriarch Eagle. Patriarch Eagle, what do you mean now? Are you going to start a war with the Sacred Gate immediately? If you want to start a war with the Sacred Gate, then our army will be coming here soon. Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and said, I've already joined the sea exploring sect. Naturally, this matter will be decided by the sect master. Whenever the sect master decides to make a move, then we'll make a move. Zhao Hai looked at the falcon people and couldn't help nodding. He had to admit that the patriarch of the Thunder Eagle tribe really had some skills and was very sensible. This was very rare. If he hadn't made this choice, then it would be hard to say what would have happened to the Thunder Eagle tribe in the end. This was because Zhao Hai wouldn't allow a force in his territory to not listen to him. Obviously, that wouldn't do. Therefore, if they hadn't surrendered, Zhao Hai would have dealt with them in the future. But now that they had chosen to join the Sea Exploring sect, they would be part of the Sea Exploring sect in the future. This was definitely a great thing for them. As for the attack on the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, Zhao Hai was still prepared to wait for 2 more days before entering the 8 Wolf Ivory Mountain range. This was because they weren't ready yet, so it wouldn't be too late to wait for 2 more days. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai said to Eagle Falcon, Patriarch Eagle, I think we still have to wait for 2 more days. In these 2 days, you should bring your tribe to another place. You can come with us or stay in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. But you can't stay here. You have to change places because the people of the Sacred Gate will definitely find out that something has happened here. When the time comes, they will definitely come here to attack you. Eagle Falcon thought for a moment and said, Sect Master, when are you going to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain range? It shouldn't be more than 5 days. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. Now that they were almost done with their preparations, 5 days was an extra time. Zhao Hai was prepared to go back and make preparations before attacking the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. Eagle Falcon nodded and said, Then I'll have to ask Sect Master to bring those underage and weak children away. We'll stay in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. When you start the attack, we'll be in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range and cooperate with you. What do you think, Sect Master? When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he looked at Eagle Falcon with some surprise. He didn't expect Eagle Falcon to do this. One must know that Eagle Falcon had handed over those weak children of the Thunder Eagle clan to him. This was equivalent to placing them here as hostages. If they made any strange moves, those children would definitely lose their lives. As a person who had just surrendered, he seemed to have trusted Zhao Hai too much. Zhao Hai looked at Eagle Falcon and said, "Eagle people, why do you trust me so much?" Eagle Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I won't hide it from Sect Master. I have an ability that allows me to know if a person is telling the truth or not. I can also tell if a person is good or evil towards me. Because of this, I trust Sect Master. Since we've already agreed to join the Sea Exploring Sect, wouldn't it be safer for us to leave those children with Sect Master? Sect Master doesn't have any reason to harm those children. If Sect Master does this, then you would be forcing us to leave the Sea Exploring Sect. But since Sect Master wants us to join the Sea Exploring Sect, then naturally you wouldn't force us to leave. So there's nothing for me to worry about." When Zhao Hai heard Falcon, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "I didn't think that you would have such an ability." "Good, very good, this ability is very useful. You're right, I don't have any reason to treat the children badly. They're now disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect, so naturally, I wouldn't treat them badly. Alright, let the children come with me while you hide. Take this formation with you. As long as we attack the Wolf Fang mountain range, we'll inform you in advance." Falcon nodded and said, "Alright." At the Chicken Heart Ridge defensive line, the entire Scouring Sea sect was busy preparing to attack the Wolf Ivory mountain range. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room, and the person sitting in front of him was Wen Hai. Zhao Hai said to Wen Hai, "Have you settled down the children of the Thunderhawk clan?" Wen Hai said, "Boss, don't worry. They have been settled down." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "This attack on Wolf Fang Mountain's defensive line is of the utmost importance. We must take it. As long as we can take it, then we'll have won." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright." Wen Hai nodded and said, "Boss, don't worry. We will definitely take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line." Wen Hai nodded and said, "Go prepare." Wen Hai nodded and then turned around to leave. Seeing Wen Hai leave, Zhao Hai sighed. He wasn't as confident as Wen Hai in taking down the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line. This was because the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line was too important to the Sacred Gate. Therefore, the Sacred Gate would definitely send a large army to defend it. This attack on the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line was definitely the most difficult one among the few battles. However, they had to fight. If they didn't take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line, they would never be able to deal with the Sacred Gate. Therefore, they had to take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line quickly. On the third day after Zhao Hai returned from the Wolf Ivory Mountain, the Scouring Sea Sect's army was sent out. Zhao Hai didn't say anything useless and led the army out directly. In fact, not long after Zhao Hai returned from the Wolf Ivory Mountain, the Sacred Gate's people had already discovered the changes in the Thunderhawk clan. They discovered that the base they had set up under the Thunderhawk clan's nest had been wiped out, and the Thunderhawk clan had disappeared. As soon as they saw this situation, they knew that things weren't good. Obviously, the Thunderhawk clan had already known about their plan and had fallen out with them. This made the Sacred Gate's people's faces turn ugly. The Sacred Race's people were very clear that this was a critical moment in their battle against the Sea Exploring Sect. If the Thunderhawk clan were to fall out with them at this time, it would be the worst-case scenario. It was also the situation that they didn't want to see the most. However, there was no other way now. They didn't know where the Thunderhawk clan had run to. Although they had built a defensive line in the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they weren't as familiar with the mountain as the Thunderhawk clan. Hence, they were almost certain that they wouldn't be able to find the Thunderhawk clan's people. For such a thing to happen at such a critical moment was a huge blow to the Sacred Gate. But in any case, the matter had already happened, and they could only face it. The Blue Dragon Elder immediately called the other elders to his study room. Among the 12 Zodiac Elders, except for the 6 who were guarding the place near the Intent Sect, the other 6 were all present. In addition to the 4 Saint Elders, it could be said that almost all the people in charge of the Sacred Gate were here. The Blue Dragon Elder looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, I don't think I need to say more about the Thunderhawk clan. Our previous arrangements were very perfect. I think it's impossible for the Thunderhawk clan to discover us. So I think there must be something going on. Someone must have told the Thunderhawk clan that we have a base there. Otherwise, the Thunderhawk clan wouldn't know about it. Everyone nodded. They also thought so. One must know that their base was about 200 meters deep underground. Even if the Thunderhawk clan had sharp senses and powerful strength, it was impossible for them to discover the base. Although the Thunderhawk clan was powerful, their use of magical techniques was almost zero. The way the base was opened was obviously through magical techniques. So from these aspects, someone must have known about the base and told the Thunderhawk clan. And this person was most likely from the Sea Exploring sect. The Blue Dragon Elder said, I know that everyone is thinking that this matter was done by the Sea Exploring sect. But it's useless to think about it now. Whether this matter was done by the Sea Exploring sect or not, the result is the same for us. The Thunderhawk clan might have disappeared, but they definitely wouldn't leave the Wolf Ivory mountain range. They must be in the dark, waiting to retaliate against us. If this matter is really related to the Sea Exploring sect, then when the Sea Exploring sect prepares to deal with us, the Thunderhawk clan will certainly follow suit. Therefore, we need to be more careful. Everyone nodded. Then the Vermilion Bird Elder said, increase the troops. There's no other way now. The Sea Exploring sect won't attack, but if they do, it will certainly be a fierce attack. Most importantly, if the Thunderhawk clan's matter was really done by the Sea Exploring sect, then it proves that they already know about our underground defensive line. This is the most disadvantageous for us. Although there are astral winds at the top of the Wolf Ivory mountain, this doesn't mean that the other party's large artifacts can't fly over. I think everyone is clear about the number of large artifacts of the Sea Exploring sect, right? If such a large artifact were to fly over and attack a place, then it wouldn't be easy for us to block it. Therefore, with our current strength, it won't be easy to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. We can only increase the number of troops we have. The other elders also nodded. The White Tiger Elder, who rarely spoke, said, everyone, I've discovered that our battle with the Sea Exploring sect seems to have been led by the nose. This won't do, we'll always be at the back. What I mean is, aren't they going to attack us? Alright, let's do it. If they attack our Wolf Ivory Mountain's defensive line, then we'll counterattack their Chicken Heart Mountain's defensive line. If the Sea Exploring sect attacks us, then their Chicken Heart Mountain's defensive line will surely be empty. We'll take this opportunity to attack them. Although they have formations, their people have already come out. I don't believe that their formations are that strong. If they're worried that our Chicken Heart Mountain's defensive line will be attacked by us, then wouldn't our goal be achieved? If they don't withdraw, then we'll be able to take the defensive line. At that time, we'll be able to launch a pincer attack and eliminate the Sea Exploring sect's army in one fell swoop. What does everyone think? Upon hearing the White Tiger Elder, the other elders' eyes couldn't help but light up. Several of them nodded. Then the Blue Dragon Elder said, this is a good idea. I think it's feasible. The Vermilion Bird Elder said, how to break the Sea Exploring sect's formation is a difficult problem. We can send 9 turtles. At the same time, tell the Holy Lord about the situation here. I think we can ask for the Saint Beast artifact. Upon hearing the Vermilion Bird Elder's words, everyone turned silent. Last time, they had asked for the Saint Beast artifact. But that time, the Saint Beast artifact was left in the Sword Spirit world. For the Holy Gate, this was a great humiliation. Now, they had to ask for the Saint Beast artifact. This was indeed difficult. If something happened to the Saint Beast artifact, then who would bear the responsibility? The Vermilion Bird Elder glanced at them and said in a deep voice, I know that asking for the Saint Beast artifact is a great responsibility. But now that things have come to this point, we don't need to think too much. Let's ask for the Saint Beast artifact. This time, I'll personally bring the Saint Beast artifact. I guarantee that as long as I'm alive, the Saint Beast artifact will still be there. If the Saint Beast artifact is really taken away by the Sea Exploring sect, then it means that I've already died there. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others' complexion changed. They could hear the determination to die in the Vermilion Bird Elder's words. This moved them the most. One must know that although the Vermilion Bird Elder had the Holy Lord and the Blue Dragon Elder above him, he was absolutely in existence with the highest authority in the Holy Gate. Therefore, generally, people with his status would prioritize their own lives. There were very few elders like him who had the determination to die for something. The Blue Dragon Elder looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder and said in a deep voice, "Vermilion Bird, have you really thought it through? In fact, we haven't reached the point where we have to go all out against the sea exploring sect at this time." The Vermilion Bird Elder shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, we can't do that now. We should treat every battle as the last one. Otherwise, we will never win against the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai of the sea exploring sect is too strong, so we have to fight like this. There's no need for any of you to say anything. I will personally report this matter to the Holy Lord. Leave the matter of attacking the Heart Ridge to me. Last time, we attacked the Heart Ridge from the underground, but Zhao Hai and the others found out about it. This time, they will certainly take precautions in this aspect. Then, we won't play so many tricks and will directly attack. This time, we will attack the Heart Ridge directly to avoid the sea exploring sect's army. I want to see how Zhao Hai will react when the time comes." The Blue Dragon Elder and the others turned silent. After a while, the Blue Dragon Elder slapped the table and said, "Vermilion Bird is right, we can't think of retreating anymore. We must treat every battle as the last one. This time, we will fight to the death with the sea exploring sect. We are defending our homeland, so we dare to risk our lives. I want to see if the people of the sea exploring sect will also risk their lives. What tactics, what stratagems, they are all empty. This time, we will fight the sea exploring sect head-on. Unless we fight to the last man, no one is allowed to retreat." When the elders heard Azure Dragon Elder's words, they simultaneously responded. Their eyes revealed a trace of determination. They were also stimulated by the Vermilion Bird Elder. Moreover, they also felt that their previous thoughts were wrong. Saying that they would still have a chance if they were defeated was just an excuse. They were afraid of the Scouring Sea sect. Now that they had made up their minds to die, they weren't afraid anymore. So what if the Scouring Sea sect was the Holy Gate? Their Holy Gate wasn't weak. Now that the Scouring Sea sect had invaded their homeland, the Holy Gate's people would go all out against them. The Holy Gate's disciples weren't afraid of going all out, they were afraid that the Scouring Sea sect wouldn't dare to go all out. This time, let's see if the Scouring Sea sect dared to go all out. Zhao Hai stood on the 10,000 Swords ship and looked at the Wolf Ivory Mountain that was getting closer and closer. His heart felt heavy. He knew that the Holy Gate's people would go all out this time. However, there was no other way. If you attack others, they would naturally go all out. Therefore, Zhao Hai had already thought about it. They couldn't be too hasty in their attack. They had to stabilize their attack and attack one place at a time. They couldn't attack in an all-out attack. What they needed to do now was to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain first. At this time, when Wen Hai arrived beside Zhao Hai, he cupped his fist and said to Zhao Hai, "Boss, everything is ready. We will reach the Wolf Ivory Mountain's Lone Wolf Peak after another 100 li. That will be the first place we choose to attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's get ready." When Wen Hai nodded and then turned around to leave. Not long after, they saw a mountain peak. The mountain peak was very tall, piercing through the clouds. It looked very obscure. Most importantly, the mountain peak looked like a lone wolf howling towards the sky. This was how the name Lone Wolf Peak came about. On this Lone Wolf Peak, there was a Holy Gate branch, and it was a very big one. Moreover, they had also built a base in this Lone Wolf Peak. Although this base wasn't very big, it wasn't small either. There was a passageway below it that led directly to the other peaks. It could be considered as a relatively well-built branch of the Holy Gate. Zhao Hai looked at the Lone Wolf Peak and said, "Attack." Xing Feng immediately passed down Zhao Hai's order. The Sea Exploring Sect's army immediately moved. Energy cannons on large artifacts were fired towards the Lone Wolf Peak. Energy balls hit the Lone Wolf Peak one after another. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that there were no energy cannons on the Lone Wolf Peak to counterattack. Not to mention counterattacking, There wasn't even a single person coming out of the Lone Wolf Peak. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Could it be that there was no one on the Lone Wolf Peak? The people of the Saint Gate had evacuated all the people on the Lone Wolf Peak. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai rejected this idea. He was very clear about the current situation. The Holy Gate would certainly defend the Wolf Fang mountain range with all their strength. It was impossible for the Sea Exploring sect to occupy a piece of land here. If the Sea Exploring sect were to occupy a piece of land here, then it wouldn't be easy to drive them away. This was something that the Holy Gate didn't want to see. It was precisely because of this that the people from the Saint Gate would never give up on this place. However, they weren't attacking now. What was going on? The Sea Exploring sect's attack didn't stop. After 20 rounds of energy cannons, they slowly stopped. The Lone Wolf Peak's Holy Gate branch had already been plowed by the energy cannons. It was unknown how many times it had been plowed by the energy cannons, turning it into a wasteland. When the attack of the energy cannon stopped, it was time for the people to attack. Only when someone occupied the Lone Wolf Peak would they be considered to have occupied the Lone Wolf Peak. Just as the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect were about to attack the Lone Wolf Peak, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Pass down the order. Tell all the disciples to pay attention. The enemy this time won't be as easy to deal with as last time. They might go all out." Xingfeng complied and passed down the order with a dignified expression. The others were also prepared and passed down the order directly. However, no matter what the order was, the attack was a must. The first wave of attack on the Lone Wolf Peak was made up of the elites of the Sea Exploring sect. They could be said to be the elites of the elites. They were also veterans of hundreds of battles. Sending them to the Lone Wolf Peak for the first wave of attack showed that Zhao Hai's team attached great importance to this operation. The disciples quickly reached the Lone Wolf Peak. Then, the sound of fighting immediately came from the Lone Wolf Peak. Countless disciples of the Holy Gate drilled out of the dark passage and began to attack the people of the Sea Exploring sect. It could be seen that they were really going all out this time. All the disciples of the Holy Gate didn't hold back, nor did they have the slightest intention of escaping. Even the moves they used were moves that involved exchanging lives for lives. It was as if they were attacking each other, and if they didn't block, they would take the opportunity to attack. They were exchanging injuries for injuries, exchanging lives for lives. Cultivators rarely used such an attack method. A cultivator's life was very precious. Unless there was no other choice, sometimes cultivators would rather surrender than fight with their lives on the line. This was because their lives were too precious. They might lose their freedom if they surrendered, but at least they would still be alive. This was very important. For cultivators, as long as they were alive, there was hope. But now, the disciples of the Saint Gate were completely different. They were fighting with their lives on the line, exchanging lives for lives. Such a fighting style was really uncomfortable for the spectators. Fortunately, the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect had undergone very strict training. So even under such circumstances, they still maintained the formation of small teams to fight. This greatly reduced the number of casualties. However, the Lone Wolf Peak was only so big. No matter which side it was, the number of troops deployed wasn't a lot. It was impossible to deploy too many troops. In this way, they could only rely on the disciples to fight. As a result, the casualties of the disciples would inevitably increase. Zhao Hai also noticed this situation. He immediately understood what the people of the Holy Gate were planning. It seems like they wanted to use this method to prevent the Sea Exploring sect's energy cannons from being used. When the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect attacked, they would go all out. Even if they had to exchange lives for lives, they would still go all out. For the Sea Exploring sect, this wasn't good news. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Hai said, "Xinquang, you go and help. Remember, use techniques to deal with those guys as soon as possible. We have to take down the Lone Wolf Peak as soon as possible." When Xinquang heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then he immediately complied and rushed towards the Lone Wolf Peak. Che Rong also wanted to go up, but Zhao Hai didn't let him. The reason why Zhao Hai let Xinquang go up was because Xinquang's mind power was incomparably strong. He was also a magical technique expert. If he went up the Lone Wolf Peak, he could use his mind power to destroy the underground base of the Holy Gate. This way, the Holy Gate wouldn't have any reinforcements. Just relying on the people on the Lone Wolf Peak wouldn't be able to stop the attack of the sea exploring sect. Sure enough, after Xianxia went up the Lone Wolf Peak, the situation on the mountain immediately changed. The disciples of the sea exploring sect slowly gained the upper hand. Although the disciples of the Holy Gate were still going all out, it seemed like they were on the verge of death. In the end, the sea exploring sect took down the Lone Wolf Peak and prepared to use it as their base. After cleaning up all the disciples of the Holy Gate on the Lone Wolf Peak, Xianxia went up the Lone Wolf Peak. Although the area of the Lone Wolf Peak wasn't big and couldn't accommodate all the disciples of the sea exploring sect, it was still a good thing for them to have a place to settle down. When he arrived at the Lone Wolf Peak, he discovered that the underground base had actually been expanded. This surprised Xianxia a little, but he didn't say anything. It was obvious that this place had been created by the Holy Gate in the past few days. When Xianxia returned to the 10,000 swords ship, he called Wenwenhai and the others over as well. When everyone was in his room, Xianxia looked at everyone and said, "Although the battle on Lone Wolf Peak has ended, I don't know if you noticed that the battle on Lone Wolf Peak was different from the previous battles." Wenwenhai nodded and said, "I'm not sure if you noticed it." When they heard Xianxia say this, everyone nodded. Wenwenhai was the first to speak. "This time, we suffered a lot of casualties." Ding Chenming chimed in, "The enemy is clearly going all out, exchanging lives for lives. Our disciples aren't used to this kind of method. Therefore, the casualties have increased." Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, the enemy is going all out. They are very clear that they have no choice but to go all out. If they don't go all out, they will be destroyed by us. Therefore, they are going all out. They gave up on using their energy cannons because they know that their energy cannons can't compare to ours. They also gave up on using their energy shields because they know that their energy shields can't stop us. Therefore, they have only one thing to do, and that is to go all out against us. Once our people reach the top of the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they will come out and fight us." Does anyone have anything to say about the enemy's method of fighting? This made everyone stare. To be honest, they hadn't thought of this method of fighting before. Therefore, they didn't know how to respond to Xianxia. Wenwenhai was also frowning as he sat there. Honestly speaking, the Saint Gate's strategy made them speechless. This was because the energy cannons couldn't replace the disciples. As long as the disciples went up the mountain, the energy cannons would attack them and fight them to the death. This really gave them a headache. At this time, Xianxia felt his communication formation flashing. He moved his hand and a communication formation appeared in his hand. Then a letter appeared on the formation. Xianxia picked up the letter and looked at it. Then he put it down and turned his head to everyone, "Report to the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress. The Holy Gate's army is currently attacking the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress. Moreover, they have destroyed some of the formations on the periphery. I think I understand the enemy's strategy now. The enemy wants to stop us at the Wolf Ivory Mountain. They have placed a large number of disciples in the mountain and are going all out against us. At the same time, they have also sent a portion of their disciples to attack the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress. If we return to help, then we will have to give up on this attack. If we don't, then the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress might be in danger. What do you think?" Upon hearing Xianxia's words, everyone didn't have much of a reaction. It was as if they didn't care about the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress being attacked. In fact, this wasn't the case. It wasn't that they didn't care, they just had confidence in the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress. These people had participated in the construction of the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress. They were very clear about how powerful the fortress was. Because of this, they weren't worried at all. However, when Wenhai still said, "If the Holy Gate attacks the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress with all their strength, then it would be very dangerous. If they don't, then there wouldn't be any danger. The main problem now is the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. There are a lot of Holy Gate branches and bases here. If we have to fight with all of them, then it would be very troublesome." Xianxia looked at everyone and then said, "The Holy Gate was able to destroy the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive formation. It seems like they used an artifact, just like the last time they used a Saint Beast artifact. Therefore, we still need to pay attention to the situation there. Next, I'll prepare to return to the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line. I'll leave the matter of attacking the Wolf Fang Mountain to you. Right, I haven't ordered the Thunder Hawks to make a move yet. Looking at the current situation, the Thunder Hawks shouldn't make a move right now. We need to wait until we reach a consensus. Tell me, how can we take the Wolf Fang Mountain's defensive line? How do you plan to attack the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress? As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but turn silent. They felt that their hearts were heavy. This was because Zhao Hai wanted to return to the Chicken Heart Ridge Fortress. This was their biggest headache. Once Zhao Hai left, it was as if their backbone had left as well. Therefore, they were silent. At this time, Xingfeng, who was standing behind Zhao Hai, suddenly said, "Foster father, I wonder if I can say a few words." Everyone looked at Xingfeng. Usually, Xingfeng wouldn't speak in this kind of situation. But now that he suddenly spoke, it was clear that he had an idea. Everyone was looking forward to what he had to say. Zhao Hai smiled as he looked at Xingfeng and said, "You can speak. In this kind of occasion, anyone who wants to speak can speak." Xingfeng nodded, then he cupped his fist towards everyone and said, "Everyone here is my elder. I also have an idea that I want to share with everyone. If there's anything wrong with it, I hope that everyone can forgive me." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but smile. When Wenhai smiled and said, "Little you, just say it. A lot of people here have watched you grow up. There's nothing that you can't say. Even if you say something wrong, no one will laugh at you." Ding Chunming nodded with a smile. When Wenhai's words weren't wrong. Among the people present, there were indeed a lot of people who had watched Xingfeng grow up. Xingfeng grew up in Seashore City, so many of the elders knew him. And now, many of those elders were already in high positions. Later on, when Zhao Hai became the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect, Xingfeng was raised by Zhao Hai. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Sea Exploring sect all knew him. In the eyes of these people, Xingfeng was their junior. Naturally, they wouldn't laugh at or blame a junior. When Xingfeng heard Wenhai's words, he didn't get angry. This was because when he was raised in Seashore City, Wenhai had been very good to him. Because Zhao Hai was often absent, he had more contact with Wenhai. The two of them had a very close relationship. Therefore, Xingfeng wasn't angry at Wenhai's words. Instead, he smiled and said, "I'm afraid that Uncle Wen will laugh at me." Everyone didn't mind and chuckled. Then, Xingfeng's expression turned serious as he said, "I just want to talk about my idea of dealing with the Sacred Gate's branches. The Holy Gate attaches great importance to the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Therefore, they want to fight us here. However, they are all hiding in their underground bases and tunnels. Our energy cannons can't do anything to them. However, everyone seems to have forgotten the origin of our sea exploring sect." Hearing Xingfeng's words, Wenhai and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Xingfeng in confusion. Xingfeng looked at everyone and said, "When our sea exploring sect was just established, we didn't have a complete inheritance. At that time, Foster Father wanted everyone to have more attack power, so he created the strength technique. You can use many kinds of power in your techniques, just like martial arts. Later on, he learned the poison technique and created the medium technique. In my opinion, the medium technique isn't any worse than any other cultivation technique. It might even be stronger because how many kinds of techniques do we have? How many cultivation methods do we have? Countless. If we can turn all of our cultivation methods into medium techniques and use all of our strength techniques, then the combat strength of our cultivation methods would be even more powerful. Now, the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain requires magic techniques to solve. Aren't the enemies hiding in their underground bases? We can use earth techniques to destroy their bases. When the time comes, I don't believe that they won't come out. Almost all of our sea exploring sect's disciples use medium techniques. It's just that some people use it well and some people don't. However, if we gather all of our disciples and use earth techniques to attack the Holy Gate's branch hall, then even if they have an underground base, it would still be destroyed. At that time, they would have no choice but to come out. At that time, we can use energy cannons or large artifacts to attack. It's better than going all out. When everyone heard half of Xingfeng's words, they already understood what he meant. Their eyes lit up as they looked at Xingfeng. When Xingfeng finished speaking, they clapped their hands to express their excitement. Zhao Hai also looked at Xingfeng with a smile. When Xingfeng saw everyone's reaction, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He cupped his fist towards everyone and then stood behind Zhao Hai. Everyone looked at him and chuckled softly. This was completely out of goodwill. After all, the people present were all Xingfeng's elders. They really didn't have any ill intentions. Zhao looked at the crowd and smiled. What does everyone think of Shang'er's idea? Great, that's great. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, when Wen Hai loudly said, Boss, if Xiaosu didn't mention it, we wouldn't have thought about it. We can use spells to deal with them, and we can also use talismans. But we don't need to use talismans. But I think that we should consider the medium spell that Xiaosu mentioned before. What do you think, boss? Zhao Hai nodded and said, we should think about it. I've neglected spells before. Shang'er is right. How many spells are there in the cultivation world? I'm afraid that no one has ever calculated this, because there are too many of them. If all of these spells can be used as mediums, or even large-scale attack spells, then it's hard to say how strong they would be. It seems like we didn't pay much attention to spells in the past. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, Shang'er, you're the best at using spells and know the most. How about this, you stay here and help Wen Hai and the others deal with the Holy Gates people. At the same time, you need to think about how to turn all of our spells into medium spells. The medium spells we're using now are all low-grade spells, and they use first-grade crystals. I think that if we use large-scale high-grade spells, then the medium would be better. You don't need to be afraid of wasting things, you can experiment as much as you want. But remember, don't take too many risks and don't get yourself injured. When Xingfeng heard Zhao Hai's words, he excitedly said, Yes, foster father. I'll do my best. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to the others and said, All right, this matter is settled. I'll return to Chicken Heart Ridge now. At that time, you can discuss how to deal with the Holy Gate. Wen Hai will be in charge of the people here. Chun Ming, you'll be the deputy. Everyone else will listen to the two of them. But if there's a problem, then discuss it. If you can't make a decision, then send me a letter. Everyone nodded. They were now unprecedentedly confident. In their opinion, now that they had found a way to deal with the Holy Gate, the only thing left was to deal with the Holy Gate. Naturally, they wouldn't be worried about anything. After giving out instructions, Zhao Hai directly left the Myriad Swords ship and used the transmission formation to return to the Chicken Heart Ridge. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the Holy Gate's attack on the Chicken Heart Ridge was. Che Rong had been following Zhao Hai all along. He didn't stay behind. Che Rong was a physique cultivator. His defense was amazing, and his strength was also very strong. However, he wasn't as useful as Xingfeng in this battle. Therefore, it was the same whether he stayed behind or not. He might as well follow Zhao Hai. After all, he also liked to follow Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai returned to the Chicken Heart Ridge, someone immediately came over. This person was none other than Taisher. Taisher was a calm person. Whenever Zhao Hai wanted to stabilize the situation, he would send Taisher to do it. Taisher might be a flexible person, but he was very calm. It was almost impossible for him to make a mistake. He was the kind of person who would rather do nothing than make a mistake. Zhao Hai looked at Taisher and said, What's going on? Is the Holy Gate's attack this time very fierce? Taisher nodded and said, Yes, Sect Lord. The Holy Gate's attack is very fierce. I didn't expect it to be this fierce. Therefore, I'm very worried. Zhao Hai said, Let's go and take a look. After saying that, he flew out of the cave in Chicken Heart Ridge. Immediately, an iron lotus flower flew in front of him. Taisher, Che Rong, and Taisher jumped on the iron lotus flower. Then they flew out of the Chicken Heart Ridge. Because the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive formation was already used, the people outside could see Zhao Hai and the others. However, the Holy Gate's attack didn't stop. It was still very fierce. This time, the Holy Gate's method was similar to the previous one. They had the 9-numbered turtles enter the formation and calculate the formation core. Then they would use the Saint Beast artifacts to destroy the formation runes. During this process, they would arrange their own formations inside the sea exploring sex formation in order to resist the sea exploring sex formation. This was the old method. However, the method this time was different from the previous one. If they were to use the same method as before, then they wouldn't succeed. It's possible that when the 9-numbered turtles entered the sea exploring sex formation, he would be killed by the formation. This was because the sea exploring sex formation was now a killing formation. It was a formation that focused on killing. It was different from the previous formation that focused on illusions. If they were to use the previous method, then they would certainly die miserably. However, they were different this time. This time, the Vermilion Bird Elder was personally leading the team. He had already revealed his true form, a fiery red bird. He was personally protecting the 9-numbered turtles along with several Saint Beast artifacts. Therefore, the 9-numbered turtles' safety wasn't threatened. This way, the Vermilion Bird Elder could slowly calculate the formation core. After calculating the formation core, they would use the Saint Beast artifacts to destroy the formation core. They were using this method to advance bit by bit. At this time, the Vermilion Bird Elder naturally saw Zhao Hai. However, he didn't move. He was currently in his true form, protecting the 9-numbered turtles. He just coldly glanced at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder's appearance and couldn't help but smile faintly. Since the Vermilion Bird Elder is here, it seems like the Holy Gates people are really going all out this time. Taisha replied, it's not just the Vermilion Bird Elder. The Holy Gates people who came with the Vermilion Bird Elder are all elites of the Holy Gate. Their fighting strength is very powerful. Although our killing formation is powerful, without the sect master's control, its power isn't enough to threaten them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the most troublesome thing about a killing formation is that it needs a person to control it. You people still have too little understanding of killing formations. You need to strengthen your learning in this aspect in the future. Alright, we already know what they're going to do. Let's go back and think of a way to deal with them. Taisha nodded and followed Zhao Hai back to the Chicken Heart Ridge. As soon as they entered the Chicken Heart Ridge, Zhao Hai went straight to his study room and took out the green jade compass. He glanced at the compass and made a few strokes on it. Following Zhao Hai's actions, the entire Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line immediately changed. A gravitational force suddenly appeared at the Chicken Heart Ridge. The Vermilion Bird Elder and the others felt a heavy weight on their bodies. Although they could still fly, the others couldn't. Not only could they not fly, but they also felt like a huge rock was pressing on their bodies. Although they wouldn't be crushed by the rock due to their physique, their movements were greatly affected. Then, under the feet of the Holy Gates army, rows of earth spikes suddenly appeared. These earth spikes were very fast. As soon as they appeared, they took the lives of many Holy Gates disciples. However, most of the Holy Gates disciples were still able to block this attack. After all, they had encountered such an attack before, but this time, the gravity was increased. In the past, they could fly and directly avoid such an attack. But now, they had no way to avoid it. However, these Holy Gates disciples were very strong, so they were able to block this attack. However, at the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line, stone giants suddenly appeared one after another. These stone giants drilled out from the ground. Each of them was about 5 meters tall. They looked a little small, but they gave people a strong sense of oppression. Moreover, unlike other stone giants, the stone giants that appeared at the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line were holding weapons in their hands. As soon as these stone giants appeared, they immediately attacked the Holy Gates people. Their speed was very fast. When it came to stone giants, the impression that they gave people was that they were very tall, had amazing defensive capabilities, and had amazing strength. However, their movements were very slow, clumsy, and they didn't know how to use weapons. However, the stone giants that appeared in the Chicken Heart Ridge were completely different. Although these stone giants were about 5 meters tall, their height was nothing in front of the Holy Gates disciples. The disciples had revealed their true forms, and some of them were even taller than the stone giants. Although these stone giants were only about 5 meters tall, their movement speed was very fast. They could also use earth-attributed techniques. They also held weapons in their hands, and their weapons were very uniform. All of them were incomparably huge stone hammers. These stone giants looked a lot more exquisite than the other stone giants. The other stone giants looked like they were pushed together by a pile of stones. However, these stone giants were different. They looked as if they were carefully carved. The lines of their muscles could be seen, and even their eyes were carved. Although they didn't have any expression, they were more exquisite than the other stone giants. The number of these stone giants was very large. They were like sculptures that were buried in the ground. At this moment, they suddenly came back to life and became incomparably brave warriors. However, one shouldn't think that these stone giants' defensive capabilities weren't good. In fact, the defensive capabilities of these stone giants were very amazing. Compared to the other stone giants, their defensive capabilities were much more astonishing. When the Vermilion Bird Elder saw these stone giants, he guessed that these stone giants weren't to be trifled with. In fact, when he saw Xianxia appear in the Chicken Heart Ridge, he knew that they might be in trouble. It wasn't just anyone, it was Xianxia. Now that Xianxia appeared here, he would certainly find a way to deal with them. However, the Vermilion Bird Elder was also very happy. Xianxia's return meant that the Sea Exploring Sect's army in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range was under someone else's command. To be honest, other than Xianxia, they weren't afraid of anyone else. They wouldn't be worried about anyone else commanding them. Therefore, what the Vermilion Bird Elder wanted to do now was to drag Xianxia here and not let him go to the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. This way, the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range would be easier. As long as they waited until the sky turned dark, the Sea Exploring Sect's army would have to retreat. This time, the Vermilion Bird Elder and the rest were prepared to fight with their lives on the line. In that case, they naturally had to bring out the strengths of the Holy Gate's disciples. Compared to the battles in the day, the combat strength of the Holy Gate's disciples in the night was equally strong. In fact, they might even be stronger in the day. The Holy Gate's disciples were all beast cultivators. Before they transformed into human form, they were all demonic beasts. There were a lot of demonic beasts, but all of them were active at night. Therefore, their battle strength wouldn't be affected at night. Some disciples were even more proficient in battle at night. The reason why Xianxia and the others were able to succeed in the night attack and take down the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line in one fell swoop was because the Holy Gate's people were too careless. They thought that Xianxia was aware of their battle strength at night, so he wouldn't deal with them at night. Therefore, the Holy Gate's disciples were relieved to rest. In addition, Xianxia and the others had been using energy cannons to attack at night. Therefore, the Holy Gate's disciples were too careless. Even those who were good at night battles would panic if they were suddenly woken up from their sleep. Therefore, the Holy Gate's disciples were defeated at that time. But now, the Holy Gate's disciples were prepared. Although the Lone Wolf Peak was occupied by the Holy Gate's disciples, the Holy Gate had left it to them. The Lone Wolf Peak's location was very special. It was located in the periphery of the Wolf Fang Mountain Range. It was a solitary peak. There weren't many troops stationed there, so it was very difficult to defend it. Therefore, although the Holy Gate had arranged a garrison there, they didn't think that they would be able to defend it. The garrison they arranged there was to go all out against the Sea Exploring Sect. It was to attack the Sea Exploring Sect's morale. Once the Sea Exploration Sect took over the Lone Wolf Peak, they would definitely use it as a base. Then, they would use the Lone Wolf Peak as a starting point to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. That was when the real battle would begin. They would definitely block the Sea Exploration Sect's attack. When the sky turned dark, they would mobilize their army to attack the Lone Wolf Peak. They would let the Sea Exploration Sect know how powerful the Holy Gate's disciples were. It was precisely because of this idea that the Vermilion Bird Elder wanted to drag Xianxia here. Under the command of the Vermilion Bird Elder, the Holy Gate's disciples went all out to fight against the stone giants. Although the stone giants' fighting strength wasn't weak, they were facing the Holy Gate's elites. Therefore, they didn't have any advantage. However, these stone giants were consumables. They weren't the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples. They only appeared because of the killing array. Therefore, even if they were destroyed, more stone giants would appear. But if the Holy Gate's disciples were killed, then they would really die. At this time, a few Holy Gate's disciples suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. They twitched a few times and died. There were no enemies around them, nor were there any stone giants. How did they die? This made the Holy Gate's disciples feel very strange. At this time, a few more Holy Gate's disciples fell to the ground, which also attracted the attention of the Holy Gate's disciples. One must know that these Holy Gate's disciples were all elites. The death of one of them wasn't a small matter. Now that so many of them had died, it naturally attracted the attention of the Holy Gate's disciples. This time, the Holy Gate's disciples who came with the Vermilion Bird Legion were the Holy Gate's main force. They were one of the most important legions in the Holy Gate. Needless to say, these people's combat strength was very strong. But now, they died without knowing the reason. This really surprised the Holy Gate's disciples. Very soon, the people of the Saint Gate noticed that there were some almost transparent figures. They didn't know when they would appear and attack the people of the Saint Gate. These figures seemed to be completely transparent. If they stood there without moving, you wouldn't be able to see them at all. Only when they moved would you feel something. Their figures weren't tall and they could fly in the sky. You couldn't see what weapons they were using. This was really very strange. In fact, the Holy Gate's disciples didn't know that these transparent figures were actually wind spirits. Wind spirits were a kind of thing similar to the stone giants. They were a kind of thing that only existed in the killing array. Their combat strength wasn't weak. The most important thing was that they were almost transparent. When they moved, there wasn't any sound. Even spiritual energy couldn't detect them. The weapons in their hands were similar to them, transparent daggers, which were specialized in assassination. The Holy Gate's disciples didn't notice these wind spirits at the beginning. So they suffered a small loss. Several of them were killed by the wind spirits. But now, the Holy Gate's disciples had also discovered these wind spirits. Naturally, they would be careful of their attacks. But soon, they discovered that these wind spirits weren't easy to deal with. Their attacks weren't very effective against these wind spirits. The Holy Gate's disciples were all beast cultivators. They weren't very good at using magical techniques. Their attacks were generally all physical attacks. And physical attacks were useless against the wind spirits. The wind spirits could turn their bodies into nothingness. It was a bit like the hidden fog beast's mist form. In this way, physical attacks weren't very useful against them. On the contrary, magical techniques were very useful against the wind spirits. But the Holy Gate's disciples weren't very good at it. However, although the Holy Gate's disciples couldn't deal with the wind spirits, it was very difficult for the wind spirits to kill the Holy Gate's disciples. As soon as they got close to the Holy Gate's disciples, the Holy Gate's disciples would attack them while the wind spirits would turn into nothingness. In this way, although the wind spirits could avoid the attacks of the Holy Gate's disciples, they had no way to attack the Holy Gate's disciples. But this wasn't the end. At this moment, several ice dragons and fire phoenixes suddenly appeared in the great array and began to attack the Holy Gate's disciples. Elder Vermilion Bird had been paying attention to the changes in the field. When he saw the stone giant, wind spirits, ice dragons, and fire phoenixes all appear, he couldn't help but frown. To be honest, the power of this great array was really beyond his expectations. It was really too high. He now felt that it was a tricky situation. Although he was determined to go all out against the Sea Exploring sect, he didn't want to die in vain. If his death could bring harm to the Sea Exploring sect, then his death would be worth it. But if they were to die under this kind of attack, then it wouldn't be worth it. After all, it was equivalent to not bringing any harm to the Sea Exploring sect. In the end, Elder Vermilion Bird had no choice but to temporarily retreat to the array they had built. Then, they would think of a way to attack the Sea Exploring sect. But what Elder Vermilion Bird didn't expect was that even if they retreated to the array they had built, the Sea Exploring sect's attack didn't stop. The Stone Giant, Wind Spirit, Fire Phoenix, and Ice Dragon were still attacking them. This made Elder Vermilion Bird very surprised. He hadn't seen such an array before. In fact, he wasn't surprised at all. This was because what they were facing now wasn't an ordinary array, but a killing array. The strongest point of a killing array was that even if you don't enter the array, as long as you're within a certain range of the array, then the killing array can attack you. This was the strongest point of a killing array. Because of this, the attack area of Zhao Hai's formation was much larger compared to other formations. The attack range of Zhao Hai's formation was 200 li away from the formation. In other words, as long as someone enters the 200 li radius of the formation without the approval of the formation, they would be attacked by the formation. Naturally, this feature wouldn't be used during normal times. After all, it might cause accidental injuries. Because of this, the people of the Holy Gate were able to reach the periphery of Chicken Heart Ridge and destroy several formation talismans. Zhao Hai's formation had a very large area. Because of this, the attack area of Zhao Hai's formation was much larger compared to other formations. The attack range of Zhao Hai's formation was 200 li away from the formation. In other words, as long as someone enters the 200 li radius of the formation without the approval of the formation, they would be attacked by the formation. Naturally, this feature wouldn't be used during normal times. Now that Zhao Hai had returned, the situation was naturally different. Now, the entire defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge was in a completely different state. The might of the killing array was fully displayed. The people of the Sacred Gate thought that they would be fine if they hid in the array they built. However, their array was built right beside the Scouring C-Sex array. In order to deal with the Scouring C-Sex array, a part of their array had already penetrated deep into the Scouring C-Sex array. This happened to be within the attack range of the Scouring C-Sex killing array. The stone giants, wind spirits, ice dragons, and fire phoenixes naturally wouldn't be polite and directly charged towards the Sacred Gate's array. However, the array of the Sacred Gate wasn't that easy to deal with. After so many years of development, the array of the Sacred Gate had its own unique characteristics. Their array was called the Sacred Beast Array. When they set up the array, there would be a beast soul in the center of the array at the eye of the array. The beast soul was a special product of the Sacred Gate. Although the disciples of the Sacred Gate were demonic cultivators, they wouldn't be polite to other demonic beasts that hadn't developed spiritual wisdom. They would kill them as they pleased. Many of the demonic beasts that were killed weren't weak and would leave behind beast souls. The people of the Sacred Gate would gather these beast souls and make them into a beast soul sphere. When they were arranging the array, they would place the beast soul sphere at the center of the array. This way, there would be beast souls in the array. These beast souls would also be supported by the array's energy and turn into energy beasts to guard the array. Therefore, the Sacred Gate's array was very difficult to deal with. Therefore, when the stone giants, wind spirits, ice dragons, and fire phoenixes rushed into the Sacred Gate's array, the energy beasts immediately appeared and began to attack them. These energy beasts were supported by the array's energy and were very powerful. Therefore, both sides were entangled. For a while, the array spirits of the Scouring Sea sect couldn't do anything. But soon, the situation changed. The ground of the Sacred Gate's array began to become more and more moist. The disciples of the Sacred Gate felt that they would slowly sink if they stood on the ground. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Sacred Gate immediately knew that they had been tricked. They immediately shouted, "Get out of there quickly!" Quicksand technique. The quicksand technique was a very common technique. Some people even believed that the quicksand technique was useless because once a cultivator's strength reached the spirit refining realm, they would be able to fly in the sky. Once a person flew, even if the quicksand technique was too strong, it wouldn't have any effect on the cultivator. Therefore, the quicksand technique was considered the lowest level technique and could only be used to deal with ordinary low-level disciples. If it was somewhere else, the Saint Gate's people wouldn't care about the quicksand technique at all. They were all elites of the Saint Gate, and all of them could fly. Why would they be afraid of the quicksand technique? But now, they were at the Heart Ridge's defensive line. There was a forbidden flying formation in the Heart Ridge's defensive line. Although they were now outside the range of the Heart Ridge's array, they were still within the attack range of the killing formation. They still couldn't fly, so they could only fight on the ground. But at this moment, a large-scale quicksand technique suddenly appeared. This was really something that could take their lives. Therefore, the disciples of the Holy Gate were very alarmed. What made them even more alarmed was that when the quicksand technique appeared, the array they had built immediately became useless. This was because the array symbols of the array had all changed their positions because of the quicksand technique. Naturally, the array became useless. If the quicksand technique was used to deal with ordinary arrays, then it would be useless. This was because the range of the quicksand technique wouldn't be too big. Moreover, the small range of the quicksand technique was useless against arrays. After the array was formed, it would form its own force field. And this force field could block the attack of spells. But this time, the Saint Gate was facing the quicksand technique created by the Sea Exploring Sect's killing formation. This was the ability of the killing formation. Therefore, the range of the quicksand technique was very large, and its attack power was also very strong. It broke the array in an instant. Everyone knew that the quicksand technique wasn't something that would be fine if you don't move. If you don't move, you would slowly sink into the quicksand. And the more you struggle, the faster you would sink. It was as if someone was pulling you. And now, the disciples of the Sacred Gate were like this. Many of them were trapped in the quicksand technique. They were still struggling, but the more they struggled, the faster they sank. It seemed that they were in danger. When the Vermilion Bird Elder saw this situation, his face couldn't help but change. His figure moved and directly flew up. Although the Forbidden Space Array had an effect on him, the effect wasn't very big. He could still fly. Then, the Vermilion Bird Elder opened his mouth and a red light shot out from his mouth. The red light flashed and hit the edge of the array. With a loud bang, a huge hole appeared on the ground. It was obvious that the Vermilion Bird Elder had used all of his strength this time. It seemed that he had even used the power of the law. But after the Vermilion Bird Elder's attack, the quicksand technique on the ground slowly stopped and turned into ordinary ground. Although many of the Sacred Gate's disciples were still buried inside, as long as it wasn't quicksand, it wasn't a problem for them to come out. So they just moved their bodies and directly jumped out of the ground. The Vermilion Bird Elder immediately shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Leave this place, quickly." The Sacred Gate's disciples didn't say anything. They turned around and ran. Their speed was very fast, but behind them, there were countless stone giants, wind spirits, ice dragons, and fire phoenixes chasing after them. These stone giants, wind spirits, ice dragons, and fire phoenixes were the array spirits of the killing array. However, they weren't the main scouting array spirits, but the attacking array spirits. Therefore, they wouldn't be affected by the array. Even when the Sacred Gate's array turned into quicksand, it didn't affect them at all. The Sacred Gate's disciples sank into the quicksand one by one. On the other hand, the stone giants, who were much heavier than them, were completely unaffected. They moved freely on the quicksand without being affected at all. It was precisely because of this that the Vermilion Bird Elder immediately understood that the changes in their array must be related to the Scouring Sea Sect's array. Therefore, he directly went to the boundary between their array and the Scouring Sea Sect's array. He used the power of law to cut off the power transmitted by the Scouring Sea Sect's array. Therefore, the ground there immediately recovered. The array spirit of the Scouring Sea Sect's array chased the Sacred Gate's disciples for 200 miles before retreating. The Scouring Sea Sect's array also returned to normal. However, the Sacred Gate's disciples didn't dare to underestimate the Scouring Sea Sect's array anymore. This was because the array spirit of this array actually chased them for 200 miles. This was really too shocking. The Vermilion Bird Elder descended from the sky with an ugly expression. He thought that he had found a way to deal with the Scouring Sea Sect's array, but now, he discovered that it was simply impossible. The Scouring Sea Sect's array was too overbearing. He believed that there were still many changes to this array that hadn't been revealed yet. If it was really used, it would be even more terrifying. But even so, they had no way to deal with it. This really made him speechless. Elder Vermilion Bird stood there with an ugly expression on his face. At this time, an elder from the Holy Gate walked to Elder Vermilion Bird's side and bowed to him. "Elder, most of the disciples have retreated. However, there are some casualties this time. What do you think we should do next?" The Vermilion Bird Elder thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Let everyone have a good rest. We will prepare for a night attack tonight." "Oh right, let everyone retreat a little. If we stop here, the Scouring Sea Sect's people will definitely think that we will attack again. They will be on guard. If we retreat, they will think that we won't attack again and won't pay attention to us. When the time comes, our night attack will have an unexpected effect." That elder responded and immediately went to command the troops. The people who came with the Vermilion Bird Elder were indeed the elites of the Saint Gate. Although they had just experienced a defeat, they quickly regrouped and retreated, showing their good quality. They were indeed elites. The Vermilion Bird Elder looked at the direction of the Heart Ridge and coldly snorted before retreating. The Heart Ridge's defensive line finally returned to its calm state. After the Vermilion Bird Elder and the others retreated, Zhao Hai flew out of the Heart Ridge's defensive line. Then he began to command the disciples to replace the array talismans that were destroyed by the Vermilion Bird Elder and the others during the day. After replacing the array talismans, Zhao Hai returned to the Heart Ridge's defensive line. Then he called Taisher and the others to his study room. Now, there were a lot of people guarding the Heart Ridge's defensive line. There were about 100 million people. Although this wasn't a lot for the expanded defensive line, it was enough to guard the Heart Ridge's defensive line. Zhao Hai looked at Taisher and the others and said, "In the future, I will be overseeing the Heart Ridge's defensive line. Therefore, everyone doesn't need to worry about the safety of the Heart Ridge's defensive line." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the expressions of Taisher and the others changed. Then everyone stood up and saluted Zhao Hai. "We are guilty. Please punish us, sect master." Taisher and the others were really afraid. They thought that Zhao Hai was dissatisfied with their performance, which was why he wanted to stay behind to oversee the defensive line. In their opinion, the battle in the Wolf Ivory Mountain was more important. If they held Zhao Hai back because of them, they would have committed a great sin. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, I don't blame you. This time, the Holy Gates people are different. It's the Vermilion Bird Elder, one of the 4 Holy Gates' 4 Holy Elders. Moreover, all of them are elites. Therefore, I have to stay behind to oversee the defensive line. As for the Wolf Ivory Mountain, I'll leave it to Wen Hai and Chunming." Everyone sat down. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone might not be familiar with the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain, so I'll explain it to everyone. When we arrived there today, we attacked the Lone Wolf Peak according to our original plan. The attack pattern was also discussed by us. After the energy cannon's attack, we would send our disciples to attack. Everything went according to plan, but the effect wasn't very good. The Holy Gates people dug an underground base on the Lone Wolf Peak and hid inside, waiting for our energy cannons to attack. Afterwards, they would rush out and deal with us. Moreover, their moves were exchanging injuries for injuries, exchanging lives for lives. Our disciples also suffered a lot of losses. Later on, I asked Xingfeng to provide support and used a spell to destroy their underground base. Only then did we eliminate them and occupy the Lone Wolf Peak. From this point, it can be seen that the Holy Gate is really going all out against us this time. They want to use this method of exchanging lives with us until we can't take it anymore and defeat us." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Taisher, and the others' expressions changed. If the Holy Gate continues to waste time with them, then they wouldn't be able to afford it. If their casualties were too high, then it would be very troublesome. Taisher and the others' expressions changed. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "But before I came back, I already found a way to deal with the Holy Gate's tactics. Therefore, you don't have to worry. We just need to defend this place." Everyone responded in unison. However, looking at their expressions, one could see that they were still worried. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly. Then he said, "All right, everyone go and rest. Although we didn't use our disciples to fight during the day, everyone has been nervous for the entire day. Go and rest well." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. They had been nervous for the entire day, so they really needed to rest. After Taisher and the others left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Che Rong and said, "Little Rong, you should take a rest as well. If I'm not wrong, then the Holy Gate wouldn't retreat. They will certainly attack us. This time, they came to fight us, so how could they retreat so easily?" Che Rong nodded and said, all right. I'll give it to you." Che Rong nodded before he turned around and left. He also knew that there was nothing to worry about in the Chicken Heart Ridge. Therefore, he felt relieved and went to rest. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't immediately rest. He first contacted Laura and the others. Then he asked about the situation in the Sword Spirit Realm. Everything in the Sword Spirit Realm was normal, nothing had happened. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. After chatting with Laura and the others for a while, Zhao Hai sent a letter to the falcon. He told the falcon that they had already begun to attack the Wolf Fang mountain range. However, because of the change in the situation, the falcon wasn't allowed to participate in the attack. This was to ensure their safety. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was the falcon's reply. He said that they weren't afraid of danger and asked Zhao Hai to hurry up and have them join the battle. In the end, Zhao Hai had no other choice but to tell the falcon about the current location of the sea exploring sect. Then he told the falcon to contact Wen Hai and the others. After the falcon's reply, Zhao Hai immediately sent a letter to Wen Hai, telling him to pay attention to the falcon and the others. He also told Wen Hai that the falcon and the others were part of the sea exploring sect. However, they weren't part of the sea exploring sect yet. Because of this, Wen Hai needed to pay attention to the way he used them. He didn't want the other party to misunderstand the sea exploring sect. After dealing with these matters, Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his room to rest. At night, Zhao Hai was resting. Suddenly, a snake head appeared beside Zhao Hai's bed and whispered, "Father, the Holy Gates people are attacking again." When Zhao Hai saw the snake head, he woke up. He knew who the snake head was, it was Mist Dragon. Therefore, when he heard Mist Dragon, he immediately sat up and looked at Mist Dragon. "When did you come?" Mist Dragon nodded and said, "When did you come?" Fog Dragon replied, "They just arrived." "Father, they're the ones who attacked during the day. They're now outside the formation and are preparing to attack. What do you think we should do now?" Zhao Hai said, "You don't need to worry about it. Just keep an eye on them. If they attack from underground, inform me." Fog Dragon nodded and then went underground. Zhao Hai stood up and walked out of his room. He went outside and said, "Someone come." Not long after his voice fell, Che Rong ran in. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Foster father, what are your orders?" Zhao Hai said, "Inform the others that the Holy Gates people are attacking again. Divide half of our people to be on guard. The others should rest. We can't keep wasting our time just because of their attacks. Go." Che Rong nodded and then immediately turned around and left. Before long, Taisher and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's study. At this time, Zhao Hai had already taken out his jade compass and was looking at the situation on it. Upon seeing Che Rong and the others, Zhao Hai also put down his jade compass. Then he looked at Che Rong and the others and said, "It seems like the Holy Gates people really want to waste their time with us. Now that they're attacking again, what do you think?" Taisher spoke in a low voice, "Sect leader, it seems like the people from the Saint Gate are prepared to fight us to the end. They actually came to attack at night. Why don't we take the initiative to attack and give them a good beating? Once we hurt them, they will be obedient." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We can't. The Holy Gates people are all beast cultivators. They should be very good at night battles. The reason why we were able to attack Chicken Heart Ridge last time was because we usually attack during the day. This made the Holy Gate think that we wouldn't attack during the night. But now that they are the ones attacking, they should have the initiative in their hands. Therefore, they should be prepared. If we go out and meet them at this time, we would suffer losses." Taisher said, "Yes, Sect Master. I was impulsive. Sect Master, what should we do now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If they can't break our formation during the day, then it would be even more impossible for them to do so at night. Haha. I want to see the difference between their attack at night and during the day." Taisher said, "Sect Master, are we really not going to attack? There are so many places. Are we just going to watch the formation deal with the enemy? Aren't they going to attack?" Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that many of them had a longing look on their faces. It seemed like they also wanted to fight. However, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need now. You guys will fight in the future. You guys are going to take turns with the frontline army. This time, the Holy Gates people are going to fight with their lives on the line. So we must be careful. As long as the frontline army is injured, they will be sent back. When the number of injured reaches a certain number, you guys will have to replace them. So there's no need to be anxious." As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, their spirits shook. The reason why they wanted to go out and fight was because they would be able to obtain more rewards and resources. This was very important to them. Therefore, the disciples of the sea exploring sect were never afraid of fighting. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, however, we can't let our guard down. If the enemy really wants to fight with their lives on the line, then they might have some tricks up their sleeves. If they can really break our formation, then our disciples will be able to stop them. Therefore, I had half of the disciples get up and get ready. You guys can go back and watch the disciples. Don't let them mess around and wait for my orders. Taisher and the others nodded, then stood up and left. Looking at them, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then, he picked up the green jade compass and fiddled with it gently. At this time, Elder Vermilion Bird had led the disciples of the Holy Gate to the periphery of the Chicken Heart Ridge, which was also the periphery of the Sea Exploring Sect's formation. They had already attacked this place during the day, but they were beaten back in the end. Now, they were here again. Moreover, just as Elder Vermilion Bird had expected, the formation of the Sea Exploring Sect was retracted at night. Within 200 miles of the formation, no formation spirit appeared. This made Elder Vermilion Bird feel relieved. Then, Elder Vermilion Bird immediately ordered people to take out the Saint Beast artifact. Kaijiu Gue also moved out and began to destroy the formation. At this moment, they heard bursts of ghostly cries coming from the artifact. In such a dark night, bursts of ghostly cries were heard. It was indeed creepy. As soon as Elder Vermilion Bird heard the cries, his expression changed. He immediately shouted, "Attack! Attack with all your might! Everyone, form a team. This time, they are not using an illusory formation. As long as we don't separate, we can block their attack. Attack with all your might." Upon hearing his command, everyone was stunned. Then, they reacted. Indeed, when they attacked during the day, although they encountered all kinds of powerful attacks, there were no illusory attacks. This made everyone feel relieved. They weren't afraid of this kind of face-to-face battle. What they were afraid of were illusory techniques. Although illusory techniques might cause fewer casualties, it was an unknown thing. You didn't know where your enemy was hiding. Therefore, the people of the Holy Gate had always been afraid of the illusory formation of the Sea Exploring Sect. But now, it was different. What they were facing now wasn't an illusory formation, but another kind of formation. Although this formation's lethality was greater, the enemy could see it. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. Elder Vermilion Bird only thought of this after retreating during the day. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up. He felt that his opportunity had come. He never thought that the disciples of the Holy Gate would be weaker than the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect. Therefore, he had been looking for an opportunity to give the people of the Sea Exploring Sect a ruthless blow. But what Elder Vermilion Bird didn't expect was that he didn't have such an opportunity. Now, the opportunity finally came. The Sea Exploring Sect didn't use illusory formations, but a very powerful formation. Although this formation's attack was very powerful, Elder Vermilion Bird didn't think that the disciples of the Holy Gate couldn't deal with it. Therefore, he prepared to let the disciples of the Holy Gate attack the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line with all their strength. As the disciples of the Holy Gate rushed into the range of the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line, the formation spirit also appeared once again. At the same time, it was accompanied by various kinds of magical attacks. But now, the disciples of the Holy Gate had some experience. When facing the enemy's magical attacks, they would also use their own innate magical techniques to counterattack in order to achieve the purpose of dispelling the magical attacks. Although the disciples of the Holy Gate weren't very suitable for using magical techniques, this didn't mean that they didn't know how to use magical techniques at all. On the contrary, they had some magical techniques that were better than the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect. These magical techniques were called innate magical techniques. The disciples of the Holy Gate were all beast cultivators, and beast cultivators were demonic beasts. Demonic beasts also had their own magical techniques. These magical techniques were innately mastered by them, and they were much better at using them than human cultivators. Not only were their speed faster, but they also didn't use much spiritual chi. At the same time, the disciples of the Holy Gate also began to fight with the formation spirits. Although the disciples of the Holy Gate were beast cultivators, this didn't mean that they weren't as smart as humans. In fact, beast cultivators who had spiritual wisdom were as smart as humans, or even smarter than humans. Therefore, after the battle during the day, they had already found a way to deal with the formation spirits. Even if they couldn't eliminate the formation spirits, they could at least minimize their casualties. Now that the disciples of the Saint Gate had revealed their true forms, their combat prowess was extremely strong. Therefore, their attack had been progressing very quickly. They directly rushed towards the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge and were about to reach it. At this moment, the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge suddenly sounded like an angry giant. Then, huge meteorites suddenly fell from the sky and smashed towards the disciples of the Holy Gate. When the disciples of the Holy Gate saw this situation, their faces changed. But at this moment, the cry of a phoenix suddenly rang out. A huge red bird suddenly soared into the sky. Then, its body lit up with a fiery red light. Then, the huge bird opened its mouth, and a red beam shot out into the sky. And as the red light shot out, something in the sky seemed to be suddenly interrupted. Those meteorites actually disappeared as if they had never appeared in the first place. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the sacred sect cheered. Then, they immediately rushed in the direction of the Heartless Ridge. However, at this moment, a series of loud bangs came from the defensive line of the Heartless Ridge. These bangs were so loud that it seemed as though the earth would tremble if they were heard. Then, tall figures suddenly appeared in front of the Holy Gate. These figures were very tall. Some of them were almost 100 meters tall and their bodies were incomparably thick. These figures were actually huge stone giants. These stone giants were completely different from the stone giants that had appeared before. These stone giants were bigger and stronger. Just looking at them was enough to make people feel fear. After these stone giants appeared, they immediately attacked the disciples of the Holy Gate. Soon after, more and more stone giants appeared. Then, there were wind spirits, ice dragons, fire phoenixes, and more of them appeared. What made the disciples of the Holy Gate even more surprised was that they actually saw a lot of plants. These plants seemed to have sprouted out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, the Chicken Heart Ridge had turned into a forest. However, this forest wasn't so easy to deal with. These forests would attack people. What gave the disciples of the Holy Gate the most headache was that these forests would not only attack them, but they would also cause pain. As long as the disciples of the Holy Gate who had low defense against poison entered the forest, they would be poisoned to death in a short time. This showed that the intensity of the poison was far beyond everyone's imagination. While the Holy Gate's disciples were dealing with these attacks, countless monsters suddenly appeared in the forest. These monsters went straight towards the Holy Gate's disciples. The Holy Gate's disciples immediately went to meet them. However, they discovered that these monsters weren't real living creatures. They were metal beasts. These metal beasts weren't puppets. They were real metal beasts. It can be said that they were a type of formation spirit. However, their attack power was more powerful than the real thing. What gave the disciples of the Holy Gate a headache was that these metal beasts were poisonous, and they could change their shape at any time. Last time, he was still a cow, but in the next moment, he turned into a tiger. This was really shocking. Just a moment ago, he was still attacking you with his tiger claws, and in the next moment, his tiger claws turned into sharp swords. Such an attack was ever-changing, and it was a headache for the disciples. When the Vermilion Bird Elder saw this situation, his face turned ugly. He immediately said to the elders beside him, "Use the power of law, if not now, when will you use it?" When the elders heard the Vermilion Bird Elder's words, their faces changed. They originally wanted to save the power of law to deal with Zhao Hai, but now, it seemed that they couldn't use it. The elders immediately used the power of law to attack the array spirits. After a few rounds of attacks, the number of array spirits had decreased by a lot. The disciples of the Sacred Gate took the opportunity to attack again. But soon, the array spirits appeared again. They were even stronger and their attacks were even more ferocious. Then, all kinds of spells appeared here, attacking them continuously, making it difficult for them to move even a single step. Seeing this situation, the Vermilion Bird Elder had no choice but to order them to release the sacred beast artifacts again, and start to charge with all their strength. At this time, there was finally a new change at the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge. Countless sword chi were shot towards the sacred beast artifacts. When the sword chi hit the sacred beast artifacts trembled slightly, and then their speed slowed down. The people controlling the sacred beast artifacts were even more surprised. Finally, when the sword chi kept attacking the sacred beast artifacts, the speed of the sacred beast artifacts became slower and slower. Finally, they completely stopped, and even began to slowly sink into the ground. Seeing this situation, the Vermilion Bird Elder's face couldn't help but change. He shouted, "Self-destruct, let the sacred beast artifacts self-destruct. I would rather destroy the sacred beast artifacts than leave them to the Scouring Sea sect." When the people controlling the sacred beast artifacts heard the Vermilion Bird Elder's words, their faces couldn't help but change. They didn't expect that the Vermilion Bird Elder would give such an order. This really surprised them, but they were still very obedient, and directly let the sacred beast artifacts self-destruct. Boom. 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 Boom boom. After 6 loud sounds, the 6 sacred beast artifacts completely exploded. One must know that the sacred beast artifacts were the highest grade artifacts in the Holy Gate, and their power was very great. Now that they self-destructed, the power was boundless. The entire defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge shook. An incomparably huge shock wave, with the sacred beast artifacts as the center, spread in all directions. Therefore, the array spirits that were hit by the shock wave disappeared, and many of the Holy Gate's disciples were affected. But after the shock wave, the large array of the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge seemed to have stopped operating. Seeing this situation, the Vermilion Bird Elder couldn't care less. He shouted, "Attack, attack with all your strength. If we don't take down the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge, no one is allowed to retreat." The eyes of the Holy Gate's disciples were all blood red. They howled and rushed towards the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others also flew out from the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge. They could all fly in the sky, because the geomagnetic force in the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge could be completely used by them. Therefore, they could naturally fly in the sky without being affected by the geomagnetic force. To be honest, Zhao Hai really didn't expect that the attack of Elder Zhu Bu and the others would be so fierce this time. They didn't leave any leeway for them at all, and they attacked with all their strength. Zhao Hai didn't expect such an attack. Especially the self-destruction of those sacred beast artifacts. Zhao Hai already knew the status of those sacred beast artifacts in the Holy Gate. He really didn't expect that the people of the Holy Gate would be willing to let those sacred beast artifacts self-destruct. This was really too surprising. And this time, the self-destruction of the sacred beast artifacts did have a certain impact on the killing array of the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge. This also made Zhao Hai see another shortcoming of the killing array. Zhao Hai was already prepared. After this incident, he would upgrade the array here. He would slowly build the array in the monster spirit world, just like the array in the sword spirit world. There would be several layers. The first layer would still be mainly illusory. This was because Zhao Hai found that sometimes, lethality wasn't the only thing that could scare people. The unknown was what people were most afraid of. Zhao Hai stopped in midair and looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder. Behind him were countless disciples of the Scouring Sea sect. The Vermilion Bird Elder was also looking at Zhao Hai at this time. There were also countless disciples of the Holy Gate around him. Zhao Hai looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder and said in a deep voice, "Vermilion Bird Elder, I have to say that I really admire you. You even dared to self-destruct sacred beast artifacts. Amazing. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do it." The Vermilion Bird Elder glanced at Zhao Hai and sneered, "I can give up my life. What's so great about sacred beast artifacts? As long as we can defeat the Scouring Sea sect, a few sacred beast artifacts are nothing." Zhao Hai looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder and said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can defeat us by self-destructing a few sacred beast artifacts?" The Vermilion Bird Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Whether we can defeat you or not, we'll only know after we try. Zhao Hai, I just want to tell you through today's action that no one in the Holy Gate is afraid of death. Your Scouring Sea sect is dreaming if you want to defeat our Holy Gate. Zhao Hai looked at the vermilion bird elder and said in a deep voice, I never said that your holy gates people are afraid of death, but don't you want to leave behind some inheritance? If you surrender to our Scouring Sea sect, the holy gates inheritance will continue to be passed down. Our Scouring Sea sect is incomparably tolerant. Anyone can live a good life in our Scouring Sea sect. Even the Thunder Eagle tribe joined our Scouring Sea sect. Don't you want to join our Scouring Sea sect? The vermilion bird elder looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, join the Scouring Sea sect? Stop dreaming. No one in our holy gate will join the Scouring Sea sect. If you want to defeat the holy gate, you have to kill all the holy gate's disciples. Zhao Hai looked at the vermilion bird elder and said in a deep voice, it's not impossible to kill all the holy gate's disciples. Do you really think I'm not afraid of doing it? I, Zhao Hai, have killed countless people since my debut. I've destroyed several world surfaces. Do you think I'm afraid of killing people? If you want to use this method to threaten me, you're wrong. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You've killed countless people? Destroyed several world surfaces? If that's really the case, you wouldn't be standing here. The power of laws would have come to deal with you. The power of laws isn't omnipotent. Do you really think that the power of laws can deal with me? Naive. What karma? What heavenly punishment will you receive when you ascend after killing too many people? So what if you receive heavenly punishment when you ascend? As long as you're strong enough, heavenly punishment is nothing. You have to do it until the heavens don't dare to punish you. Only then will you be considered to have won. The vermilion bird elder looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. He really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be so arrogant. He actually dared to say that even the heavens wouldn't dare to punish him. Zhao Hai looked at the vermilion bird elder's appearance and the people behind him. There were about 50 million people behind the vermilion bird elder. Such a large number of people could be described as overwhelming. Of course, the number of people from the Scouring Sea sect wasn't small either. Now, all the disciples of the Scouring Sea sect had stood up and followed behind Zhao Hai. There were about 100 million of them. Both sides were confronting each other. Zhao Hai looked at the vermilion bird elder and said in a deep voice, although the explosion of your sacred beast tool has affected the array of our Heart Ridge's defensive line, the impact isn't that great. If I still use the array to deal with you, there won't be any problem. However, I won't do that. I know that you won't be convinced if I do that. Perhaps in your opinion, the combat strength of your Holy Gates disciples has always been stronger than our Scouring Sea sect's disciples. As long as the number of people is equal, our Scouring Sea sect's disciples won't be your opponent in a head-on battle. Am I right? Yes, this has always been the case. In a head-on battle, not to mention the number of people, even if you have twice the number of people, you still won't be able to defeat us. Ha ha ha, good. I will convince you today. Didn't you say that our Scouring Sea sect's disciples aren't a match for the Holy Gates disciples? Today, I will let you see if our Scouring Sea sect's disciples are a match for your Holy Gates disciples. Now, you have about 50 million people, right? Then, I will also take out 50 million people from the Scouring Sea sect's disciples. I will also remove the forbidden space array here. Let's fight fair and square. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the vermilion bird elder couldn't help but be moved. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, is what you said true? Zhao Hai looked at the vermilion bird elder and said in a deep voice, Elder Vermilion Bird, you can't be thinking that I'm afraid of you, so I'm using some scheme to stall for time, right? You have to see clearly that I still have about 100 million disciples here. Moreover, do you really think that the array here at the Heart Ridge's defensive line can't be used? Let's not talk about anything else. Even if the array here can't be used, we can still fly, and you can only stay on the ground. Is there still a need to compete? Not to mention, I can now increase the energy of the Forbidden Space Array, release Sword Chi, and release the Array Spirit. Do you think you can win? Under such circumstances, do I have to use such words to deceive you? The vermilion bird elder's face changed several times. He was somewhat convinced by Zhao Hai. To be honest, he now understood that besides going all out, they didn't have any advantage in front of Zhao Hai. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai really didn't need to lie to him. In other words, what Zhao Hai said was true. The vermilion bird elder looked at Zhao Hai, but there was still a trace of uncertainty in his heart. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do. If he was in Zhao Hai's position, he definitely wouldn't give the enemy a fair chance to fight. Absolutely not. So, why did Zhao Hai do this? When Zhao Hai saw the vermilion bird elder's expression, he could more or less guess what the elder was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "You must be very curious as to why I'm doing this. Why would I give you a fair chance to fight? I'm not afraid to tell you. I just want to let the people of the Sacred Gate know that, even if it's a one-on-one battle, the people of the Sea Exploring Sect aren't afraid of you. We can also defeat you. It's that simple." The vermilion bird elder looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Then give it a try. Watch how we tear you to pieces." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder Vermilion Bird, let the people below fight this battle. I won't participate, and neither will you. What do you think?" The vermilion bird elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, I won't participate. You won't participate either. The location is right here. It wasn't easy for us to attack this place, so we won't retreat." When Zhao Hai heard the vermilion bird elder's words, he understood what the elder meant. He looked at the vermilion bird elder and said, "All right, I'll give you this chance. Disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect, listen up. Half of the disciples will face the enemy. The rest, retreat." The disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect responded loudly and immediately split into half. The disciples of the Sacred Gate also retreated. The vermilion bird elder also retreated to the side. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't follow and also retreated to the side. Both sides quickly got into formation. Taisher commanded the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect to line up. At the same time, the sky-restricting Great Array was also deactivated and all their large-scale artifacts were raised. The large-scale artifacts left behind at the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge didn't include the 10,000 sword ship. All the ships had been sent to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. The artifacts left behind here were mainly composed of the Iron Lotus Flower and some other artifacts. These artifacts were mainly used for defense. To be honest, their offensive capabilities weren't very strong. On the other hand, the Holy Gate's disciples didn't stop the Scouring Sea Sect's disciples from using large artifacts. After all, large artifacts were the standard equipment of the Scouring Sea Sect's disciples. If the Scouring Sea Sect's disciples weren't allowed to use large artifacts, then the Holy Gate's disciples wouldn't be allowed to use large demonic beasts. That way, the Holy Gate's disciples wouldn't be allowed to use large artifacts. If that was the case, then the Holy Gate's disciples wouldn't have any advantages. Both sides were ready very quickly. Taisher looked at the disciples of the Sacred Gate, and the disciples of the Sacred Gate looked back at Taisher. After a while, both sides suddenly shouted, "Attack!" Following their orders, both armies started to attack. This time, the Sea Exploring Sect's attack method was a little different. They placed the Iron Lotus Flower at the front of the army, but didn't charge forward. In other words, they didn't attack the Sacred Gate's Great Array. The Iron Lotus Flower just stopped at the front of the army and rotated. It was obvious that it wasn't to be trifled with. The disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect all hid behind Tai Lianhua and slowly advanced forward. On the other hand, the disciples of the Sacred Gate directly charged towards the army of the Sea Exploring Sect. They used the same old method. The large-scale demonic beasts were at the front, while the others followed behind. They charged towards the army of the Sea Exploring Sect. Taisher quietly stood on the Iron Lotus Flower and looked at the approaching disciples of the Sacred Gate. Then, he said, "Pass down my order. Prepare the medium technique and gravity technique. Target the large-scale demonic beasts of the Sacred Gate. When the large-scale demonic beasts of the Sacred Gate enter 2 li in front of our Great Array, attack." Someone immediately passed down the order. The disciples of the Sea Scouring Sect prepared their mediating magic. One must know that the mediating magic of the Sea Scouring Sect was very powerful. Moreover, they rarely used it in the past. They didn't know how effective it would be this time. It didn't take long for the Holy Gate's army to reach within 2 li of the Sea Exploring Sect's army. The Sea Exploring Sect's army immediately sent out their mediating techniques. These mediating techniques used crystal stones as a medium. Now that the sky was filled with crystal stones, it looked very beautiful. When the people of the Sacred Gate saw so many crystal stones being thrown out of the Sea Exploring Sect's great array, they couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't know what the Sacred Gate's medium technique was trying to do. Were they trying to bribe them with crystal stones? In front of the two armies? Impossible, right? At this time, the crystal stones also hit the large-scale demonic beasts. When the crystal stones hit the demonic beasts, they immediately emitted a burst of yellow light. Then, the demonic beasts were shrouded by the yellow light. Then, layers of yellow light covered the bodies of the demonic beasts. These large-scale demonic beasts seemed to be pulled down by a huge force from the sky. They struggled and even released their energy in order to block the yellow light. However, the yellow light was the Sea Exploring Sect's medium technique. It wasn't easy to break it. When the large-scale demonic beasts tried to break the yellow light, they had already fallen to the ground. Some of them directly fell to their deaths. Even those who didn't fall to their deaths didn't have any fighting strength left. This change stunned the Sacred Gate's disciples. They couldn't help but slow down a little. However, they soon discovered that they were fine. They immediately began to rush towards the Sea Exploring Sect. At this time, another pile of crystal stones was thrown out from the Sea Exploring Sect's great array. As soon as these crystal stones were thrown out, they immediately exploded and turned into fire dragons that rushed towards the Sacred Gate's disciples. Then, the third batch of crystal stones was thrown out. This time, it turned into a rain of swords that filled the sky. 2 batches of crystal stones were thrown out in succession. Then, the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect also took out their own weapons. However, these weapons weren't their best weapons. After they took out their weapons, they immediately threw them out. These weapons went straight for the Sacred Sect's army. Facing the fire dragons that blotted out the sky, the Sacred Gate's army immediately released their techniques to block these fire dragons' attacks. Then, another rain of arrows was launched. These 2 attacks caused the Sacred Gate's disciples to suffer a lot of losses. Just as this was over, the artifacts of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples came again. The attacks of the Sea Scouring Sect's disciples' weapons weren't easy to deal with. However, the disciples of the Sacred Sect were also very valiant. They resisted the attacks of these weapons and rushed to the front of the Sea Scouring Sect's large array formation. However, as soon as they rushed to the front of the Sea Exploring Sect's great array, they discovered that they still had to face the Iron Lotuses of the Sea Exploring Sect. These Iron Lotuses rotated very quickly and their power was also very strong. It was almost impossible for them to knock these Iron Lotuses away. If they couldn't knock these Iron Lotuses away, they could only attack the Sea Exploring Sect's army through the gaps between the Iron Lotuses. However, this way, the Sacred Gate's formation couldn't be spread out. The attacks of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples were still intermittent. The disciples in the front took out their defensive artifacts and used them to block their bodies. The disciples in the back were still attacking the Sacred Gate's disciples with batches of crystal stones, artifacts, and even talismans. At this time, several Sacred Gate's elders finally couldn't stand it anymore. They successively destroyed several Iron Lotuses. However, the experts of the Sea Exploring Sect also appeared. The experts of the Sea Exploring Sect also tangled with the experts of the Sacred Gate. Both sides fought. At this time, the Sacred Gate's disciples seemed to have found a way to deal with the Iron Lotuses. They gathered their strength and attacked the Iron Lotuses. Although the casualties were higher, the Iron Lotuses were still shot down one after another. However, the Sacred Gate also paid a huge price for this. Many disciples died in the battle. But in the eyes of the Sacred Gate's disciples, this price was worth it. Although they didn't shoot down all the Iron Lotuses, the remaining Iron Lotuses left the battlefield. They could finally face the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples face to face. But soon, the Sacred Gate's disciples discovered that even if they faced the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples face to face, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. The Sea Exploring Sect's disciples had been in a formation all along. They attacked the Sacred Gate's disciples without any intention of retreating. Although many of the Sacred Gate's disciples were going all out, the Sea Exploring Sect's formation was very good. They were divided into square formations. This square formation was very thick and they weren't afraid of the Sacred Gate's disciples' attacks. Moreover, they just stood there and attacked without the slightest bit of chaos. For the first time, the Sacred Gate's disciples doubted themselves. Could they really defeat the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples? Could they really? This was obviously very difficult. Of course, because of the head-on battle, the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples also suffered a lot of casualties. But they didn't retreat, not a single one of them retreated. All of them stood in the middle of the large formation and kept attacking. When the people in front fell, the people behind would immediately replace them without any hesitation. The Vermilion Bird Elder, who was standing on the side, looked more and more unsightly. Now, he really believed Xiao Hai's words. Even if the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples were in a formation, they wouldn't be afraid of them. They might not necessarily be able to do anything to the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples. Looking at the current situation, it seemed like the Sacred Gate was still attacking. But the Sacred Gate's attack didn't have any effect. It was like the waves were hitting the reef on the shore. But it didn't have any effect. The reef was still a reef. It wasn't affected by the waves at all. This was like a spear and a shield. Today, the Sea Exploring Sect was defending. They were the shield, and the Sacred Gate's disciples were the spear. They were constantly attacking, and attacking. Xiao Hai also quietly looked at the battlefield. In fact, he was quite satisfied with the performance of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples. The Sea Exploring Sect's disciples did a good job, but they still couldn't display their full strength. The Sea Exploring Sect's disciples should have arranged a poison belt in front of their large formation in advance. This way, when the enemy rushed to the poison belt, they would be poisoned and their combat strength would be affected. Although the Iron Lotus Flower's offensive ability wasn't strong, it wasn't weak either. After the Sacred Gate's large demonic beasts were beaten down by the gravity technique, the Iron Lotus Flower should have attacked the Sacred Gate's disciples. This would have caused more casualties to the Sacred Gate's disciples. But they didn't attack and just stayed in place. This was also a mistake. However, these were only mistakes in command. Xiao Hai knew that this was Taishi's fault. He was too careful and conservative. Therefore, this situation occurred. Xiao Hai didn't blame Ironshire. In fact, Ironshire had done a good job. Ironshire staying in front of the formation had its benefits, and rushing out had its benefits as well. It was just a matter of personal choice, there was no right or wrong. Ironshire nodded. On the other hand, the performance of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples was really good. The cooperation between the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples was a little rusty at the beginning. But slowly, it became better and better. In the beginning, there was almost no cooperation between the various formations. But gradually, there was some cooperation between the various formations. Although there were a lot of casualties, Xiao Hai was very happy to see their performance. The Vermilion Bird Elder's face was ashen. He knew that they had lost. There was no suspense. They had definitely lost because they hadn't even been able to destroy a single formation of the Sea Exploration Sect. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for them to defeat the Sea Exploration Sect. After all, their casualties had already reached 20 million while the Sea Exploration Sect's casualties were less than 10 million. The Sea Exploration Sect already had the advantage in terms of numbers. If they continued to fight, it wouldn't end well for them. The Vermilion Bird Elder couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai stood there calmly, looking at the situation on the battlefield. There was no happy or disappointed expression on his face. This made the Vermilion Bird Elder understand that the Sea Exploring Sect's performance was within Xiao Hai's expectations. Therefore, Xiao Hai didn't have a happy expression. This made the Vermilion Bird Elder's heart sink. As the saying goes, the spirit of the first drum is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Now, the Holy Gate's attack had been going on, but they had already attacked many times. Now, they felt that they were somewhat exhausted. This situation wasn't good news for the Holy Gate's disciples. Xiao Hai also noticed the situation of the Holy Gate's disciples. Taisha immediately began to adjust the Sea Exploring Sect's army. The Sea Exploring Sect's disciples weren't only defending, they were also attacking. There were even a few square formations that had begun to slowly advance. This was almost a signal. The entire Sea Exploring Sect's army moved. Their movements weren't very fast, they were just advancing slowly. However, this kind of slow attack brought more pressure to the Holy Gate's disciples. The Holy Gate's disciples began to go all out, and the momentum of the Sea Exploring sect's attack became fiercer. When Taisher saw this situation, he knew that this was the final radiance of the Holy Gate's disciples. As long as the Holy Gate's disciples could withstand this attack, the Holy Gate's disciples would be finished. Therefore, he ordered the Sea Exploring sect's army to stop attacking. The Sea Exploring sect's square formations also stopped, and just like the beginning, they began to defend, allowing the Holy Gate's disciples to attack their army. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Holy Gate's disciples' attack to slow down. Taisher immediately ordered the Sea Exploring sect's disciples to press forward again. It was still a slow pace, but this time, the Holy Gate's disciples didn't counterattack with all their strength like before. Their strength seemed to have been exhausted. At the same time, many Holy Gate's disciples also discovered that their companions seemed to have decreased a lot. It was precisely because of this that they felt somewhat afraid. However, the Holy Gate's disciples were still very tenacious. They were still attacking the Sea Exploring sect's disciples, and didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. This made Zhao Hai admire them. The situation on the battlefield had been completely reversed. The Sea Exploring sect's people were attacking with all their might, while the Sacred Gate's people were retreating bit by bit. However, although the Sacred Gate's disciples were retreating bit by bit, they weren't retreating on their own accord. Instead, they were being pushed back by the Sea Exploring sect's people. The Sacred Gate's disciples were actually fighting to the death rather than retreating. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire the Sacred Gate's disciples. Under such circumstances, they hadn't been defeated. This was really shocking. It also fully illustrated the Sacred Gate's disciples' determination to fight to the death. Zhao Hai admired the Sacred Gate's disciples' will to fight. However, Elder Vermilion Bird's mood wasn't good at all. He would rather have an ugly victory than see the Sacred Gate's disciples fight to the death, only to be pushed back by the enemy bit by bit. Elder Vermilion Bird quietly looked at the Sacred Gate's disciples, then turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also looking at him. Elder Vermilion Bird looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, the strength of your Sea Exploring sect's disciples is really strong. I admire you." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Vermilion Bird's appearance and smiled faintly. "Elder Vermilion Bird, you don't have to be so polite. I also admire the Sacred Gate's disciples' will to fight. The Sacred Gate is also the strongest enemy my Sea Exploring sect has ever encountered. Today, the casualties on both sides are not small. How about we temporarily retreat today?" Elder Vermilion Bird couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He really didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. One must know that the Sea Exploring sect had the upper hand now. However, Zhao Hai took the initiative to ask for a retreat. Why was this? Zhao Hai saw the doubt in Elder Vermilion Bird's eyes, but he wasn't prepared to answer Elder Vermilion Bird. He just looked at Elder Vermilion Bird calmly, waiting for his reply. Elder Vermilion Bird glanced at the Sacred Gate's disciples who were still fighting on the battlefield, then turned to look at Zhao Hai. Finally, Elder Vermilion Bird said in a deep voice, "All right, let's stop here today." After speaking, Elder Vermilion Bird turned to look at the battlefield, then at Zhao Hai. It was obvious that the Sea Exploring sect had the upper hand. If the Sea Exploring sect wanted to stop, the Sea Exploring sect's disciples would have to stop first. Otherwise, the Sacred Gate's disciples would suffer great losses if they didn't stop the seas by one side. As soon as Zhao Hai saw Elder Vermilion Bird's expression, he knew what Elder Vermilion Bird was thinking. He couldn't help but smile faintly, then he turned his head and said, "Disciples of the Sea Exploring sect, stop attacking. Defensive formation, retreat." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai's order, the Sea Exploring sect's disciples were stunned. However, they still stopped. To be honest, although they were still attacking, their situation wasn't very good. All the disciples felt tired. The Sacred Gate's disciples' tenacity was beyond their imagination. In the past, if they fought to this extent, their enemies would have been routed. But now, these people didn't retreat and were still attacking with all their strength. This was really beyond their expectations. Now, Zhao Hai's order came at the right time. They could finally retreat and have a good rest. Therefore, all the Sea Exploring sect's disciples stopped and slowly retreated. As soon as the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples stopped, the Sacred Gate's disciples were about to attack. But at this time, Elder Vermilion Bird immediately said, "Disciples of the Sacred Gate, stop attacking and retreat." As soon as the Sacred Gate's disciples heard Elder Vermilion Bird's order, they were stunned. However, all of them stopped. They weren't stupid. As soon as they heard that both sides were retreating, they understood what was going on. It seems like today's battle had come to an end. The disciples of the Holy Gate felt a little complicated. Their current casualties were very high. From the start of the battle until now, both sides had been attacking each other for more than 6 hours. In these 6 hours, the casualties of the Holy Gate's disciples had exceeded 30 million people. 30 million? They only had 50 million people here. But now, their casualties had exceeded 30 million. Such casualties made them feel a chill in their hearts. The Sea Exploring Sect's casualties were also very high. Their casualties had exceeded 10 million. Most of them died in the battle. There were only a few who were injured but not dead. It could be said that this was the first time the Sea Exploring Sect had suffered the most casualties since its establishment. It was also the most bitter battle. After 6 hours of high-intensity battle, many disciples felt exhausted after retreating. They couldn't even maintain flight in the sky. Such a situation had never happened before. However, the Sacred Gate's disciples' situation wasn't much better than theirs. They had all retreated and their situation was more serious than theirs. Previously, they were relying on their courage to fight. Now that they had retreated, they felt as if their bones were about to fall apart. This feeling made them feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai looked at the Sacred Gate's disciples retreating. When all the Sacred Gate's disciples had retreated, Zhao Hai ordered the troops to retreat. At the same time, all the corpses of the disciples who had died in the battle were collected. After cremation, they were sent back to the Sword Spirit World. Zhao Hai first treated the injured disciples. Then, he called Taisher and the others to his study room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "This time, I allowed the disciples to have a fair battle with the Sacred Gate. Does everyone feel strange? We obviously have more people. Why did I give the Sacred Gate such an opportunity and increase our casualties for no reason? Is there anyone who thinks so?" Taisher and the others didn't open their mouths. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I don't blame you for thinking this way. However, I want to tell you that this battle is to let the Holy Gate know how powerful we are. We want to destroy the morale of the Holy Gate's disciples. Don't think that we only fought 50 million Holy Gate disciples. All of them are experts. It wouldn't take long for the Holy Gate to know that we defeated them in a head-on battle. In the future, the Holy Gate wouldn't be as confident as they are now. This would reduce their fighting strength instead." Taisher and the others didn't say anything. Zhao Hai continued, "Besides this, I'm also trying to raise the morale of our disciples. You should know that it's not just the Holy Gate's disciples, even our own disciples think that if we don't have the advantage in numbers, then we would be doomed. The number of such disciples isn't small. What we're doing now is to make them understand that we aren't worse than the Holy Gate's disciples, we might even be stronger than them." Taisher and the others didn't say anything. Taisher and the others nodded this time. Then Zhao Hai continued, "In the past, the Sea Exploring Sect has always pursued a tactic. In a war, we must eliminate the enemy by hook or by crook, reducing our casualties to a minimum. But this way, we rarely have the opportunity to face the enemy and defeat them face to face. This is very rare." Taisher and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai continued, "The Sea Exploring Sect has always pursued a tactic." Everyone agreed with Zhao's words, because Zhao was right. When they faced the enemy, they didn't have to face them head-on. Because of this, their casualties weren't that high. Zhao's words were very true. When they faced the enemy, they didn't have to face them head-on. Because of this, their casualties weren't that high. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "But if we keep doing this, it's easy for the disciples to develop a feeling of opportunism. When they face the enemy, they will always think about how to use the most convenient method to eliminate the enemy. This will slowly make them lose their courage. Therefore, I want to use this battle to make the disciples understand that the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect need to have the courage to face powerful enemies. They also need to have the determination to fight to the death against the enemy. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Taisher and the others didn't speak, but each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Zhao Hai continued, "Previously, when we fought with the Holy Gate's disciples, we were actually a little afraid." "Why?" "First, it's because the Holy Gate's disciples are strong. Second, it's because the Holy Gate's disciples would rather die than surrender. This caused our disciples to have a trace of fear towards the Holy Gate's disciples. However, I believe that after this battle, they won't have such thoughts anymore. This is because they withstood the crazy attacks of the Holy Gate's disciples and won. Although they didn't eliminate the Holy Gate's disciples, it's because we don't want to have more casualties. Tomorrow, we will dispatch troops to eliminate the Holy Gate's disciples. This time, we won't give them a chance to fight a fair battle. We have the advantage in our hands. If we use our advantage to deal with the Holy Gate, wouldn't that be too stupid?" When Taisher and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, their eyes lit up as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai said solemnly, "Inform all the disciples to get ready. Tomorrow, we will attack the Holy Gate's disciples with all our strength and eliminate them in one fell swoop." Taisher and the others responded loudly. Then, Zhao Hai waved his hand and let them leave. Taisher and the others stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Then, they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip. Then, he used his spiritual force to scan the contents of the jade slip. Then, he kept the jade slip. This jade slip was given to Zhao Hai by Wen Hai. Wen Hai also said that they were attacked by the Holy Gate's disciples at night. However, they were repelled. The Holy Gate's disciples didn't succeed. Looking at this situation, Zhao Hai understood the Holy Gate's approach. The Holy Gate wanted to take advantage of the night battle and attack them continuously. They wanted to fight with their lives on the line and repel them in the end. The Sea Exploring Sect's disciples were never afraid of night battles. They had also undergone training in this aspect. Zhao Hai, who had gone through countless interfaces and faced countless enemies, was very clear that the enemy would attack you when you least expect it. This would give you a headache. Therefore, night battles were inevitable. Therefore, the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples had undergone training in this aspect. It was precisely because of this that the Holy Gate didn't get any advantage this time. When they attacked at night, the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples quickly discovered them. They immediately gathered and repelled them. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. Then, the army of the Sea Exploring Sect gathered and flew out of the Chicken Heart Ridge. They didn't know where the disciples of the Holy Gate had retreated to. However, there were so many disciples of the Holy Gate. Even if they had retreated, they still needed to find a place to camp. As long as they flew in the direction of the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they would definitely be able to find the Holy Gate's disciples. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that they didn't find the Holy Gate's army even after flying for a long time. They searched carefully again, but still couldn't find them. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. He immediately sent more disciples to search for them. Finally, Zhao Hai came to the conclusion that the enemy had escaped. They didn't stay behind. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but relax. On the other hand, the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect were cheering. They weren't cheering because they didn't need to fight anymore. Instead, they cheered because they defeated the Holy Gate and made the Holy Gate run away. This showed that the Holy Gate was afraid of them. The morale of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples soared. Then, Zhao Hai led the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect back to the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge. Zhao Hai believed that the people of the Holy Gate wouldn't dare to attack the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge in a short period of time. The fact was just as Zhao Hai thought. The disciples of the Holy Gate had indeed escaped. This was the order of the Vermilion Bird Elder. The Vermilion Bird Elder had always felt that the combat power of the Holy Gate's disciples was stronger than the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect. At the very beginning, the Sea Exploring Sect had only sent a small number of disciples to turn the Sword Spirit world upside down. Although they failed in the end and lost tens of millions of disciples, in their view, the people of the Sword Spirit world had joined forces to eliminate their disciples. In other words, the strength of the Sword Spirit world's disciples was far worse than the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples. Later on, the Sea Exploration Sect had invaded the Demon Spirit world. Although they had won several battles, they hadn't fought head-on. They had either used formations or energy cannons. They hadn't fought head-on. This made the Holy Gates people think that the Sea Exploration Sect's disciples didn't dare to fight them head-on. Because of this mindset, the Sacred Sect's disciples had always believed that the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples wouldn't be a match for them in a head-on battle. Hence, they had resorted to all sorts of methods. However, yesterday's battle had made them realize how powerful the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect were. They really didn't expect that the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect would be so powerful that they were forced to retreat in a head-on battle. Moreover, they had suffered fewer casualties than them. If the battle had continued, all of them would have been killed. The Vermilion Bird Elder felt that the situation was already out of their control. They were even more aware of the importance of the Wolf-Fang Mountain Range's defensive line. If the Sea Exploring Sect really took over the Wolf-Fang Mountain Range, then it would be a wide expanse of flat land for them to gallop across. They would no longer be able to defend themselves. Originally, they thought that even if they lost the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, they would still be able to resist the attack of the Sea Exploring Sect on the plains. However, they would be very passive. Now, they didn't think so anymore. They no longer had any confidence in themselves. By relying on the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge, they weren't able to resist the attack of the Sea Exploring Sect. This had already dealt a blow to their confidence. Now, the Sea Exploring Sect had defeated them in a head-on battle. The Vermilion Bird Elder was very clear that they had no choice but to retreat. The disciples who followed him had already lost their confidence and many of them were injured. If the Sea Exploring Sect continued to attack, then they would really be finished. Don't forget that the Sea Exploring Sect had at least 100 million disciples in the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge. Only 50 million had participated in the battle yesterday. There were still another 50 million disciples who hadn't participated in the battle. Yesterday, Zhao Hai had let them off because he wanted to give them a chance to have a fair battle. However, after yesterday, the Sea Exploring Sect wouldn't be polite anymore. The Vermilion Bird Elder believed that the Sea Exploring Sect wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Therefore, he had to lead these disciples away. He wasn't a person who was afraid of death. However, if these people died without bringing any harm to the Sea Exploring Sect and didn't achieve the desired result, then their deaths would be in vain. Therefore, he led the disciples away. Although the army of the Sea Exploring Sect was attacking the defensive line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they didn't occupy the defensive line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Now, most of the defensive line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain belonged to the Holy Gate. Therefore, the Vermilion Bird Elder and the others had to return to the Holy Gate and find a place without the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples. The Vermilion Bird Elder didn't return to the Holy Gate's headquarters. Instead, he returned to the command post of the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others were waiting for the Vermilion Bird Elder. The Vermilion Bird Elder returned to the command post with an ashen face. The Blue Dragon Elder looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder and said in a deep voice, "Vermilion Bird, how was it this time?" He knew that the Vermilion Bird Elder was determined to attack the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge. Now, the Vermilion Bird Elder had returned. Moreover, he had lost more than half of his disciples. Most importantly, it seemed like they didn't succeed. The Vermilion Bird Elder shook his head and sighed, "We didn't succeed. I had already detonated 6 Saint artifacts, but we still didn't succeed. At that time, we had already reached the foot of the Chicken Heart Ridge. In the end, we had to retreat." The Blue Dragon Elder was stunned. Then his expression changed as he said, "The Saint artifacts detonated? How come we still haven't attacked the foot of the Chicken Heart Ridge? Does the Sea Exploring Sect have a lot of guards at the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge?" The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, "A lot, more than 100 million people. But this time, they weren't defending the Chicken Heart Ridge. Instead, they went out to battle. Zhao Hai said that he would give us a fair fight. Because of this, he shut down all the formations at the Chicken Heart Ridge and sent 50 million disciples to fight us. We lost." Upon hearing the Vermilion Bird Elder, the Blue Dragon Elder's expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "The Sea Exploring Sect sent 50 million disciples to fight you?" The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, "Right, they sent 50 million disciples to fight with us. In the end, we lost. We lost more than 20 million disciples while they lost more than 10 million disciples. But we still lost. If we didn't retreat quickly, then we would have been finished. The vermilion bird elder nodded and said, yes, they sent 50 million disciples to fight with us. The green dragon elder's expression also became very unsightly. He looked at the vermilion bird elder and said, could it be that you guys used too much strength in the previous battle and were defeated by the sea exploring sect's disciples? The vermilion bird elder shook his head and said, no, when we faced the sea exploring sect's disciples, everyone's situation was pretty good. It's just that the sea exploring sect's disciples were very good in terms of fighting experience and strength. We fought for a few hours before they finally gained the upper hand. However, I can see that Zhao Hai didn't want the casualties to be too high. Therefore, he proposed a ceasefire. After that, I brought my disciples back. I'm sure that Zhao Hai wouldn't let us off. They would certainly come to deal with us the next day. If we didn't come back, then we would never be able to come back. The blue dragon elder's expression was gloomy, he didn't speak. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, it seems like we can only fight with the sea exploring sect. Before this, we launched a night attack on the sea exploring sect's army. However, we didn't succeed. The sea exploring sect's disciples seemed to be very experienced in dealing with night attacks. They didn't panic at all. We can't do anything about it. The vermilion bird elder's expression sank as well, we can't lose the Wolf Fong mountain range no matter what. If we lose this place, then we'll be finished. Therefore, we can't lose it. The blue dragon elder nodded, but his heart was heavy. They could still find various excuses for their previous failure. However, they couldn't find any excuses for the vermilion bird elder's failure this time. This was because the sea exploring sect's people defeated them head-on. They had no excuses. The vermilion bird elder looked at the blue dragon elder and said in a deep voice, I'll leave this place to you. Those disciples will stay here first, but don't let them go to the front line for the time being. Let them rest for a period of time. I have to return to the main hall and apologize to the Holy Lord. When the blue dragon elder heard this, he went silent for a moment. He really didn't know how to persuade the vermilion bird elder. He also knew that he had no way to persuade the vermilion bird elder. The sacred beast artifacts were too important for the Holy Gate. The loss of 6 sacred beast artifacts had already caused a huge uproar in the Holy Gate. This time, the vermilion bird elder made the 6 sacred beast artifacts self-destruct. This was even more serious. He had no choice but to return and apologize. He could only wait to see how the Holy Lord would deal with them. The vermilion bird elder looked at the blue dragon elder and said in a deep voice, this time when I return, no matter how the Holy Lord deals with me, I will accept it. However, I will still ask the Holy Lord to send me here. Even if I die, I will take a few sea exploring sect's people as my scapegoat. The blue dragon elder sighed and said, you can rest assured about this. The Holy Lord knows what's going on. He won't punish you. Now is a critical time. If he punishes you at this time, the impact on the Holy Gate will be too great. I think the Holy Lord won't make things too difficult for you. However, the Holy Gate is in a very dangerous situation now. I think the Holy Lord will prepare a backup plan. When the vermilion bird elder heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then, his expression changed and he said in a deep voice, you mean, the Holy Lord is preparing to move to the secret territory? Is that really okay? Elder Azure Dragon sighed and said, it's very possible. Now it seems that although our Holy Gate still has more people than the Exploration Sea sect, we really won't be able to gain any advantage if we really fight. The disciples of the Exploration Sea sect are very strong. They also have so many large artifacts and various arrays that we don't have. We can't deal with them alone. Therefore, if we want to stop the attack of the Exploration Sea sect, we can only rely on our lives. But don't forget that we still have a big enemy in the form of sect. If our Holy Gate really loses a lot of strength, do you think the people of sect will just stand by and watch? The Holy Lord looked at the vermilion bird elder and sighed, when you carried out this plan, I felt that it was dangerous and unlikely to succeed. But I still supported you. Do you know why? Because I still have hope. Even if it's only 1 in 10,000, I still hope that you can give it a try. Because we can't deal with the exploration sect using other methods, we can only use this risky method. The Vermilion Bird Elder said in a deep voice, Holy Lord, you don't need to comfort me. No matter what, I was the one who led people to carry out this plan. If it doesn't succeed, it's my responsibility. Please punish me. The Holy Lord waved his hand and said, It's useless to say this now. What's the use of punishing you now? Not only will it not be of any help to us, but it will also affect our morale. If I punish you, I will lose a capable assistant. So, there's no need to talk about the punishment. Although the sacred beast artifact is very important to our Saint Gate, without it, we don't have to be afraid of anyone. Its significance is more of a symbol. What I mean is that we can publicize this matter and let the people in the Saint Gate feel like they have a common enemy. What do you think? Upon hearing the Holy Lord's words, Elder Vermilion Bird couldn't help but stare blankly. He really didn't expect the Holy Lord to be so calm. However, after thinking about it, he understood. Although the battle strength of the Saint Beast tool was very powerful, it wouldn't affect the Holy Gate too much even without the Saint Beast tool. With the Saint Beast tool, it wouldn't be able to repel the exploring sect's army. After all, even though the consumption of the Saint Beast tool wasn't high, the consumption during the battle wasn't small. Therefore, although the Saint Beast tool was very important to the Holy Gate, it was only important. It was still lacking in other aspects. The ordinary disciples of the Holy Gate might be very interested in the Sacred Beast tool because the Holy Gate had been paying great attention to the promotion of the Sacred Beast tool over the years. It wasn't just because of the strength of the Sacred Beast tool, but more importantly, it was to promote the self-sacrificing elders. The 12 elders sacrificed themselves to refine the Sacred Beast tool. What kind of feeling was this? This was a great sacrifice for the Holy Gate. How deep were their feelings for the Holy Gate? The Holy Gate promoted the Sacred Beast tool because it wanted the disciples to learn from the 12 elders and obey the orders of the Holy Gate. As for the Sacred Beast tool's position in the hearts of the Holy Gate's upper echelons, it was actually the same thing. It was precisely because of this that the Holy Lord was so calm after knowing that the Sacred Beast tool was destroyed. The Holy Lord was very clear that in the face of this world, the use of a few Sacred Beast tools was really insignificant. So, the Holy Lord was now thinking about how to make the best use of the Sacred Beast tool. Many disciples of the Holy Gate were very interested in the Sacred Beast tool. As long as the Holy Gate made a good announcement, it could completely arouse the hatred of the Holy Gate's disciples towards the Exploration sect. At that time, they would work harder to fight. This was definitely a good thing for the Holy Gate. As for punishing the Vermilion Bird Elder because of the Sacred Beast tool, the Holy Lord was even more unwilling to do so. Although the Vermilion Bird Elder was defeated this time, the Holy Lord knew that the Vermilion Bird Elder had done his best. This time's failure wasn't the fault of the battle. The Vermilion Bird Elder didn't make any mistakes in commanding. Therefore, the Holy Lord wasn't prepared to punish the Vermilion Bird Elder. In fact, there was another important reason, and that was the Firebird clan that the Vermilion Bird Elder represented. The Firebird clan could be regarded as a big clan in the Holy Gate. The members of this clan were very powerful and had a large number of members. In addition, the Firebird clan had long held the position of the Vermilion Bird Elder. Almost every generation of the Firebird clan's patriarch was the Vermilion Bird Elder. They also controlled the Vermilion Bird Corps. Although the Vermilion Bird Corps suffered heavy losses this time, the Firebird clan's influence in the Holy Gate was still huge. If the Holy Lord really punished the Vermilion Bird Elder because of this matter, it would arouse the dissatisfaction of the Firebird clan. In the end, it would cause turmoil in the Holy Gate. This was definitely not what the Holy Lord wanted to see. Now, they were facing two powerful enemies. If there was internal turmoil, it would really be over. The Vermilion Bird Elder also understood this. He couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, this time he really wanted to ask for forgiveness from the Holy Lord. However, with all these reasons added up, even if the Holy Lord wanted to punish him, he couldn't. He wanted to ask for forgiveness from the Holy Lord, but he couldn't. Therefore, he could only do this. But now that the Holy Lord asked for his opinion, he had to say it. The Vermilion Bird Elder said, "It's feasible." As long as we publicize it, it will arouse the hatred of everyone in the Holy Gate towards the Sea Exploration sect. At that time, whether it's the Sea Exploration sect or the E sect, if they want to deal with us, they will have to face the entire Holy Gate. This is very advantageous for us. The Holy Lord nodded and said, I also have the same idea, so you don't have to worry about this matter. Did you go to see the Blue Dragon Elder before you came back? Did he say anything? The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, I've seen the Blue Dragon Elder. He said that we can only go all out against the Sea Exploration sect. If the Sea Exploration sect enters the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, then it would be even more difficult to deal with them. But he also said that we should make some preparations. For example, should we prepare a backup plan? When the Holy Lord heard the Vermilion Bird Elder's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he nodded and said, These days, I've been thinking about this issue. I'm also thinking about whether we should prepare some backup plans. Now, there are about 15 secret realms controlled by our Holy Gate. Among them, 5 are large secret realms, 3 are medium secret realms, and 7 are small secret realms. We usually don't use these secret realms. Although we leave some people to guard the secret realms, the situation there is probably not as good as the secret realm occupied by the Sea Exploration sect. This is because although the secret realm isn't very big, it produces a lot of things. It's also the first secret realm that we developed. The other secret realms haven't been developed yet, but I think it's time for us to develop those secret realms. The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, Holy Lord, I also think that we should make some preparations. Select some disciples and send them to the mystic realm, as well as some of our inheritances. However, this must be done in secret. If too many people know about this, then it would have a huge impact on our morale. The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, Holy Lord, I also think that we should make some preparations. The Holy Lord nodded. The Vermilion Bird Elder looked at the Holy Lord and said, Holy Lord, I think that we can contact the Will sect. When the Holy Lord heard the Vermilion Bird Elder, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned as he looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder and said, Contact the Will sect? Why? The Vermilion Bird Elder said in a deep voice, The Will sect has contacted the Sea Exploring sect and even made a deal with them. This made us think that they would join forces to deal with us. But looking at the current situation, it doesn't seem to be the case. Although the Will sect has contacted the Sea Exploring sect and even made a deal with them, they don't seem to have any intention of cooperating. Otherwise, when the Sea Exploring sect attacked us and we fought with them in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, our internal forces would definitely be empty. Although we have deployed a large number of troops at the border with the Will sect, if the Will sect were to attack us with their full strength, we would definitely be defeated. This is an excellent opportunity for the Will sect, but they haven't taken any action yet. This makes me very puzzled. Now it seems that the Will sect wants to sit back and reap the benefits. However, I think that we should contact the Will sect because the strength of the Sea Exploring sect is beyond our imagination. It's absolutely impossible for the Sea Exploring sect to come here just for revenge. They must have other ideas. The Holy Lord thought for a moment, then nodded and said, This idea is not bad. We can give it a try. Even if we fail, there won't be too much loss for us. If the E-sect really attacks us because of our contact with them, then it can only mean that they have long wanted to attack us. I think it's feasible and we can give it a try. The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded, then said in a deep voice, The strength of the Exploration Sea sect is beyond our imagination. I think it should also be beyond the imagination of the E-sect. Between two allies, there must be equal strength. If one is incomparably strong and the other is very weak, then the strong person will definitely eat the weak person and not treat him as an ally. The people of the E-sect may have originally wanted to let the Exploration Sea sect and us fight until both sides suffer, then they will appear and clean up the mess. But now, the strength of the Exploration Sea sect is obviously stronger than they imagined. It's hard to say whether their alliance can still be maintained. The Holy Lord nodded and said in a deep voice, Everyone can see the intentions of those people from the E-sect. They have joined forces with the Exploration Sea sect for the sake of benefits. As long as they can deal with the Exploration Sea sect with us, even if we have to give up some benefits, it's not impossible. The Vermilion Bird Elder said, We can talk to the E-sect, but we can't show too much weakness. If we show too much weakness, then the people of the East sect will certainly take a mile after taking an inch. Moreover, the focus of our discussion with them this time is not to let them help us deal with the Exploration C sect, but to tell them that the Exploration C sect has entered the demon spirit world to deal with the entire demon spirit world. We want them to defend the demon spirit world with us and deal with the Exploration C sect. Let's see how the E sect will react. If the people of the E sect still don't agree, then there's no need for us to continue the discussion. The Holy Lord nodded and said, "Good, that's good. We can make two preparations. On the one hand, we can secretly transport people into the secret territory. On the other hand, we can contact the E sect and see how they react. According to their reaction, we can deal with it and adjust our strategic layout." Elder Vermilion Bird nodded his head and said, "Yes, Sect Master. I also have the same idea. However, the people who negotiate must be chosen well. If their status is too low, the people of the E sect won't buy it. Even if they don't know how to talk, it won't work." The Holy Lord said in a deep voice, "Let Elder Snake go. He's better at talking. Moreover, his status isn't low. It's absolutely appropriate for him to represent our holy gate." The Vermilion Bird Elder didn't object. Elder Snake was one of the 12 Zodiac Elders. Naturally, his status wasn't low. Moreover, he was the most eloquent and quick-witted one among the 12 Zodiac Elders. Therefore, it was really appropriate for him to go. The Vermilion Bird Elder said, "Holy Lord, I'll return to the front lines and have Elder Snake come back. Holy Lord can rest assured. This time, I'll live and die with the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. I've already made a mistake. My life is no longer mine. I'll do my best to deal with the people of the Sea Exploring sect. If the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range is really attacked by the Sea Exploring sect, then I'll fight them to the death." The Divine Lord looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder, then he sighed and said, "All right, I won't say anything else. I think all of you are more aware of the importance of the Wolf Ivory Mountain's defensive line than me. What you do will depend on you. Also, the Thunderhawk clan might have joined forces with the Sea Exploring sect. You must be wary of the Thunderhawk clan. Their fighting strength isn't weak, you can't let them take advantage of you. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, "Yes, Holy Master. Don't worry. We have already thought about it. Although the Thunderhawk clan is very strong, our army is basically staying underground. They won't have much room to display their abilities underground. We don't have to be afraid of them." The Holy Lord nodded and said, "It's best to be careful. Our Holy Lord is relying on you all now. If the Sea Exploring sect breaks through the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, then it will be really dangerous. The painstaking efforts of countless generations of the sacred sect will be ruined." The Vermilion Bird Elder's expression turned serious. "Please rest assured, Holy Lord. Leave it to us. This time, even if I die, I won't let the people of the Sea Exploring sect break through the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range." After saying that, he saluted the Holy Lord and turned to leave. The Holy Lord sighed as he looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder's back. To be honest, he was really lacking in confidence. Their many operations had all failed. Not a single time had they obtained a good result from the Sea Exploring sect. Under such circumstances, how could he have sufficient confidence to deal with the Sea Exploring sect? Therefore, even if the Vermilion Bird Elder hadn't said anything, he would have had to prepare a backup plan. When the Vermilion Bird Elder returned to the defensive line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, news spread from the sacred sect. The news said that the Vermilion Bird Elder had brought the sacred beast artifact to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. The people of the Sea Exploring sect had schemed and tried to snatch the sacred beast artifact. In order to prevent the sacred beast artifact from falling into the hands of the Sea Exploring sect, the Vermilion Bird Elder had self-destructed. Of course, the Holy Gate pushed all the blame onto the Sea Exploration sect, saying that the Sea Exploration sect was despicable and shameless, that they had schemed against them, and that they had coveted the Holy Beast artifact for a long time. In any case, it was all the Sea Exploration sect's fault. They wanted to incite the Holy Gate's people to hate them. The Holy Gate's approach was very successful. After many years of propaganda, the sacred beast artifact had a very high status in the hearts of the Holy Gate's disciples. It was precisely because of this that the Holy Gates propaganda made the Holy Gates people gnash their teeth in hatred towards the sea exploring sect. Everyone wanted to fight the sea exploring sect, and this was what the Holy Lord wanted to see. In fact, when the Saint Gate was promoting the Saint Beast artifact, they didn't lie. They just used some propaganda methods to weaken a part of the truth as much as possible. Then, they magnified the other part of the truth as much as possible. Adding in some facts, the whole matter became like this all of a sudden. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the Holy Gates situation, so he also knew about the Holy Gates' reaction towards the sea exploring sect. He also knew that this was spread by the Holy Gates people. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to explain anything to the Holy Gates people because it was completely unnecessary. The Holy Gates people would never believe him. They were enemies with the Holy Gate. Would the Holy Gates people believe the words of the enemy? Obviously, it was impossible. Zhao Hai also knew that it was very difficult to deal with the Holy Gate this time. Their strength hadn't reached the point where they could completely wipe out the Holy Gate, so they had to take it step by step. Now that the Holy Gate had aroused the hatred of the entire Holy Gate, the Holy Gate would be even more difficult to deal with. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. Even if the Holy Gates people hated him to the core, so what? If they dared to hate him, he would dare to kill them. If one person hated him, he would kill one. If 10 people hated him, he would kill 10. If 100 people hated him, he would kill 100. He would kill until no one dared to hate him anymore. Now, the Holy Gates people obviously wouldn't attack the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to return to the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. He knew that Wen Wenhai and the others could take care of the situation there. Wen Wenhai had commanded the army many times since the time in the Lost Soul Empire. He was very experienced, so Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. Now, what he needed to do was to build the array formation at the Chicken Heart Ridge so that the Holy Gates people wouldn't be able to break it no matter how many troops and artifacts they had. Moreover, it wasn't just the Chicken Heart Ridge. Zhao Hai was also preparing to build array formations from the Chicken Heart Ridge to the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. The area between the Chicken Heart Ridge and the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range would belong to the Sea Exploring sect. This way, if the enemy attacked the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line, they would have to attack from the plains all the way to the Chicken Heart Ridge. Of course, the array formations built on the plains didn't need to be too strong. However, it couldn't be too weak either. These array formations were prepared for the future. In the future, if the Sea Exploring sect really took over the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, these array formations would all be used. The entire Wolf Ivory Mountain Range would become part of their huge array formation. In fact, Zhao Hai was very curious about the astral winds in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. He had seen a lot of astral winds, but he had never seen one as strong as this one. Even Supreme Elders couldn't stay in the astral winds for a long time in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. From this, one could see how strong the astral winds were. And the Thunderhawk clan simply used the astral winds to have such a strong fighting strength. All of this made Zhao Hai very curious about the astral winds. Zhao Hai was very clear that the astral winds couldn't be produced for no reason. Especially for this kind of astral wind, which was similar to the 5 elements killing formation, it was even more difficult to produce. There were 2 possibilities for the astral winds to be produced. One was that there was an artifact in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. Moreover, it was an incomparably powerful artifact. This artifact had the ability to reverse the 5 elements, but because of the leakage of energy, it produced astral winds. However, the possibility of this happening was very low. This was because the astral winds were above the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. If the astral winds could be encountered anywhere in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, then the possibility of this happening would be higher. The other possibility was that the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range had a formation similar to the 5 elements killing formation. Only in this case could the astral winds be said to be coming from the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. But in fact, Zhao Hai had already seen the terrain of the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. He really didn't find any formation there. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. However, there was one thing that Zhao Hai was sure of, and that was that the astral winds must be related to something in the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range. This was because other than the Wolf Ivory Mountain Range, there were no other places in the demon spirit realm that had astral winds. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. He really wanted to know where the astral winds in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range came from, and why the astral winds here had such an effect. Just as Zhao Hai was building a formation in the Chicken Heart Ridge and studying the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, when Wen Hai and the others had been attacking the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. Their attack power was very strong. Because of the use of medium techniques and energy cannons, the Wolf Ivory Mountain range was destroyed one by one. The Holy Gate's disciples suffered heavy casualties. At the sight of this situation, Elder Green Dragon and the rest panicked. The Wolf Ivory Mountain range was way too important to them. If the Sea Exploring sect were to break through this place, it would be the end of their sacred gate. The Blue Dragon Elder called all the elders to the command post in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. After everyone sat down, the Blue Dragon Elder looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, what do you think we should do in this situation?" The elders were silent for a while. To be honest, they didn't think that the Sea Exploring sect would find a way to break their tactics so quickly. This gave them a headache. The Blue Dragon Elder looked at everyone, then he turned to the Vermilion Bird Elder and said, "Vermilion Bird, what do you think we should do now?" The Vermilion Bird Elder thought for a moment and said, "Now that the Sea Exploring sect has found a way to break our tactic, it's useless for us to use this tactic. If learning this tactic was useful, then we wouldn't have been taken down by them. What I mean is that we should gather all our forces and have a decisive battle with the Sea Exploring sect's army." Hearing the Vermilion Bird Elder, the Blue Dragon Elder couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he said, "Decisive battle? If that's the case, our casualties will be huge." The Vermilion Bird Elder said solemnly, "Our casualties aren't small either. Furthermore, we can't cause too many casualties to the Sea Exploration sect. Rather than that, we might as well go all out against the Sea Exploration sect. In that case, even if 2 of us die, at least 1.5 of them will die. I don't believe that the Sea Exploration sect will continue to go all out against us. Even if all of them die, it's still better than being beaten like this." When the Vermilion Bird Elder said this, everyone went silent. They really hadn't thought of this point. The Vermilion Bird Elder was right. Their current tactic really didn't cause too many casualties to the Sea Exploring sect. This was really disadvantageous for them. If they really fought head-on, they could at least kill some of them. Rather than defending like they were now, they might as well go all out against the Sea Exploring sect. Thinking of this, the Blue Dragon Elder couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, I'll immediately report this to the Holy Master and ask him to make a decision." Everyone nodded. Although the Holy Master said that this matter would be left to them to resolve, no one could ignore the Holy Master's opinion. After all, he was the Holy Master of the Holy Gate. The Blue Dragon Elder immediately reported this matter to the Holy Master. After receiving the news, the Holy Master was stunned for a moment. Then, he directly agreed to the Blue Dragon Elder's proposal. The Holy Master was very clear that if they didn't do this, it would be impossible to stop the Sea Exploring sect's attack. Now, the Sacred Lord understood that there was no need to play tricks when fighting the Sea Exploration sect. It was useless. In terms of scheming and tactics, the Sacred Lord was simply not a match for the Sea Exploration sect. Instead of being suppressed by the Sea Exploration sect in terms of tactics, it was better to directly fight the Sea Exploration sect. Not only did the Holy Master support them, but he also transferred some troops to them. This time, the troops were the Imperial Guards under the Holy Master's control. In other words, they were the main army with the strongest combat strength in the entire Holy Gate. This time, the Holy Gate had gathered even more troops in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Now, there were nearly 800 million troops. In addition to these troops, the Holy Gate had also recruited some demonic beasts that were born with the ability to fly, such as the eagle race, the wild goose race, and so on. Some of these races that were born with the ability to fly were conscripted even if they weren't strong enough. They wanted to fight the Sea Exploring sect to the death in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. This made the atmosphere in the Wolf Ivory Mountain tense up. The Sea Exploring sect also received this information. This information wasn't collected by Zhao Hai, but by the Thunder Eagle race. Although the Thunder Eagle race didn't participate in the war, they paid attention to the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Now that the Holy Gate had mobilized an army to prepare for a decisive battle with the Sea Exploring sect, the movement was huge. The Thunder Eagle race immediately received this information and directly reported it to Zhao Hai. After receiving this information, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. In the end, he confirmed that the information sent by the Thunder Eagle race was true. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai really didn't expect that the people of the Holy Gate would actually fight them head-on. To be honest, this was very unfavorable for them. If the other party still used all kinds of tactics to fight them, Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid. He just needed to deal with every move. There was no need to worry at all. However, the problem was that the other party didn't use any tactics and was ready to fight a decisive battle. In this way, any tactics would be useless. At this point, the number of troops on both sides added up to more than 1 billion. With so many people gathered in the Wolf Fang mountain range, any tactics would be useless. This was because the other side was too many. Moreover, they only wanted to defend the Wolf Fang mountain range. Using any tactics would be useless, the only thing that Zhao Hai could do was to fight. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. The Sea Exploring sect wasn't afraid of fighting against the Holy Gate. They wouldn't lose in a frontal battle. However, their casualties would be too high. Just like what the Vermilion Bird Elder said, the death of 2 people from the Holy Gate was equivalent to the death of 1.5 people from the Sea Exploring sect. Although this statement was a bit exaggerated, the Holy Gate would at most use 2 people. It would be good if they could kill 1 person from the Sea Exploring sect. But even so, the casualties of the Sea Exploring sect would be huge. Therefore, when Zhao Hai received this information, he felt that the war couldn't continue. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others who were sitting in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what do you think now?" Wen Hai and the others didn't look too good. Wen Hai said in a deep voice, "Boss, are we going to stop just like this? Are we going to give up this opportunity?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There will be opportunities in the future. We have already occupied several mountains in the Wolf Ivory mountain range. As long as we guard those mountains, then the Holy Gate won't be able to do anything to us. They might even have to station their army here. However, they can't keep their army here. They can't afford to wait, because they still have another enemy, the E sect. As long as their army withdraws, we can attack them bit by bit. I don't believe that we can't deal with them," Wen Hai said in a deep voice, "but this is a good opportunity. With our army and the Thunderhawk clan, we can completely deal with those guys from the Holy Gate. Boss, I'm really unwilling to stop just like this." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry. If we fight with the Holy Gate right now, then our casualties would be too high. Therefore, we can't fight them head-on. Let's immediately set up a formation in Wolf Ivory Mountain and wait for the Holy Gate's people to attack. If they find out that they can't attack, then they would retreat. If they don't care about casualties, then you can retreat and wait for us to set up a formation in the buffer zone before we attack them. When that time comes, they wouldn't be able to do anything to us." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai's words, he really didn't know what to say. After a while, he said, "Okay, boss, then I will go back and prepare now." Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, "We have already fought with the people of the Holy Gate here at the Chicken Heart Ridge. The casualties on both sides are very high. It's not worthwhile to fight with the people of the Holy Gate at the Wolf Ivory Mountain. So don't worry, we will take down the Holy Gate sooner or later. But if there are too many casualties, then it will be boring." Wen Hai nodded and said, "I understand, boss. Don't worry, I know what to do. I was just a little unwilling just now. Now that everything is fine, you can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'll have the people from the formation hall go with you. You can arrange more formations in Wolf Ivory Mountain. Remember, use formations and energy cannons as much as possible to consume the enemy's strength. War is about consuming the enemy's strength. Once the enemy's strength is depleted, then they would be finished. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Wen Hai smiled and said, "Boss, don't worry, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, go and prepare. I still need to arrange the formations here. I'll leave the rest to you. Remember, don't fight the Holy Gate's army head-on. At this time, the Holy Gate's army is filled with hatred. Therefore, they will certainly go all out this time. We need to avoid their sharp edges. There's no need to fight them head-on right now. Let's wait for them to exhaust their spirit. When that time comes, even if they don't come looking for us, we'll still go looking for them. Wen Wenhai nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and Wen Wenhai turned around and left. After Wen Wenhai left, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He could understand Wen Wenhai's unwillingness, but he couldn't let Wen Wenhai fight with the Holy Gates people. This was because he knew that the Holy Gates people were full of hatred and were ready to fight to the death. If they really fought this time, it would be more tragic than the battle in the Chicken Heart Ridge. Moreover, both sides had mobilized hundreds of millions of people. If they really fought, then it would be a large-scale conflict, and the casualties would be too heavy. Therefore, he couldn't let Wen Wenhai do this. As for whether the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples would fight with the Holy Gates people, this was certain. In fact, many of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples wanted to fight with the Holy Gates people. Zhao Hai would give them a chance, but not now. Absolutely not now. When Wenhai returned to the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Now, they had occupied more than a dozen mountains in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Some people from the Sea Exploring Sect's array hall followed Wen Wenhai back. As soon as they arrived, they began to get busy. They arranged arrays on each mountain and then combined the arrays to form a bigger array. Wen Wenhai was also busy now. He began to send some of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples to the south of the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line. Only a part of them was left here. Mobilizing hundreds of millions of troops wasn't an easy task. Now, they were in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. Their territory wasn't very big, so they didn't need so many people to defend. Moreover, Zhao Hai said that their main defense was the array. If the array couldn't stop the enemy, they didn't need to fight with the enemy. They could just withdraw and attack again next time. Anyway, it wasn't a critical place and it wasn't particularly difficult to take. However, if the enemy really broke through their array, their hundreds of millions of troops wouldn't be able to retreat in time using the transmission array. If they retreated directly, it would affect their morale. Therefore, after Wen Wenhai asked Zhao Hai let a part of them retreat first, leaving only a part of them in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. This way, if the array was really broken through by the Sacred Gate, it would be more convenient for them to retreat. The situation in the Sacred Gate was different from the situation in the Sea Exploring Sect. Now, the Sacred Gate's people were assembling an army and making adjustments to the army. They were preparing to attack the Sea Exploring Sect's territory. By the time they were almost done with their preparations, 3 days had already passed. During these 3 days, the Sea Exploring Sect had been staying in the mountains they had conquered. They didn't attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. The Sacred Gates people thought that the Sea Exploring Sect was also preparing for a war with them, so they didn't take it to heart. They continued to assemble an army and prepare to attack. After 3 days of preparation, the Sacred Gates army was finally ready. Then, their army set off and rushed towards the mountains occupied by the Sea Exploring Sect. They thought that once they made a move, the Sea Exploring Sect's army would immediately meet them. Then, both sides would have a fair fight and let the Sea Exploring Sect know how powerful they were. However, when they arrived at the mountains occupied by the Sea Exploring Sect, they discovered that not a single disciple of the Sea Exploring Sect had come out. Those mountains were shrouded in fog and they couldn't see what was going on inside. Upon seeing this situation, the Blue Dragon Elder and the others couldn't help but turn pale. They felt that the Sea Exploring Sect was too shameless. Previously, their army of hundreds of millions attacked the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. They used their superior military strength to deal with the various branches of the Sacred Gate. They took down the branches of the Sacred Gate one by one and occupied the upper hand. At that time, they were so happy. But now, when our army arrived, you guys didn't come out and just hid in the array. It was as if they had punched the air with all their strength. This feeling really made the people of the Saint Gate feel incomparably annoyed. The Blue Dragon Elder stood on the back of his giant crocodile and looked at the mountains shrouded in fog. The Vermilion Bird Elder and the others were also there. The Vermilion Bird Elder looked at the mountains with an ashen face and said in a deep voice, "Shameless. These guys from the Sea Exploring Sect are too shameless. They actually didn't come out to fight. What do we do now? Do we attack directly?" The Blue Dragon Elder said in a deep voice, "Attack." What else can we do? We've already reached this point, how can we not attack? If we retreat now, our morale will be affected even more. Wouldn't this show that we've been played by the sea exploring sect? So no matter what, we have to attack once. The Vermilion Bird Elder agreed with his opinion and said, "Alright, let's attack. I want to see what these guys from the sea exploring sect are doing." Then the Vermilion Bird Elder immediately gave the order. This time, they didn't think about breaking the formation, they just directly attacked. However, their attack this time was different from the previous times. In the past, when they attacked, they would directly charge into the enemy's formation. This meant that they had entered the enemy's formation. This meant that they had to be careful. If they weren't careful, then they would be trapped inside the formation. This meant that they were just foolishly charging into the enemy's formation and waiting for the enemy to use the formation to deal with them. At this point, they weren't stupid. They thought of another way. That is, they wouldn't rush into the enemy's formation. Instead, they would use various energy weapons and spells to attack the enemy's formation. Although it would be very difficult to break the enemy's formation, it was still better than rushing into the enemy's formation. If they were dealing with an ordinary array, the people of the Holy Gate naturally wouldn't do this because there was simply no need to do so. However, they were now facing the array of the Scouring Sea sect. The people of the Holy Gate had concluded that they couldn't be careless with the array of the Scouring Sea sect. Anyone who underestimated the array of the Scouring Sea sect was already dead. It was precisely because of this that they decided to use this seemingly stupid method. However, this method was actually the safest. They weren't in a hurry. The people from the Sea Exploring sect were staying in the mountains. In other words, the people from the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't come out to attack them. Therefore, there was no need for them to be anxious. They could slowly attack the Sea Exploring sect's formation. They also brought energy cannons that could be used to attack. The ordinary disciples of the Holy Gate could also use spells to attack. In short, they would attack from outside the Sea Exploring sect's formation and wouldn't enter the formation. This situation was beyond Wenhai's expectations. At this time, the army that they had left in the mountains was less than 50 million people. They were here to watch over the formation. In fact, these 50 million people were constantly decreasing. In the past 3 days, the hundreds of millions of troops had already left. However, there were still some loose ends that needed to be done. Because of this, some people were left behind. Now, these people were also leaving. It was just that Wenhai didn't expect that the Saint Gate would use such a method to attack. Although this method might not be effective, it would still pose a great threat to their temporary array. It seemed like the people of the Saint Gate had learned their lesson. The Holy Gate's attack didn't stop. They had been using this method of magical techniques and energy cannons to attack the mountains occupied by the Sea Exploration sect. Most of the Sea Exploration sect's disciples had already moved away, leaving only a small number behind. And these disciples were now hiding underground. Although they destroyed the underground bases built by the Holy Gate's disciples under these mountains, after occupying those mountains, they built another underground base. At first, it was just to store some materials, but now it was used to store people. There were hundreds of millions of disciples in the Holy Gate. With hundreds of millions of people attacking the mountain peaks definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Finally, after a few hours of attack, the newly built array formation on the mountain peak finally broke down. Many of the array talismans were damaged and couldn't be used anymore. The array talismans couldn't be destroyed by people alone. There were many ways to destroy the array talismans. An array was an individual force field. In this force field, the array talisman was a very important point. It had to affect the entire array's force field. If the array was operating normally, the force field would be very stable. Naturally, the array talisman wouldn't be damaged, just like a well-functioning machine. However, an ordinary array wouldn't let the array be in its strongest state all the time. That was equivalent to letting a machine run at full capacity, which would affect the array's lifespan. External attacks would also cause changes to the array's force field. If it was a large-scale artifact like the one used by the Exploration Sea sect, there wouldn't be any problems because their force field was very strong. If an external force entered, it would be immediately offset or absorbed by the force field. It wouldn't have any effect on the array talisman. However, the situation this time was different. This time, the arrays arranged by the Exploration C sect on these mountains were relatively independent and temporarily arranged. Therefore, the force field itself was somewhat unstable. After a long period of attack by the Holy Gate's disciples, the array's force field had been in a very chaotic state. It was like a machine that had a problem with its operation. In this case, the machine's parts would naturally be seriously damaged. Therefore, the arrays on these mountains were all broken. As soon as he saw this situation, Wenwenhai didn't say anything. He immediately let all the disciples get on the transmission array and directly left the mountains, returning to the South Sea. After they left, the transmission array immediately self-destructed. Because they were underground, the people of the Holy Gate didn't notice these changes at all. They thought that the disciples of the Exploration C sect had already left. As soon as they saw that they had recovered the mountains occupied by the Exploration C sect, the disciples of the Holy Gate cheered. Although the process was very difficult, they were really happy. No matter what, they still won. On the other hand, the situation in the Sea Exploring sect was a little gloomy. The disciples who had participated in this operation were a little unhappy. This was equivalent to them snatching their own territory and returning it to the other party. It would be strange if they were happy. Zhao Hai didn't think much of it. This attack was originally meant to test the waters, so it wasn't a big deal to retreat now. To be honest, the harvest of this attack wasn't small. For example, they had made the Holy Gate lose tens of millions of disciples. At the same time, they had destroyed all the sacred beast artifacts of the Holy Gate. They also understood the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. This was very good for them. Zhao Hai called Wenwenhai and the others to his study. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It seems like a lot of people aren't very happy about this. We obviously snatched the territory, but we gave it away. This has never happened before in the Sea Exploring sect. I think a lot of people are thinking the same thing, right?" Wenwenhai nodded and said, "You're right." Wenwenhai nodded. When they heard Zhao Hai say this, everyone was a little embarrassed. They didn't say anything, but it seemed that they really thought so. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Everyone, don't be embarrassed. It's normal for you to think this way. I don't blame you. However, I have to tell you something. It's fine if you don't want the territory that you exchanged with the lives of your own sect's disciples. Do you understand what I mean?" Wenwenhai and the others looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Yes, sect master. We understand." Zhao Hai looked at Wenwenhai and the others and said, "This attack on the Wolf Ivory Mountain range seems to have failed. In fact, we haven't. This is because when we attacked the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, we had already laid down a formation in the buffer zone. Now, the formation has basically taken shape. In other words, the buffer zone below the Wolf Ivory Mountain range is our territory. If we want to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, we can directly attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain range from the buffer zone. This will be more convenient." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they were all happy. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "In addition to this, we have also exterminated tens of millions of the Holy Gate's disciples. In a face-to-face battle, we have repelled the Holy Gate. This made the Holy Gate not dare to look down on us. If we had fought the Holy Gate in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, the final victory would still be ours. However, we can't do that. What we want is not this victory, but the entire demon spirit world. We want to control the entire demon spirit world in our hands. Therefore, we can't fight them head-on because our disciples are very precious." At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and continued, "The reason why the Holy Gate dispatched an army to fight against us is because they want to consume our disciples. They want to trade a life for a life, but that's absolutely impossible. The lives of our disciples are very precious. Not to mention trading a life for a life, even if they were to trade 10 lives for a life, I still wouldn't agree. Because of this, I had everyone retreat. However, I didn't expect the Holy Gate to be so smart. They actually used the most stupid method to break the formation. However, this method is only effective against formations that we built temporarily. If we were to build our own formations, then their method would be useless. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, therefore, there's no need to worry. We'll deal with the Holy Gate soon. Alright, everyone can go back. Inform your subordinates that we don't need to worry. We'll counterattack soon. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. Everyone nodded and turned around to leave. After everyone left, Zhao Hai turned to Che Rong and said, Little Rong, go and ask the Falcon people to come in. Che Rong nodded and turned around to leave. Before long, the Falcon people followed Che Rong and entered Zhao Hai's study room. The Falcon people still had the appearance of an eagle, but it wasn't difficult for him to walk. On the contrary, he had an imposing aura. Zhao Hai looked at the Falcon people and smiled faintly. Falcon people, I'm really sorry. Because of some of our reasons, the attack ended without a conclusion. I'm really sorry. Hawkeye bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Hawkeye has seen the sect master. I agree with the sect master's decision. Retreating for now so that the disciples won't suffer too much losses is the correct decision. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Hawkeye has seen the sect master. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm very happy that you can think this way. However, I hope that after you return, you can lead the Thunderhawk clan to our Sea Exploring Sect's territory. This way, we can guarantee your safety. The Holy Gate should already know about your alliance with us, so they definitely wouldn't let you off. This time, our retreat will give them a chance to breathe. I think that the Holy Gate will use this opportunity to deal with you and eliminate any unstable factors. Although you are very familiar with the Wolf Ivory Mountain, if the Holy Gate goes all out to find you, then they would still be able to find you. When that time comes, you would be in danger. Therefore, what you need to do now is to come to our territory and wait for us to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. Then you can follow us. What do you think? What do you think? The Falcon people thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I'll go back and make the arrangements. Sect Master, how are the children of our race? Zhao Hai smiled and said, they are doing well. Little Rong, arrange for someone to lead the Falcon people to see the children of the Thunder Eagle race. They have already started learning. You can go and take a look. Falcon nodded and followed Che Rong outside. Then Che Rong called someone over and had that person lead the Falcon people to see the children of the Thunder Eagle race. As for the children of the Thunder Eagle race, Zhao Hai didn't send them to the Sword Spirit world. They were still in the Southern Sea. Moreover, Zhao Hai also arranged for people to give them lessons. Moreover, he also gave them some pills. At this time, the children of the Thunder Eagle race were very happy. When Falcon saw the children of the Thunder Eagle race, he discovered that they had grown stronger. Moreover, their strength had increased. This made Falcon surprised, but he was still very happy. These children being healthy meant that Zhao Hai treated them well. This was a good thing. This also meant that Zhao Hai didn't look down on them. After seeing the children, the hawk immediately returned to Wolf Fang Mountain. Although he led his clansmen to the Sea Exploring Sect's domain, the hawk knew that if they didn't leave Wolf Fang Mountain for a long time, they wouldn't be able to absorb the astral winds. This would greatly affect their fighting strength. However, the hawk knew that Zhao Hai's words were correct. If they didn't leave Wolf Fang Mountain, then they would be attacked by the Holy Gate. If that happens, then they would be finished. The strength of the Thunder Eagle race wasn't fake. If there wasn't anything, the people of the Holy Gate wouldn't be willing to provoke them. This was because the price to pay for provoking the Thunder Eagle race was too high. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Thunder Eagle race could safely stay in the Wolf Ivory Mountain for so many years. But now, the situation was different. Now, the people of the Holy Gate were going all out to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect. The people of the Thunder Eagle race had obviously surrendered to the Sea Exploring Sect. In this case, the people of the Holy Gate would definitely not allow the Thunder Eagle race to stay in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Therefore, they would definitely pursue the Thunder Eagle race. If Falcon and the others didn't leave, then they would really be finished. After the people of the Thunder Eagle race entered the Sea Exploring Sect, Zhao Hai arranged for them to rest at the defensive line of the Chicken Heart Ridge. They could even be closer to the Wolf Ivory Mountain. At the same time, it also allowed the Thunder Eagle race to have more contact with the people of the Sea Exploring Sect. This way, both sides would have a deeper understanding of each other and there wouldn't be a situation of looking down on each other. After settling the Thunder Eagle race, Zhao Hai began to pay attention to the current situation of the Sea Exploring sect. The array formation in the buffer zone was about to be completed. As long as this array formation was completed, all the territories south of the Wolf Ivory Mountain would be theirs. Now, the Sea Exploring sect had already reached the front door of the Holy Gate. The Holy Gate was now locking the door, not allowing the Sea Exploring sect to take a step forward. This door was actually the defensive line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. The people of the Holy Gate were very clear that once this door was opened, it wouldn't be easy for them to stop the Sea Exploring sect. It seemed that the Holy Gate had already found a way to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. As long as they sent out an army to confront the Sea Exploring sect, the Sea Exploring sect would generally avoid the battle. This was because if the Sea Exploring sect really fought with them, the losses they would suffer would be unbearable. However, the people of the Holy Gate didn't forget what was the most powerful thing about the Sea Exploring sect. In the eyes of the Holy Gate, the most powerful thing about the Sea Exploring sect wasn't the fighting strength of their disciples, their large-scale artifacts, or their energy cannons. The most powerful thing about the Sea Exploring sect was their array formation. In the eyes of the Holy Gate, the array formation of the Sea Exploring sect was their most powerful thing. As long as the Sea Exploring sect occupied a territory, it would be very difficult for them to take it back. Why? It was because of the array formation of the Sea Exploring sect. The array formation of the Sea Exploring sect was too powerful. It was so powerful that it exceeded their imagination. Take the mountains occupied by the Sea Exploring sect as an example. They had only occupied it for a short period of time, but the array formation they had arranged on the mountains took hundreds of millions of people a few hours to break it. Moreover, it wasn't completely broken, only a part of it was broken. Finally, it took a long time to completely remove the array formation. From this point, it could be seen how overbearing the array formation of the Sea Exploring sect was. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Holy Gate absolutely couldn't let the Sea Exploring sect obtain the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. This was because once the Sea Exploring sect obtained the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, they could easily dispatch troops from the Wolf Ivory Mountain range and attack the Holy Gate. If the Sea Exploring sect wanted to deal with them, they would have to spend more effort. If the Sea Exploring sect arranged an array formation between the Wolf Ivory Mountain range and the Holy Gate's headquarters, the Sea Exploring sect could use these arrays to slowly encroach on the Holy Gate's territory. In the end, the Holy Gate would have no place to stand. Therefore, the people of the Holy Gate wanted to block the attack of the Sea Exploring sect in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. In any case, there were astral winds in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. The Sea Exploring sect couldn't fly too high, and their attacks were limited. Therefore, they had to defend the Wolf Ivory Mountain range to the death. In the beginning, the Holy Gate didn't know that the Sea Exploration sect had set up a formation in the buffer zone. Just like what Zhao Hai said, they were focused on the Sea Exploration sect's army. Therefore, they didn't notice the Sea Exploration sect's actions in the buffer zone. They didn't have the energy to do so. When they finally drove the Sea Exploration sect out of the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they began to search for the Thunderhawk clan. In their opinion, the Thunderhawk clan was a huge threat to them. In this case, they naturally had to find the Thunderhawk clan and eliminate them. Only then would they feel relieved. However, no matter how hard they searched the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they still couldn't find anything. In the end, they could only leave it at that. However, this matter made the people of the Saint Gate even more worried. They were worried that the Thunderhawk tribe was still in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. If that was the case, they would be in trouble. When they finished dealing with this matter, they discovered that the Sea Exploration sect had completely occupied the buffer zone. In other words, the Sea Exploration sect's territory had extended from the Chicken Heart Ridge to the bottom of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. This discovery made the Holy Gate's people shocked. They immediately began to prepare to attack the Sea Exploration sect. They directly let their disciples attack the Sea Exploration sect several times. However, they failed. The Sea Exploration sect's formation was too powerful. In the end, the Holy Gate's people had no choice but to use the old method. They directly used energy weapons and magical techniques to attack the Sea Exploration sect's formation. They wanted to see if they could break the formation. However, they miscalculated this time. They used energy cannons and various magical techniques to attack the Sea Exploration Sect's formation for a few days. However, the formation was still there. There was no reaction at all. This made the Holy Gate's people feel despair. They didn't expect the Sea Exploration Sect to occupy the buffer zone. This time, the Sea Exploration Sect had the upper hand. When the Sacred Gate saw that this method wasn't able to break the formation, they had no choice but to report this matter to the Sacred Lord. However, the Sacred Lord couldn't do anything about this matter. The formation of the Sea Exploring Sect was too powerful. They simply couldn't break it. Therefore, the Sacred Lord could only order them to guard the Wolf Ivory Mountain and think of other methods. However, whether it was the Azure Dragon Elder or the Vermilion Bird Elder, both of them understood that there was nothing they could do even if they were thinking of other ways. After all, their Holy Gate had no way to break the other party's grand array. Naturally, there was nothing they could do about it. However, it wasn't as if they didn't have any good news. The good news was that they had made some progress in contacting the E-Sect. Although the E-Sect wouldn't help them attack the Sea Exploring Sect, the E-Sect also said that they wouldn't attack them. This was because the E-Sect needed to rest and recuperate. Although they didn't achieve their most desired goal, this result was still very good. At least, they didn't have any worries. Moreover, judging from Elder Snake's reaction, the E-Sect was actually very afraid of the Exploration Sea Sect. Although the people of the E-Sect didn't agree to deal with the Exploration Sea Sect, it seemed that the E-Sect didn't want to have any contact with the Exploration Sea Sect anymore. In addition, Elder Snake told the people of the E-Sect that the Sea Exploration Sect was an outsider and their target was the entire demon spirit world. Therefore, they had made great progress. If the Sea Exploration Sect attacked the Holy Gate in the future, maybe the E-Sect would slowly lean towards them. This was definitely good news for the people of the Holy Gate. Now, the main force of the Holy Gate was confronting the Sea Exploration Sect on the front line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. If the E-Sect suddenly attacked from the back at this time, the consequences would be very serious. Now that the E-Sect said so, it meant that they might really not attack them. Then, the Holy Gate could deal with the Sea Exploration Sect with all their strength. The reason why the Holy Gate believed the words of the E-Sect so quickly was because when the E-Sect said these words this time, they swore to the demon god. In the demon spirit world, an oath was not made casually, especially when it was made in the name of the demon god. This oath could not be made casually. Such an oath was even more powerful than the Great Heart Demon Oath of the Cultivators. In the demon spirit world, people could disrespect the Great Heart Demon Oath, but few people dared to disrespect the demon god oath. It was precisely because the E-Sect swore to the demon god this time that the people of the Holy Gate believed them. They also saw that the E-Sect was indeed very afraid of the Sea Exploration Sect now. It wasn't unreasonable for the E-Sect to be so afraid of the Sea Exploration Sect. One must know that the E-Sect rarely had an advantage in the battle with the Holy Gate. Almost every time they lost, the losses of the E-Sect were greater than the losses of the Holy Gate. Originally, the E-Sect thought that it would be difficult for the Holy Gate to deal with the Sea Exploration Sect, but it should be easy to deal with the Sea Exploration Sect. The reason why they cooperated with the Sea Exploration Sect was actually to let the Sea Exploration Sect think that they were allies. This way, the Sea Exploration Sect could deal with the Holy Gate with all their strength. The people of the E-Sect never thought that the Sea Exploration Sect could do anything to the Holy Gate. In their opinion, as long as the Sea Exploration Sect could cause a certain amount of damage to the Holy Gate, it would be the greatest help to them. The best result would be for the Holy Gate to be unable to deal with them in a short time. But what they didn't expect was that the Exploration Sea Sect didn't fall into a disadvantage at all in the several battles with the Holy Gate. Moreover, they were able to make the Holy Gate suffer losses every time, and even suffered a great loss. Now, the Holy Gate was already very laborious to guard the Wolf Ivory Mountain range, which made the E-Sect even more surprised. But at the same time, it also made the E-Sect feel a deep sense of fear. The E-Sect also had an inner circle in the Holy Gate. They were very clear about how the Holy Gate dealt with the Sea Exploration Sect. It could be said that the Holy Gate had used all their strength to deal with the Sea Exploration Sect. In this case, the Holy Gate was still beaten up by the Sea Exploration Sect. How could they not be afraid of the Sea Exploration sect? In addition, Elder Snake told them that the Sea Exploration sect didn't come for revenge at all. They came for the demon spirit world and were the enemy of the entire demon spirit world. These words made the sect somewhat tempted. They found that this was really the case. But if it was just this, it was absolutely impossible to let the sect and the Holy Gate deal with the Sea Exploration sect together. The people of the sect would never do this. They wouldn't deal with the Sea Exploration sect because of this. So, the sect finally decided to not help either side. The people of the sect now understood that if they dealt with the Sea Exploration sect, it would be equivalent to helping the Holy Gate. The Holy Gate had a great enmity with them, so they would never help the Holy Gate. Moreover, they didn't have any enmity with the Scouring Sea sect, but the Holy Gate had a deep-seated enmity with them. In addition, they and the Holy Gate had completely different ideologies, which was why they were separated. Speaking of which, the conflict between them was much deeper than the conflict between them and the Scouring Sea sect. In this case, it was already very good for them to choose not to help either side. The people of the Holy Gate also knew this. They were very satisfied that the sect didn't drag them down. They would rather believe in themselves when dealing with the Sea Exploration sect. But the problem now was that the blade of the Sea Exploration sect was already at their doorstep. The Wolf Ivory Mountain was the territory of the Sea Exploration sect. The most troublesome thing for the people of the Holy Gate was that they used energy weapons to attack the array of the Sea Exploration sect, but it had no effect at all. Even if they sent their disciples to attack, it was impossible to break the array of the Sea Exploration sect. The Blue Dragon Elder gathered the Vermilion Bird Elder and the others once again. Then, the Blue Dragon Elder looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone should be aware of the current situation. Although the sect won't make trouble for us, the Sea Exploration sect has already occupied the buffer zone. This is definitely a problem for us. Does anyone have any good ideas?" Everyone was silent and didn't speak because they really didn't have any good ideas now. At this time, the Vermilion Bird Elder looked at the Blue Dragon Elder and said in a deep voice, "Blue Dragon, what do you think about letting the 9-numbered turtle and the formation-breaking beast break the array?" The Blue Dragon Elder was stunned, then he frowned and said, "Haven't we tried this method before? It won't work." The Vermilion Bird Elder replied, "What I mean is, let's use death to break the array." Upon hearing the Vermilion Bird Elder, the Blue Dragon Elder and the others were stunned. Then their expressions changed. They didn't think that the Vermilion Bird Elder would propose such an idea. This idea was feasible, but it was a bit too cruel for the 9-numbered turtle and the formation-breaking beast. The so-called use death to break the array was to have the formation-breaking beast and the 9-numbered turtle enter the Sea Exploration sect's formation and have them self-detonate. This way, the Sea Exploration sect's formation might be broken. This was because this was an ability of the formation-breaking beast. Formation-breaking beasts have their own force field, so ordinary formations wouldn't be able to affect them. This ability was very magical. However, once the formation-breaking beasts self-detonate, their force field would change and turn into a destructive force field. This force field was very harmful to cultivators, but it was even more harmful to formations. Therefore, if the formation-breaking beasts self-detonate, they might be able to break the Sea Exploration sect's formation. Although this method wasn't bad, it was too cruel. A lot of formation-breaking beasts would be sacrificed. However, this method was something that they hadn't used before. If this method was successful, then they would be able to break the Sea Exploration sect's formation. This was definitely a good thing for them. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others didn't speak. To be honest, the status of the formation-breaking beasts wasn't very high in the Holy Gate. It was only because they could break the formation that the Holy Gate valued them very much. If it wasn't for this reason, these formation-breaking beasts with mediocre cultivation talent would have already been turned into tool beasts by the Holy Gate. Now, the formation-breaking beasts were no different from tool beasts. The Holy Gate was only using their talents and didn't allow them to learn too much. Therefore, strictly speaking, the status of the formation-breaking beasts in the Holy Gate was still very awkward. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others didn't have much resistance to sacrificing the formation-breaking beasts. However, they were a little worried. What if the formation-breaking beasts were sacrificed and they still couldn't break the Sea Exploration sect's formation? The vermilion bird elder looked at the blue dragon elder and the others, then he said, I know what everyone is worried about. What if we can't break the formation? But everyone, this is the last method. Even if the formation-breaking beasts die, so what? As long as our disciples don't die, it's fine. What if they succeed? What if they succeed? Then wouldn't we be able to beat the sea-exploring sect back? When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. Just like the vermilion bird elder said, so what if all the formation-breaking beasts died? As long as they could repel the sea-exploring sect, any sacrifice was acceptable. The blue dragon elder's eyes turned sharp, then he said, all right, then it's decided. I want to see if the formation-breaking beasts can break the sea-exploring sect's formation. The others nodded. For them, the life and death of the formation-breaking beasts wasn't within their scope of consideration. They didn't care about the life and death of the formation-breaking beasts. This was because the strength of the formation-breaking beasts was there for everyone to see. Their life and death wouldn't affect the Holy Gate too much. The blue dragon elder said, I'll talk to the patriarch of the formation-breaking beasts. If they don't agree, then don't blame us for being impolite. The vermilion bird elder looked at the blue dragon elder, then he said, I'll go talk to them. I've already told the Holy Lord that I'll live and die with the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Therefore, let me be the bad guy. When they heard the vermilion bird elder, the blue dragon elder and the others nodded. They didn't say anything else. They knew what the vermilion bird elder meant. He had already made up his mind to die. Therefore, it was better to let him do the offending. This way, the blue dragon elder and the others could still maintain their current status and order others around. As for him, he was already prepared to sacrifice himself. The formation-breaking beasts were also a tribe, but there weren't many of them. There were only a few thousand of them, and they couldn't transform. However, the formation-breaking beasts had contributed a lot to the Holy Gate in the past few years. If Elder Green Dragon were to step in and order the formation-breaking beasts to be sacrificed, it might arouse the dissatisfaction of the other smaller tribes. The smaller tribes would be in danger, and it would be difficult for Elder Green Dragon to command the other tribes. However, the vermilion bird elder was different. He had already made up his mind to die. In other words, he didn't care anymore. If he succeeded this time, then it would be fine. At worst, the vermilion bird elder wouldn't give any orders in the future. However, if he failed this time, then there would be more battles with the sea-exploring sect in the future. Since the vermilion bird elder had already made up his mind to die, then the other race's resentment towards the vermilion bird elder would naturally disappear. This wouldn't affect the blue dragon elder and the others in commanding the other races to deal with the sea-exploring sect. The blue dragon elder looked at the vermilion bird elder and said, Vermilion bird, have you really thought it through? The vermilion bird elder sighed and said, I've thought it through. The Saint Beast artifact was destroyed in my hands. You can forgive me, but I can't forgive myself. Those ordinary disciples won't forgive me either. The blue dragon elder sighed when he heard the vermilion bird elder's words. He didn't say anything else. Indeed, in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Holy Gate, the Saint Beast artifact might not have much use. It was just a symbol. However, in the eyes of the ordinary disciples, the Saint Beast artifact was a sacred object that absolutely couldn't be destroyed. Therefore, the vermilion bird elder's destruction of the Saint Beast artifact was a great sin. Although the Holy Gate's propaganda had made the Holy Gate's disciples focus all their anger on the sea-exploring sect, there were still many voices saying that the vermilion bird elder didn't deserve to be one of the 4 holy elders and wanted him to quickly abdicate. There were even people who directly said that they wanted to punish the vermilion bird elder. Such voices put a lot of pressure on the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord had already ordered the punishment of the vermilion bird elder. He just wanted the vermilion bird elder to atone for his crimes by coming to the front line to deal with the sea-exploring sect. Therefore, the vermilion bird elder was already guilty. In addition, the vermilion bird elder was already prepared to die. Therefore, the vermilion bird elder decided to shoulder more of the blame on the vermilion bird elder. This would reduce the pressure on the blue dragon elder and the others. This would be more advantageous for them to deal with the sea-exploring sect. Qing Fong was the patriarch of the formation-breaking beast clan. He was also the strongest member of the formation-breaking beast clan. Although he didn't know how to transform, he wasn't weak at all. In fact, he was very strong. Guowei was one of the 9 turtles of the formation-breaking beast clan. Not only did he know how to break formations, he also knew how to set up formations. If an ordinary person were to face him, they would have to first break through his formations. Moreover, they would have to face his defenses and his attacks. It could be said that Qing Feng wasn't a famous figure in the Holy Gate. However, he was only a little famous. Ordinary people still looked down on him because he couldn't transform. But Qing Feng was very clear that it wasn't because he couldn't transform. It was because he didn't learn how to transform. He wanted to transform, but the people of the Holy Gate closed the door for him. Qing Feng understood the attitude of the people of the Holy Gate towards him. They wanted to use him, but at the same time, they also wanted to restrict him. In the eyes of the people in charge of the Holy Gate, they were nothing but useful tools. Once they were useless, they would be discarded at any time. This was the fate of the formation-breaking beast clan. Qing Feng wanted to let the formation-breaking beast clan get rid of this order, but he was powerless. This was because in order to get rid of this fate, they needed to have the strength to do so. And the Holy Gate wouldn't give them such an opportunity. It wasn't that the formation-breaking beast clan didn't have any geniuses. In his memory, there were quite a number of geniuses in the formation-breaking beast clan. These geniuses were quite strong. Moreover, even if they didn't learn any cultivation techniques, their strength wasn't weak. If they were given more time, they would definitely be able to develop better. But it was a pity that the Holy Gate didn't give them such an opportunity. In the end, the Holy Gate found all kinds of excuses to send these geniuses to the most dangerous places. In the end, they died. From these incidents, Qing Feng could see the true colors of the people in charge of the Holy Gate. Although they were also part of the Beast Clan, they didn't treat other Beast Clan members as tools. They treated other Beast Clan members as inferior creatures. The Holy Gate was just a tool used by them to control other Beast Clan members. They had already placed themselves above the entire Beast Clan. Qing Feng wanted to resist, but he didn't have the strength to do so. The number of formation-breaking Beast Clan members was too small. There was simply no way for them to resist. If they wanted to resist, only death would await them. Therefore, he could only wait and slowly nurture the younger generation of the formation-breaking Beast Clan, hoping that they would succeed in the future. However, since the Sea Exploring sect invaded the demon spirit world, the formation-breaking Beast Clan was unlucky. They were always arranged to break the arrays of the Sea Exploring sect. However, they didn't have the ability to do so. In order to break the arrays of the Sea Exploring sect, a lot of their clansmen had been sacrificed. For the formation-breaking Beast Clan, which only had a total of a few thousand people, the sacrifice of a single person was a huge blow to them. Not to mention sacrificing so many people at once. This was a huge blow to them. However, Qing Feng was very clear that this wasn't the end. As long as the Sea Exploring sect was in the demon spirit world, their sacrifice wouldn't stop. Instead, it would only increase. To be honest, he didn't hate the Sea Exploring sect. This was because the Sea Exploring sect was against the Sacred Gate, not the formation-breaking Beast Clan. Not only did he not hate the Sea Exploring sect, he even admired them. Qing Feng was very knowledgeable about arrays. He was very clear that the Sacred Gate wouldn't teach them cultivation techniques. They were afraid that their strength would grow. Therefore, the Sacred Gate had already sealed their cultivation techniques. Moreover, the formation-breaking Beast Clan was born with a slow cultivation speed. If they weren't given a good environment, they wouldn't be able to produce powerful experts. Therefore, in order to increase his strength, Qing Feng could only work on arrays. This was also the reason why he was so strong in this aspect. At this time, the formation-breaking beasts were all in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. They were prepared to break the Sea Exploring sect's formation at any time. However, Qing Feng didn't have any confidence at all. Seeing her clansmen die one by one, Qing Feng's heart was bleeding. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Elder arrived at the formation-breaking Beast Clan's camp. The formation-breaking Beast Clan's camp was a very remote place. The environment wasn't very good. When Xianxia saw the Vermilion Bird Elder, he immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Vermilion Bird Elder. May I know what instructions the Elder has for us?" The Vermilion Bird Elder looked at Qing Feng and said, "Qing Feng, yesterday, all of you will go to the sea exploring Xianxia. You must break it. Even if you have to use death to break it, you must break it." Qing Feng was stunned when he heard the Vermilion Bird Elder's words. Then, his expression changed. However, he didn't object. Instead, he pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, Elder. Even if the formation-breaking beast clan has to sacrifice all of us, we must break the sea-exploring Xianxia and clear the path for the sacred gate. Please rest assured, Elder." The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, "This time, you must break the sea-exploring Xianxia in one fell swoop. Therefore, you must mobilize more people. The sea-exploring Xianxia isn't that easy to break. Do you understand?" Qing Feng said, "Yes, Elder. Please rest assured. This time I will bring all of my clansmen who can fight. We must break the sea-exploring Xianxia. Please rest assured, Elder." The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, "Good. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, we will attack the sea-exploring Xianxia." The Vermilion Bird Elder turned and left after Qing Feng acknowledged the order. When the Vermilion Bird Elder left, Qing Feng's expression changed completely. He gritted his teeth and walked towards his clansmen. Then, he called everyone to his side and said, "Everyone, listen up. I just received the Vermilion Bird Elder's order. Tomorrow, we must get ready to attack the sea-exploring Xianxia. Even if we have to use death to break the array, we must break the sea-exploring Xianxia." The entire formation-breaking beast clan's camp fell silent when they heard Qing Feng's order. Even a pin drop could be heard. Qing Feng slowly led the other clansmen forward. In front of them was the formation of the sea-exploring sect. Once they get there, they would be attacked. At this time, their complexions were very ugly. For them, this operation was very dangerous. However, they had no choice but to come. If they dared to say no, the Vermilion Bird Elder wouldn't let them go. Therefore, they had to come. Now, he only hoped that everything would go as he expected. Otherwise, they would have no way to survive. The formation-breaking beast clan would be exterminated. Looking at the exploration C-Sex formation in front of them, Qing Feng took a deep breath and climbed straight into the formation. He didn't say anything because he knew that the Blue Dragon Elder was watching them from behind. If he dared to say anything, the Blue Dragon Elder would find out that something was wrong. He was afraid that the Blue Dragon Elder would immediately kill him. Therefore, Qing Feng didn't say anything and just led his clansmen to climb into the formation. As he climbed, he mobilized his own force field. His clansmen also mobilized their own force fields. However, no one noticed that Qing Feng's force field was a little different. However, this kind of force field could only be felt by the clansmen. Therefore, they naturally didn't know what was different about Qing Feng's force field until they entered the exploration C-Sex formation. Qing Feng's force field became stronger. At this time, someone discovered the difference in Qing Feng's force field. This person was none other than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already expected that the sacred gate would find a way to break the formation when they saw it. Therefore, he had been personally controlling the formation for the past few days. He wanted to see how the sacred gate would break the formation. But now, it seems like the sacred gate didn't have any good ideas. First, they let their disciples attack the formation. When the disciples died in the formation, they used energy artifacts to attack, but it was still useless. Now, they let the formation-breaking beasts attack. To be honest, Zhao Hai liked the formation-breaking beast clan very much. This was because their talent in formations was really good. They could even bring their own force fields. This was really rare. In Zhao Hai's opinion, if they were properly trained, their potential would definitely be huge. They were the best candidates to learn about formations and the void condensation technique. If the formation-breaking beast clan really learned the void condensation technique, then their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. They would become true formation cultivators. Only a few people would be able to compete with them. But now, he didn't say anything. This was because the formation-breaking beast clan wasn't his subordinates, nor were they members of the sea-exploring sect. Even if he wanted to train them, it was impossible. He realized that the number of formation-breaking beasts that came to deal with them this time was a little too much. A few formation-breaking beasts. So many formation-breaking beasts. This was something he didn't expect. Just as Zhao Hai was about to use the power of the formation to eliminate the formation-breaking beast clan in one fell swoop, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. At first, Zhao Hai felt that it was very strange. Because the formation-breaking beast clan had their own force fields, the formation wouldn't take the initiative to attack them. However, their force fields were different from the formation's force fields. So, he could still detect the formation-breaking beasts and direct the formation to attack them. But now, he realized that wherever the formation-breaking beasts passed by, the formation's force fields would increase. What was going on? Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that this wasn't a problem with the formation. Instead, it was the strongest formation-breaking beast of the formation-breaking beast clan. It seems like the formation-breaking beast was reinforcing the formation. The formation-breaking beasts were clearly their enemies. They were here to break the formation. So why would they suddenly strengthen the formation? What was going on? Zhao Hai stared. Then he immediately thought of something. His eyes couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Mist Dragon, come out." The Mist Dragon immediately drilled out from under Zhao Hai's feet. However, his body wasn't completely out. Only his head was exposed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Father, what are your orders?" Zhao Hai replied, "Those formation-breaking beasts are a bit strange. They're actually supporting our formations. I think they're using this method to convey goodwill to us. Go and take a look at them and see what they're thinking. If they're really trying to convey goodwill to us, then what are their intentions? If they really want to join our sea-exploring sect, then agree to their request and see if they have any misgivings. If they have any, then report to me. As long as they can resolve it, then it'll be resolved. As long as they agree to join our sea-exploring sect, then there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Mist Dragon immediately nodded. Then he directly entered the ground and disappeared. On the other hand, Zhao Hai stared at the jade compass. He wanted to see what the formation-breaking beasts wanted to do. At this time, Qing Feng was very nervous. He didn't know if the sea-exploring sect would understand his intentions. After all, this method of expressing goodwill was too subtle. If the other party didn't understand, then they would be finished. However, this was the last method he could think of. This was related to the life and death of the formation-breaking beasts. Yesterday, when Vermilion Bird Elder told him what they were going to do, Qing Feng knew that if they didn't take the risk, then the formation-breaking beasts would be exterminated. However, they couldn't show any dissatisfaction. If they did, then Vermilion Bird Elder would immediately kill them. Therefore, when Vermilion Bird Elder said that they were going to die, Qing Feng already made up his mind to join the sea-exploring sect. However, he didn't show it. He didn't even say a word of objection. Instead, he directly agreed to Vermilion Bird Elder's words. Before they entered the formation of the Exploring the Sea sect, he had already made arrangements. After they left the camp, the remaining array-breaking beasts that had not yet reached adulthood would find an excuse to leave the camp and find a place to hide. If they succeeded in surrendering to the Exploring the Sea sect, he would find a way to rescue them. If they all died, those array-breaking beasts would directly find a place to hide. It would be best if they never appeared again, so as to preserve the bloodline of the array-breaking beasts. Naturally, Qing Feng also knew that the possibility of this happening was very small. However, they had no choice but to do this because this was their last hope. He didn't immediately say that he wanted to surrender to the sea-exploring sect after entering the formation. This was because if he did, then the energy weapons of the Holy Gate would immediately attack them. Therefore, he could only use the formation to convey his goodwill to the sea-exploring sect. He hoped that the people of the sea-exploring sect would notice it. If the people of the sea-exploring sect noticed it, then they would still have a chance to live. If they didn't, then they would be dead for sure. Just as Qing Feng was trembling with fear, a voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, I'm talking to you." My father wants to ask you why you're supporting our sea exploring sect's formation. Explain. When Qing Feng heard this voice, he stared for a moment before he immediately replied, Are you the lord of the sea exploring sect? I'm the patriarch of the formation-breaking beast clan. My name is Qing Feng. We were forced by the people of the Holy Gate to enter the Exploration Sea Sect's grand formation. We really don't want to be enemies with the Exploration Sea Sect. But if we don't come, then we'll be dead. Moreover, the people of the Holy Gate wanted us to use our deaths to break the formation. They wanted us to self-detonate in the grand formation to break the formation. I don't want to do that. Our formation-breaking beast clan only has a few clansmen left. I don't want them to die. Therefore, I strengthened the grand formation of the Exploration Sea Sect in hopes of meeting the lords of the Exploration Sea Sect and tell them that we want to join the Exploration Sea Sect. Naturally, the one who spoke was Miss Dragon. Because of this, Miss Dragon couldn't help but stare when he heard Qing Feng. Then he immediately said, Are you telling the truth? Do you really want to join the Sea Exploring Sect? The Holy Gate is very strict with traitors. Didn't they detain your clansmen? If you surrender, then what will happen to your clansmen? Replying to Lord, almost all of the clansmen of the formation-breaking beast clan are here. Only a small number of underage clansmen remained in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. We've already made them go into hiding. We hope that they can escape this calamity. When there's an opportunity in the future, we'll go back and save them. It's not that we've given up on them, it's just that if we don't, then our clan will be exterminated. I ask Lord to tell Sect Lord Zhao Hai that we're sincere in our surrender. Wait here. I'll report this to Father. Don't do anything special. Just keep moving forward. Don't let the Holy Gate discover you. Miss Dragon instructed Qing Feng. Then he returned to Zhao Hai and reported the situation to Zhao Hai. After hearing the Miss Dragon, Zhao Hai said, Go to Wolf Feng Mountain and take some people with you. Find the children of the formation-breaking beasts and bring them back. Go. The Mist Dragon nodded, then he drilled into the ground and disappeared. Zhao Hai nodded and said, You can go now. After going underground, Mist Dragon brought a lot of clansmen to the Wolf Ivory Mountain. They weren't very far from the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Moreover, the people of the Holy Gate didn't know of Mist Dragon and the others' existence. Therefore, they didn't pay attention to them. Mist Dragon and the others smoothly sneaked into the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Then they began to look for the children of the formation-breaking beast clan. It didn't take long for them to find the children of the formation-breaking beast clan. The children of the formation-breaking beast clan had indeed left their camp. They were now hiding in a cave. Although the cave was hidden, as long as one wanted to, it would be easy to find them. It can be seen that these children didn't have any experience. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding there. Mist Dragon and the others directly went over and dragged the children underground. In the beginning, the children of the Formation Break Beast clan were very afraid. But after the Fog Dragon told them that their patriarch had sent him to pick them up, the children calmed down. Then the Fog Dragon took the children back to where they came from. At this time, the Blue Dragon Elder and the others were still standing on the peak of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. They were looking at the formation-breaking beast clan that had entered the Sea Exploring Sect's formation. Up until now, the formation-breaking beast clan hadn't been attacked. This made the Blue Dragon Elder frown. He said, What's going on? Why didn't the Sea Exploring Sect attack them? Could it be that the people from the Sea Exploring Sect had retreated? That's impossible. The Vermilion Bird Elder frowned and said, That's impossible. It wasn't easy for the Sea Exploration Sect to build the formation here. If they retreat, then the next time they attack, they would have to expend even more effort. I don't think the Sea Exploration Sect would do that, right? There must be some other reason. The Blue Dragon Elder nodded. Then the White Tiger Elder, who had been observing, said, Could it be that the Sea Exploring Sect knew about our plan? So they didn't deal with the formation-breaking beasts? But that's impossible. If they didn't deal with the formation-breaking beasts because of this, then the formation-breaking beasts should have already found their talismans and destroyed them. But why aren't the formation-breaking beasts doing anything? Why are they just walking inside? When the Blue Dragon Elder heard the White Tiger Elder's words, his face couldn't help but change. Then his eyes flashed coldly as he said, unless the formation-breaking beasts surrendered to the sea-exploring sect and became their people. That's why the sea-exploring sect didn't deal with them. Men, go to the formation-breaking beasts camp and see if the formation-breaking beasts whelps are in the camp. When the Blue Dragon Elder said this, someone behind him immediately responded and flew directly to the formation-breaking beasts camp. The Blue Dragon Elder continued, everyone else, get ready. If the formation-breaking beasts really betrayed us, then don't be polite. Use your energy artifacts to attack them. Even if we can't enter the sea-exploring sect's formation, we can use our energy artifacts to take their lives. I won't let anyone who dares to betray the Holy Gate off. Someone immediately responded and went to pass down the order. The entire Holy Gate's army became nervous. They were all waiting for the news from the person who went to the formation-breaking beasts camp. After a while, the person who went to the formation-breaking beasts camp returned. He cupped his fists towards the Blue Dragon Elder and said, Elder, there's no one in the formation-breaking beasts camp. The formation-breaking beasts whelps aren't in the camp, nor are they in the vicinity of the camp. The Blue Dragon Elder snorted and said, I knew it would be like this. Pass down the order. Use your energy artifacts to attack those formation-breaking beasts. Eliminate them for me. A disciple immediately responded and passed down the order. Then, all the energy artifacts of the Holy Gate were launched. Their targets were the formation-breaking beasts. At this moment, a blue light suddenly appeared above the sea-exploring sect's formation. This blue light shrouded the sea-exploring sect's formation. When the energy beams emitted by the Holy Gate's energy artifacts hit this blue light, it was like a stone falling into the sea. It slowly disappeared without even a splash. When Qing Feng saw the energy beams shooting down from the Wolf Ivory Mountain, he couldn't help but close his eyes. This was because he didn't receive a reply from the Mist Dragon. He thought that the sea-exploring sect didn't care about them. Because of this, he couldn't help but close his eyes. He felt that he was finished. However, Qing Feng didn't feel any energy beams hitting him for a long time. He couldn't help but stare. He turned his head and saw that the energy beams were blocked by a layer of blue light. This made Qing Feng stare before he became overjoyed. This was because he understood that the sea-exploring sect had accepted them. Just as the other members of the formation-breaking beast clan were wondering what was going on, a voice suddenly rang out, Formation-breaking beast clan, listen up. In a while, there will be people coming to pick you up. Just follow them and you will feel better. The sect leader has already arranged for people to rescue the children of your formation-breaking beast clan. They will be back soon. Just wait for them. Qing Feng gratefully replied, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sect master. However, he didn't receive any response. It was clear that the other party had already left. Although Qing Feng didn't see the other party, he knew that the other party's voice came from underground. Qing Feng knew that the other party must be living underground. However, this made him very surprised. He was also a beast, and he knew that there were some beasts who had the innate ability to travel underground, such as the rat race. However, when these rat race people moved underground, they would make a slight noise. But now, these people underground were completely silent. This made Qing Feng very surprised. However, he didn't have much time to think about it. Before long, a row of large artifacts flew over from the distance. These large artifacts stopped right beside them. Then one side of the large artifacts turned into a springboard. Then a person on the ship loudly said, come up. Qing Feng nodded. Then he immediately commanded his clansmen to board the large artifacts. Because of their large size, they were able to fit inside several large artifacts. Then the large artifacts turned around and flew towards the Chicken Heart Ridge. At this moment, the energy weapons from Wolf Ivory Mountain were still attacking. Even after the large ritual implement left, the energy weapons from Wolf Ivory Mountain didn't stop. Energy beams shot directly into the Great Punishment ritual implement. Although they knew that they couldn't hit anything, they still shot. The Blue Dragon Elder and the Vermilion Bird Elder were livid. They still haven't found the children of the formation-breaking beast clan. Moreover, their attacks were blocked by the Sea Exploring School. From this point, one could see that the formation-breaking beasts had surrendered to the Sea Exploring School. How could the Blue Dragon Elder and the Vermilion Bird Elder not be angry? They originally wanted the formation-breaking beast clan to break the Sea Exploring School's formation. But now, everything was over. The formation-breaking beast clan actually surrendered to the enemy. Looking at the large artifacts of the Sea Exploring School leaving with Qing Feng and the others, the Blue Dragon Elder couldn't help but snort. Then he flicked his sleeves and returned to a branch hall in Wolf Ivory Mountain. This branch hall was located on the highest peak of Wolf Ivory Mountain. It was also the largest branch hall of the Holy Gate in the entire Wolf Ivory Mountain. From here, one could see the buffer zone. Therefore, the Blue Dragon Elder set up the branch hall here. Although there were astral winds at the peak, the astral winds would never affect the bottom of the branch hall. Therefore, they were still very safe here. After returning to the branch hall and sitting down, the Blue Dragon Elder's face was still gloomy. The other elders were also gloomy, especially the Vermilion Bird Elder. The formation-breaking beast clan's escape was tantamount to slapping him in the face. How could he not be angry? However, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch. This feeling made the Vermilion Bird Elder extremely angry. The Blue Dragon Elder let out a long breath and said, "I really didn't expect that the formation-breaking beast clan would dare to betray us. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely tear their entire clan into pieces." The Vermilion Bird Elder said in a deep voice, "I really don't know when they contacted the Sea Exploring School. Also, how did the children of the formation-breaking beast clan escape? With their strength, it's impossible for them to escape. There must be something fishy about this matter." The Blue Dragon Elder said in a deep voice, "This matter really needs to be investigated properly. If we can't find out the truth, it will be too dangerous. This means that the Sea Exploring School can enter our Wolf Ivory Mountain at any time without anyone knowing. That's really too scary." The other elders nodded. This matter was indeed a little scary. If the Sea Exploring School could really enter the Wolf Ivory Mountain without anyone knowing, then how were they going to defend? If this matter wasn't dealt with properly, then it would be very troublesome. The Vermilion Bird Elder thought for a moment and said, "Blue Dragon, how about this? We'll have the rat race establish a base in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. We'll build a few more exits for these bases. It would be best if we build the base at the foot of the mountain and extend it all the way to the buffer zone. As long as we build the buffer zone, not only will we have more ways to attack the Sea Exploring School, we'll also be able to monitor them. No matter how they entered the Wolf Ivory Mountain, we'll know." The Blue Dragon Elder thought for a moment and nodded, "All right, that's a good idea. Let's do it this way. We'll have the rat race go underground and have the bird race take to the sky. We'll have them monitor the entire Wolf Ivory Mountain. We can't let any place go." The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll arrange it." The Azure Dragon Elder sighed, then he said, "The problem now is that we can't keep the army here for a long time. If we keep the army here, then who will do the rest of the work? If the army only defends here and does nothing else, then the consumption would be too great." Everyone nodded. If the army was outside, then it would consume a lot of resources. But if the army was withdrawn, then they would have their own tasks after returning. At that time, they would be able to collect all kinds of things for the Holy Gate. This way, the Holy Gate would be able to reap a harvest. But the current consumption was too terrifying. In fact, the beast race had a huge disadvantage. Before they could transform, they wouldn't be able to do many things. They were beast cultivators. Before they could transform, they would have the appearance of wild beasts. This made it very inconvenient for them to do anything. Only after transforming would they be able to do anything. However, they were able to transform, which meant that they had combat power. In a war like this, they must be counted in. Therefore, the army of monster cultivators here would only be consumed, and there would be no harvest. Even if there was some harvest, it was too little. Compared with the consumption of the army, it was too far away. But the Sea Exploring sect was different. The people of the Sea Exploring sect were all humans. Even if their cultivation wasn't very good, they could still do some ordinary work. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai led the army to battle outside, there wouldn't be any problems with their logistics. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others also discovered this point. Now, they were also angry about this matter. In their opinion, this matter was indeed a bit difficult to handle. Although they had a lot of human slaves, the productivity of these slaves was too low. The things that they produced weren't enough for them. This was the biggest headache for them. Their current consumption was actually the Holy Gate's inventory. Although the Holy Gate had a lot of inventory, the consumption of hundreds of millions of people was still a lot. If this continues, sooner or later, they wouldn't be able to hold on. What should they do when that time comes? However, they didn't have any good ideas at this time. The pressure from the sea exploring sect was still there. If they withdrew their army from the Wolf Ivory Mountain, then it would be tantamount to giving the mountain to the sea exploring sect. Because of this, they couldn't withdraw. They could only wait like this. It was a matter of life and death. The Black Tortoise Elder opened his mouth and said, "How about this? We can make good use of the plains behind us. We can assign half of our disciples to the plains behind us. This way, we can more or less harvest some things. This can also reduce the burden of the sect. Moreover, once the Wolf Ivory Mountain is attacked, they can immediately come back to support. This wouldn't waste much time." The Blue Dragon Elder thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "This is a good idea. I think it's feasible. At the same time, we can also transfer some human slaves. Let's do it this way. I'll send a letter to the Holy Lord and see what he thinks." The group nodded. They were forced to come up with this idea. If they don't do this, then they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. When the time comes, the sea exploring sect wouldn't need to attack them. They would have to take the initiative to inquire about the sea exploring sect. This was because if they ran out of supplies, then they would be finished. They would only become weaker and weaker. When the time comes, they wouldn't be a match for the sea exploring sect. The Blue Dragon Elder sorted out their opinions and sent it to the Holy Lord. At the same time, he reported to the Holy Lord about the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain, as well as the betrayal of the formation-breaking beasts. Although the Holy Lord was very angry with the formation-breaking beasts, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, the formation-breaking beasts only had a small number of people. Even if he wanted to punish them, he couldn't do anything about it. This was because all of them ran to the sea exploring sect. The Holy Lord agreed to the matter of transferring the rat race and the bird race to the Wolf Ivory Mountain. After all, even if these two races couldn't transform, their innate abilities were still very useful. As for the matter of the army's production, the Holy Lord thought about it and agreed. For them, this was a good thing. It would reduce some of Manchuan's burden. Although they still had a lot of supplies, they wouldn't be able to support the consumption of hundreds of millions of soldiers for a long time. Therefore, if they could solve some of the problem themselves, then it would be a good thing for them. Naturally, the Holy Lord had no reason to disagree. With the Holy Lord's agreement, the matter became easier to handle. A lot of rat race and bird race were transferred to the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Although the bird race couldn't fly too high, they were enough to monitor the Wolf Ivory Mountain. At the same time, the defenses of the mountain became even tighter. Zhao Hai sat inside the great hall with Qing Fang lying in front of him. Qing Fang's tears kept flowing down as he spoke about the terrible treatment his clan had received. Their formation-breaking beast clan was originally very powerful. They had tens of millions of people. But now, they only had a few thousand people left. They didn't even have 10,000 people left. This was equal to their entire clan being exterminated. How tragic was this? Zhao Hai waited for Qing Fang to finish before he said, "It's all right, you don't need to worry about anything. I'll send you back to the Sword Spirit Plane first so that you can learn the rules of the sea exploring sect. There will also be people who will teach you cultivation methods. When the time comes, you can also learn some void formation techniques. Aside from these techniques, you should be able to learn the other techniques. In the future, the sea exploring sect's first batch of formation cultivators will be you." Qing Fang nodded and said, "All right." Qing Fang nodded, then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Many thanks to the sect master. My formation break beast clan will always remember the sect master's kindness." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, I think you don't need to be called the formation break beast clan. This name isn't very good. I can see that you are very talented in formations, and formations are a type of metaphysics. How about this? From now on, you will be called the 9 Black Turtles." Your clan will be called the Nine Black Turtles Clan. What do you think? Many thanks, Sect Master. From now on, we will be called the Nine Black Turtles Clan. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had someone send Qing Feng away. After some time, he would be sent back to the Sword Spirit boundary so that he could study properly. Zhao Hai believed that as long as Qing Feng and the others learned the formation techniques of the Exploration Sea sect, they would certainly be able to bring a lot of changes to the sect. This was because they were very talented in formations. They seemed to be innately sensitive to formations. If it was only one or two of them, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But if all of them were like this, then it was very rare. After Qing Feng left, Zhao Hai called Wen Hai over and said, "Wen Hai, what's the situation now? I really want to know." Wen Hai sighed and said, "Boss, the situation now is really not bad. The formation of the buffer zone has been completed. The people from the Saint Gate have been attacking for such a long time, but there isn't much impact. However, everyone wants to counterattack the Wolf Ivory Mountain and is waiting for your orders." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, there's no need to rush the counterattack. I've been studying the terrain of Wolf Ivory Mountain recently. I want to find the reason why the astral winds appear there. As long as we can find the reason, then we might be able to break through the astral winds. Later on, we might even gain another powerful weapon. Naturally, we can also take Wolf Ivory Mountain." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." When Wen Hai nodded and said, "I hope that's the case. Boss, I heard from the Thunderhawk clan that the Holy Gate in the Wolf Ivory Mountain seems to be moving. It seems like a lot of people from the mouse race and the bird race have arrived. What do they want to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They must be thinking of a better defense of Wolf Ivory Mountain. The mouse race can build underground fortifications, and the bird race can monitor from the sky. There's no need to worry about them." When Wen Hai nodded and then said in a deep voice, "Boss, recently, the people from the East sect haven't come to trade with us for a long time. The last time they came to trade, it didn't seem like they were here to trade. They only brought a few things with them, but they were inquiring about this and that. It seems like they were just inquiring about information and not really want to trade. What do you think we should do about this?" Zhao Hai thought for a while and said, "Don't worry about them. It seems that the Yi sect is also aware of our threat and is preparing to inquire about our details. As I said, although the Yi sect and the Holy Gate have different ideas, if they really feel threatened by us, they will definitely join forces to deal with us. Now, even if they haven't joined forces, I think it will be soon. It seems that we have to guard against them." When Wen Hai said in a deep voice, "Boss, I think it's better for us to make a move first. Anyway, this is the demon spirit world. We are invaders, so we don't need any righteousness. We can directly attack the Essex territory from the sea. Now that the people of the Holy Gate have guarded the Wolf Ivory Mountain too well, there's no way for us to pass through easily. It's better to think of another way." Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, we haven't forced the Holy Gate yet, and we won't let the Yi sect really realize our strength. When the Yi sect and the Holy Gate really join forces and attack us together, it won't be too late for us to attack the Yi sect." Why are you so anxious now?" When Wen Hai was a little embarrassed. He said in a deep voice, "Boss, didn't I think of the spiritual world? You see, now that the spiritual sword world is ours, if we take down the demon spirit world, then we can march into the spiritual world. I heard that the spiritual world was originally a part of the spiritual sword world, but it was separated later. Then, isn't it natural to attack the spiritual world?" When Zhao Hai heard him say this, he couldn't help but smile and said, Why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late to take it slowly. Places like the demon spirit world and the spiritual world are just places for us to train our troops. We will take them down sooner or later. Do you know who our real enemy is? Let me tell you, it's Saint Monarch Demonic Sword and his people. The Saint Monarch's world is our real enemy, and we will face them sooner or later." When Wen Hai stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion and said, "Boss, you think that Saint Monarch Demonic Sword is our biggest enemy? Why? Last time, he only appeared as a projection, and it was in the Demonic Sword's secret realm. They shouldn't be able to come to our spiritual sword world in a short time, right? They'll come sooner or later." The demon spirit realm, the sword spirit realm, and the magical spirit realm. These three realms were originally one realm. How much hatred must there be between the people of the same realm? How much hatred must they have for each other to be able to tear the realms apart? It's impossible for there to be no outsiders involved. Therefore, I suspect that this matter might be related to the Saint Monarch demonic sword. But now, it's just a suspicion. If it's true, then think about it. Would the Saint Monarch demonic sword and the others watch us integrate the worlds that were originally separated bit by bit? That's absolutely impossible. Therefore, they will certainly deal with us. At that time, we will have to face an enemy that is much stronger than us. When Wenhai listened to Zhao Hai's words in a daze, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would think of this. But he had to admit that Zhao Hai was right, very right. When Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Boss, if that's really the case, then we should take down the monster spirit realm as soon as possible, so that we can prepare for future battles." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The demon spirit world isn't a big deal. We can take it at any time, so there's no need to worry. This time, we'll just treat it as a tragic loss. Moreover, we want to take down the demon spirit world and turn the demon cultivators into our sea-exploring sex people. We don't want to kill all the demon cultivators here. Therefore, we need to think of other ways to deal with them." When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything else. He nodded and said, "All right, boss. Then I'll go down and train the disciples. We'll wait for your orders. We'll take down the Wolf Fang Mountain in one fell swoop." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. When Wenhai went down. After when Wenhai went down, Zhao Hai said, "Mist Dragon, come out." The Mist Dragon responded and came out of the ground. After Mist Dragon came out, Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "Mist Dragon, go pay attention to the Holy Gate and see what they're doing. Not only do you need to monitor Wolf Fang Mountain, but also the other places." Mist Dragon nodded and said, "All right." The Mist Dragon responded, then it drilled into the ground and disappeared. Then Zhao Hai called the falcon to his room. Zhao Hai's hall wasn't in the Chicken Heart Ridge, but in the buffer zone between the Chicken Heart Ridge and the Wolf Fang Mountain. Naturally, this place was already under Zhao Hai's control. Since he built a hall here, there wouldn't be any danger. After the falcon arrived, he first bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Sect Master. May I know what Sect Master wants?" Zhao Hai said, "Falcon, you have to strengthen the monitoring of the Wolf Fang Mountain. I heard that the Holy Gate has transferred a lot of bird tribesmen. You can attack them appropriately. Don't let them be too relaxed. You have to make them nervous. But remember, I don't want anything to happen to you. Do you understand?" "Yes, Sect Master. Rest assured, as long as we're within the Wolf Fang Mountain, nothing will happen to our Thunderhawk tribe. If it really doesn't work, we can enter the astral wind layer and hide for a period of time. Although we can't stay in the astral wind layer for too long, it shouldn't be a problem to avoid their attacks. Sect Master, you don't have to worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "During this period of time, you went to the Sword Spirit world and saw the situation of the academy there. What do you think? Will the disciples of your tribe be able to enter the academy to study?" This was something that Zhao Hai agreed to. He let the falcon enter the Sword Spirit world for a period of time and visit the various academies to see the situation there. Then, he would decide whether to send the disciples of his tribe to the Sword Spirit world's academy to study. When the falcon heard Zhao Hai's question, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately said, "Yes, Sect Master. The Sword Spirit world is really great. I'm willing to let the disciples of my tribe enter the Sword Spirit world to study. I hope that Sect Master will allow it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, it's good that you agree. Then, you can arrange for the disciples of your tribe to enter the Sword Spirit World's Academy to study. I'm currently studying the astral wind in the Wolf Fang Mountain and have already made some progress. I believe that it won't be long before you won't be restricted by the astral wind and will even be able to transform. This way, you won't have to worry about the inheritance of your Thunderhawk tribe." "Many thanks, Sect Master. I will never forget Sect Master's kindness." Zhao Hai looked at the topographic map in front of him and frowned. Before, when Falcon said that he had studied the astral winds of Wolf Ivory Mountain, it wasn't nonsense, he really did have some clues. he discovered that Wolf Ivory Mountain seemed to have a formation that he had never seen before. Because of this, the astral winds would appear. However, what this formation was, Xiaohai was stumped. Xiaohai really didn't know what it was. At this time, Xiaohai was inside the space. Laura and the others weren't there, they were still dealing with the sea exploring sect. However, they should be done soon, so Xiaohai returned first. Before long, Laura and the others returned to the space. Upon seeing Xiaohai looking at the map of Wolf Ivory Mountain in a daze, Laura couldn't help but smile as she said, "Brother Hai, are you still studying the terrain of Wolf Ivory Mountain? What's there to study?" Xiaohai replied, "You should also take a look. This terrain looks like a formation, but it's not very similar. It's very strange." Laura and the others were also very interested in the formation, so they all went to Xiaohai's side and carefully looked at the map. After some time, Laura said, "Brother Hai, isn't this map incomplete? How do you see it? Why don't you take a look at the complete map?" Xiaohai replied, "I have a complete map, but because I couldn't see it, I wanted to see if there's a formation hidden in that area. Here, this is the complete map." Then Xiaohai took out the map of Wolf Ivory Mountain. Laura and the others looked at the map of Wolf Ivory Mountain and couldn't help but be speechless. The map of Wolf Ivory Mountain was very messy, there were countless mountain ranges, making the mountain look like a mess. It was very strange. No wonder Xiaohai didn't look at the map, he couldn't see anything from it. After looking at it for a while, Laura and the others still couldn't see anything. They turned their heads to Xiaohai, then Laura said, "Brother Hai, what did you see?" Xiaohai smiled bitterly and said, "There are too many things that I can see. That's why I have a headache. I don't know what's right and what's wrong." Then Xiaohai's hand moved, enlarging the map and showing an area of Wolf Ivory Mountain. Xiaohai pointed at the area and said, "Look at this mountain, doesn't it look like a formation talisman? But what kind of formation talisman is this? I think you should know. If there really is a formation talisman, then how could there be astral winds in Wolf Ivory Mountain?" Laura and the others looked at the place Xiaohai pointed at and nodded. They were very familiar with formation talismans. Because they were proficient in formations, they were able to see what kind of formation talisman it was. It was a wind-setting talisman. A wind-setting talisman was a type of formation talisman. It was actually used to set the wind. Naturally, the effect of the wind-setting talisman wasn't very obvious. If a person had a wind-setting talisman on their body, then their movements wouldn't be affected too much. However, this was its only use, it didn't have any other uses. This formation talisman could be found in a lot of formations. This was because some formations were affected by the wind. If a wind-setting talisman was added to the formation, then the formation wouldn't be affected by the wind. This formation talisman might not be a problem in other places, but it was strange for it to appear in Wolf Ivory Mountain. This was because astral winds were rampant in Wolf Ivory Mountain. In such a place, it was impossible for a wind-setting talisman to exist. This was because the effect of the wind-setting talisman was completely opposite to the astral winds. If a wind-setting talisman were to exist in a place where astral winds were rampant, then the astral winds would change and even disappear. Formations might be very powerful, but at the same time, their requirements were also very high. Formation talisman was a very profound field of study. Moreover, all kinds of formations had their own rules. For example, a fire element formation wouldn't have a water attribute talisman. If a water attribute talisman were to appear in a pure fire element formation, then there would only be two results. Either the formation would be destroyed, or the talisman would be destroyed. This was because the elements were incompatible with each other. For example, when Xiaohai arranged a 5-element formation, he needed a lot of neutralizing talismans in the middle. These neutralizing talismans neutralized the energy of the two elements, so that it wouldn't affect the operation of the formation. Moreover, these neutralizing talismans were usually arranged in the middle of the talismans of the two elements. It was afraid that these two talismans would affect each other, causing an explosion, or cancel each other out, reducing the power of the formation. Arrays were never a joke. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only a few array masters in the cultivation world. Generally speaking, although they knew how to arrange arrays, to be honest, they were just like how people knew how to use computers. You only knew how to use some basic functions of a computer. Do you know how to repair a computer? Do you know how to program? There were only a few people who could truly master the computer, and most people were still stuck on the basics of knowing how to play games. It was the same in the cultivation world. Formations were just like computers. Those who knew how to arrange formations were just holding some formation flags and formation plates. They couldn't be considered to know how to arrange formations. The situation in Wolf Ivory Mountain was a little special. From Zhao Hai's point of view, this formation was similar to the 5-element Great Killing Formation. However, this formation was different from Zhao Hai's 5-element Great Killing Formation. This formation was always in operation, and it moved like the wind. The real 5-element Great Killing Formation wasn't like this. The real 5-element Great Killing Formation wasn't like this. The real 5-element Great Killing Formation wasn't like this. The real 5-element Great Killing Formation wasn't like this. Zhao speculated that the formation in Wolf Ivory Mountain, in addition to the power of the 5 elements, was certainly not a wind-type formation. This wind-type formation made the energy inside the formation very violent. It was always in a state of wind, which was why it became like this. It was impossible to find the wind-setting talisman in such a formation. This was because it would break the formation's operation. If the wind-setting talisman appeared here, then the formation wouldn't be able to operate. It would be very difficult for the formation to be destroyed. However, the talisman here was like a small mountain. Destroying it wouldn't be easy. In fact, there was no need to destroy it. This was because the formation was operating normally. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any astral winds. However, there was a problem. The formation was operating normally, but the wind-setting talisman still existed. This was a contradiction in itself. This situation shouldn't have happened. But now, it did. This made people very puzzled. Laura and the others were also puzzled as they looked at the talisman. After some time, they frowned and said, "What's going on? Why is this happening? This is a wind-setting talisman. How could a wind-setting talisman appear in Wolf Ivory Mountain?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "This is also something that I didn't understand. It looks like a wind-setting talisman, but logically speaking, it shouldn't appear in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. I originally thought that even if this wind-setting talisman existed, the mountain range would be filled with rocks, unable to transmit energy. But after Miss Dragon took a look, I discovered that this wasn't the case. The mountain range was the same as the other places, there was no problem with the transmission of energy. It can even be said that the talisman was intact. But after looking at these places, you can see that these talismans shouldn't appear in these places. These talismans simply don't conform to the rules of formations. This is what gave me the biggest headache." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I don't think that this is a real wind-setting talisman. But when you look at these places, you can see that these talismans shouldn't appear here." While talking, Zhao Hai took out a map of Wolf Ivory Mountain and pointed to some places. Laura and the others were formation masters, so they could see at a glance that the places that Zhao Hai pointed out were indeed filled with formation talismans. Moreover, there were a lot of formation talismans that were rarely used. These formation talismans shouldn't have appeared in this place. But now, all of them were here. This was very strange. Zhao Hai nodded his head. These talismans were supposed to counter each other. Moreover, they didn't see any neutralizing talismans here. In other words, when these talismans were placed together, they would counter each other and cause an explosion. But now, they were all in the Wolf Ivory Mountain without any problems. This was very puzzling. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "Also, you should know that Xianfeng has always been in the sky. Wolf Ivory Mountain's terrain is high and low, so the talismans here are also different. Look at these places, we've also arranged three-dimensional formations. These talismans can actually affect each other. Isn't this even stranger? Moreover, for ordinary arrays, once they can be used, the force field will form on top of the array. It definitely won't only affect the air, but it won't affect the mountain below at all. This is even more strange." Laura and the others nodded, they also discovered the problem. However, the problem that Zhao Hai mentioned wasn't something that they could solve. This was because they didn't know why the talismans in Wolf Ivory Mountain were like this. At this time, Meg, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, "Young master, why do I feel that the terrain of Wolf Ivory Mountain isn't like a formation? You shouldn't think of these talisman-like peaks as formations. Instead, you should think of the entire Wolf Ivory Mountain as a huge formation and see what effect it has." When Zhao Hai heard Meg, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Meg with a puzzled expression and said, "Think of the entire Wolf Ivory Mountain as a formation? How is this possible? Wolf Ivory Mountain's terrain is high and low. How can it be a formation?" Meg smiled and said, "Young master, why is it impossible? In this world, there are three-dimensional formations, so how can there not be three-dimensional talismans? Actually, I've been researching this aspect. I've already made a few three-dimensional talismans. Using these three-dimensional talismans to arrange a formation would be even more powerful." As she said that, Meg took out a few small talismans and placed them on the table. These talismans weren't very big, they were only the size of a palm. Moreover, these talismans could only form a simple formation, which was a defensive formation. Then Meg took the talismans and formed a defensive formation. Then she poured a trace of energy into the formation. As her energy entered the formation trembled slightly before a shield appeared on top of the formation. This shield was very big, it was 5 times bigger than the original formation. Moreover, it looked very thick. Zhao Hai touched the shield with his hand and found that it was very sturdy. Then Zhao Hai increased his strength, but the shield was still fine. In the end, Zhao Hai used a layer of his strength to break the shield. But when he retracted his strength, the shield actually recovered. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Meg looked at Zhao Hai's movements, then she smiled faintly and said, "Young master, this shield is very strong. And this is only a 2-dimensional formation. If you use 3-dimensional talismans to arrange a 3-dimensional formation, then the shield's strength would be even greater. However, I've only been researching this for a short time. So far, I've only made a few talismans. The other talismans have yet to be made, so I'll have to slowly research them in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Very good. It seems like I won't have to worry about not having fun in the future. Now that you've reminded me, I'm even more curious about Wolf Ivory Mountain's topography. Tell the others that I'll be going into seclusion for a few days to study this thing. Once I understand it, perhaps our sea exploring sex formation techniques can take a big step forward." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura smiled bitterly and said, "I think it's difficult. Our sea exploring sex formations have yet to develop a 3-dimensional formation, let alone a 3-dimensional talisman. Moreover, with the terrain of Wolf Ivory Mountain, it would be an incomparably powerful talisman. Moreover, it would also be very complex. Do you think that our sex formation masters would be able to understand it?" Laura smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. I don't think that our sex formation masters would be able to understand it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Actually, I'm more curious about why such a talisman would appear in Wolf Ivory Mountain. If it really is a natural formation, then it would be very mysterious. This reminds me of the runes found in Sky City. Each of those runes seems to have the power of laws. Until now, I've only been able to use them and haven't studied them thoroughly. This made me even more curious." Laura nodded and said, "Right, I'm also very curious. I don't know if Wolf Ivory Mountain is really a rune system. If it is, then it would be a completely new rune system." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "If you want to study it, then go ahead. I'll be going into seclusion for a few days to calculate whether or not Wolf Ivory Mountain is really a talisman." Laura nodded and said, "All right, I'll go and talk to them. In any case, whether it's the demon spirit realm or the sword spirit realm, there's nothing to do. Let's just relax for a while." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. Because Laura and the others had been studying formations for a long time, they had already gone into seclusion. So when they heard about this new formation talisman, they wouldn't let it go. Zhao Hai sat there with his eyes closed. Others thought that he was in seclusion, but in fact, he was calculating. In his mind, there was an incomparably huge talisman. This talisman was flat, but it was a 3-dimensional talisman. Actually, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there were trees and stones on the talisman. This was a topographic map of the Wolfang mountain range. At this time, Zhao Hai was calculating to see if what Meg said was true, that the Wolfang mountain range was actually a huge talisman. If this was the case, then it would be great. He could use this talisman to slowly deduce a new talisman system. This was very rare. Zhao Hai had a lot of biological brains. At this time, Zhao Hai was using all of these biological brains to calculate the terrain of the Wolfang mountain range. He wanted to see if it was a talisman or not. Naturally, if one were to calculate without any foundation, then it would be impossible to calculate anything. However, don't forget that Zhao Hai was an expert in formations. He had a very good understanding of formations. Moreover, he had seen all kinds of talismans and knew all kinds of talisman systems. Through these systems, he could slowly deduce the talisman and see if it was a real talisman. Time passed little by little. 1 hour, 1 day passed. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's body shook. Then a yellow light appeared on his body. Then an incomparably complex diagram appeared outside his body, covering his entire body. Then this incomparably complex diagram slowly shrunk and turned into a talisman the size of a fingernail. Then it directly entered Zhao Hai's head. When the talisman entered Zhao Hai's head, Zhao Hai's body couldn't help but shake. Then he stopped. His breathing also became long, as if he had fallen asleep. After 3 days, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a golden light flashed in Zhao Hai's eyes. 2 incomparably complex diagrams appeared in his pupils. It was the diagram that appeared on his body before. After a while, the diagram slowly disappeared into his eyes. Zhao Hai blinked his eyes as if he had just woken up. But when Zhao Hai woke up, he couldn't help but stare. Then he became overjoyed. Just now, he didn't understand what was going on. But now, he was completely clear. He had just comprehended a heaven and earth rune. Although Zhao Hai didn't know the name of the Wolf Ivory Mountains rune, he was still prepared to call it the heaven and earth rune. This was because this rune was naturally produced by the heaven and earth. It was the most complex, the most rare, and also the most powerful rune in the world. Zhao Hai didn't know about this at first. But later on, he learned about it through comprehending the heaven and earth rune. This was because the heaven and earth rune wasn't just a type of rune, it was also a type of law. However, what Zhao Hai had comprehended right now was only the surface of the heaven and earth rune. Now, Zhao felt that the runes were his own thoughts. That kind of arrogance, that feeling of not putting the world in his eyes, that feeling of not putting anything in his eyes, was passed on to him by the power of the runes. This made Zhao very surprised. Zhao Hai felt that the heaven and earth rune was more powerful than the one he found in the space below the sky city that could bind the phoenix. However, this was only a guess. At this time, Zhao Hai had only discovered the heaven and earth rune. And this heaven and earth rune was very strange. As long as he discovered this heaven and earth rune, the heaven and earth rune would fuse together. Although Zhao Hai didn't know how to use this heaven and earth rune, he still hadn't comprehended it. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that he would be able to comprehend the heaven and earth rune very quickly when he obtained the heaven and earth rune. After all, he had the power of thought, and he could use it to communicate with the heaven and earth rune. This way, he would be able to comprehend the heaven and earth rune very quickly. However, the fact was that he couldn't do it. This was because his power of thought couldn't keep up with the heaven and earth rune's power of thought. Although he could feel the heaven and earth rune's power of thought, it was too fast. His power of thought simply couldn't communicate with the heaven and earth rune's power of thought. Because of this, he could only use the heaven and earth rune and not fully comprehend it. And now, this heaven and earth rune was much more complex than the heaven and earth rune. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't use his power of thought to comprehend the heaven and earth rune. If he wanted to comprehend the heaven and earth rune, he could only rely on himself, bit by bit. But even so, Zhao Hai was still very happy. This was because when he comprehended the heaven and earth rune, he felt proud and lonely. Zhao Hai was sure that the astral winds in the Wolfang mountain range were only a small part of the heaven and earth rune's power. Zhao Hai knew that he had to comprehend the heaven and earth rune as soon as possible. This was very important to him. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't get up and just sat there with his eyes closed, slowly comprehending the heaven and earth rune. After 7 days, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a trace of joy. He used 7 days to comprehend the heaven and earth rune, but what he understood was only 1/10,000th of the heaven and earth rune. He discovered that the more he comprehended the heaven and earth rune, the more profound it was. You can feel a lot of things through the heaven and earth rune. Zhao Hai even felt that the heaven and earth rune could represent everything, including cultivation methods, magic techniques, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. Everything could be represented by the heaven and earth rune. Moreover, it wasn't just a simple representation, it could also be used. Just like using a computer, the heaven and earth rune was the foundation of all software. However, Zhao Hai hadn't reached that level yet. He had only comprehended a little bit of the heaven and earth rune. But now, he could use the heaven and earth rune. Naturally, he also knew how to break it. Zhao Hai stood up and entered his room. Because he liked to sit under the 100 Spirits tree when he was in seclusion, he also sat under the tree this time. Now that he had comprehended a little bit of the heaven and earth rune, he was ready to go out. Naturally, he wanted to see Laura and the others. He knew that Laura and the others were actually more obsessed with the heaven and earth rune than he was. He wanted to see if they were still in their room. After entering the room, Zhao Hai saw that Laura and the others were still inside. They were still calculating the heaven and earth rune, but their progress wasn't very good. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how is it? Did you discover the heaven and earth rune?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, "I discovered it. This is some information about the heaven and earth rune. Take a look." Then Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Laura and the others. At this point, Zhao Hai's understanding of heaven and earth runes had already surpassed Laura and the others. This was because when he comprehended the heaven and earth rune, he discovered that his understanding of ordinary runes had deepened a lot. Even the golden rune that he obtained before was much better. From this point, it can be seen that the golden rune was still inferior to Zhao Hai's heaven and earth rune. Laura and the others immediately received the jade slip. Then they placed the jade slip on their computers and played the contents of the jade slip. Their computers had already been improved. Not only could they play the jade slip, they could also record it. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai's understanding of the heaven and earth rune, they couldn't help but stare. After some time, Laura said, "I didn't expect the heaven and earth rune to be this powerful. Brother Hai, it seems like we've obtained a treasure this time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, you can slowly study the heaven and earth rune later. We should go out now. I'm worried that we won't be able to leave for a long time." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they looked at the time and saw that 10 days had already passed. They couldn't help but exclaim. Then they immediately packed up and left with Zhao Hai. After they left the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to the demon spirit realm. On the other hand, Laura and the others returned to the sword spirit realm. They had a lot of things to deal with. When Zhao Hai returned to the demon spirit realm, he immediately called Wen Hai and the others over. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "I've been in seclusion these past few days to study the terrain of Wolffang Mountain. How are you doing here? Is there anything wrong? Are the people from the Holy Gate attacking us?" Wen Hai immediately replied, "Boss, you don't need to worry. We're doing very well here. The Holy Gate also didn't attack us. They've been very honest recently. On the other hand, the people from the East sect have begun to contact us. However, they're now inquiring about our things, they're very few in number." Zhao Hai coldly replied, "Don't worry about them. They're just a group of villains. I want to see what kind of tricks they have up their sleeves. Have everyone get ready. After some time, we'll attack Wolffang Mountain. Are the people from the formation hall present? Take this and make more runes according to this pattern. The more, the better." The people from the formation hall immediately complied. They walked over and took the jade slip from Zhao Hai's hand before withdrawing. Zhao Hai then said, "All right, you can all leave. Tell the disciples that we're going to take Wolffang Mountain in one fell swoop. Have them get ready." Everyone complied and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai had Yingjian stay behind. Yingjian was the patriarch of the Thunderhawk clan. Now that the Thunderhawk clan was under Yingjian's control, he could naturally participate in this meeting. However, Yingjian was still learning the rules of the sea exploring sect. Therefore, he rarely spoke in the meeting. Zhao Hai looked at Hawkeye and smiled, then he said, "Hawkeye, you should prepare as well. When we attack the Wolfang mountain range, you will also need to follow along. The runes that I had the formation hall make are for you. With these runes, you wouldn't need to worry about the lack of astral winds. However, these runes have just been made, so you should be careful when you wear them. Do you understand?" Hawkeye nodded, then he looked at Hawkeye and smiled faintly. "Yes, Sect Master." Yingjian returned to the place where his people lived. It was a huge cave and was also a part of the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line. But now, this place was given to them. They could live here, but they also had to assume the defense of this place. Yingjian didn't have any opinion about this was what he should do. But today, Zhao Hai's words surprised him. Zhao Hai actually said that they wouldn't have to worry about the astral winds after wearing their runes. Could it be that the astral winds could be artificially created? This made him very curious. However, he didn't say anything. He knew his status. His current status was nothing in the sea exploring sect. The more he understood about the sect, the more he felt how powerful it was. The people that the sect sent to the monster spirit realm were only half of the sect's disciples. But these people were already able to suppress the Holy Gate. It can be said that the sea exploring sect was suppressing the Holy Gate. How could Yingjian not be surprised by this situation? Now that they were part of the sea exploring sect, they naturally had to be loyal to the sect. While Yingjian was in contact with the disciples of the sea exploring sect, he had already heard about it more than once. If you become a disciple of the sea exploring sect, then you would be blessed. The sea exploring sect treated their disciples very well. However, there was one rule: you cannot betray the sect. If you dare to do so, then the sect master wouldn't let you off. The sect master hated traitors the most. However, the Hawks weren't ready to betray. Although the Thunderhawks were powerful, they weren't fond of fighting. Moreover, the sea exploring sect was very good to them. They didn't treat them badly just because they joined the sea exploring sect. This made them determined to stay in the sea exploring sect for the rest of their lives. After returning to the settlement, Yingjian told his people about the preparations to attack the Wolfang Mountain. This made his people very happy. The Wolfang Mountain was their home. Now that they could return to their homeland, they were naturally happy. In less than 2 days, Zhao Hai had people deliver a large number of runes to them. These runes could be carried on their bodies and wouldn't affect their movements. Although Yingjian and the others didn't know why Zhao Hai wanted them to carry these runes, they still carried them. When Yingjian carried the runes, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he felt a very familiar energy coming from the runes. This energy was very powerful, it spread throughout his body and made him feel very comfortable. Yingjian stared blankly at the runes. He felt that he wasn't mistaken. The energy coming from the runes was the power of astral winds. However, this astral wind was much gentler compared to the astral winds in the Wolfang Mountain. It was more suitable for cultivation. Yingjian didn't know what to say. At this time, the other Thunderhawks also discovered the use of the runes. This caused them to exclaim, making them even more curious about the runes. However, they really couldn't understand the runes. The runes were drawn on an iron plate and were very complicated. They simply couldn't understand it. After all, they didn't have any experience with runes. Because of this, they didn't look at it anymore and just focused on sensing the energy. At this time, Yingjian turned to the person who gave him the runes and said, "Elder Yang, I wonder if the children in our clan have these runes?" Yingjian was very worried about the children in his clan. He was very clear that if the children in his clan had these runes, then their cultivation speed would certainly be faster. This was a good thing. Elder Yang smiled and said, "The sect master told me to send it to you first so that you can take a look at it for a while. If you feel that there's no problem and that it won't affect your body, then you can send it to the children. After all, the children's bodies aren't as strong as yours. If you don't handle it well, then there might be hidden injuries. That wouldn't be good." When Yingjian heard Elder Yang, he couldn't help but nod and said, "The sect master is very considerate. Elder Yang, please help me thank the sect master. We'll take them for a while." If there are no problems, then I'll report it to the sect master. Elder Yang nodded and said, alright, then you can report it to the sect master in a few days. I'll be taking my leave first. Many thanks, Elder Yang. Yingjian quickly bowed to Elder Yang. He knew that Elder Yang was an elder of the Sea Exploring Sect's formation hall. Because of this, Yingjian was very polite to Elder Yang. Elder Yang also cupped his fist and said, Elder Yingjian is too polite. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. If you need anything, you can find me in the refining hall. Then Elder Yang bowed to Yingjian before he turned around and left. After Elder Yang left, Yingjian immediately asked his clansmen if they had any adverse reactions. In the end, everyone said that they didn't have any adverse reactions. The effect was very good. In the next few days, the Thunderhawk clan adapted to the rune. They discovered that the rune was very beneficial to their cultivation. It was definitely a good thing. In the past few days, the Sea Exploring Sect had been preparing to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain. However, after asking the Mist Dragon, Zhao Hai learned that the Wolf Ivory Mountain had changed. There were now many underground bases in the mountain. Moreover, these underground bases had more than one entrance and exit. Even if one used spells, it would be very difficult to affect these underground bases. It was also impossible to seal all the entrances and exits of the underground bases. This was because there were a lot of mouse clansmen in these underground bases. Even if one used spells to seal all the entrances and exits of the underground bases, the mouse clansmen would be able to open them again. Therefore, it was simply useless. It can be said that the people of the Holy Gate were better prepared. In addition to these situations, the people of the Holy Gate had also established transmission formations in the underground bases. They could use the transmission formations to leave the underground bases at any time. Therefore, the Sea Exploring Sect had no way to seal the underground bases. After listening to the Mist Dragon, Zhao Hai frowned. He didn't think that the people of the Holy Gate would do this. This would increase the difficulty of their attack on the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then called Wen Hai and the others to his study. After they arrived, Zhao Hai had them sit down and then said, the Mist Dragon just sent some information about the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Take a look. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others took turns to look at the jade slip. Their expressions weren't very good. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and said, everyone, do you have any methods to deal with the people of the Holy Gate? Wen Hai and the others frowned. Although the Sea Exploring Sect's techniques were extremely powerful, the people from the Sacred Gate had hidden their base too deeply this time. Hence, their techniques were completely useless. It would be really difficult for them to take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and said, it seems like everyone doesn't have any good ideas. But I have some good news to tell you. I have a way to stop the astral winds in Wolf Ivory Mountain. Wen Hai nodded. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai and the others stared for a moment before they became overjoyed. Although the astral winds in the Wolf Ivory Mountain were high in the sky, they weren't very high. This made it impossible for the Sea Exploring Sect to move large artifacts to the top of the Wolf Ivory Mountain and attack the Holy Gates branch with energy cannons. However, the Holy Gates branch could use energy cannons to attack the Sea Exploring Sect. Therefore, the Sea Exploring Sect felt that they couldn't move freely. If the astral winds could really disappear, then they could use more methods to deal with the Wolf Ivory Mountain. This was definitely a good method. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, the disappearance of the astral winds might be good news for us. However, you should know that this method isn't very effective in occupying Wolf Ivory Mountain. The people from the Holy Gate have already discovered that they aren't our opponents in the sky. Therefore, they started to attack us from underground. This is the most troublesome part. Therefore, we need to find a way to force them out of the ground and fight us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you're right. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, moreover, the people of the Holy Gate might want to fight us in the future. This is also the most troublesome thing for me. I don't want to fight them in a war of attrition, but the Holy Gate wants to fight us in a war of attrition. Does anyone have any ideas? Everyone was silent for a moment before Ding Chunming suddenly said, "Young master, I think we can use the old method and push forward bit by bit. We can take over one place at a time and get rid of the astral winds first. This way, our large artifacts can attack. Then we can set up formations in all the places that we occupy. Our formations have already been set up at the foot of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. As long as we set up formations on the mountain, they would be able to connect with the formations at the foot of the mountain. This way, our formations would become very powerful and we wouldn't have to worry about them breaking our formations. If they attack us, we can consume their energy." Everyone nodded. Although Ding Chunming's method was a bit slow, it was still the safest method. They could still accept it. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and finally nodded. He didn't have a good method now, so he could only help. Therefore, Zhao Hai said, "All right, then it's decided. We'll first break the astral winds in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. This way, our large artifacts can be used. Even if the enemy really wants to fight us, we don't have to worry about anything. Prepare." 3 days later, we will attack the defensive line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. But this time, our target isn't the Lone Wolf Peak, but here. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a point on the map of the Wolf Ivory Mountain and said to everyone. When they saw the point, everyone didn't have any reaction. However, Falcon was stunned. This was because the place that Zhao Hai was pointing at was the original location of their tribe. Zhao Hai looked at Falcon and said, "Falcon Elder, you should be very familiar with this place. This is because this is the Thunderhawk clan's residence. This is where they have lived for generations. But what I want to say is that we didn't attack this place because it belongs to the Thunderhawk clan. Instead, it's because this place is a very important node." Falcon Elder nodded and said, "Falcon Elder, you should be very familiar with this place." After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at Falcon and said, "The entire Wolf Ivory Mountain range is actually a huge natural formation. Because of this, astral winds can be formed here. And the Thunderhawk clan's residence is actually an important node of this formation." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but go into an uproar. They didn't think that the Wolf Ivory Mountain range would be a natural formation. This really surprised them. However, they didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. After such a long time, they were already used to listening to Zhao Hai. They were used to Zhao Hai's words being correct. Therefore, although Zhao Hai's words surprised them, they didn't doubt Zhao Hai. In the past, the Holy Gate wanted to deal with the Thunderhawk clan. Therefore, they dug a huge underground base under the Thunderhawk clan's territory. Although this underground base was destroyed by us, they didn't give up on it. After the Thunderhawks left, they expanded the underground base. However, this is equivalent to hollowing out the entire mountain range. As long as we attack it for a while, the mountain would collapse. This way, the formation would be incomplete, and the astral winds would naturally disappear. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Holy Gate didn't give up on the Thunderhawk clan in the past. The Holy Gate wanted to deal with the Thunderhawk clan, so they dug a huge underground base under the Thunderhawk clan's territory. Although this underground base was destroyed by us, they didn't give up on it." Everyone nodded, they believed Zhao Hai's words, so no one objected. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Once the astral winds disappear, the sky above the Wolf Ivory Mountain range will be our world. Therefore, this attack will be divided into 2 parts. In the first part, I will lead some disciples with strong spells to infiltrate the Wolf Ivory Mountain range and destroy this node, making the astral winds disappear. In the second part, once you discover that the astral winds have disappeared, you will immediately send troops to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. This time, our goal will be the same as last time, to capture Lone Wolf Peak. Don't attack anymore, just set up a formation here in the shortest time possible and let that formation connect with our own formation. Until the formation is established, no matter how many people the Holy Sect sends to attack, you will have to resist for me. Do you understand what I just said?" Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, Sect Lord. We understand." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "When I attack the Thunderhawk clan's base, I'll certainly attract a lot of people from the Holy Gate. When the time comes, your attack on Lone Wolf Fong's base would be much smoother. Have the people from the formation hall calculate what formation is suitable for Lone Wolf Peak. Prepare the formation runes in advance. Also, remember the approximate location of the formation runes. This way, we can save a lot of time. The earlier your father's formation is completed, the less casualties we would suffer. Understood? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, yes. Do you understand? Everyone from the array hall stood up and said loudly, yes, Sect Lord. We understand. Please rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good. Go back and prepare. 3 days later, we will attack. Jiner, go and select some disciples who are good at magic arts. 3 days later, they will follow me. Sheng Feng nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and everyone bowed to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. However, Zhao Hai still asked Hawk to stay. He looked at Hawk and said, Hawk, this time, my plan is to attack the Hawk clan's original encampment. Do you have any objections? If you do, just tell me. If you don't want me to attack that place, then I can change it. Hawk shook his head and said, don't worry, Sect Lord. I don't really have any objections. Actually, our Thunderhawk clan's encampment is frequently changed. Therefore, there won't be any problems. Now that our Thunderhawk clan has joined the Sea Exploring sect, we can absorb astral winds at any time. To be honest, Sect Lord, we're very happy to be able to leave the Wolf Fang mountain range. Because our Thunderhawk clan's cultivation is crippled, we can't leave the Wolf Fang mountain range. We've been wanting to leave for a long time. Now that we can finally leave, we're very happy. When Zhao Hai heard Hawk, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, ha ha ha, good. Since you don't have any objections, then I won't say anything. Right, how many days have you been carrying your runes? Did you have any adverse reactions? If you didn't, then I'll have someone send the runes to the children. We didn't, Sect Lord. We've been carrying the runes for several days now, but we didn't have any adverse reactions. On the contrary, our cultivation has improved a lot. Alright, then I'll have someone send the runes to the children. You can go back as well. You don't need to follow me, just follow Wen Hai and the others. Hawk nodded, then he gave Zhao Hai a salute before he turned around and left. After Hawk left, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he sent a letter to Laura and the others, telling them to send the runes to the children of the Thunderhawk clan. At the same time, Zhao Hai asked about the 9 black turtles. It didn't take long for Laura to reply to Zhao Hai. The 9 black turtles were doing very well. Among them, the stronger ones were already able to transform. Although their cultivation speed wasn't very fast, their talent for formations was very strong. Now, they had joined the formation hall and were learning the void formation technique. The void condensing technique was a technique that Zhao Hai had created a long time ago. He used a spiritual force to condense formations in the void. Originally, he used overlapping formations to attack the enemy. This technique wouldn't be outdated. Moreover, as one spiritual force gets stronger, the might of this technique would also increase. Naturally, the more formations you master, the more powerful the technique would be. However, the strongest part of the void condensing technique was still the group of formations. By combining the formations and superimposing them, the might of the technique would be the greatest. However, this technique wasn't something that everyone could use. Not only did the person who used this technique need to have a strong spiritual force, but they also needed to have a deep understanding of formations. They also needed to know a lot of formations, and they also needed to combine these formations in the most logical way possible. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to display the power of the formation, they might even suffer a backlash. On the other hand, the 9 black turtles were the most suitable people to use this technique. Their innate talent in formations was very strong, and their spiritual force wasn't bad. As long as they learned some formations, their future development would be limitless. Zhao Hai attached great importance to the 9 black turtles. Therefore, he specifically asked Laura and the others about them. After hearing that the 9 black turtles were doing very well, Zhao Hai felt relieved. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. After 3 days, the Sea Exploring Sect's army was ready to attack the Wolf Fang mountain range. At this time, Zhao Hai led Xinquang and the disciples that Xinquang selected to infiltrate the Wolf Fang mountain range. Although the Wolfang mountain range was now firmly under the control of the Holy Gate, and there were people monitoring it from all three sides. However, it wasn't difficult for Zhao Hai and the others to infiltrate the Wolfang mountain range. They had invisibility formations on their bodies, and with the small number of people, the Holy Gate didn't discover them. Zhao Hai led Xinquang and the others to sneak into the Thunderhawk clan's territory. The pillar-like mountain was still there. The underground base that was dug out by Zhao Hai was now restored to its original state. However, Zhao Hai knew that there was a bigger underground base at the foot of the mountain. It wasn't just the foot of the mountain, even the inside of the mountain had been hollowed out. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the Holy Gate's people were courting death. Even if he didn't come to destroy this place, it wouldn't take long for the Wolfang mountain range to be hollowed out and collapse. As long as this place collapsed, the heaven and earth runes would be affected, and the energy would disappear completely. The astral winds would also disappear. Of course, if the sea exploring sect didn't appear, the disappearance of the astral winds wouldn't be a bad thing for the Holy Gate. The unlucky ones would only be the Thunderhawk clan. But then again, if it weren't for the appearance of Zhao Hai and the others, the Holy Gate's people wouldn't have dug the Wolfang mountain range so desperately. Therefore, there was no way to say who was right and who was wrong. Zhao Hai glanced at the mountain and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, prepare your earth elemental spells. After hearing my command, smash the mountain. Understand?" Everyone said in unison, "Yes, we understand." Zhao Hai nodded and then said, 3, 2, 1, smash. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a golden rune was thrown towards the mountain. At the same time, the others also threw their spells towards the mountain. But in doing so, their bodies were exposed. However, although they were exposed, their spells had already attacked the mountain. The mountain first flashed with a yellow light, then the entire mountain began to shake. Then, the shaking became more and more intense. Then, cracks began to appear on the mountain. In the end, the mountain suddenly collapsed. This wasn't the end. Then, the foot of the mountain collapsed, and the entire mountain sank again. During this time, Zhao Hai even heard countless screams. Some of the Holy Gate's disciples didn't understand what was going on. They wanted to escape from the mountain, but although there were many exits on the mountain, now that the entire mountain had collapsed, it was naturally impossible for them to escape. They were directly crushed in the mountain. Although the strength of these Holy Gate's disciples was very strong, some of them weren't proficient in earth elemental spells. In addition, this time, the entire mountain collapsed. The force was really not something they could contend with. Therefore, countless Holy Gate's disciples were crushed in the mountain, and some were directly crushed to death. This was also because the terrain of this mountain was more special. If it were other mountains, such a situation wouldn't happen. It was almost impossible to directly crush the Holy Gate's disciples and directly crush them to death. But after the mountain collapsed, Zhao Hai felt a sudden surge of energy forming in the Wolfang mountain. The entire mountain seemed to have entered a state of berserk energy. This energy was very strong, and it had turned into a gale that blew the entire mountain range. Sand and stones were flying everywhere, making the place very lively. Zhao Hai was shocked. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say, but he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai had already protected Xingfeng and the others by his side. There were thousands of people behind him. These people were now all staring blankly at the changes in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Now, even a fool would know that there must have been an extraordinary change in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become like this. After a full 2 hours, the gale in the Wolf Ivory Mountain finally stopped. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and felt for a moment. He found that the astral wind above the Wolf Ivory Mountain had indeed disappeared. This made Zhao Hai happy. Then, he moved his hand, and a red light soared into the sky. It was as conspicuous as a red light pillar. When Wen Hai and the others, who were waiting in the buffer zone, also noticed the changes in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. They discovered that there was a sudden gale in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Moreover, the gale was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, they couldn't see anything in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Yellow soil and stones were everywhere. When the gale stopped, Wen Hai and the others saw a red light pillar in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Upon seeing this light pillar, Wen Hai couldn't help but be happy. Then he immediately shouted, "Attack! Target the Lone Wolf Mountain! Quick!" Following his command, the Sea Exploring Sect's army, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed towards the Lone Wolf Mountain. After Zhao Hai released the signal, it didn't take long before he put it away. This was because he knew that the army had already set off. He was relieved. Zhao Hai led Xing Feng and the others to slowly fly up until they reached the place where the astral wind was supposed to be. But now, there was nothing there, only silence. Upon seeing this, Xing Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, "Foster father, the astral wind is gone." "Ha ha ha, we succeeded. The astral wind is gone." After saying that, he flew up again. Sure enough, there was no astral wind at all. Zhao Hai looked at Xing Feng and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. Then he turned his head towards the Wolf Ivory Mountain and felt several auras flying towards them. Xing Feng and the others also felt it. They all stopped and flew towards Zhao Hai's side. Looking at the direction, they could feel that the auras were very powerful. Moreover, there were a lot of them. At first, they only felt a few powerful auras. But when those auras got closer, they felt that there were countless auras beside them. These auras were also very powerful. Moreover, there were a lot of them. It seems like the Holy Gate's elites have arrived. Upon feeling this, Xing Feng immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Foster father, let's withdraw. There are a lot of enemies this time." Zhao Hai knew that Xing Kuang was saying this for his own good. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to retreat this time. Even before he comprehended runes, he wasn't afraid of these people, let alone now. Therefore, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, just wait. I think the 4 holy elders should be here this time. I really want to see them." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xing Kuang didn't say anything else. He was very confident in Zhao Hai, but he was still worried. At this time, a row of black dots appeared on the horizon. Before long, these black dots arrived 1 li away from Zhao Hai's group. Then they stopped. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong, these black dots were the Holy Gate's 4 holy elders. When the Blue Dragon Elder saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He looked around and saw that there were only a few thousand people around Zhao Hai. This made him stare. He couldn't understand why Zhao Hai would appear here. Moreover, what was the matter with that gale? Was it related to Zhao Hai? Then the Blue Dragon Elder saw the collapsed mountain. His expression couldn't help but sink. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, did you cause this? Were you the one who caused the wind just now?" Zhao Hai looked at the Blue Dragon Elder's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "Right, I caused the mountain to collapse. I'm also the one who caused that gale. I'm not afraid to tell you, do you know why there was a gale? It's because the astral winds in the Wolf Fang mountain range disappeared. The astral winds produced by the astral winds turned into a gale." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Blue Dragon Elder couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Zhao Hai, did you really think that I would be fooled? That astral wind was naturally formed, how could it disappear? You don't need to lie to me." Zhao Hai looked at the Blue Dragon Elder's expression and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "You don't believe me? Alright, Xing Kuang, show them." Xing Kuan responded. Then, he moved his body and flew straight up into the sky. He flew very high up in the sky, but nothing happened. There was no astral wind at all. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the Azure Dragon Elder and the others changed. They were very clear that their current position was very close to the astral wind layer. If they continued to fly, they would encounter the astral wind layer. However, Xing Kuang had already flown so high, yet he still hadn't encountered the astral wind layer. This was absolutely abnormal. Although Xing Kuang had flown so high, he still hadn't encountered the astral wind. Upon thinking of this, the Blue Dragon Elder immediately turned his head to the person beside him and nodded. The person didn't say anything and just flew towards the sky. He also flew very high, but he didn't encounter any astral winds. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Elder's complexion completely changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, Zhao Hai. You're really strong. You can even make astral winds disappear." I really underestimated you. Jiao Hai nodded and said, you're really strong. Jiao Hai looked at the blue dragon elder, then he smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. Who told you to be stupid? After so many years, you still didn't know how to deal with the astral winds. Now that I've broken it, isn't it better? The blue dragon elder looked at Jiao Hai and sneered, you think that you can break the astral winds and attack the wolf ivory mountain? Stop dreaming. As long as our Holy Gate's disciples are here, you can forget about attacking the wolf ivory mountain. Jiao Hai looked at the blue dragon elder, then he smiled faintly and said, then let's give it a try. I really want to see if I can attack the wolf ivory mountain. The blue dragon elder sneered and said, I think you can't see it. You only brought so few people and yet you came here. If you're not courting death, then what are you? Don't even think about going back today. I've heard this from more than one person. Aren't I still alive and well? Instead, it's you guys. So many of you came here. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to the wolf ivory mountain? Don't you know how many disciples there are in our sea exploring sect? Now that I only have so few people with me, where did the rest go? Hee hee, you guys are really too naive. Did I make such a big commotion just to grind my teeth with you guys? Upon hearing Jiao Hai's words, the blue dragon elder and the others' expressions changed. The vermilion bird elder immediately said, Blue dragon, go back quickly. Leave this to me. After saying that, he directly transformed into his original body and rushed towards Jiao Hai. On the other hand, Jiao Hai looked at the vermilion bird elder and smiled faintly. Then, with a move of his hand, a golden rune suddenly flew out from his hand and flew towards the vermilion bird elder. Although the vermilion bird elder didn't know what this golden rune was, it was a person's name and a tree's shadow. Not to mention anything else, just Jiao Hai's name alone was enough to make him extremely careful. Therefore, when he saw this golden rune, he didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and a red light shot towards the golden rune. This light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the rune and directly shot at it. Boom! With a loud sound, the rune and the red light collided. Then, the rune disappeared along with the red light. The power of both sides actually cancelled each other out. Seeing this, the vermilion bird elder couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He really didn't expect that the rune that Jiao Hai casually released would be so powerful. One must know that the rune he released just now was the power of law. Now, the power of law actually cancelled out the rune. The vermilion bird elder looked at Jiao Hai and said in a deep voice, Sect Master Jiao Hai's strength is indeed extraordinary. You released the power of law right away. Amazing. Today, I want to experience Sect Master Jiao Hai's strength properly. Jiao Hai looked at the vermilion bird elder and then at the blue dragon elder who had already left. He was now somewhat impressed by these few elders of the Holy Gate. They never dragged their feet when doing things. They were really good managers. Jiao Hai retracted his gaze and looked at the vermilion bird elder again. He said in a deep voice, You are not my opponent. Even if all of you come together, you are still not my opponent. However, with so many of you here, it will be difficult for me to take all of you down. Why don't we both take a step back? The vermilion bird elder looked at Jiao Hai and said in a deep voice, Why is Sect Master Jiao Hai in a hurry to leave? Could it be that you have something urgent to do? Jiao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. You always think that I would use some kind of conspiracy to deal with you. In fact, sometimes you really think too much. Conspiracies need to be built on the basis of strength. If you don't have strength, then any conspiracy would just be a joke in the eyes of others. And if you have enough strength, then sometimes you will disdain using conspiracies. Jiao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. The vermilion bird elder looked at Jiao Hai and said in a deep voice, Sect Master Jiao Hai means that even if you don't go back, you will be fine? Why don't you stay and accompany us? Jiao Hai looked at the vermilion bird elder and sighed, Actually, I didn't want to deal with you guys. At least, I don't want to do it now. But if you guys force me to do it, then I won't be polite. I want to see how strong you are and if you can keep me here. After he said that, Jiao Hai's hand moved as a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This long sword was made of runes and looked very mysterious. Jiao Hai raised the long sword and pointed it at the vermilion bird elder. Then he said, I've recently comprehended some runes, so I'm very interested in them. Let me use the power of runes to test your skills. After he said that, Zhao Hai's heart moved as he thrust his sword towards the Vermilion Bird Elder. The Vermilion Bird Elder's figure moved and directly went towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, he stretched out his claws and grabbed towards Zhao Hai. However, the Vermilion Bird Elder was very careful, he didn't use his full strength in this attack. He had just experienced the might of Zhao Hai's runes, so naturally, he didn't dare to take it lightly. The golden rune that Zhao Hai used to form a sword represented the power of laws. Naturally, the Vermilion Bird Elder didn't dare to be careless. When Zhao Hai saw the Vermilion Bird Elder's claws coming towards him, the long sword in his hand suddenly moved, changing from a thrust to a flick. When the Vermilion Bird Elder saw that Zhao Hai had changed his move, he also changed his move. The Vermilion Bird Elder retracted his claws, but the tail feathers behind him were like sharp arrows as they went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's body moved to avoid the attack of the Vermilion Bird Elder's tail feathers. The long sword in his hand suddenly elongated, and at the same time, the sword became soft like a long whip as it went straight towards the Vermilion Bird Elder. When the Vermilion Bird Elder saw the transformation of Zhao Hai's long sword, he didn't panic at all. Although his figure was very big, he was also very agile. He flapped his wings and directly avoided Zhao Hai's attack. Then his long beak went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai dodged the attack of the Vermilion Bird Elder, and the long whip in his hand once again turned into a long sword as he stood on the same side as the Vermilion Bird Elder. Both of them were very powerful. Now that they had started to fight, they were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other in a short period of time. The White Tiger Elder and the Black Tortoise Elder didn't leave with the Blue Dragon Elder. When they saw that the Vermilion Bird Elder wasn't able to defeat Zhao Hai, the three of them also moved and rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the two of them also revealed their true forms. The White Tiger Elder was a white tiger that looked very powerful. As for the Black Tortoise Elder, he was a giant tortoise. But what was strange was that this giant tortoise's tail looked like a snake's head. Xing Feng and Che Rong, who had been motionless, saw that the two of them were about to join the battle. Their figures moved and they wanted to help. However, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Don't move. Just guard well. Leave them to me." When the two of them heard Zhao Hai's words, they didn't move. They led the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect and got into a defensive formation. They looked at the people of the Holy Gate opposite them. The disciples of the Holy Gate were also watching all of this nervously. This was the first time they saw three elders attacking a person together. In the eyes of the Holy Gate's disciples, these three elders were the top existences. Any one of them would be incomparably powerful. How could they possibly join forces to deal with a single person? However, this was the truth. They were really joining forces to deal with a single person. This really made them feel very surprised. The disciples of the Sea Exploring sect were also surprised. Many of them hadn't seen Zhao Hai in action before. They didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was. Today, they finally knew that he was still able to deal with the three elders of the Holy Gate. Such strength was really shocking. The ones who were more surprised than them were the three elders. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's strength would be so strong. Even though he was facing the three of them, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Without using the power of law, Zhao Hai was still able to gain the upper hand. This made them extremely surprised. The Vermilion Bird Elder now believed Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai said that they couldn't do anything to him. Now it seemed like it was true. The three of them really couldn't do anything to him. Similarly, it would be difficult for Zhao Hai to deal with them. The strength of the three elders wasn't something to be trifled with. Even if Zhao Hai could fight the three of them, it would still be very difficult for him to kill them. Seeing this situation, the Vermilion Bird Elder knew that if they didn't use the power of law, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. Therefore, he made a long roar and opened his mouth. A red light shot towards Zhao Hai. The White Tiger Elder and the Black Tortoise Elder immediately understood the Vermilion Bird Elder's intention. The two of them also used the Great Dao. One white light and one green light shot towards Zhao Hai at an extremely fast speed. Xingku and Che Rong, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, couldn't help but have their complexions change. They didn't think that the three elders would be so shameless. The three of them were facing Zhao Hai, but they still used the power of law. But now, even if they wanted to help, it was impossible. However, Zhao Hai, who was standing in the middle of the formation, didn't panic at all. He moved the sword in his hand and a sword light shot out to protect himself. Then, 3 loud bangs were heard. After the loud bangs, Zhao Hai's figure appeared outside the circle. He looked at the 3 elders with a calm face. The sword in his hand had already disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 elders and smiled coldly. He said, "The 3 of you, is that enough? Can you stop now? There's no point in continuing the fight, right?" When the 3 elders saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that the 3 of them wouldn't be able to deal with Zhao Hai. This made them very surprised. The Vermilion Bird Elder stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai is really powerful. I admire you." "Alright, Sect Master Zhao Hai can leave now." Zhao Hai looked at the Vermilion Bird Elder and smiled coldly. "Everyone, I can tell you clearly that our Exploration Sea sect has come to the monster spirit world this time to conquer it. Your sacred gate won't be able to stop our footsteps. If you surrender early, you can still preserve your sacred gate's orthodoxy. If you continue to fight like this, the consequences will be hard to say. Goodbye." After saying that, Zhao Hai turned around and led everyone out. Just as Zhao Hai turned around, the 3 elders exchanged glances. Then, the 3 elders flew up at the same time. They opened their mouths and shot 3 different colored lights at Zhao Hai. "You're courting death," Zhao Hai shouted. Then, his figure moved and flew up. Then, 3 fireballs appeared in his hand and went straight towards the 3 lights. The fireball collided with the 3 beams of light and exploded. The 3 beams of light also slowly disappeared. When the 3 beams of light disappeared, the fireball was still there. Zhao Hai snorted coldly and waved his hand. The fireballs shot towards the 3 elders. This surprised them. They didn't expect that the 3 of them couldn't block the fireballs even after releasing their power of law. Now that the fireballs were flying towards them, they immediately used their power of law to attack the fireballs. With a bang, the 3 fireballs finally disappeared. At the same time, the 3 were covered in cold sweat. The reason why they attacked was because they thought that Zhao Hai had been injured by their attacks. They thought that Zhao Hai was just suppressing his injuries and didn't want to be discovered by them. Because of this, they thought that if they attacked Zhao Hai again, they might be able to kill him. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to release a fireball and break their law. Obviously, Zhao Hai wasn't injured. He thought that the strength of both sides was almost the same. Nobody could do anything to the other. Therefore, he decided to retreat. It seems like they were wrong. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 retreating elders and coldly snorted, "With your status, you actually used a sneak attack. You're really shameless. But I don't want to trouble you anymore. Don't do it again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, he turned around and led Xingkuan and the others to fly away. The 3 elders didn't dare to stop them. Only when Zhao Hai and the others were far away did the Vermilion Bird Elder sigh and say in a deep voice, "I really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be so strong. I thought that he was injured, but it seems like he wasn't injured at all." The White Tiger Elder said in a deep voice, "It seems like we're in big trouble this time. Zhao Hai's strength is far beyond our imagination. I think we must report this matter to the Holy Lord. Let's go back. I don't know how the Blue Dragon is doing." The other 2 elders nodded. Then, the 3 of them turned around and flew back to the command center. At this time, Zhao Hai led the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect towards the Lone Wolf Peak. Of course, they didn't fly inside the Wolf Ivory mountain range. If they did, they would attract the attacks of countless Holy Gate's disciples. Therefore, they first left the Wolf Ivory mountain range and then flew towards the Lone Wolf Peak. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Lone Wolf Peak. Currently, the Lone Wolf Peak had been taken over by Wen Hai and the others. They were in the process of setting up the array, but the Holy Gate's army was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Hai also knew that the Holy Gates people also knew that sending only a small number of troops wouldn't do anything at all. Therefore, they could only assemble a large army. It would take a certain amount of time for their army to assemble. When Wenhai saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, he immediately greeted him and invited Zhao Hai to board the 10,000 swords ship. Then, he said to Zhao Hai, "Boss, the array here at the Lone Wolf Peak is about to be completed. We are going to wait for the array here to be completed. After all, the Lone Wolf Peak is isolated. If we want to rely on it to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain, it will take a lot of effort. Only when we really take down a peak on the Wolf Ivory Mountain can we really attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain range at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, but there's no need to rush. Let's take it slowly." When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Boss, if we take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain, then will the E sect participate in the attack on us?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Definitely. The people of the E sect are now beginning to fear us. If we really take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they will definitely deal with us. They originally allied with us to deal with the Holy Gate, but when they find out that the strength of our ally is beyond their imagination, they will no longer treat us as an ally. On the contrary, they will treat us as an enemy. After all, we came from outside the demon spirit world." When Wenhai nodded. At this moment, in the distant sky, countless black spots suddenly appeared. When Zhao Hai saw those black spots, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he said in a deep voice, "They're here. It seems that the Holy Gates army has sped up a lot. They can arrive so quickly." When Wenhai said in a deep voice, "They're here at the right time. Pass down the order, set up the array." Following Wenhai's order, the Sea Exploring Sect's army immediately set up the array and quietly waited for the Holy Gates army. Last time, when the Holy Gates army rushed over, Zhao Hai directly ordered everyone to retreat, making it seem as if they were afraid of the Holy Gates army. This made many disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect feel suffocated in their hearts. This time, the Holy Gates army came again, but Zhao Hai didn't give the order to retreat. Instead, he prepared to set up the array to meet the enemy. This made the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect excited. Soon, the Holy Gates army arrived 10 miles in front of the Sea Exploring Sect's army. Zhao Hai also saw the Blue Dragon Elder, the Vermilion Bird Elder, the White Tiger Elder, and the Black Tortoise Elder in the army. Behind them were a few of the 12 Zodiac Elders. The Holy Gates army was also in formation, and everyone had a determined expression on their faces. The Blue Dragon Elder looked at Zhao Hai, who was standing on the ship of 1,000 swords, and suddenly said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, we really don't want to fight with you. The demon world isn't your sword spirit world's territory. Why must you invade the demon world? Isn't it better to retreat to the sword spirit world? Isn't it better if both sides don't invade each other and exchange what we need?" Zhao Hai looked at the Blue Dragon Elder and said in a deep voice, "This war wasn't started by us. It's your Holy Gate. You can fight if you want, but if you don't want, then don't fight. How can there be such a good thing? Let me tell you, the one who has the final say is no longer your Holy Gate. It's our Sea Exploring Sect. We can fight if we want, but we can't find any reason not to fight. So, you don't need to waste your breath, just do it." The Blue Dragon Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "I didn't say those words because our Holy Gate is afraid of your Sea Exploring Sect. You don't care about the lives of your Holy Gates disciples, but I can't ignore the lives of our Holy Gates disciples. I just didn't want to cause too many casualties. That's why I asked you to withdraw. Since you don't want to retreat, then don't blame us for being impolite." Then the Blue Dragon Elder suddenly said, "Holy Gates disciples, prepare to attack." The Blue Dragon Elder's voice was very loud, and it spread throughout the battlefield. Zhao Hai knew that the Blue Dragon Elder had said those words to shake the morale of the troops. Now that he had finished, Zhao Hai couldn't help smiling faintly and said, "Blue Dragon Elder, you don't need to waste your breath. Previously, my Sea Exploring Sect had already attacked the Wolf Ivory Mountain, but we weren't ready at that time. So when your army arrived, we withdrew from the Wolf Ivory Mountain because I didn't want the casualties of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples. But now that we are ready, I naturally won't retreat. Even if I want to retreat, the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples won't agree, right? Kill. Kill. Kill," the Sea Exploring sect's disciples raised their arms and shouted, looking very excited. When the Blue Dragon Elder saw the expressions of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples, his face sank. The Blue Dragon Elder hadn't expected that the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect would be so belligerent. Not only had his previous words failed to dampen the morale of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples, but they had also roused their morale. Now, it would be difficult for them to defeat the Sea Exploring sect. However, his reaction was also very quick. He snorted coldly and said, "The Sea Exploring sect is just a bunch of evil thieves that invaded our demon spirit realm. Today, the disciples of the Sacred Gate will let you know how powerful the Sacred Gate is." After saying that, he waved his hand and shouted, "Attack." Following his command, the disciples of the Sacred Gate charged towards the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. At this moment, Xianxia received news that the array formation on the Lone Wolf Peak was ready and could be used. Xianxia ordered the disciples of the array formation hall on the Lone Wolf Peak to adjust the array formation. Then, he waved his hand and the large artifacts of the Sea Exploring sect appeared in front of the array formation. At the same time, all the energy cannons were ready and fired at the array formation of the Sacred Gate. The disciples of the Sea Exploring sect were also ready. However, they didn't make a move. Instead, they watched as the energy cannons fired at the Sacred Gate's army. However, a distance of 10 miles was too short for cultivators. The Sacred Gate's disciples rushed to the front of the Sea Exploring sect's array formation in no time. At this moment, Xianxia shouted, "Medium technique, release." Along with Xianxia's command, the Sea Exploring sect's disciples released their mediating spells. Almost all of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples knew how to use mediating spells. It's just that some of them were good at it while others weren't. However, they were still able to use it. Moreover, the range of the mediating spells was very long. Therefore, they were arranged to be the first wave of attacks. The Sacred Gate's large war beasts were at the forefront. However, they had suffered a loss in the hands of the Sea Exploring sect previously. Therefore, all the large war beasts used protective shields this time. This way, they wouldn't be afraid of the attack of the gravity technique. However, this time, the Sea Exploring sect didn't use the gravity technique to attack them. Instead, they used other medium techniques. The medium techniques were very powerful. Although the Holy Gate's large beasts had shields, their shields were still broken by the medium techniques. Then all kinds of techniques landed on their bodies. Although the defense of these large beasts was very strong, they still couldn't withstand so many attacks. Many of the large beasts were directly killed. Those that weren't killed were all injured, and their injuries were very serious. However, the people from the Sacred Gate didn't stop. They continued to charge forward, and Xianxia immediately shouted, "Artifacts, attack!" Following Xianxia's order, the second wave of attacks from the Sea Exploration sect's disciples arrived. This time, even more battle beasts died. Many Holy Gate's disciples died under the Sea Exploration sect's disciples' artifacts. Then Xianxia shouted again, "Talismans, spells, attack!" The third wave of attacks came again. This time, it was talisman paper and various kinds of spells. They covered the sky and covered the earth, hitting the bodies of the Holy Gate's disciples. The number of Holy Gate's disciples who were injured increased. At this time, the Sacred Gate's disciples rushed to the front of the Sea Exploring sect's large array and began to attack the Sea Exploring sect's large artifacts and their disciples. But at this time, Xianxia moved his hand and a green jade compass appeared in his hand. Then, with a stroke of his hand, the 10,000 swords ships in front of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples suddenly split apart. These 10,000 swords ships turned into a rain of swords that pierced towards the Sacred Gate's disciples. The Sacred Gate's disciples suddenly stopped their attack. They had no choice but to stop because the Sacred Gate's disciples at the front were all killed by these flying swords. However, the Sacred Gate's disciples at the back still rushed forward. They knocked away the flying swords that were attacking them and charged towards the Sea Exploring sect's disciples. At this time, Xianxia also retreated to the Sea Exploring sect's disciples' large array. The Sea Exploring sect's disciples were all ready, waiting for the Sacred Gate's disciples to attack. Boom. The two armies collided. The Sacred Gate's disciples kept attacking the Sea Exploring sect's disciples' square array. The Sea Exploring Sect's disciples' square array was like a reef, standing there. No matter how the Sacred Gate's disciples attacked, they didn't move in the slightest. Zhao Hai stood there with a calm face. He didn't make a move. In fact, all the Sea Exploring Sect's Supreme Elders didn't make a move. For the same reason, the Sacred Gate's Supreme Elders didn't make a move. Both sides were very afraid of each other. They knew their own strength. Their destructive power was too strong. Once they made a move, the disciples below would be affected and die. It was hard to say how many disciples would die in the end. Therefore, they didn't make a move and just watched quietly. Although this battle would increase the casualties of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't make everyone retreat when they encountered such a situation. Slowly, the confidence of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples would be affected. Therefore, they must fight the Sacred Gate this time. The Blue Dragon Elder's face was very ugly. This time, the Sea Exploring Sect directly chose to fight with them, which made him very surprised. He thought that the Sea Exploring Sect would retreat like before. After all, in his opinion, this time, the Sea Exploring Sect had taken advantage of the situation. The astral winds in the Wolf Ivory Mountain were gone. In the future, it would be easier for the Sea Exploring Sect to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain. However, he didn't think that the Sea Exploring Sect wouldn't retreat this time. Instead, the Sea Exploring Sect stood there and faced them head-on. At this point, the Sea Exploring Sect couldn't just retreat. At this point, the Sea Exploring Sect was already regretting their decision. They said that they would consume the strength of the Sea Exploring Sect, but at the same time, their own strength would also be consumed. Most importantly, they still had a powerful enemy, the E Sect. Although the people of the E Sect said that they wouldn't attack them when they fought with the Sea Exploring Sect, what if they really destroyed the Sea Exploring Sect? Would the people of the E Sect attack them? If they really destroyed the Sea Exploring Sect, their strength would also be greatly damaged. When the time comes, the people of the E Sect would attack them, then they would really be finished. It was precisely because of this that the Blue Dragon Elder was very regretful now. He was really afraid that the Sea Exploring Sect would fight with them. If that happened, not only the Sea Exploring Sect wouldn't be able to afford it, but they also wouldn't be able to afford it. But now, the Blue Dragon Elder also knew that they couldn't easily retreat. If they retreated, then the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples would take the opportunity to attack and they would be finished. The two sides were now in a deadlock. The Blue Dragon Elder was also very impatient. He could only watch the disciples of both sides continue to kill each other. The casualties on both sides were constantly increasing. 2 hours later, Zhao Hai looked at the battle below and said, "Azure Dragon Elder, I think that you can't attack my Sea Exploring Sect today. How about we retreat?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Blue Dragon Elder was stunned. He really didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. If they retreated now, what would happen if the Sea Exploring Sect took the opportunity to attack? Then wouldn't they be finished? But if they didn't retreat, then their casualties would increase. This wouldn't be good for them. So for a while, he really didn't know what to do. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Elder suddenly said, "Well, we'll stop here today. Sect Master Zhao Hai, I hope you won't chase after us. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai glanced at the Vermilion Bird Elder and smiled faintly. "Okay, we promise not to chase after you." The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and then said loudly, "Holy Gate disciples, listen to my order. Stop attacking and retreat." His voice spread throughout the battlefield and everyone heard it. Zhao Hai also said at this time, "Sea Exploring Sect disciples, listen to my order. Retreat." When the disciples of both sides heard this order, they knew that this was the end of the day. They stopped and retreated. The disciples of the Sea Exploration Sect retreated to the Lone Wolf Peak, and the disciples of the Sacred Gate retreated as well. At this time, the Vermilion Bird Elder said to the Blue Dragon Elder, "Zhao Hai said this to make us retreat. Under normal circumstances, he won't chase after us. So now is the best time to retreat. When we fought with him just now, we thought he was injured and attacked him again. But we found that he was fine and just wanted to retreat. The situation now is the same. Let's retreat too." The Blue Dragon Elder nodded and said, "Okay, let's retreat." After saying that, he led the disciples and slowly retreated into the wolf ivory mountain. The blue dragon elder was having a headache now. The sea exploring sect dared to fight with them. This was the most troublesome part. The blue dragon elder's original plan was to fight a battle of attrition with the sea exploring sect. But when it really came down to it, they found that such a battle of attrition wasn't beneficial to them at all. So now, the blue dragon elder was regretting it. But now, they had no other way to deal with the sea exploring sect. This was the most troublesome part for the blue dragon elder. At this time, Xianxia was also looking at the disciples of the sea exploring sect. Although the battle had only lasted for 2 hours, their casualties had already reached 10 million people. This was still considered a small number. One must know that this was a chaotic battle involving hundreds of millions of people. Losing so many people in 2 hours was already considered a small number. Among these casualties, many had died in battle. There were only a few who were injured and not dead. There were also some who were disabled. However, for cultivators, this was not a big deal. There were many treasures that could regrow their severed limbs. However, they would not be able to fight for a short period of time. Xianxia treated the slightly injured sea exploring sect's disciples. Then he returned to a temporary room on the Lone Wolf Peak. Wenwenhai and the others also followed Xianxia. After everyone sat down, Xianxia immediately said, "The Holy Gate's disciples have retreated, but they should have left people behind to monitor us. But it doesn't matter, we don't need to be afraid of them. Immediately move out and occupy the 5 mountains closest to the Lone Wolf Peak. Have the array hall set up formations as soon as possible." Wenwenhai immediately complied. Then the people from the array hall also complied. Xianxia continued, "Chunming, you lead the cavalry and keep watch. We are now in a defensive state, so I didn't let the cavalry attack. But now that we have just gone through a battle, the disciples are very tired. Have the cavalry cooperate with the array hall and take down the 5 mountains as soon as possible. If the Holy Gate's people dare to touch them, then have the cavalry attack them. Kill as many as you can." Ding Chunming complied. He didn't listen to Xiaohai's next words. Instead, he led the people from the array hall and left. He knew that Xiaohai was taking advantage of the fact that the Holy Gate's army had retreated. It would be impossible for them to attack again in a short period of time. Because of this, time was the most precious thing they could do. After Ding Chunming left, Xiaohai turned to Wenwenhai and said, "Wenhai, do you think that we have a lot of casualties in this battle?" Wenwenhai thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Boss, if we look at the scale of this battle and the duration of this battle, our casualties really aren't that many. But I think that our casualties can still be reduced. If we go all out against the Holy Gate every time, then our casualties will be too great. Even if we really take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to deal with the Holy Gate's attack. Moreover, boss, the growth rate of our exploration sect's disciples may not be comparable to the Holy Gate's people. Therefore, the longer we delay, the better." Xiaohai nodded and said, "Yes, the longer we delay, the better. But we can't be anxious. It's useless to be anxious now. If we are anxious, we will only be complying with the Holy Gate. If we are anxious, then we will take bigger steps. In that case, the Holy Gate will have a chance. Don't forget, there's still the Yi sect. It's not without reason that the Yi sect can compete with the Holy Gate for hegemony for so many years. Their strength can't be underestimated, so we can't be anxious. How about this, if we want to occupy the Wolf Ivory Mountains territory in the future, we will just take one step at a time. First, we will conquer the territory outside the array, and then push forward bit by bit." When Wenwenhai heard Xiaohai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he couldn't help but frown and said, "Boss, isn't that too slow? Outside the array, the area within 200 miles is our territory. But if we really build the array within these 200 miles and then push forward bit by bit, then the speed is too slow. How long is the Wolf Ivory Mountain? How long will it take for us to occupy the entire Wolf Ivory Mountain?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Why are you so anxious? As long as we do this, the Holy Gate would be anxious. When the time comes, they would attack us. At that time, the initiative would be in our hands. If they dare to attack the sea exploring sect's formation, then they would suffer a lot. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, yes, as long as we move forward bit by bit, then the Holy Gate will be anxious. When the time comes, they will have no choice but to attack our array. Ha ha ha, my sea exploring sect's array isn't something they can bite. Zhao Hai also smiled and said, let's go. Let everyone rest for 2 days, then we will start our plan. When Wen Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. The Blue Dragon Elder was sitting in the room with a gloomy expression. The Vermilion Bird Elder was sitting next to him. None of them spoke. To be honest, today's events had left them in a bad mood. The Sea Exploration sect didn't suffer any losses in the battle, and their casualties were higher than the Sea Exploration sect's. They really couldn't accept such a result. However, things had already happened. Even if they didn't want to accept it, they had to accept it because it was the truth. However, such a thing didn't make them happy. The Blue Dragon Elder said in a deep voice, Vermilion Bird, has the news been sent to the Holy Gate? The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded, it has been sent to the Holy Master, including the news of this battle, as well as the previous information about Zhao Hai's strength. The Blue Dragon Elder sighed, this Zhao Hai is really too difficult to deal with. His strength is incomparably powerful, and he taught the disciples of the Sea Exploration sect so well. No wonder he dared to invade our monster spirit world. His strength is really extraordinary. The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and said, yes, this Zhao Hai's strength is really beyond my expectations. Moreover, the strength of the disciples of the Sea Exploration sect is really strong. Previously, we had made up our mind to fight them to a battle of attrition. Now, it seems that there's no other way. Upon hearing the Vermilion Bird Elder's words, the Blue Dragon Elder couldn't help but smile bitterly. He then said in a deep voice, but even if we fight them to the end, have you thought about what will happen to us next? Will those guys from the East sect let us go? The Vermilion Bird Elder glanced at the Blue Dragon Elder and said in a deep voice, we can't care so much now. If we don't fight the Sea Exploration sect, we will really be finished. The Blue Dragon Elder sighed. He also knew that the Vermilion Bird Elder was right. However, he really couldn't bear to fight a war of attrition with the Sea Exploring sect. At this time, a disciple suddenly ran in and cupped his fist towards the Blue Dragon Elder. Elder, I just received news that when we retreated, the Sea Exploring sect suddenly sent troops to occupy the 5 mountains near Lone Wolf Peak. Moreover, they sent a large number of troops to guard them. After hearing this, the Blue Dragon Elder didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, he nodded and said, all right, I got it. You can go now. The disciple felt strange. He didn't know why the Blue Dragon Elder was so calm, but he didn't say anything and went down. After the disciple left, the Blue Dragon Elder couldn't help but sigh and said, I don't know why, but when I heard this news, I felt that it was reasonable. If they didn't do this, then they wouldn't be the Sea Exploring sect, and they wouldn't be Zhao Hai. The Vermilion Bird Elder also sighed, then he said, when we received news from the secret realm that they had discovered a new plane, we thought that we had gained a big advantage. But we didn't expect that there was a devil there. It's too late to say anything now, let's fight. The Sea Exploring sect won't attack all the mountains at once, instead, they'll attack them one by one. This way, they'll be able to maintain their superior military strength. If we let our disciples wait in the underground bases and attack them, it'll be the same as attacking their superior military strength with a small team. That's the same as courting death. If we do that, the Sea Exploring sect will defeat us one by one. If we really have a large-scale battle with them, then it won't matter whether we're in the Wolf Ivory Mountain or not. Don't forget that the astral winds in the Wolf Ivory Mountain are gone. The only thing that benefits us is gone, so there's really no need to defend the Wolf Ivory Mountain. The Blue Dragon Elder couldn't help but stare when he heard this. Then he looked at the White Tiger Elder and said, then what do you plan to do? The White Tiger Elder said, previously, we sent Snake Elder to the East sect and contacted them. Now, the people of the East sect should be afraid of the Sea Exploring sect. But they still don't want to intervene. They just want us to consume more of our strength. Then we'll do as they wish. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others looked at the White Tiger Elder with puzzled expressions. They didn't understand what he meant. Do as they wish? Could it be that they want to consume more of their strength? The White Tiger Elder said, we can fight a few more rounds with the Sea Exploring Sect, but we don't want to fight too much. After these few rounds, we'll hide some of our disciples and tell the people of the E sect that those disciples died. When the time comes, we'll give up the Wolf Fang Mountain and retreat to the main hall. I don't believe that the people of the E sect can sit still when the time comes. Upon hearing the White Tiger Elder, the Blue Dragon Elders and the others were silent. Then the Blue Dragon Elder said, this matter must be approved by the Holy Lord. Immediately send a letter to the Holy Lord and ask for his opinion. Everyone nodded. Then, Elder Azure Dragon immediately wrote a letter to the Holy Lord and had someone deliver it to the Holy Lord. Meanwhile, they anxiously waited for the Holy Lord's reply. It didn't take long for the Holy Lord's reply to arrive. The Holy Lord agreed to their plan. It was obvious that the current situation of the Holy Gate wasn't very good. Although the Holy Lord had gathered a lot of troops in the rear, the combat power of these troops was still far inferior to the army of the Wolf Fang Mountain. Therefore, the Holy Lord was very clear that if this continued, the Holy Gate would be finished. Therefore, what they had to do was very simple. It was to do as the White Tiger Elder said. Although this would mean giving up the Wolf Fang Mountain, the Wolf Fang Mountain was now a weak existence. Without the astral winds, the various large artifacts of the Sea Exploring Sect could be used on a large scale. This would be more lethal to them. Therefore, the Holy Lord finally agreed to their approach. Seeing that the Holy Lord agreed to their approach, the Blue Dragon Elder nodded. He then turned to the others and said, the White Tiger Elder's method is a good idea, but it's not an easy thing to do. The sect has always had a lot of spies in our Holy Gate. If we want this plan to succeed, the most important step is to not let the people of the E sect know about our plan. This means that we have to avoid the spies of the E sect. Does anyone have any ideas? The Vermilion Bird Elder thought for a moment and said, I think we can make preparations in advance. Before each attack, we can transfer a part of the disciples and hide them first. Then, after the attack, we will lose a lot of disciples. This way, there won't be any problems. When those disciples are hidden, we can temporarily prevent them from contacting the outside world. This way, we can keep the secret to the greatest extent. The Blue Dragon Elder nodded and said, this idea is good, but if we hide too many disciples at once, it will arouse suspicion. It's better to have a way to prevent others from suspecting us. Let the Fox Clan do it. The Phantom Fox Clan of the Fox Clan is very good at using illusion techniques. We can let them use illusion techniques to create a kind of illusion. It will make it seem like there are a lot of disciples, but in fact, there aren't that many disciples. Will this work? Yes, this is a good idea. Let's use illusion techniques. Let's do it this way. Select some powerful people from the Phantom Fox Clan who have absolutely no problem with their identity. Call them over here and we will explain it to them. The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded and immediately sent someone to look for the people from the Phantom Fox Clan. They still attached great importance to this operation. What they were doing now was to pull the E sect in. All along, the E sect had been watching the show from the sidelines. What they wanted to do now was to pull the people from the Phantom Fox Clan into the scene as well. When the time comes, the Phantom Fox Clan wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, when the time comes, the Phantom Fox Clan would gather all the forces of the monster spirit world to deal with the Sea Exploration Sect. They don't believe that the Sea Exploration Sect would be able to do anything to them. Soon, the people from the Phantom Fox Clan arrived. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others had already explained the situation to the Phantom Fox Clan. At the same time, they also ordered their most trusted subordinates to cooperate with the Phantom Fox Clan. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Naturally, the Phantom Fox Clan didn't object and immediately agreed. However, the Azure Dragon Elder also knew that this plan wouldn't be easy to carry out. They still needed to prepare for a few days. During this time, they wouldn't attack the Sea Exploration Sect. Even if the Sea Exploration Sect occupied a few mountains, they still wouldn't attack them. They would wait until they were ready before making any moves. The Sea Exploration Sect didn't know about this. After occupying the 5 mountains, they immediately set up formations. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the people from the Holy Gate didn't attack them. This was really beyond their expectations. Although he was surprised that the Holy Gate didn't attack them, he still decided to be careful. Therefore, after he finished setting up the arrays on the 5 mountains, he didn't immediately expand. Instead, he carefully looked at the bottom of the 5 mountains. After confirming that the 5 mountains were completely safe, he continued to expand. This time, they occupied another 5 mountains. Then, they set up the arrays. They must completely turn these mountains into their territory. What surprised Zhao Hai was that even after occupying the 5 mountains, the people from the Holy Gate didn't attack them. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. He really didn't know what to say. He thought that the Holy Gate was plotting something. He even ordered the Mist Dragon and the others to monitor the Holy Gate's people. However, they discovered that the Holy Gate's army was resting. Only a few of them were active. They even noticed that a part of the Holy Gate's army was retreating. This was really unexpected. When Zhao Hai heard this news, he was also very curious. However, since the Holy Gate's people weren't plotting something, he didn't need to be polite. Then they immediately occupied another 10 mountains. This time, because they occupied a lot of mountains, they needed to set up more formations. But now, the Sea Exploration sect's disciples were almost fully rested. They were ready to fight. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the Holy Gate's people attacking. Zhao Hai stood behind the Sea Exploring sect's army and frowned as he looked at the Holy Gate's disciples who were attacking them. He felt that these Holy Gate's disciples were a little strange. Their attacking force seemed very fierce, but when they really fought, he discovered that many of these disciples were illusions created by illusion techniques. They looked like real people, but in fact, they didn't have any fighting strength. As long as they touched them, they would disappear directly. What was going on? Zhao Hai really couldn't understand what the other party was trying to do. Why would they do this? This kind of illusion technique didn't have any benefits when attacking the Sea Exploring sect. At most, it would just waste an opportunity for the Sea Exploring sect's disciples to attack. It wouldn't have much impact at all. So why would the other party do this? The most important thing was that the other party's attack seemed very fierce, but in fact, it was just a loud and vigorous attack. In the end, their casualties weren't very high. Needless to say, the Sea Exploring sect didn't suffer too many casualties. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. He didn't know what the other party was trying to do. The Holy Gate's performance now was completely different from their previous performance. In the past, the people of the Holy Gate couldn't wait to treat the Wolf Ivory Mountain as their last line of defense. They wouldn't allow the Sea Exploring sect's disciples to take a step into the Wolf Ivory Mountain's defensive line. They would shout and kill. But now, they had already occupied more than 20 mountains, and the Saint Gate had only launched a single battle. Moreover, it was a battle that was all bark and no bite. This was truly unexpected. Looking at the Holy Gate's disciples retreating like the tide, Zhao Hai really couldn't understand what those guys of the Holy Gate were planning. In the next few days, the Holy Gate would launch an attack on them almost every 1 or 2 days. Their attacks were all loud and violent, and didn't have any impact on the Sea Exploring sect. Now, the Sea Exploring sect had occupied more than 40 mountains. At the same time, Zhao Hai also learned from the Mist Dragon that a large number of Holy Gate's disciples had withdrawn from the Wolf Ivory Mountain. This made him even more puzzled. Could it be that the people of the Holy Gate were ready to give up on the Wolf Ivory Mountain? Was that even possible? However, what happened next confirmed Zhao Hai's thoughts. The other party really did have such intentions. They really wanted to leave the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Just 1 month after Zhao Hai and the others attacked the Wolf Ivory Mountain, all the disciples of the Holy Gate withdrew from the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Not a single person was left behind. At first, Zhao Hai thought that the Holy Gate wanted to leave some of their disciples in the underground base so that they could find an opportunity to plot against them. However, he later realized that he had guessed wrongly. According to the information sent back by the mist-disturbing dragon, the disciples of the Holy Gate had really retreated. Not a single person was left behind in the underground base. After the Holy Gate's people retreated, Zhao Hai carefully inspected the situation at the Wolf Ivory Mountain. After confirming that the Holy Gate wasn't plotting anything, he directly ordered the Sea Exploration Sect's army to occupy the Wolf Ivory Mountains defensive line. Then, he set up the Grand Array. After taking down the Wolf Ivory Mountain, Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry to attack the Holy Gate. They wanted to make the Wolf Ivory Mountain completely theirs. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also preparing to comprehend the runes of heaven and earth. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Being able to take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain this time was definitely a good thing for Zhao Hai. Next, when they attacked the Holy Gate's territory, it would be a flat land. The Holy Gate would no longer be in danger. Therefore, it would be easier to deal with them. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. While they were setting up the Grand Array at the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they were comprehending the runes of heaven and earth. At the same time, they were also monitoring the Holy Gate's movements. He discovered that the Holy Gate's disciples who were the first to withdraw from the Wolf Ivory Mountain didn't return to the Holy Gate's main hall. Instead, they were all gathered in another mountainous area under the Holy Gate. Moreover, those disciples weren't allowed to go out or contact the outside world. He didn't know what they were doing. At the same time, Zhao Hai also began to strengthen his surveillance of the Yi sect. He was very clear that those guys from the Yi sect had never really treated them as an ally. Now that they had taken down the Wolf Ivory Mountain, those guys from the Yi sect might not be able to sit still. If the Yi sect really participated in the operation to deal with them, then they would be in big trouble. And his thoughts were quickly confirmed. The Holy Gate sent people to contact the Yi sect. The Yi sect also began to gather an army and entered the Holy Gate's territory. It seemed that they were ready to deal with them together with the Holy Gate. This information was very important to Zhao Hai. After knowing this information, Zhao Hai immediately gathered Wen Hai and the others. Now, they were already in the Wolf Ivory Mountain, in the hall of the Holy Gate's largest branch. This was originally the command hall of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others, but now it had become the Exploration Sea Sect's conference hall. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I just received news that the Yi sect's army has begun to gather and has entered the Holy Gate's territory. However, they are not going to war. Instead, they are preparing to deal with us." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Wen Hai and the others were all stunned. Then, their faces changed. Now, although they could suppress the Holy Gate, it was not so easy to deal with the coalition of the Holy Gate and the Yi sect. This matter was not easy to handle. Zhao Hai glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Everyone knows the situation, so I won't say anything more. Now, let's talk about it. What do you think?" Wen Hai thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Boss, the Holy Gate's retreat this time seems to be well prepared. I think their retreat this time seems to be a little too easy. The most important thing is that they have retreated, but their main force didn't suffer too much loss. Moreover, they are preparing to engage in a battle with our army, so the terrain is not important for them. In the mountainous area, the army is not easy to spread out, which is disadvantageous for them. However, if they wait on the plains, their army can be fully spread out. Originally, the Holy Gate's army is more than ours, so it is not easy to deal with them. If the army of the Yi sect is added, then the number of the army will be much greater than ours. In this way, it will be even more difficult to deal with them. Moreover, I think that the retreat of the Holy Gate's army this time is also a conspiracy. They may want to drag the Yi sect down with them. The Yi sect has long been afraid of us, so the Holy Gate has this opportunity to tell the Yi sect that they can't defend the defensive line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain because we are too strong. This way, the Yi sect will be even more afraid of us, so they will send troops to deal with us together with the Holy Gate." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. In fact, when the Holy Gate retreated last time, there was a piece of news that I didn't tell you. Before the Holy Gate retreated, they had already withdrawn a large part of their main force. However, they didn't withdraw to the Holy Gate's headquarters. Instead, they were transferred to another mountainous area and laid in ambush there. It seems that the Holy Gate used this trick to trick the Yi sect. They made the Yi sect think that their strength was greatly damaged and they couldn't stop us, so the Yi sect sent out their troops." Wen Hai nodded and said, "If that's the case, then the Holy Gate is really scheming against the Yi sect. This will also increase the difficulty of our attack on the monster spirit world." Zhao Hai's face was calm as he nodded and said, "That's right. Next, when we attack the Holy Gate, I'm afraid that we won't have any opportunities to take any shortcuts. We can only push forward step by step, and I'm afraid that every step will be bloody. Ding Chunming suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Young master, can we proceed to the next step of the plan?" Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and said in a deep voice, "You mean, directly attack the sect's territory?" Ding Chunming nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Can we directly attack the sect's territory? Now that the sect has sent out their troops to help the Holy Gate, then we can attack them. Besides, the sect's army should be very empty. It shouldn't be a problem for us to directly attack the sect's territory, right?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, it's decided. We should let the people of the sect know how powerful we are. By the way, we should seal the transmission array that is connected to the sect. We can't give them any chance. Inform the Wyvern to set up a transmission array along the coast of the sect. When the array here in the Wolf Ivory Mountain is built, we will directly attack the sect." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The sect and the Holy Gate have joined forces. Their army is 3 times larger than ours. If we fight them head-on, then even if we can take the demon spirit realm, we would have to pay a huge price. Therefore, we can't do that. What we need to do is actually very simple. Step by step, we'll shrink the living space of the sect and the Holy Gate, forcing them to attack us. Then we'll use our formations to suppress them and consume their strength. Once their strength is exhausted, they naturally wouldn't be able to resist us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai then said, "During this period of time, let the disciples have a good rest. We can send some of the disciples back to the Sword Spirit World, and then transfer some disciples from the Sword Spirit World to carry out a rotation. At the same time, all the arrays must be strengthened. All the arrays can use illusionary and killing arrays. Only in this way can there be more changes in the arrays. Only then can we withstand the attacks of the Holy Gate and the sect and really deal with them." Everyone responded. Zhao Hai turned to Wen Hai and said, "Wen Hai, contact Yiming and let these disciples who have been fighting go there to rest. From there, they can go directly to the sect." Wen Hai nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, our war with the demon spirit realm has just begun. Originally, the sect hasn't participated yet, but now that the sect has joined, we have to deal with the entire demon spirit realm. Therefore, we must be careful and not make any mistakes. Otherwise, we will be defeated. No one wants to fail, and we certainly don't want to fail as well. Therefore, everyone must be prepared. We can't make any mistakes, otherwise, we might fail. The people of the demon spirit realm aren't easy to deal with, so don't be complacent just because of our victories. Do you understand? Don't you think so?" "Yes, Sect Master, we understand." The Blue Dragon Elder and the others were sitting in the Holy Lord's room. The Holy Lord looked at them with a smile and said in a deep voice, "Although you failed to repel the Sea Exploring Sect this time, your performance was very good. The plan was very successful and finally pulled the sect in. As long as the sect enters, it's impossible for them to leave. Especially after the battle with the Sea Exploring Sect, it's even more impossible for them to leave. But this time, the people from the sect are a little too arrogant, as if our Holy Gate is inferior to them. You have to grasp this well and let those guys from the sect understand that although our Holy Gate lost to the Sea Exploring Sect, we are not afraid of them. Tell them not to go too far." Several people agreed at the same time. The Holy Lord then looked at them and said in a deep voice, "The Wolf Ivory Mountain is the main food production area of our Holy Gate. We must not give it up. Our army is stationed at the foot of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. If the people from the Sea Exploring Sect want to attack us, we must give them a head-on blow. Let the people from the sect go over as well. Our battlefield is the Sacred Beast Plains." The Blue Dragon Elder and the others nodded at the same time. They also understood the meaning of the Holy Lord. The meaning of the Holy Lord was very obvious. The people from the sect had come to their Holy Gate to help. They should listen to them and not be too arrogant. Otherwise, they wouldn't be polite. Although doing this may offend the sect, they weren't afraid that the people from the sect would run back to the sect. They had already come. If they went back, it would be difficult. Moreover, they were now dealing with a sea-exploring sect, which was related to the entire demon spirit world. The people from the E sect wouldn't return to the E sect because of such a small matter. Therefore, the Holy Lord wasn't worried. The main reason why the Holy Lord did this was to seize the initiative in his own hands. One must know that the place where the battle was now was their Holy Gate's territory. Therefore, they must seize the initiative in their hands. After Elder Blue Dragon and the others left, they immediately went to see the leader of the E sect. The leader of the E sect this time was Elder Elong. Elder Elong was one of the 5 elemental elders. His position was about the same as Elder Blue Dragon. The E sect also attached great importance to this operation. This could be seen from the people they sent. This time, the E sect sent a total of 300 million troops to the Holy Gate. They were led by Elder Elong, and the 2 elders Yi Shi and Yi He came along with him. Elder Yi Hu and Elder Yi Bao stayed behind to guard the E sect. Other than the 3 5 elements elders, 6 of the 12 forms elders had also come. They were the Flood Dragon, the Ferocious Tiger, the Giant Ape, the Flying Horse, the God Ho, and the Rooster. This was equivalent to half of the management of the E sect coming to the Holy Gate. It could be seen how much importance the E sect attached to this matter. In fact, the E sect's fear of the Exploration Sea sect was far deeper than what people imagined. This was because they had made deals with the Exploration Sea sect and had some understanding of the Exploration Sea sect. It was precisely because of this understanding that they were even more afraid of the Exploration Sea sect. The people of the E sect were not fools. They quickly discovered that the energy cannons given to them by the Exploration Sea sect were different from the energy cannons used by the Exploration Sea sect. This discovery made them very angry in addition to being surprised. However, they couldn't do anything about it. At the same time, they didn't expect that the Exploration Sea sect would occupy the Wolf Ivory Mountains so quickly. They were shocked by the fact that the Holy Gate was taken down from the Wolf Ivory Mountain. The E sect was also aware of the situation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. The astral winds there, the terrain there, and the Holy Gate's operations there for so many years were all known to them. However, such a place was broken through by the Exploration Sea sect in just a few months. This really surprised them. The Blue Dragon Elder and Elder Elong met in the office of the 4 Holy Elders of the Holy Gate. Elder Elong was very thin, but he was very tall. He had a horse face and looked very serious. The Blue Dragon Elder looked at Elder Elong and said in a deep voice, "Elder Elong, our Holy Lord has asked you to go to the front line and station there. You are here to deal with the Exploration Sea sect with us, but now you have been staying here in our Holy Gate's headquarters. This is not a battlefield, so the Holy Lord has ordered everyone to go to the front line and station there." Elder Elong looked coldly at the Blue Dragon Elder and said in a deep voice, "Blue Dragon, are you mistaken? We are here to help your Holy Gate. Now you want to order us around? Do you really think you can do it?" The Blue Dragon Elder looked at Elder Elong and said in a deep voice, "You have been mistaken about one thing. We are working together to deal with the Exploration Sea sect. The Exploration Sea sect is the enemy of the entire demon spirit world. If you don't want to deal with the Exploration Sea sect, then you can go back. Our Holy Gate will deal with the Exploration Sea sect alone." If your Sacred Gate could deal with the Exploration Sea sect on its own, we, the E sect, wouldn't have come. Since we're here, the most important thing is to help you, so you should give us the corresponding respect, and not order us around like this. If we can't deal with the Exploration Sea sect, we can just let them destroy us. I just don't know if they will let you go if they really destroy us. The Holy Lord has ordered that if you don't want to go to the front line, then scram back to the E sect. Our Holy Gate doesn't welcome you. Good. Your Holy Gate is burning the bridge after crossing the river. Don't forget that you haven't crossed the river yet. Aren't you burning the bridge a little too quickly? Be careful not to fall into the river. Are we burning the bridge after crossing the river? Elong, you don't have to be there and pretend to be confused. You know better than me what the disciples of the E sect have been up to these days. The reason I'm telling you this is because we've tolerated you for sending troops to deal with the Exploring Sea sect. But now, you're getting more and more out of hand. Moreover, you're not going to the front line and have been staying in our headquarters. What do you want? Could it be that you want to fight with us before dealing with the Exploration C sect? Okay, if you really want to, our holy gate will accompany you. When Elong heard the Blue Dragon Elder's words, he didn't say anything. He knew too well what the E sect's disciples were like these days. Previously, when the E sect and the Holy Gate fought, the E sect had always been at a disadvantage. This time, they sent troops to deal with the Exploration C sect. In the eyes of many E sect's disciples, it was to help the Holy Gate, so they felt that they could hold their heads high. Therefore, they acted unscrupulously in the Holy Gate. During this time, they had clashed with the Holy Gate's disciples many times, but the Holy Gate had always tolerated it. This made the E sect's disciples even more arrogant. In their view, now was a rare opportunity to vent their anger. But now that the Blue Dragon Elder said this, Elong suddenly realized that it was impossible for them to go back. If the E sect just wanted to vent their anger and humiliate the Holy Gate, they wouldn't have sent so many people, let alone him. The disciples below might not understand, but Elong was very clear. They were dealing with the Exploration C sect and protecting the entire demon spirit world, so it was impossible for them to return to the E sect now. In this way, their previous practice was indeed a bit excessive and too naive. Now that the Holy Gate had turned hostile, it made things difficult for them. Elong thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I will restrain the disciples and go to the front line. We are not doing this for your Holy Gate, but for the entire demon spirit world." The Blue Dragon Elder coldly snorted and said, "It's good that you know. Are the things that our Holy Gate does really only for the Holy Gate? Isn't it to mess with the demon spirit world? Do you think the Exploration C sect is easy to deal with?" Elong coldly snorted and said, "Don't be complacent. How did the Exploration C sect know about the existence of our demon spirit world? Why did they come to our demon spirit world? Isn't it because you provoked them first? Speaking of which, you are the cause of this matter. What do you have to be complacent about?" The Blue Dragon Elder said in a deep voice, "If our Holy Gate didn't attack them, wouldn't they know about the demon spirit world? They were the first to discover our Holy Gate's secret realm. That secret realm has a formation that connects to the demon spirit world. Although they didn't have complete control over the secret realm, as long as the Exploration C sect unifies the sword spirit world, they will discover it sooner or later. They can't blame our Holy Gate for this." Enough, what's the use of saying this now? The Exploration C sect has already said that they came to the demon spirit world to conquer the demon spirit world. No matter what, we are all demon cultivators. If we can't stop the Exploration C sect's attack, then our demon spirit world will be finished. That's right. It's too late to say that now. No matter what, the Exploration C sect is our enemy. We must deal with them. Therefore, Elder Elong, please lead the troops to the front line as soon as possible. If the Exploration C sect really attacks, I'm afraid that the people at the front line won't be able to hold on. We will also have to go to the front line. Are the people of the Exploration C sect really that strong? You still have hundreds of millions of troops at the front line, right? Can't that stop the Exploration C sect's attack? Wait until you fight with the people of the Exploration C sect. You will know that those guys from the Exploration C sect aren't easy to deal with, especially their sect master, Zhao Hai. He's the most difficult to deal with." Elder Elong left the main hall of the Holy Gate. He still had to think about the words of Elder Blue Dragon and the others. He hadn't fought with the people of the Exploration C sect, nor had he seen them. He wasn't the one who came in contact with the people of the Exploration C sect. He only heard reports from his subordinates about the people of the Exploration C sect. He really didn't have any idea how strong the people of the Exploration C sect were. But now that he saw the reaction of Blue Dragon and the others, Elong knew that the Exploration C sect was definitely not that simple. They were definitely strong enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given the Holy Gate such a headache. After returning to the encampment of the E sect's disciples, Elong saw a few disciples of the E sect making trouble. If it was in the past, he would only turn a blind eye and not take them seriously. But now, he couldn't do that. If they had a conflict with the Holy Gate before going against the Exploration C sect, then the sect master would definitely punish them. So Elong immediately punished a few disciples who were making trouble. At the same time, he ordered the disciples of the E sect to set off directly to the front line of the Wolf Ivory Mountain starting tomorrow. This order surprised the disciples of the E sect. Many of them complained. In their opinion, they and the disciples of the Holy Gate were enemies who couldn't share the same sky. But now, they had to help their enemies. How could they feel comfortable about this? But an order was an order. They couldn't ignore it. So the next day, they directly set off for the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Soon, they arrived at the Wolf Ivory Mountain. However, they didn't go up the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Instead, they set up camp 200 miles away from the Wolf Ivory Mountain. In fact, a camp had already been prepared for them by the Holy Gate. However, the camp was very simple. They still needed to build it by themselves. This made the disciples of the E sect complain again. However, Elong didn't care about this. He led a few higher-ups of the E sect and flew in the direction of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. He wanted to see the situation of the Wolf Ivory Mountain and see what the disciples of the Exploration C sect were like. Soon, Elder Elong arrived at the foot of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Looking at the top of the Wolf Ivory Mountain, he didn't see any disciples of the Exploration C sect. They also didn't encounter the legendary array of the Exploration C sect. This made them very surprised and disdainful. In their opinion, the Exploration C sect was obviously not as strong as what the Holy Gate said. Otherwise, how could they not have discovered them until now? An elder standing behind Elong said, "Elder Elong, it seems like the Scouring Sea sect isn't as strong as the Sacred Gate claims. I think the Sacred Gate is too weak. Otherwise, the Scouring Sea sect wouldn't have forced the Sacred Gate into such a state." Another elder nodded and said, "Yeah, I think so too. The Exploration Sea sect hasn't responded yet. It can be seen that their strength isn't very good. I really don't know how the Holy Gate was defeated in their hands." Elong said in a deep voice, "It's better to be careful. We have been fighting with the Holy Gate for so many years, but we haven't gained any advantage. The Exploration Sea sect has fought with the Holy Gate for so many years, but they haven't suffered any losses. You should know how much the Holy Gate has lost to them. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't hold on, do you think the Holy Gate would let us come?" From this point, it can be seen that the strength of the Exploration Sea sect is definitely very strong. "So, you aren't from the Holy Gate, but the E sect? I really didn't expect that the E sect and the Holy Gate would deal with us today. We were allies yesterday." Just as Elder Elong's voice fell, a voice was suddenly heard. This startled Elong and the others. They didn't think that someone would appear behind them without them noticing. This made them very surprised. If this person were to attack them, what would happen to them? Therefore, when they heard this voice, they all dodged and got into a defensive posture, looking behind them. Behind these people stood a person. This person looked very ordinary and didn't have the aura of an expert. However, his eyes were filled with wisdom. However, Elder Elong and the others didn't dare to underestimate this person. They were very clear that this person wasn't simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so close to them without them noticing. If this person had attacked them, then they would have been in danger. Elong looked at this person and said, "Who are you?" The person looked at Elong and the others and smiled faintly. "You are from the E sect, right? Let's talk about your identity first. I'm very curious as to why people from the E sect would come here." Elong looked at the person and said, "Elder Elong of the E sect's 5 branches greets Mr. Looking at Mr.'s appearance, you should be the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect, Zhao Hai, right?" Elong calmed down at this time, so he immediately revealed Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai looked at Elong and smiled faintly. "Right, I'm Zhao Hai. So it's Elder Elong. I didn't expect to see you here. It's really surprising that you have become the enemy of the Sea Exploring sect." Elong looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Zhao Hai, if you didn't want to conquer the demon spirit realm, then we wouldn't have become enemies. Although the E sect and the Holy Gate have a life and death feud, we are still people of the demon spirit realm. We have to protect our homeland." Zhao Hai looked at Elong, then he smiled faintly and said, Good, good. You want to protect your home. Since you said that, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave. From today onwards, your E sect and my Sea Exploring sect are enemies. Everyone, please leave." Yilong looked at Zhao Hai, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "All right, please leave." Then he led the people from the sect away. It wasn't that Yilong didn't want to make a move against Zhao Hai. However, they were currently at the foot of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. The Wolf Ivory Mountain was now the territory of the Sea Exploring sect. If they were to make a move against the Sea Exploring sect here, then they wouldn't be able to leave. Therefore, when Zhao Hai asked them to leave, Yilong didn't say anything and turned around and left. Looking at the departure of Yilong and the others, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He didn't want to kill Yilong and the others. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill them. Yilong and the others were very strong. However, the main reason why Zhao Hai didn't kill Yilong and the others was because he wanted them to know that he would let them off this time. From the very beginning, Zhao Hai didn't think about killing all the demon cultivators in the demon spirit realm. This wouldn't be good for the Sea Exploring sect. Only by subduing the demon cultivators would he be able to strengthen the Sea Exploring sect. If he wanted to subdue a realm, then killing them wouldn't be enough. You must show your breadth of mind and magnanimity. This time, Zhao Hai could make Yilong and the others stay. This was the Wolf Ivory Mountain. As long as he activates the formation and the experts of the Sea Exploring sect arrive, then Yilong and the others would stay. However, if he really did that, then it would be very difficult for him to subdue the Yilong and the others. Yilong's status in the Yi sect was very high. If he killed Yilong, then the disciples of the Yi sect would be disgusted. They would wholeheartedly want to take revenge for Yilong and the others. When the time comes, the enmity between the two sides would grow even deeper. On the other hand, Zhao Hai letting Yilong and the others go would leave a deep impression in their hearts. In the future, as long as Yilong and the others were scared, then they would naturally think of surrendering. Sometimes, a small impression was like a seed. This seed had just been planted in Yilong and the others' hearts. Yilong and the others simply didn't care about it. But when the time was right, this seed would take root, sprout, and finally become a towering tree that would change their minds. When Zhao Hai returned to the Wolf Ivory Mountain branch, Xianxia and Che Rong immediately greeted him. Xianxia said, "Adoptive father, are they really from the Yi sect? Why didn't you make them stay?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let them go. We'll talk about it later." "Right, how's the progress of the formation?" Xianxia replied, "Good, it's almost done. But there's still a part of it that adoptive father didn't place any formation talismans." "Adoptive father, what kind of formation talisman are you planning to place?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "A special formation talisman. As long as this formation talisman is placed there, the power of our formation will increase by several times." Naturally, Zhao Hai was talking about the Heaven and Earth Talisman. At this time, Zhao Hai hadn't fully studied the Heaven and Earth Talisman. He had only comprehended a little bit, but he could use it. And this little bit was actually the part that could create astral winds. Zhao Hai already discovered that this Heaven and Earth Talisman was very powerful. Moreover, this formation talisman included many different kinds of talismans. Zhao Hai had only comprehended a part of it and was already able to create astral winds. If he could fully comprehend this formation talisman, then who knows how powerful it would be. When Xianxia and the others heard Zhao Hai, they were very curious. They really wanted to know what kind of formation talisman Zhao Hai was planning to place that could increase the power of their formation by several times. In their opinion, this was almost impossible. However, they also knew that if Zhao Hai didn't say, then they shouldn't ask. This was the rule of the Sea Exploring sect. They clearly remembered that when the Sea Exploring sect unified the Sword Spirit realm, although they had a lot of materials, their expenses were also very high. There were also some materials that they didn't have. But Zhao Hai somehow managed to get a lot of materials, allowing the Sea Exploring sect to survive this period. Now, the Sea Exploring sect was completely self-sufficient and even had a surplus. As for where Zhao Hai got these things, nobody knew. If Zhao Hai didn't say, then they wouldn't ask. Because of this, everyone in the Sea Exploring sect knew that Zhao Hai had his own secrets. If he didn't say anything, then they shouldn't ask. Although they wouldn't get angry if they asked, they also wouldn't tell them the answer. After sitting down in his study room, Zhao Hai called Wen Hai and the others over. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai and said, Wenhai, how are the disciples who went to the Spirit Wind Island? Wen Wenhai replied, they're all good. Boss, you can go to the heart. With Yiming there shouldn't be any problems. At this time, the Wyvern and the others have already built a transmission formation near the Mind Gate. A total of 1,000 transmission formations can be used at any time. When he heard Wen Wenhai, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the speed at which they build transmission formations is getting faster and faster. 1,000 transmission formations, hee. That's quite impressive. Wen Wenhai smiled and said, it's impossible not to build more. Our sea exploring sect's army is too large. If we don't build more formations, then the speed at which we can mobilize the army would be too slow. Boss, I've already told them to build more transmission formations in the Wolffang Mountain. This will make it easier for our army to mobilize freely. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, good, very good. Let's get everyone ready. After 5 days, we can attack the Mind Gate. Today, I saw the head of the 5 element elders, Elder Long. The Mind Gate has already shed all pretense of cordiality with us. Naturally, we don't need to be polite. When Wen Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, Boss? Did you see Elder Long? Why didn't you make them stay? They are the 5 element elders of the Mind Gate. Their status is very high. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, it's useless to just make them stay. Take it slow and don't worry. Let's deal with the Mind Gate first. Until now, there's a reason why I haven't really made a move on the higher-ups of the Holy Gate. So, don't be in a hurry to make a move on the higher-ups of the Holy Gate. Alright, you guys go and prepare. Didn't the Holy Gate help the Holy Gate this time? Then let's attack the Mind Gate's lair. I want the people of the Mind Gate to understand that if they dare to help the Holy Gate, I will dare to deal with them. Wen Wenhai responded. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned and left. After Wen Wenhai left, Zhao Hai turned to Xinquang and the others and said, you guys should also prepare. This time, we will personally go to the Mind Gate. We must teach them a lesson. If the people of the Mind Gate can have internal strife because of this matter, that would be even better. Xinquang and Che Rong both responded. Then Xinquang said to Zhao Hai, Foster father, we are all going to deal with the Mind Gate. What about here? Although we have built an array here, if there isn't a good person to control the array, then this array won't be able to exert its power. If the army of the Holy Gate attacks the Wolf Ivory Mountain while we are dealing with the East sect, what should we do? Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, it doesn't matter. The army of the Holy Gate can't attack. As long as we install the array talismans on those people, they can forget about attacking. Although Xinquang and the others didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning, they didn't ask much. Zhao Hai also didn't pay attention to them and let them rest. Now, he had to prepare the array talismans. Although he had comprehended the array talismans, it was only a small part. He wanted to separate this part and make it into a relatively simple array talisman. This way, the Heaven and Earth talisman wouldn't be exposed. However, how to make a part of the Heaven and Earth talisman into a relatively simple array talisman would require many experiments. If he wanted to carry out such an experiment, it wouldn't work anywhere else. He had to do it in the space. This was because the space had a universal manufacturing machine that could make a variety of array talismans. At the same time, there was also a large number of computers that could help Zhao Hai do the calculations. However, Zhao Hai's biological brain didn't have time to calculate the experimental data. His biological brain was now fully focused on the Heaven and Earth talisman. At the same time, he also needed to carefully calculate the golden runes. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that in the process of comprehending the Heaven and Earth talisman, he could also comprehend the golden runes. The golden runes were just like the derivative runes of the Heaven and Earth talisman. As long as he comprehended the Heaven and Earth talisman, he could also comprehend the golden runes. This was why Zhao Hai was so concerned about the Heaven and Earth talisman. This was because the Heaven and Earth talisman was too important. The Tao of Runes was broad and profound. Even if Zhao Hai had been studying it for a long time, he didn't dare to say that he truly understood the Tao of Runes. Although Zhao Hai had seen all kinds of runes, there were still other runes that appeared. It wasn't until Zhao Hai saw this golden rune that he felt that he had touched the edge of the Tao of runes. In Zhao Hai's opinion, these golden runes were the result of great success in runes. This was because each rune had its own ability. It could be said that these golden runes were like a book that contained everything in the world. These were the golden runes that Zhao Hai was looking at. But now that Zhao Hai saw this heaven and earth rune, he discovered that this heaven and earth rune seemed to be the origin of all runes. One rune was enough to replace all other runes. The golden rune seemed to have evolved from this rune. Below Sky City, Zhao Hai saw the fire phoenix. However, the fire phoenix was actually trapped by the golden rune. It even lost its intelligence. This shows how powerful the golden rune was. Zhao Hai looked at the fire phoenix. And this heaven and earth rune was the origin of the golden rune. This rune was certainly more powerful. But at the same time, if one didn't understand this rune, then one wouldn't even know how to use it. It was like a person who had never seen a car before. If you asked him to drive a car, then he wouldn't know where to start. However, from the golden rune, Zhao Hai could see how powerful it was. The reason why he used the golden rune was because he felt that this golden rune was very powerful. Its degree of power was beyond his imagination. A golden rune was equivalent to the power of Allah. This was because he didn't understand this golden rune. If he fully understood this golden rune, then this golden rune would definitely become his best means of attack. Zhao Hai's body was already very powerful. But because of the suppression of the heaven and earth rune, his body hadn't reached its peak. But even if Zhao Hai's body reached its peak and became as strong as the fire phoenix, or even stronger than the fire phoenix, then what was the use? The fire phoenix was still trapped under the Sky City by the golden rune for many years. Because of this, Zhao Hai attached great importance to the Tao of runes. The reason why he liked to use runes was because he wanted to use this method to better understand the Tao of runes. This way, he would be able to comprehend the Tao of runes as soon as possible. Another thing that Zhao Hai was very concerned about was the person who trapped the fire phoenix in the Sky City. Whether it was the fire phoenix or the phoenix, they were both divine beasts. No matter when and where, the fire phoenix and the phoenix were both divine beasts. Their fighting strength was incomparably powerful. But someone actually trapped the fire phoenix under the Sky City. This showed how powerful this person was. This was what Zhao Hai was most concerned about. If this person could trap the fire phoenix, then what else couldn't he do? Wouldn't it be even easier for him to break open the space? And what was Zhao Hai's biggest reliance? Space. If someone really broke the space, then wouldn't Zhao Hai be finished? It was because of this idea that Zhao Hai attached so much importance to the Tao of runes. Now that he saw the golden rune, as well as the heaven and earth runes, Zhao Hai believed that as long as he had enough time, he would be able to reach the level of the person who trapped the fire phoenix. As long as he reached that level, Zhao Hai believed that he wouldn't have to worry about someone breaking the space. At that time, he would have the strength to protect himself. This was why Zhao Hai attached great importance to the Tao of runes. After experimenting in the space for 3 days, Zhao Hai finally made a simplified rune symbol. This rune symbol didn't have any other use. As long as it was placed inside the formation would automatically generate astral winds. Only by bringing a formation plate would one be able to safely enter and exit the formation. If one didn't have a formation plate, then they would be attacked by the astral winds. Coupled with the formation's other killing moves, even a supreme elder would find it difficult to deal with it. Ordinary disciples would simply be courting death. Just like the people from the Holy Gate. They would be killed by the astral winds above the Wolf Ivory Mountain. As long as this rune symbol was placed inside the formation, then there would be no need for anyone to look at the formation. Once the enemy attacked, they would be attacked. Looking at the formation would be useless. Naturally, if this was the case, then it wouldn't be a big deal. The most important thing was that this formation wouldn't attack ordinary things like grass, wood, bamboo, stone, and the like. It wouldn't attack things that didn't have spiritual wisdom. It would only attack things that had spiritual wisdom. Just like humans and beast cultivators, as long as they didn't have a formation plate, then they would be attacked. If one had to use modern words to describe this formation, then it would be a defensive system with independent identification ability. Anyone who didn't have an identification plate would be attacked. Of course, this didn't mean that this formation didn't need to be controlled by humans. In fact, it wasn't. It was just that the process of controlling this formation was extremely simplified. As long as someone looked at the formation plate, it would be enough. If an enemy was discovered, they would directly attack. It was that simple. Of course, the person who looked at the formation plate didn't need to keep looking at it. This was because the formation plate had an automatic alarm function. As long as the alarm was heard, then the person could take out the formation plate and look at it. As long as someone entered the attack range of the formation and didn't have a formation plate, then the person could directly attack. In this way, anyone could control the formation. There was no need for Xiao Hai to be here. Of course, if someone wanted to control the formation, then it would be absolutely impossible. This was because the final control of the formation was in Xiao Hai's hands. After successfully testing the rune symbol, Xiao Hai came out of the space and placed the rune symbol inside the formation. One must know that it wasn't just one or two rune symbols inside the formation, it would take a lot of rune symbols. However, this wasn't a problem for Xiao Hai. He just needed to distribute the rune symbols and have the people below install them. There was no need for him to do anything. After installing the rune symbol, Xiao Hai tested the formation and found that it was working normally. The result was the same as what he simulated several times. Xiao Hai felt relieved. Then Xiao Hai had Taisher stay behind as well as several supreme elders. In addition to these people, he also left behind 100 million disciples to help them defend. The rest of the people went to the sea outside the E sect in order to prepare for the attack. At this time, the sea exploring sect didn't have many people in the Chicken Heart Ridge. There were only about 10 million people left. They just stayed there and looked at the Chicken Heart Ridge. At the same time, they prepared to transfer some people from the Sword Spirit world to the Chicken Heart Ridge. Between the Chicken Heart Ridge and the Wolf Fang Mountain, there was a large open space that needed to be properly utilized. Xiao Hai immediately improved the land there. One must know that the land of the sea exploring sect wasn't only used to grow rice. There were also a lot of spirit fruits and spirit mulberry trees. These spirit mulberry trees were used to raise spirit silkworms. The silk that the spirit silkworms spit out could be made into clothes. These clothes had strong defensive capabilities. In addition to these, spirit grasses were also planted. These spirit grasses were used to raise spirit beasts. After eating these spirit grasses, the spirit beasts would grow faster. Because of this, they didn't have any intelligence. These spirit beasts were used to eat, but they could also be used to make utensils. Naturally, there were also spirit tea and spirit vegetables that needed to be planted. At this time, the sea exploring sect's disciples were very good in terms of food and clothing. They were much better than before. In addition to these things, spirit herbs were also indispensable. Which sect didn't have spirit herbs? A large sect like the sea scouring sect consumed a lot of elixirs. Of course, the sea scouring sect had already stored a lot of low-level elixirs. However, it was impossible for a sect to only have low-level elixirs. They also needed high-level elixirs. High-grade pills required a lot of high-grade spirit herbs to refine, and high-grade spirit herbs couldn't be grown in a day or two. Even if the fields were improved, it would still take a long time to grow high-grade spirit herbs. Therefore, the sea exploring sect generally didn't plant high-grade spirit herbs in large fields like the Sword Spirit Boundary or the Demon Spirit Boundary. Ordinary spirit herbs would be planted in secret realms. These spirit herbs would take many years to grow. Fortunately, Xiao Hai and the others used a staggered planting method. This year, they would plant snow ginseng in a secret realm. Next year, they would plant snow ginseng in another secret realm. This way, when the snow ginseng was old enough to be used, they would have an endless supply of snow ginseng. At the same time, the sea exploring sect was also able to produce high-grade herbs on their own. They didn't need to go out to the wild to find them. However, Xiao Hai didn't need to worry about these things. Because the sea exploring sect often transferred people in the past, they were already very proficient in this aspect. There were specialized people in charge of this area, so there was no need for Xiao Hai to care too much. Ironshire was a calm person. Although he didn't know how to be flexible, he was a person who wouldn't make mistakes. Therefore, Zhao Hai was very relieved to leave the matters here to Ironshire. He had now shifted his attention to the Yi sect. The army had been transferred to the outer sea of the Yi sect. As long as the army was assembled, they could deal with the Yi sect. Speaking of which, the Yi sect didn't have many places near the sea. The Holy Gate's territory almost occupied the southern coastline. The Yi sect only had a little coastline in the east, and it was very little. Although there was a sea behind the Yi sect, it was all ice and not water. Zhao Hai didn't want to spend too much effort, so he didn't attack the Yi sect from the sea behind the Yi sect. Instead, he prepared to attack the Yi sect from the east coast. Although the coastline here wasn't very long, it didn't matter. Whether it was the Yi sect or the Holy Gate, they were all his enemies. He only needed to attack from here to disrupt the deployment of the Holy Gate and the Yi sect. Zhao Hai stood calmly on the 10,000 sword ship. Behind him, there were countless other 10,000 sword ships. These ships were now filled with disciples of the sea exploring sect. All of them had a serious expression on their faces. They knew very well that from today onwards, they were going to attack the Yi sect. This also meant that they were going to start an all-out war with the entire demon spirit world. There was also a big man beside Zhao Hai. This big man was very tall and looked very powerful. He was now standing beside Zhao Hai with an excited expression. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "Wyverns, you did a good job this time. In such a short period of time, you were able to subdue all the beasts in the demon spirit sea. This shows your strength. I wanted to let you rest for a while, but I didn't expect you to participate in this battle." "What's wrong? Is it really that interesting to participate in this battle?" That's right, this big man was the Wyvern. They had now subdued all the sea beasts in the monster spirit realm. Even if there were some that hadn't been subdued by them, it didn't matter. They had already built a branch in the sea of the monster spirit realm. If those sea beasts dared to show up, they would be dealt with sooner or later. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to let them rest for a while. After all, it took them such a short time to conquer the sea of the demon spirit world. They were still very tired. However, the Wyvern insisted on participating in this battle. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. The Wyvern turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, since we joined the sea exploring sect, we haven't made any contributions. This made us feel very useless. Therefore, we must participate in this battle. We ask for Sect Master's permission." Zhao Hai looked at the Wyvern and sighed, "What do you mean you haven't made any contributions? You have conquered the entire sea of the demon spirit world and established a stable base for us. Isn't this a contribution? If it weren't for you conquering the sea, would we be able to attack the Holy Gate so easily? Would we be able to kill our way to the Yi sect like this? You guys have contributed a lot. Did someone say anything about it? If anyone dares to say anything, tell me, and see how I'll deal with them." The Wyrm shook his head and said, "No, the people in the sect have treated us the same. They didn't say anything, but I have a bad feeling about participating in this operation. Sect Master, we fishmen aren't only capable of fighting in the sea, we can also fight on land. Moreover, the number of disciples of the sea exploring sect is much smaller compared to the demon spirit realm. If we join, then we can increase our fighting strength." The Wyrm nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai looked at the Wyverns and nodded, "All right, I'll let you participate. This time our opponents are all beast cultivators. When they transform into their true forms, their bodies would be very big. When we fight, we would be at a disadvantage. If you join us, then you can also transform into your true forms. This way, we wouldn't have to struggle so much. You should also prepare to lead all the fishmen." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll let you participate." The Wyrm nodded, then he excitedly saluted Zhao Hai before turning around and flying away. Zhao Hai looked at the Wyrm and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he turned to Xinquang and said, "Jin Rong don't you think that our sea exploring sect is too warlike? It seems like everyone is warlike. When they hear that there's going to be a war, their eyes lit up. It's as if they won't die in a war." Xinquang and Che Rong chuckled. Zhao Hai looked at the man's appearance but didn't say anything. He just shook his head and then looked at the time and said, "It's almost time. Ask them if they're ready." If they're ready, then we'll set off immediately. Xianxia nodded, then he immediately sent people to inquire. Before long, the ships were informed that they were ready. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's go." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right." Following Zhao Hai's order, the myriad swords ship under his feet sailed straight ahead. The ships of the sea exploring sect behind also flew forward. Xianxia was a cultivator from the Armadillo clan. He was currently staying in a cave in the Lingyun mountain of the Che Sea. This cave had just been built not long ago. It was a new stronghold of the Yi sect. The reason why the Yi sect had built this stronghold was to monitor the sea and prevent the sea exploring sect from attacking them from the sea. In Xianxia's opinion, this was almost impossible. Although the East Sea was one of the few coastlines of the Yi sect, there was really nothing to see here. Everyone knew that the sea exploring sect was now at the Wolf Ivory Mountain, confronting the allied forces of the sacred sect and the Yi sect. How could they possibly attack this place? In fact, Xianxia still had a lot of opinions about the sect's decision. In his opinion, this was a battle between the sea exploring sect and the sacred sect. They shouldn't have gotten involved. Even if they wanted to get involved, they should have helped the sea exploring sect deal with the sacred sect. But now, they were helping the sacred sect deal with the sea exploring sect. This was equivalent to helping their enemy deal with their enemy. He really didn't know what to say. He was just an ordinary cultivator in the Yi sect. He wasn't the person in charge of the Yi sect. He couldn't consider the overall situation. Therefore, his thoughts also represented the thoughts of the majority of the disciples of the Yi sect. In Xianxia's opinion, if they hadn't sent troops to deal with the sea exploring sect, they wouldn't have to worry about the sea exploring sect coming to deal with them. Naturally, there would be no need for this stronghold to exist. Although Xianxia was a pangolin, he still felt very uncomfortable staying in this cave. This cave had just been built and was very small. It was really uncomfortable for him to stay in this cave. Not to mention, there were several people staying with him, which made him even more uncomfortable. But now, he had to stay here, so Xianxia's mood was very bad. In fact, the other people in the cave were also in a very bad mood. They all had the same thoughts as Xianxia. Therefore, it had become a habit for them to gather together to complain about the sect. However, Xianxia didn't complain about the sect master. He was lying in front of the cave and basking in the sun. Because the cave was newly dug, it was very humid inside. Because of this, they would come out every day to bask in the sun. At this time, Xianxia suddenly felt a sound coming from the sea. He couldn't help but curiously look at the sea. When he looked at the sea, he was stunned. This was because he saw an unforgettable scene. Countless large ships were flying towards them from the sea. He didn't react for a while, his mind was blank. After a while, he recovered and immediately jumped up and ran towards the cave. While running, he shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sea exploring sect is attacking. Quickly send a message to the sect." There were still a few people in the cave. They also had a transmission formation here. At this time, the others were also resting inside the cave. When they heard Xianxia shout, they were stunned. Then they immediately jumped up. They knew that Xianxia wouldn't dare joke about this matter. This meant that someone was really attacking. When they thought of this, they immediately jumped up and ran towards the transmission formation. This was the mission given to them by the sect. After discovering the enemy, they were to immediately return to the sect and send a message. They didn't have to stay in the stronghold, so they did this. At this time, Xianxia also ran to the transmission formation. The others also entered the formation. Xianxia immediately activated the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, they disappeared from the formation. In the next moment, Xianxia and the others appeared in a large branch of the Yi sect. This branch could be considered a large branch of the Yi sect. Xianxia was sent from here. As soon as they appeared in the transmission formation, they immediately ran towards the branch. As they ran, they shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Exploration Sea sect is attacking from the sea! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Their voices were very harsh. It also made the disciples of the Yi sect in the branch stunned. Then the disciples of the E sect immediately reacted. The branch was suddenly in chaos. The branch that Xianxia and the others were in was the Eastern Sea branch of the E sect. This branch was in charge of all the smaller branches of the E sect in the Eastern Sea. Their hall master still had a lot of authority. The hall master of the Eastern Sea branch was from the Eagle clan, and his name was Yi. Yi was in his room, dealing with the matters of the branch. To be honest, he was also very dissatisfied with the action of the sect to support the Holy Gate. Although he understood that the sect did this for the sake of the entire demon spirit world, he still felt dissatisfied. In his opinion, they could wait until the Holy Gate was destroyed by the Exploration Sea sect. It wouldn't be too late for them to send troops to deal with the Exploration Sea sect. Sending troops now was helping the Holy Gate, which was really not worth it. However, he was only a branch hall master. Although his words had some weight in the E sect, the ones who really made the decision were the sect master, the 5 elders, and the 12 elders. If they decided to send troops, he had no way to stop them. So in the end, he could only obey. At this time, a harsh voice suddenly came, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Exploration Sea sect is attacking from the sea! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Exploration Sea sect is attacking from the sea!" Upon hearing this voice, Yi couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He suddenly stood up, pushed the door and went out. As soon as he went out, he saw Xianxia, who he sent to the Lingyun mountain, running over. Xianxia's face was frighteningly pale. Yi shouted, "What are you panicking for? Speak slowly." After being shouted at, Xianxia finally calmed down. However, his expression was still very difficult to maintain. He immediately bowed to Yi and said, "Greetings, Hall Master." "Hall Master, the people of the Exploration Sea sect are attacking from the sea. There are a lot of them." Yi said, "How many people are there? Where are they now?" Xianxia replied, "I don't know how many people there are, but I saw a lot of large ships flying in the sky. When we came back, they weren't at the Lingyun mountain yet. We didn't dare to stay any longer. After seeing them, we immediately returned." Upon hearing Xianxia, Yi immediately understood. They must have seen the shadow of the Exploration Sea sect and ran back. Because of this, they only got a vague answer. However, Yi didn't blame Xianxia. He knew that it was already good that Xianxia and the others were able to come back. The difference in strength was too great. If they stayed, they would only die. However, although Xianxia didn't bring back a lot of information, Yi still understood that there were a lot of people from the Exploration Sea sect attacking from the sea. Xianxia said that there were a lot of large ships in the sea. These ships should be the Exploration Sea sect's large artifact, the Myriad Sword ship. In other words, the Exploration Sea sect was going all out this time. After thinking about this, Yi's expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately said, "Beat the drums. Gather all the branch disciples. Call all the elders to my room. Hurry." His words weren't just directed at Xianxia, but at the 2 disciples standing outside his study. These 2 disciples were his messengers. Therefore, when he said this, the 2 disciples immediately responded, turned around, and ran away. Not long after, a rush of drumming spread throughout the entire Eastern Sea branch hall. At this time, Yi had already returned to his study. He quickly wrote a jade slip and then took out a small transmission formation. Then he placed the jade slip on the formation and directly sent it out. After the jade slip was sent out, Yi immediately wrote a few more jade slips. Then he loudly said, "Someone come." A disciple immediately ran in. Yi handed the jade slip to the disciple and said, "Beat up a few disciples. Send these jade slips to the East Sea branch as fast as possible. Tell all the branches that can still evacuate to come to our East Sea branch. As for supplies, give them up. Tell them to gather here as fast as they can." The disciple immediately responded. Then he turned around and left. After he left, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Then several people with ugly expressions came in. Yi didn't stand up, he just nodded to them and said, "You're here. You already know about the situation. Now, everyone must be prepared." I've already sent disciples to the other branches to gather here. Maybe we can still block the sea exploring sect's army. Immediately open the branch's guardian formation. Prepare for battle. The people who entered Ying Yi's room were the elders of the East Sea branch. Ying Yi wasn't polite to them and directly gave the order. The elders didn't say anything, they just nodded and turned around to leave. They were very clear that it was useless to say anything now. They could only do as Ying Yi said. They were the East sect's biggest branch in the East Sea. Only by gathering everyone here would they be able to block the sea exploring sect. Therefore, they didn't say anything and immediately went to do what Ying Yi said. After those people left the room, Ying Yi sighed and then murmured, "It seems that the sea exploring sect has already known about what happened to the sect. Moreover, they have also taken control of the ocean. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Sect Master, this time, it's really hard to say whether it's right or wrong for our sect to send troops." Zhao Hai looked at the continent in front of him. He could feel the fluctuations of a transmission formation. Although it was far away and he was still on the 10,000 swords ship, he could still feel it. He could really feel the fluctuations of the transmission formation. This made him understand that the people of the East sect had already discovered them. Moreover, they should have already sent someone to inform them. In other words, the East sect might have thought that they would come to deal with them. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Slow down a bit. Don't worry, we'll move forward slowly. I think that as long as we're slow enough, there shouldn't be any enemies in front of us." Although Xingfeng didn't quite understand Zhao Hai's meaning, he still passed down Zhao Hai's order. The speed of the sea exploring sect's army slowed down. Now, they could clearly see the scenery around them. The flying speed of the myriad sword ship wasn't even comparable to the flying speed of the cultivators. Although this made everyone puzzled, no one said anything. Everyone quietly moved forward because they believed in Zhao Hai. They believed that if they followed Zhao Hai, they would be able to obtain victory. As soon as they entered the continent, they flew forward for more than an hour. Finally, the people of the sea exploring sect saw a branch of the East sect. Upon seeing this branch, the people of the sea exploring sect finally understood why Zhao Hai slowed down their flying speed. It was because this branch of the East sect was already empty. Moreover, it was obvious that the people here had just left. They left in a hurry. They didn't take away a lot of materials and just threw them on the ground. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said in a deep voice, "See, what did I say? As long as our speed is slow enough, we can feel that we will encounter some enemies. Let's fly forward. I believe that we won't encounter any enemies before we encounter a big enough branch. Inform the people behind to go to those branches and collect anything that can be used. Pay attention, if the other party has an ambush, destroy them for me." Xingfeng immediately responded and then went to pass the order. It didn't take long for the order to be passed down. Soon, a myriad sword ship went to the empty East sect branch. After a careful inspection, they found that there was no one there. Moreover, there were a lot of materials left there. Although these materials weren't the best, they were indeed useful. As they walked and collected along the way, Zhao Hai and the others passed by more than a dozen branches of the East sect. All the branches of the East sect were empty. The people had already left. Some of the people of the branch set fire to the place when they left, but some didn't do so. However, it could be seen that they didn't leave for long. It was obvious that they had just left. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by this situation. With the scale of these branches, it was impossible for there to be too many people in these branches. Therefore, the evacuation of the other party was the most correct choice. It would be strange if they stayed and fought with them. After flying forward for about 5 hours, they came to the front of a mountain. There were people on this mountain, and there were quite a lot of people. In the sky above the mountain, there were a lot of people and a lot of large war beasts. Obviously, the other party was waiting for them. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but know a little. It seems that this is their biggest branch here. Pass the order. Attack and take this place. We will use this mountain as our first base to attack the East sect. Xingke nodded, then he immediately gave the order. Along with Zhao Hai's order, the sea exploring sect's large artifacts immediately began to charge towards the incoming group. Yingyi was standing on the back of a giant eagle. He thought that Zhao Hai would say a few words to him, but he didn't expect that the people of the Exploration Sea sect would attack immediately. He didn't even see Zhao Hai's face. When he saw the Exploration Sea sect's ship of 10,000 swords rushing straight towards them without any signs of slowing down, his face changed. He immediately shouted, "Meet the enemy, meet the enemy." Ling, quickly lead people back to the main hall to report that the people of the Exploration Sea sect have killed their way here. We are resisting. After delivering the letter, don't come back. We can't resist the attack of the Exploration Sea sect. Ling, who was called out by Yingyi, was also from the Eagle clan. He was also Yingyi's nephew. Everyone understood that Yingyi didn't want Ling to die here, so he sent him back to deliver the letter. However, no one blamed Yingyi. After all, Yingyi didn't leave and was still standing there. Ling didn't want to leave, but he was directly taken away by the people around him. Yingyi watched Ling leave and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his head to look at the Exploration Sea sect's ship of 10,000 swords that was getting closer and closer. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he shouted, "Disciples of the East sect, kill the enemy, kill." At this moment, the Exploration Sea sect's ship of 10,000 swords had all rushed over. Just as they were about to rush into the East sect's large array, the ship of 10,000 swords suddenly sprouted wings and rushed directly into the large array of the East sect's disciples. After all, the East sect's disciples hadn't really fought with the people of the Exploration Sea sect before. Their understanding of the methods of the Exploration Sea sect was still too little. Therefore, they simply didn't know how the people of the Exploration Sea sect knew about it. The East sect's disciples discovered that the impact of their large demonic beasts couldn't compare to the large artifacts of the Exploration Sea sect at all. The wing-like thing that stretched out from the large artifacts was even more of a nightmare for them. As long as they were scratched by the wings, all the East sect's disciples would immediately die. The number of disciples in the Eastern Sea branch of the East sect was still quite large. If all the disciples of the branch were gathered, there would be about tens of millions of people. However, these tens of millions of people were simply not enough when compared to the hundreds of millions of troops of the Exploration Sea sect. In the blink of an eye, the Exploration Sea sect's army had already broken through the large array. Then, the army of the Exploration Sea sect began to launch a surprise attack on the East sect's army. The East sect's disciples discovered that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to because there were many cavalries in the army of the Exploration Sea sect. These cavalries were very fast and their impact was incomparably powerful. If they wanted to escape, they must be able to outrun these cavalries. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. A few hours later, no one in the Eastern Sea branch of the East sect was resisting. However, just like the Holy Gate, very few of the East sect's disciples would surrender. The punishment of the East sect's disciples for surrendering was no worse than that of the Holy Gate. However, there were still some people who surrendered. After all, there were tens of millions of disciples. It was impossible for all of them to fight with their lives on the line. It was also impossible for all of them to think about their family. There were still some selfish people. After taking down the Eastern Sea branch, Zhao Hai immediately began to let everyone start to set up the array formation to control the entire Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea branch was the largest branch in the Eastern Sea for a reason. The geographical location of the Eastern Sea branch was very important. The mountain where they were located was called Dutong Mountain. The mountain here was tall and majestic like a dividing line, separating the Eastern Sea from the center of the East sect. The central area of the East sect was dry and had little rain. However, the Eastern Sea's climate was warm and humid. It was precisely because of the existence of Dutong Mountain that the climate was blocked here. It was also because of this that Dutong Mountain became the location of the East sect's Eastern Sea branch. It controlled the entire Eastern Sea. Speaking of which, the status of this place was more important than the Holy Gate's Chicken Heart Ridge. Because they fought in the sky, the damage to this branch was minimal. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others could directly stay in this branch. When they arrived at the branch's conference hall, Zhao Hai called Wen Hai and the others over. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This time, our operation was very smooth. We have successfully taken down the Eastern Sea branch of the East sect. We will still use the old method. First, we will build the array formation and make it our rear. Then, we will slowly attack the hinterland of the E sect from here. Everyone nodded. Although this method was a bit slow, it was the safest method. They could rely on the array formation and slowly move forward. This way, their losses would be much smaller. Zhao Hai glanced at them and said in a deep voice, the E sect may counterattack. Therefore, we don't have much time. We must build the array formation as soon as possible. Fortunately, it is not difficult for us to build the array formation. Everyone should be familiar with it. I won't say anything more. Let's move. Everyone responded and immediately left the room and began to build the array formation. As Zhao Hai said, the people of the Sea Exploring sect were already very familiar with building the array formation. Therefore, the speed of building the array formation was very fast. It didn't take long for the array formation to be established. Of course, as before, they still left some places in the array formation to prepare the array formation that Zhao Hai later made. What Zhao Hai wanted to install was naturally the simplified part of the heaven and earth array formation. This part of the array formation can produce astral winds. With this array formation, their defense would be much easier. The entire army of the Sea Exploring sect was preparing in an orderly manner. First, they built the framework of the large array formation. Then, Zhao Hai placed the astral wind array formation. This way, the large array formation could operate. However, the power of the large array formation was still too small. If they want to increase the power of the large array formation, they would need to add more array formations to make the large array more perfect. Only in this way, the power of the large array formation would increase. Therefore, they still had a lot of things to do. Don't think that just because they built the framework of the large array formation, it would be foolproof. The E sect and the Holy Gate had been fighting for so many years. The Holy Gate had formation-breaking beasts, but it was impossible for the E sect not to have formation-breaking beasts. In front of those formation masters, there would still be a lot of flaws. If the E sect really broke the large array formation, then it would bring a lot of losses to the Sea Exploring sect. Therefore, they would rather be slow and build the large array formation. This had always been Zhao Hai's strategy. They wouldn't change it just because of this victory. While the Sea Exploring sect was building a large array formation in the East Sea, the news of them attacking the East Sea had spread throughout the demon spirit world. In the main hall of the E sect, the sect master of the E sect was sitting in his study room. A few people were standing opposite him. These people were the remaining elders of the E sect. Yi Hu, Yi Bao, and the other elders of the 12 forms were all here. The person in front of the E sect looked at them and said in a deep voice, "I'm sure all of you have heard the news. The people from the Sea Exploring sect brazenly attacked our E sect's Eastern Sea branch and destroyed it. What do you think about this matter?" The elders were silent for a moment. Then, Elder Yi Hu said, "Sect Master, I think this matter is because we helped the Holy Gate deal with the Sea Exploration sect. Therefore, the people of the Sea Exploration sect came for revenge. Of course, I know that this is the revenge of the Sea Exploration sect. But at the same time, this also means that the Sea Exploration sect is going to go to war with us. What do you all think we should do about this matter?" "Sect Master, now that the Sea Exploration sect has occupied the Eastern Sea, they may directly attack the hinterland of our E sect. The most important thing for us now is to transfer the army to stop the advance of the Sea Exploration sect." When Elder Yi Bao said this, everyone nodded. They also knew that the most important thing now was how to stop the attack of the Sea Exploration sect. One must know that the attack of the Sea Exploration sect was not so easy to stop. The Holy Gate and the Sea Exploration sect had been entangled for so long. In the end, the Holy Gate kept retreating. They even lost the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. This showed how powerful the Sea Exploration sect was. Now, the people of the Sea Exploration sect were ready to attack their E sect. Could their E sect stop the attack of the Sea Exploration sect? At the same time, they also remembered that if they didn't help the Holy Gate deal with the Sea Exploration sect, would the Sea Exploration sect not attack them? Although they had this idea, they didn't say anything. When they sent troops to help the Holy Gate, many people in the sect opposed it. It was the sect master who stood his ground and decided to send troops to help the Holy Gate. Now that the Exploration C sect no longer attacked the Holy Gate and directly attacked the E sect, the sect master could only be blamed for this matter. However, now was obviously not the time to talk about this, so everyone didn't say anything. The sect master of the E sect looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order, immediately assemble the army and block the attack of the Sea Exploring sect. At the same time, pass down the order to Elong to tell the people of the Holy Gate to immediately attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line. The Sea Exploring sect has transferred their army here to attack us, so their defensive line must be empty. Tell Elong to tell him that if they don't attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain defensive line, then our army will withdraw." Several people responded and then immediately left. The sect master of the E sect sat in his study room and couldn't help but sigh. His face was gloomy and uncertain. When he decided to send troops to help the Holy Gate, he thought that there would be countless people in the sect who would oppose it. However, he was very clear that they had to send troops because they didn't send troops for the Holy Gate, but for the entire demon spirit world. The sect master of the E sect was very clear that the Sea Exploring sect came to the demon spirit world this time definitely not just for revenge. They actually came for the entire demon spirit world. In other words, the Sea Exploring sect's goal from the very beginning was the entire demon spirit world, not just because of the Holy Gate. At the beginning, the sect master of the E sect really wanted to reap the benefits of the fisherman's strength. He wanted to see the Holy Gate and the Sea Exploring sect being the first to suffer losses. Then, they would come forward and clean up the mess. At that time, they would naturally be able to take over the entire demon spirit world and drive the Sea Exploring sect back to the sword spirit world. If they arranged well, they might even be able to directly attack the sword spirit world. However, the development of things later exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect that the Sea Exploring sect would actually beat the Holy Gate into a retreat, causing the Holy Gate to lose a large number of people while the E sect's losses weren't that great. This also made the sect master of the E sect see the strength of the Sea Exploring sect. If the Sea Exploring sect was really so powerful, then after they dealt with the Holy Gate, they would come to deal with them. It was precisely because of this idea that he decided to send troops to the Holy Gate to deal with the Sea Exploring sect together. However, he didn't expect the Sea Probing sect to react so quickly. They had just dispatched troops to the Sacred Gate and hadn't even started fighting with the Sea Probing sect yet, but the Sea Probing sect had already arrived at their doorstep. This was beyond his expectations. Now, although the sect master of the E sect felt that everything he did was for the sake of the demon spirit world, the other people in the E sect didn't think so. In their opinion, they were originally allies with the Sea Exploring sect and could deal with the Holy Gate together. But now, the Sea Exploring sect had attacked them. This was all because they had helped the Holy Gate. Originally, they were opposed to sending troops to the Holy Gate. Now, with this matter, they were even more opposed. It was precisely because of this that the sect master of the E sect was now facing a lot of pressure. Although he was the sect master of the E sect and had the final say in the matters of the E sect was now similar to the Holy Gate. Some of the big families in the sect had great influence. If things went wrong, his position as the sect master would be unstable. Therefore, he had to win everyone's opinion. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for himself. Now, the most troublesome thing for the sect master of the E sect was the matter of the Sea Exploring sect. If they could stop the Sea Exploring sect, then it would be fine. If they couldn't stop the Sea Exploring sect, then it would be troublesome. Now, the sect master only hoped that the people of the Holy Gate and Elong could take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain as soon as possible. In that case, maybe the Sea Exploring sect could withdraw their troops. The army of the E sect hadn't been assembled before. They only gathered a part of the army and then moved to the Holy Gate. Although they had also made some defenses here, they didn't think that the Sea Exploring sect would attack them. This was because the army of the Sea Exploring sect was confronting their coalition forces at the Wolf Ivory Mountain. The meaning of confrontation was that anyone could attack and anyone could defend. Although the Sea Exploring sect had occupied the Wolf Ivory Mountain, there were hundreds of millions of people in front of them. The army of the Sea Exploring sect was only a few 100 million people. If the Sea Exploring sect dared to transfer their army away from the Wolf Ivory Mountain, then the Wolf Ivory Mountain might not be able to be defended. This was the thought of the sect master of the E sect. But was this really the case? Obviously not. They had underestimated the Sea Exploring sect's array formation. When they fought with the Sea Exploring sect before, although they didn't attack the Sea Exploring sect's array formation, the array formation didn't cause much damage to them because it was well arranged. It was precisely because of this that they really didn't take the Sea Exploring sect's array formation seriously. It was precisely because of this that when they heard that the Sea Exploring sect had attacked the E sect, the first thought of the people of the E sect was to block the army of the Sea Exploring sect and drag them here. Then, the Holy Gate would directly send troops to the Wolf Ivory Mountains defensive line and take back the Wolf Ivory Mountains defensive line. They could even directly break through the Wolf Ivory Mountains defensive line and directly attack the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line. The people of the Holy Gate also thought the same. After the Blue Dragon Elder and the others learned that the Sea Exploring sect's army had attacked the E sect, they immediately thought that their opportunity had come. They could use this opportunity to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain and take it back. The Blue Dragon Elder immediately gathered all the elders and even invited Elder Elong. At this time, Elder Elong had just received a letter from the sect master of the E sect and was preparing to look for the Blue Dragon Elder. Now that he heard that the Blue Dragon Elder was looking for him, he naturally went over immediately. When everyone arrived at the conference hall, Azure Dragon Elder was already there. When he saw that everyone was present, he nodded and said, "All right, everyone, take a seat." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, everyone, take a seat." Everyone sat down, including Elder Elong. He didn't immediately speak about the sect master's intentions. He wanted to see what the Blue Dragon Elder was going to say. If the Blue Dragon Elder wasn't going to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain, then he would speak about the sect master's intentions. The Blue Dragon Elder looked at everyone and said, "This time, I called everyone here to discuss what we should do next. I think everyone already knows about the news that we just received. The Sea Exploring sect's army suddenly appeared in the Eastern Sea and launched an attack on the E sect. In other words, the Sea Exploring sect's army ran to the E sect and isn't in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Now that the Wolf Ivory Mountain's defenses are empty, everyone, this is our opportunity. We must seize this opportunity and clean up the Sea Exploring sect in one fell swoop." Everyone nodded. Elder Elong also relaxed. It was good that the Blue Dragon Elder decided to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Elder Elong was afraid that the Blue Dragon Elder wouldn't attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain. If that's the case, then they would have a falling out. The Blue Dragon Elder didn't know what Elder Elong was thinking, so he continued, "I think the Sea Exploring sect's recent victory has made them dizzy. They actually went to attack the E sect. They even dared to fight against the entire demon spirit realm. They're really arrogant. However, this is also our opportunity. We'll attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain's defensive line with all our strength. As long as we can take the mountain, then the Sea Exploring sect will surely panic. When the time comes, the E sect can seize the opportunity to take back the Eastern Sea. At the same time, we can also send troops to attack the rear of the Sea Exploring sect. When the time comes, I don't believe that the Sea Exploring sect won't die. As long as we drive the Sea Exploring sect back to the Sword Spirit realm, then we can think of a way to form an alliance army and kill our way into the Sword Spirit realm." Everyone was excited. To be honest, before the appearance of the Sword Spirit realm, the Demon Spirit realm treated the humans as slaves. They had already forgotten that the humans were the rulers of the Demon Spirit realm. In their view, the humans were slaves. Because of this, they resented the Sea Exploring sect for attacking them. Now, although the Blue Dragon Elder's words haven't been realized, it still aroused the hatred in their hearts. They wanted to do as the Blue Dragon Elder said, destroy the Sea Exploring sect and capture the Sword Spirit realm. They wanted to turn all the humans into slaves. Just thinking about this made them excited. The Blue Dragon Elder said, "Everyone, go back and prepare. We'll attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain with all our strength." At this time, there shouldn't be many Sea Exploring sect troops in the mountain. However, we still have to be careful of the Sea Exploring sect's formations. After entering the mountain, you must pay attention to the changes in your surroundings. Don't fall into the Sea Exploring sect's trap. Elder Elong, do you have any opinion? Elong looked at the Blue Dragon and said, "I have no objection." Our sect master has already given me an order. If you don't attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain, then we will return to the Intent sect and fight the Sea Exploring sect. Since you want to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain, then we will naturally stay behind and attack together with you. This time, the Sea Exploring sect dared to enter the Intent sect and kill our disciples. I won't let them go. Therefore, you don't need to worry about attacking the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Yilong didn't want to say these words, but he did. This was because although the Blue Dragon's question didn't sound like anything on the surface, it was actually to see if Yilong would go all out to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. Therefore, Yilong said those words to let the Blue Dragon Elder know that they would go all out to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. The Blue Dragon Elder nodded and said, "All right, it's good that Elder Yilong said so. Naturally, we won't let go of this good opportunity. We will certainly take the Wolf Ivory Mountain in one fell swoop. Then I ask Elder Yilong to go back and prepare. We will attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain tomorrow." Elder Yilong nodded, then he cupped his fist towards the Blue Dragon Elder before turning around and leaving. After he left, the Blue Dragon Elder turned to the others and said, "I think you already know about this matter, so I won't say more. Everyone go and prepare. We will attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain tomorrow. Go." The others nodded before they turned around and left. However, the Blue Dragon Elder wasn't very relaxed. He knew that tomorrow's battle wouldn't be easy. Although he hadn't been in contact with the Sea Exploring sect for a long time, he already had a good understanding of them. He discovered that the people of the Sea Exploring sect were too steady. They always pursued the smallest price in exchange for the greatest benefits. They would never give up on this principle. Although attacking the Intent sect seemed reasonable, the Blue Dragon Elder was surprised. This was because this wasn't the style of the Sea Exploring sect. It was impossible for the people of the Sea Exploring sect to not understand that if they were to attack the sect, then the Wolf Ivory Mountain would be emptied of troops and would be attacked by them. If they had thought of this point and still did it, then it would be too surprising. Unless they were very confident in the Wolf Fang Mountain's defensive line and thought that even if the Alliance attacked, the Wolf Fang Mountain's defensive line would be fine. This was the only explanation that made sense. However, what surprised the Blue Dragon Elder was the fact that the people of the Sea Exploring sect were so confident. Did they really think that they didn't need to worry about Wolf Ivory Mountain? One must know that the Allied army had close to 1 billion soldiers here. In this situation, Zhao Hai still dared to leave with his army. Wasn't he too confident? Could it be that the Sea Exploring sect was plotting something? Could it be that the Sea Exploring sect's attack on the sect was fake? Or could it be that the Sea Exploring sect actually had another army to attack the sect, and the army they placed here at the Wolf Ivory Mountain hadn't left? No matter which of these possibilities it was, it meant that their operation might fail. This was what the Blue Dragon Elder was most worried about. But now, even if he was worried, it was useless. Things had already reached this point. He had no choice but to attack. First, it was because this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would be a pity if he missed it. Therefore, he could take a risk and attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain. The second reason why he had no choice but to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain was because of the people of the Yi sect. The disciples of the Yi sect were very dissatisfied when the Yi sect was attacked. Moreover, the Yi sect also said that if they didn't attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they would have to go back. This was the order of their sect master. Of course, the Blue Dragon couldn't let them go back. If they were allowed to go back, then they would be left to face the Sea Exploring sect. The most important thing was that if they really went back, after this incident, the people of the Yi sect would probably not come to support them. Therefore, he couldn't let the people of the Yi sect go. Therefore, they had to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain. But what if this attack failed? At the thought of this, the Blue Dragon couldn't help but be startled. He then let out a long sigh, but his face was a little ugly. He knew very well that if their attack on the Wolf Ivory Mountain failed, then they would really be finished. A failure was nothing, but if their attack on the Wolf Ivory Mountain failed, not to mention the reaction of the Yi sect, they themselves wouldn't have the confidence to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. At the same time, it also meant that the Sea Exploring sect could start a full-scale war with them and might even win in the end. This wasn't just the Blue Dragon's imagination. If their attack on the Wolf Ivory Mountain failed, then there were only two possibilities. First, the army of the Sea Exploring Sect was still defending the Wolf Ivory Mountain. If they couldn't attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain, then it meant that the army attacking the E Sect was another army of the Sea Exploring Sect. This could only prove one thing: the strength of the Sea Exploring Sect was beyond their imagination. When the Sea Exploring Sect dealt with them, they didn't use their full strength. This also meant that the Sea Exploring Sect had the strength to start a war with the entire demon spirit world. In addition to the large artifacts of the Sea Exploring Sect and the strength of the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect, the final victory of the Sea Exploring Sect was still possible. The other possibility was that the army of the Sea Exploring Sect was indeed attacking the E Sect. There was no army left in the Wolf Ivory Mountain, but they still didn't attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain. It wasn't because of anything else, but because the Sea Exploring Sect's formation in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. And they couldn't break through the formation. If this was the case, then it was even more troublesome. It meant that the Sea Exploring Sect's formation was stronger than before. They couldn't do anything to the formation of the Sea Exploring Sect. If the Sea Exploring Sect relied on the formation to slowly attack them, then they could only retreat slowly. In the end, they would be forced to death by the Sea Exploring Sect. So no matter which possibility it was, as long as they didn't attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain, then they wouldn't have a good time in the future. They might even fail in the end. It was precisely because of this that the Blue Dragon Elder felt so much pressure. He sighed and gently rubbed his head. His mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. Because there were too many thoughts, he didn't know what he was thinking for a while. He just felt that his mind was in a mess. In the end, he could only sigh and then go to the back of the tent to rest. Tomorrow's attack was too important. It was impossible for him to not follow. If he didn't follow, then he would never be at ease. Early the next morning, the Blue Dragon Elder got up early. Like the other disciples, after eating breakfast, they prepared to attack the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Everyone flew up and then slowly organized themselves in the air. Before long, the formation was completed. Then everyone began to slowly fly forward. They weren't very far from the Wolf Ivory Mountain. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the mountain. Seeing the mountain getting closer and closer, the Blue Dragon Elder became nervous. He was worried that the Sea Exploring Sect would lead their army here. Once they arrived at the mountain, the Sea Exploring Sect's army would suddenly fly up and greet them. Then their operation would be doomed to fail. However, to his surprise, the situation he was worried about didn't happen. When they were only about 10 miles away from the Wolf Ivory Mountain, there was still no army from the Sea Exploring Sect flying out. This made him heave a sigh of relief. At this time, an ear-piercing sound was suddenly heard from the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Upon hearing this sound, the Blue Dragon Elder's expression changed. This was because he knew that this was the alarm of the Sea Exploring Sect. Could it be that the Sea Exploring Sect's army was still in the Wolf Ivory Mountain? When he thought of this, his heart couldn't help but sink. However, he couldn't let the army stop now. If the army stopped at this time, it would be a huge blow to their morale. Therefore, he couldn't let the army stop. The army was still slowly flying forward. At this time, the people of the Sea Exploring Sect also flew up from the Wolf Ivory Mountain. However, their number was very small. In the end, these people were gathered together. There were only a few tens of millions of people. Upon seeing these people, the Blue Dragon Elder let out a long sigh. If there were only these people in the Wolf Ivory Mountain, then it meant that the Sea Exploring Sect's army wasn't in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. In fact, it wasn't just the Blue Dragon Elder. All the disciples of the Holy Gate who fought against the people of the Wolf Ivory Mountain were relieved. They weren't like the people of the E Sect. The people of the E Sect led by Elong hadn't fought against the Sea Exploring Sect. However, the people of the Holy Gate had fought against the Sea Exploring Sect. They were very clear about the fighting strength of the Sea Exploring Sect. Therefore, when they saw that the Sea Exploring Sect's army wasn't present, they were all relieved. When the Blue Dragon Elder saw that there were only a few people flying out of the Wolf Ivory Mountain, he couldn't help but shout, "The Sea Exploring Sect's main army isn't here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone, attack. Take down the Wolf Ivory Mountain and eliminate the people of the Sea Exploring Sect." Following his order, the Allied forces rushed towards the Wolf Ivory Mountain. However, when they rushed into the range of 5 li, the Blue Dragon Elder suddenly felt a gust of wind. Moreover, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, the Blue Dragon Elder felt that the wind had turned into a knife and was stabbing into his body. This wasn't an illusion, it was real. He felt that there were countless forces in the wind that were attacking his body. Countless forces were like knives slashing towards him. Astral wind. These 2 words suddenly appeared in the Blue Dragon Elder's mind. But then his face turned pale. This was because he discovered that the wind was indeed astral wind. Moreover, it was astral wind that originally existed in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. He had experienced the astral wind in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. To be honest, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand the astral wind for long, let alone ordinary disciples. Sure enough, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he heard screams. The Blue Dragon Elder was sure that the screams came from their Sacred Gates disciples. They couldn't withstand the attack of the astral wind. They were afraid that the astral wind had already blown them to pieces. This was not as simple as an adjective. It could really shatter one's body and bones. The astral winds were like small knives, directly scraping one's body, causing one's flesh and bones to disappear without a trace along with the force. It was a true shattering of the body and bones. The Blue Dragon Elder's face turned pale. He immediately shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" But as soon as he shouted, he discovered that it was useless. His voice couldn't be transmitted out at all. Although his voice was transmitted out, it couldn't be transmitted far. No one could hear it at all. Even if they heard it, it would be impossible for them to escape this large array. The Blue Dragon Elder's face was pale. He looked ahead and could even see the people of the Sea Exploring Sect. The disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect were still standing on the mountain, looking at them calmly. There was no happy or sad expression on their faces. There was only calmness. However, this calmness in their eyes made the Blue Dragon Elder's heart turn cold. The Blue Dragon Elder turned around and flew straight back. He wanted to see how long the astral wind belt was. If the astral wind belt was very narrow, then he could let the disciples retreat and rush out. This way, some of them might be able to survive. However, he was quickly disappointed. He discovered that the astral wind belt was very long. Around 200 miles away from Wolf Fang, there were astral wind belts everywhere. Apart from a few disciples at the back of the group who could escape, most of the other disciples would not be able to escape. They would all die here. At the thought of this, the Blue Dragon Elder's heart couldn't help but ache. Although their sacred gate still had a lot of disciples, including the ones they had hidden, they would be finished if all of them died here. The sacred gate wouldn't be a match for the Sea Exploring Sect. But the problem now was that no disciples would be able to escape. This was because some disciples couldn't withstand the astral wind and died directly. There were even disciples who couldn't withstand the astral wind and died. It wouldn't take long for all of them to die here. At this time, the Blue Dragon Elder suddenly noticed Elder Yilong. Elder Yilong's current situation was similar to his. However, Elder Yilong had transformed into his true form. His true form was actually a flood dragon. A flood dragon couldn't be considered a true dragon. In fact, he was a snake. Due to his cultivation, his body had changed. He had grown horns on his head and claws on his body. He looked like a dragon, but in the end, he wasn't a true dragon. At this time, Elder Yilong's true body was flying towards the Wolf Ivory Mountain. They were now very close to the mountain, only a few li away. Normally, they would be able to reach this distance in the blink of an eye. However, they couldn't do so today. The astral winds were like a net that enveloped them. If they wanted to reach the mountain, they would need to spend a lot of time. It was clear that Elder Yilong wanted to reach the Wolf Ivory Mountain and go all out against the Sea Exploring Sect. The Blue Dragon Elder sighed. He wasn't optimistic about Elder Yilong's approach. If Elder Yilong wanted to fly to the Wolf Fang Mountain and fight the Sea Exploring Sect, how could the Sea Exploring Sect not think of this? Did Elder Yilong really think that the Sea Exploring Sect was made of clay and wood? They would just stand there and wait to be killed. The strength of the Sea Exploring Sect wasn't any weaker than them. The Blue Dragon Elder had already experienced this. Now, it seems like there was only one way to save the lives of these disciples. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at the Wolf Fang Mountain with a complicated expression. Everyone from the Sea Exploring sect, we are willing to surrender. Please be magnanimous and let us live. The Blue Dragon Elder's voice echoed from afar. His words weren't only heard by Taisher, who was guarding the Wolf Ivory Mountain, but also by the disciples of the Holy Gate and Yi sect. Upon hearing the Blue Dragon Elder's words, the disciples couldn't help but stare blankly. Even Elong and Vermilion Bird were stunned. Elong and Vermilion Bird Elder looked at the Blue Dragon Elder with a puzzled expression. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say such a thing. This was really beyond their expectations. The Blue Dragon Elder ignored them and looked towards the direction of the Wolf Ivory Mountain. He wanted to see what the people of the Sea Exploring sect would decide. This was related to whether they could survive or not. The Blue Dragon Elder didn't have any other choice. He couldn't just watch these hundreds of millions of disciples die here. That would be too much of a pity. It was precisely because of this that he chose to surrender to the Sea Exploring sect. Of course, the Blue Dragon Elder also had other ideas. Before attacking the Sea Exploring sect, he already thought that if they failed this time, then the demon spirit world might not be a match for the Sea Exploring sect. Not to mention anything else, just the formation of the Sea Exploring sect was something that no one in the demon spirit world could break. During this attack, the Blue Dragon Elder also experienced the might of the Sea Exploring sect's formation. In fact, when he felt the astral winds, the Blue Dragon Elder knew that the demon spirit world had no chance of victory. The astral winds had existed in the Wolf Ivory Mountain for many years, but no one had ever been able to figure out what it was. However, the people of the Sea Exploring sect, who had just arrived in the demon spirit world, already knew about the astral winds. Not only did they break the astral winds in the Wolf Ivory Mountain, they also created their own astral winds. This ability was something that the demon spirit world didn't have. If the Sea Exploring sect used this formation to deal with them in the future, then the demon spirit world would have no chance of winning. It was precisely because of this thought, and the fact that he didn't want those disciples to die in vain, that he ultimately decided to surrender. Although the Holy Gate's punishment for traitors was very severe, in the opinion of the Blue Dragon Elder, perhaps it wouldn't take long before the Holy Gate ceased to exist. Then, the punishment for traitors would naturally cease to exist. Moreover, their Blue Dragon clan was also very powerful. Even if he surrendered, the Holy Gate wouldn't dare to easily touch the Blue Dragon clan. Otherwise, the counterattack of the Blue Dragon clan would cause chaos in the Holy Gate. At that time, the Holy Gate would only be finished faster. However, the Blue Dragon Elder didn't tell anyone about this idea. He knew very well that if he said it, the others might not necessarily agree. Therefore, he simply said it himself. If someone didn't want to surrender and wanted to fight the Sea Exploring sect, then he would just let them be. As soon as Taisher heard the Blue Dragon Elder's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his expression changed. He immediately took out a communication array and began to contact Zhao Hai directly. Now that the large array here had been activated, the spiritual chi here was rich and somewhat mixed. Therefore, he couldn't use the communication array that allowed him to see the other party. He could only use an ordinary small transmission array. He wrote the situation here in a jade slip and sent it directly to Zhao Hai, asking him what to do. At this time, Zhao Hai was paying attention to the East Sea branch of the Holy Gate. When he received Taisher's jade slip, he was stunned at first. Then, he immediately said to Xinquang and Che Rong, Rong the two of you go and tell Wen Hai that the army will be handed over to them first. I will go back to the Wolf Ivory Mountain and tell them not to attack the Holy Gate first. Wait for me to come back. The two nodded. Then, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared from the room. Xinquang and Che Rong didn't even see how Zhao Hai disappeared. The two couldn't help but smile bitterly. The two of them were supreme elders. Because of their talents, they had always thought that their strength was very good. However, compared to Zhao Hai, they were still far behind. The two of them shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Then they went to look for Wen Hai. Not long after Taisher sent the letter to Zhao Hai, his figure flashed. Zhao Hai suddenly appeared beside him. Taisher was stunned. Then he immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, sect master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Did the Blue Dragon Elder really surrender?" "Yes, sect master. The Blue Dragon Elder said that he is now waiting for our news. Most of his people have been trapped by our astral winds. I think it's because of this situation that the Blue Dragon Elder decided to surrender." "What's going on? It doesn't seem like he's from the Holy Gate. Is he Long from the Yi sect?" When Zhao Hai heard Taisher, he also saw Elder Long flying towards them. Because Elder Long was currently using his own body, Zhao Hai asked this question. Taisher nodded and said, "Yes, sect master." "That's Elder Long." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Give me the formation plate. I'll control it." Taisher nodded. Then he took out a formation plate and handed it over to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai received the formation plate, he tapped it a few times. The astral wind slowly weakened. Although they were still there, they didn't pose much of a threat to people. At this time, Long seized the opportunity and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Long and coldly snorted. Then his figure moved. A huge projection suddenly appeared outside his body. This projection was huge and solid. This projection also looked like Zhao Hai. However, it was countless times bigger than Zhao Hai. It was even bigger than Elder Long. This huge projection stretched out its hand and grabbed Elder Long. Then it threw him to the ground. With a bang, Elder Long fell to the ground. Although he didn't die, he was still dizzy. Zhao Hai's huge projection didn't even look at Elder Long on the ground. Instead, he turned his head to look at the people from the Holy Gate and the Yi sect. When the astral winds weakened, they immediately retreated outside the formation. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then he said, "If you continue to run, then don't blame me for being impolite. You should understand why I stopped the astral winds. Don't force me to kill you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Holy Gate's disciples didn't dare to move. They had fought with Zhao Hai before and knew how powerful he was. They knew that Zhao Hai would do as he said. Therefore, they didn't dare to move. However, the people from the Yi sect didn't care so much. They still ran out. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but snort coldly. Then he made a stroke on the 10 formations. The disciples of the Yi sect were suddenly surrounded by astral winds. Moreover, this astral wind was even more violent than before. They didn't even have the chance to react. Many of them were blown to pieces. Zhao Hai didn't even look at the people from the Yi sect. Instead, he turned his head to the Blue Dragon Elder and said, "Blue Dragon, you said that you want to surrender. Is that true?" The Blue Dragon Elder looked at Zhao Hai, whose figure had become incomparably huge, and sighed. He knew that Zhao Hai dealt with the people from the Yi sect like this not only because the people from the Yi sect were disobedient, but also to make an example out of them. If he didn't agree, then he would end up like the Yi sect. Therefore, he said, "Yes, we are willing to surrender. But I hope that after we surrender, the Scouring Sea sect will not discriminate against us. We will be treated as ordinary disciples of the Scouring Sea sect." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Since you've entered my sea exploring sect, then you're naturally my sea exploring sect's disciples. There's no need to say this. But right now, I still don't trust you. You can land on the ground and seal your cultivation. I'll send people to lead you to Wolf Ivory Mountain." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, many disciples of the Holy Gate went into an uproar. Sealing one's cultivation was equivalent to being at the mercy of others. If Zhao Hai didn't really want to accept them and wanted to kill them, then only death would await them. The Blue Dragon Elder didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, is it really necessary to seal our cultivation?" Zhao Hai looked at the Blue Dragon Elder and said, "What do you think? You have hundreds of millions of people here. We are now at the Wolf Ivory Mountain's defensive line. There aren't many people here. If you don't seal your cultivation, how can I rest assured?" When the Blue Dragon Elder heard Zhao Hai's words, he really didn't know what to say. He glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, we still have some people here who don't want to surrender. Can you let them go?" "No, if we don't surrender, only death will await us." "Let them go and let them attack me next time?" "That's absolutely impossible. If we don't surrender, only death awaits us. I am willing to surrender. Sect Master Xiaohai, please stop the astral wind. We are willing to surrender. We are willing to seal our cultivation. A voice suddenly sounded. Xiaohai looked towards the source of the voice. It was Yilong, who he had used to lie on the ground. Now, he had recovered and was talking to Xiaohai. Obviously, he had seen the miserable state of the sect's disciples, so he had directly surrendered. Xiaohai looked at Yilong's appearance. With a move of his hand, the astral wind around the sect's disciples stopped. Now, nearly 100 million of the 300 million sect's disciples had died. In a short period of time, nearly 100 million disciples had died. This was really shocking. No wonder Yilong wanted to surrender. If he didn't, then all the sect's disciples would die. Xiaohai looked at Yilong and said, "Let those disciples seal their cultivation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Yilong had turned into his human form. He turned his head and looked at the sect's disciples. Then, he said in a deep voice, "All sect's disciples, listen to my order. Go to the ground and seal your cultivation. Quickly." The sect's disciples were now in a state of panic. The astral wind just now was really frightening. Some of them with weaker cultivation and lower defensive power didn't even have the strength to fight back and were directly blown to death. Many of them couldn't hold on any longer. Now that they heard Elder Yilong's words, they all let out a sigh of relief. Although the sect's punishment for traitors was very serious, they had surrendered under Elder Yilong's orders. The sect shouldn't blame them, right? At the thought of this, the disciples of the sect all fell to the ground and sealed their cultivation. Sometimes, people really only needed an excuse. Didn't those disciples of the sect know that if they surrendered, their families would be punished no matter what the reason was? Obviously, they knew it, but they still did it because they wanted to live, so they selectively chose to forget the punishment given to them by the sect. In other words, even if they knew that the sect would punish them, they still chose to have a fluke mentality. They hoped that the sect would know that they surrendered because of the order of the sect elder. In fact, they knew that no matter what the reason was, if they surrendered, the sect would punish them. Moreover, they were different from the people of the Holy Gate. Those people of the Holy Gate were afraid that after they surrendered, Xiaohai would directly kill them. These people of the sect understood that if they didn't surrender, then Xiaohai would definitely kill them. It was precisely because of this that they surrendered so quickly. They directly landed on the ground and sealed their cultivation. As soon as he saw the people of the sect doing this, the face of the Blue Dragon Elder couldn't help but change. He now understood that if Xiaohai really wanted to kill them, he could just not accept their surrender. If the astral wind blew for a while, they would all die here. There was no need to lie to them about this matter. The Blue Dragon Elder turned his head and glanced at Xiaohai. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, Sect Master Xiaohai, we surrender." After that, he turned his head and said to the disciples of the Holy Gate, "All disciples of the Holy Gate, listen to my order. Land on the ground and seal your cultivation." The disciples of the Holy Gate looked at each other, then looked at the disciples of the sect. In the end, they could only helplessly land on the ground and seal their cultivation. Xiaohai stood there and watched. Even Elder Azure Dragon and the others had sealed their cultivation. Xiaohai nodded. Then with a thought, a golden book appeared in his hand. He opened the golden book and a formation flew out of the book. These formations directly fell on the bodies of the disciples of the Holy Gate and the sect before entering their bodies. Xiaohai nodded. Then with a thought, a golden book appeared in his hand. He opened the golden book and a formation flew out of it. These formations directly fell on the bodies of the disciples of the Holy Gate and the sect. When the Blue Dragon Elder saw Xiaohai's action, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his face couldn't help but change. Although the magic array couldn't enter his body and didn't make him feel anything wrong, he was still very worried. He didn't know what the magic array was. As long as you don't use your spiritual qi, then you'll be fine. But if you use your spiritual qi, then you'll receive a backlash from the formation. You'll be in danger. I don't blame you for telling you this, but I'm still worried about you. Wait until the Holy Gate is completely destroyed. Only then will I let you go. Xiaohai nodded and said, "All right, I've already planted a formation inside your bodies. As long as you don't use your spiritual qi, then you'll be fine. But if you do use your spiritual qi, then you'll receive a backlash from the formation. When they heard Zhao Hai say this, the disciples of the Holy Gate and Yi sect were stunned. Then, the people of the two sects didn't say anything. They understood that Zhao Hai really couldn't be at ease with them because there were too many of them. Now, the people of the two sects added up to nearly 700 million people. 700 million, how many people did the Sea Exploring sect send to attack the monster spirit world? Now that they had so many people, if Zhao Hai didn't control them, then they would be in trouble. Therefore, Zhao Hai's current approach was correct. As long as Zhao Hai didn't kill them, then everything would be fine. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he turned his head to Taisher and said, Taisher, send them to Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line. Have them settle down there and inform the sect about the supplies. In the future, they'll be part of the Sea Exploring sect. Taisher nodded and said, Don't worry. Taisher nodded. He had never felt this happy before. Hundreds of millions of people had surrendered to them. This feeling was too good. Taisher immediately sent out a large artifact to bring these people to the Wolf Fang Mountain in batches. Then he directly sent them to the Chicken Heart Ridge. The Chicken Heart Ridge had already been transformed into a huge city. Now, it can accommodate more than 1 billion people. Naturally, these people wouldn't be a problem. However, Zhao Hai still called the Blue Dragon Elder, Dragon Elder, Vermilion Bird Elder, and the other higher-ups of the two sects to his study. Although their cultivation was sealed, their status was still there. Zhao Hai wanted to communicate with them and have them help him manage the people of the two sections. When the Azure Dragon Elder and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's study, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. After all, they were enemies before. Now that they were in Zhao Hai's study, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, Come, sit down. We'll be a family in the future. Although I can't completely trust you, you're now part of my Sea Exploring sect. As long as I destroy the Holy Gate and the Mind sect, then I'll turn the Demon Spirit sect into my Sea Exploring sect's people. Then you'll naturally become part of my Sea Exploring sect. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others didn't say anything, but they sat down. They had just surrendered, so they felt uncomfortable when Zhao Hai said that he would destroy the Holy Gate and the Yi sect. Therefore, they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, The disciples of the Holy Gate and the Yi sect have been sent to the Chicken Heart Ridge. You might not know about the situation there, but we've already transformed the place. Now, the Chicken Heart Ridge has become a huge mountain city. It can accommodate a lot of people. There shouldn't be any problems with the disciples being sent there. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Blue Dragon Elder and the others didn't say anything, they just nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I called you here because I want to tell you that although the disciples are now part of the Sea Exploring sect, they might not be used to their identity. Moreover, I won't have the Sea Exploring sect send people to manage them in a short time. That would only make them feel disgusted. Therefore, I'll leave the task of managing the disciples to you. Is there any problem? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Blue Dragon Elder and the others were stunned. Then they looked at each other and said, There's no problem. Zhao Hai nodded, then he opened his mouth and said, All right, it's fine as long as there's no problem. I can restore your strength. Then I'll give you some jade slips regarding the rules of the Sea Exploring sect. You can take a look at them and explain these rules to the other disciples so that they won't violate the sect's rules in the future. As for whether you will lead the Sea Exploring sect after restoring your strength, I can clearly tell you that it's up to you. However, I must first clarify that the Sea Exploring sect's punishment for traitors is very severe. If you leave the Sea Exploring sect because of my restoration of your strength, then you won't have the qualifications to return to the sect in the future. Your family, including yourself, won't have the qualifications to become a disciple of the Sea Exploring sect. Not only will you be disqualified, but you will also become the enemy of the Sea Exploring sect. Our Sea Exploring sect only has one way to deal with our enemies, and that is to kill them. I don't care how big your family is or how many family members you have. As long as you betray the Sea Exploring sect, there's only one outcome, death. Not only you, but also your family members. Upon hearing this, Azure Dragon Elder and the others stared. Then their expressions changed. They didn't think that the sea-exploring sect's punishment for traitors would be this severe. One must know that the Holy Gate and the Will sect's punishment for traitors was very severe. However, traitors from large clans were still punished. At the very least, the traitors wouldn't be punished. At the very least, the traitors wouldn't be punished. However, according to Zhao Hai's words, if they really dared to betray the sea-exploring sect, then the sea-exploring sect would kill them. Moreover, whether it was the traitors themselves or their family members, they would all be killed. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I already said that the sea-exploring sect will not accept traitors. Moreover, if you betray the sea-exploring sect, then you will be hunted down. No matter where you hide, the sea-exploring sect will hunt you down until they kill you. Therefore, it's best for you to remember that once you enter the sea-exploring sect, you shouldn't think about betraying the sect. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, Don't think about betraying the sect. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others nodded and didn't say anything. As for how much they believed, Zhao Hai didn't care. To be honest, even if the Blue Dragon Elder and the others recovered their strength, they still wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. If they dared to do anything, then Zhao Hai would be able to deal with them. One shouldn't think that the Azure Dragon Elder and the others were in the sea-exploring sect's domain. If they were to cause trouble, then it would be possible for them to cause damage to the sea-exploring sect. In fact, this was simply impossible. If they dared to do anything, then Zhao Hai would be able to discover the formation and control them. They wouldn't be able to escape even if they want to. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything else. Then he said, All right, I'll say this much. If you really want your disciples to have a better life, then it's best for them to learn the rules of the sea-exploring sect. In the future, as long as they don't violate the sect's rules, then I won't punish them. They might be able to live a better life. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as several formations flew out of their bodies and disappeared into the air. Then the Blue Dragon Elder and the others felt that the restrictions on their bodies had been loosened, allowing them to recover their spiritual qi. This made them startled. One must know that the restrictions they set weren't easy to undo. However, Zhao Hai was able to undo them with just a wave of his hand. This made them very surprised. After Zhao Hai undid the restrictions, he said, All right, you can go to Chicken Heart Ridge now. Remember my words. I don't care what you think, but before you act, it's best to think about my words. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them leave. The Blue Dragon Elder arrived at the room assigned to him. His room was very good and had a large area. Not only did it have a bedroom, but it also had a lounge, a quiet room, and a study room. The things inside were things that the Blue Dragon Elder had never seen before. There was a faucet that would produce water when opened, an array furnace that would produce heat when opened, a shower head that could be used for bathing, and so on. This made the Blue Dragon Elder feel very curious. After carefully looking around the room, he went to the living room and sat down. Then he took out the jade slip that Zhao Hai gave him and used his spiritual force to look at it carefully. After a while, he put down the jade slip. But after putting down the jade slip, his expression was somewhat complicated. This was because the jade slip that Zhao Hai gave him contained the rules of the Scouring Sea sect. It was very surprising. The rules were very detailed. At the same time, the Blue Dragon Elder could roughly understand the management method of the Scouring Sea sect. It was completely different from the Holy Gate. However, this management method was very novel to him. It seemed to be more useful, especially for the disciples. This management method would make the disciples progress faster. The Blue Dragon Elder was a member of the Holy Gate's management. He was also a very knowledgeable person. Therefore, when he saw the management method of the Scouring Sea sect, the Blue Dragon Elder immediately understood that the management method of the Scouring Sea sect was much better than the Holy Gate's management method. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The Blue Dragon Elder immediately said, "Come in." The person outside pushed the door and walked in. The Blue Dragon Elder looked and saw that it was the Vermilion Bird Elder and the others. This time, the 4 Holy Elders were all captured by Zhao Hai. As for the 12 Zodiac Elders, 8 of them were also captured. It can be said that the higher-ups of the Holy Gate were all captured. Now, only the 4 zodiac elders were left. They were helping the Holy Lord in the main hall, so they didn't come here. If they came here, they would have been captured as well. When the blue dragon elder saw the vermilion bird elder and the others, he stood up and said, "You're here. Come, quickly." The vermilion bird elder and the others nodded and then sat down. The blue dragon elder looked at them and said, "Why are you all here? What's the matter? Did you see the rules of the Scouring Sea sect?" The vermilion bird elder nodded. His expression looked a little complicated. It could be said that he was depressed, a little impressed, and a little desperate. In short, it was very complicated. The other elders were in a similar situation as the vermilion bird elder. The blue dragon elder looked at the vermilion bird elder and said, "How is it? What do you think? I see that you all are very depressed." The vermilion bird elder sighed and said, "How can we not be depressed? I really don't know what to say now. Not to mention other things, just looking at the rules of the Scouring Sea sect can tell that the management method of the Scouring Sea sect is much better than ours. Even if they can't take down the Holy Gate and will sect now, they will become stronger and stronger as time goes on. At that time, we won't have any hope." The blue dragon elder looked at the vermilion bird elder and said, "You're wrong. Don't forget, we're no longer people of the Holy Gate. We're people of the Scouring Sea sect. The stronger the Scouring Sea sect is, the more benefits we'll have, right?" Hearing the blue dragon elder's words, the vermilion bird elder and the others were stunned. Then the vermilion bird elder looked around and waved his hand. A barrier appeared around them. The vermilion bird elder looked at the blue dragon elder and said, "Blue dragon, do you really think of yourself as a member of the Scouring Sea sect?" The blue dragon elder looked at the vermilion bird elder and the others and sighed, "So what if I don't think of myself as a member of the Scouring Sea sect? After our failure, how many people can the Holy Gate send to deal with the Scouring Sea sect? With Zhao Hai's cunning, do you think he won't be able to find this opportunity? Just wait and see, he'll immediately call his army back and attack the Holy Gate from here. The Holy Gate's army is still somewhere else. Don't you know how many troops are stationed at the main gate? If Zhao Hai really sends his army to the main gate, how long do you think the Holy Gate can last?" Hearing the blue dragon elder's words, everyone turned silent. They knew that the blue dragon elder was right. Zhao Hai would definitely seize this opportunity. If the Scouring Sea sect's army really arrived at the main gate, the Holy Gate would be finished. The blue dragon elder sighed and said, "Zhao Hai said that he'll treat us as ordinary disciples of the Scouring Sea sect. No matter what, we can only do this now. Those disciples have restrictions on their bodies. Even if we don't want to admit defeat, we can't do anything. If Zhao Hai really destroys the Holy Gate, what else can we do except join the Scouring Sea sect? Joining the Scouring Sea sect might be more beneficial for us." The vermilion bird elder said in a deep voice, "But I'm really unwilling to join the Scouring Sea sect." The blue dragon elder looked at the vermilion bird elder and said, "Unwilling? What's there to be unwilling about? Weren't we defeated by the Scouring Sea sect? If we join the Scouring Sea sect, we can still pass on our orthodoxy. If we really resist, our orthodoxy may be broken in the end. We can't do anything now. Our strength has recovered, but what's the use? The other disciples are all under control. If we dare to make any moves, the consequences will be very serious." The vermilion bird elder sighed and said, "It seems that this is the only way now. Do you think we should also discuss with the people of the East sect?" The blue dragon elder shook his head and said, "There's no need. The people of the East sect have never been on the same side as us. Moreover, the current situation of the East sect is much better than our Holy Gate. Even if we discuss with them, we won't be able to come up with anything." The vermilion bird elder thought for a moment and nodded, "All right, we'll go back and study the jade slip given to us by the Scouring Sea sect. Then we'll teach it to the disciples. No matter what happens in the future, I'm afraid we can't go back. With Zhao Hai's character, even if he can't take down the Holy Gate in a short time, he'll still inform the Holy Lord of our surrender. It's impossible for us to go back." The blue dragon elder nodded and said, "Now we can only do this. If the Scouring Sea sect really destroys the Holy Gate, we can only obediently be the disciples of the Scouring Sea sect." The vermilion bird elder nodded. The white tiger elder and the black tortoise elder didn't speak. What the two said was exactly what they wanted to say. Just like the blue dragon elder said, they really had no other choice but to do as the Scouring Sea sect said. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones. At this time, Elder Long was sitting in his room with Elder Shi and Elder He. Elder Long's room was the same as the blue dragon elder's room. They were both very good rooms, but the atmosphere in the room was very different. Elder Long looked at Shi and He and said in a deep voice, "You should also understand that we were forced to surrender this time. I don't want those disciples to die in vain, so I can only surrender. I intend to find an opportunity to contact the sect. What do you think?" Shi and He nodded. Naturally, they knew that they were forced to surrender. They also wanted to return to the sect. Therefore, when they heard Elong's words, they weren't surprised at all. Elder Long glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Have you seen the rules of the Sea Exploring sect?" The two nodded. Then Elder Snake said, "I've seen it. It's really good stuff. No wonder the Sea Exploring sect is so strong. Their management style is much better than ours." Elder Snake nodded and said, "I've seen it." Elder Long nodded and said, "Right, the management style of the Scouring Sea sect is much better than ours. This is what we need to learn. As long as we can learn the management style of the Scouring Sea sect, we can bring it back to the sect and promote it. Our sect will certainly become stronger. Therefore, what we need to do now is to block the attack of the Scouring Sea sect and prevent them from destroying our sect. This way, we can use this management style to make our sect stronger. When the time comes, we can drive the Scouring Sea sect out of the demon spirit realm in one fell swoop." Both Elder Shi and Elder He nodded their heads. Elder He said in a deep voice, "The current situation is, should we inform the people from the Saint Gate about this matter? I don't think the people from the Saint Gate will surrender. Naturally, they won't be willing to surrender. If they do, then the situation would be even more dangerous than us. However, it's better if we don't contact the Holy Gate for now. We just surrendered. If we contact them too frequently, then it might arouse the suspicions of the Scouring Sea sect. That wouldn't be good for us." He and Shi nodded. Then Shi said, "Then what should we do next? You should know that those disciples are currently carrying restrictions. We can't count on them." Elong replied, "It doesn't matter if we can't count on those disciples. We can get in touch with the sect first and report our situation to them. When the time comes, we can cooperate with the sect lord to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. However, we can't do that right now. We've just surrendered, so the Sea Exploring sect must be watching us closely. If we make any moves now, we'll certainly be discovered. When that time comes, we'll be finished. Therefore, we need to be honest and do what the Sea Exploring sect wants us to do. We need to pretend that we're sincere in surrendering to them, understood?" Elong said, "Yes. Do you understand?" He and Shi nodded. Then Elong said, "All right, let's go back. Study the rules of the Scouring Sea sect and explain it to the disciples. But don't tell them anything, lest they leak the information." He and Shi nodded, then they turned around and left. Elong looked at their backs and sighed. Then he muttered, "I hope there's still a chance." At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in his room in the Wolf Fang Mountain. Wen Hai and the others were sitting opposite him. Wen Hai and the others had excited expressions on their faces. At this time, their army had already begun to retreat. As for the Eastern Sea, they naturally couldn't give up. Zhao Hai appointed Taoist priest Fierce Tiger to lead 100 million disciples to guard the Eastern Sea. He didn't allow Zhao Hai to attack the Eastern Sea. He wanted Taoist priest Fierce Tiger to lead 100 million disciples to guard the Eastern Sea. Zhao Hai wanted Taoist priest Fierce Tiger to complete the formation. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger was also very experienced. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very relieved to hand over the formation to him. The rest of the army returned to the Wolf Fang Mountain. Just like what Blue Dragon said, Zhao Hai absolutely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Therefore, the army of the Scouring Sea sect was quickly called back. Although the army hadn't completely returned, Wen Hai and the others had. Zhao Hai called Wen Hai and the others to the study room to arrange the next step of the plan. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others. Seeing how excited they were, he couldn't help but smile. Then he said, looking at your faces, it seems like you're very happy. To be honest, I didn't expect the results of the battle in Wolf Ivory Mountain. I have to commend Ironshire. Ironshire is a person who would think before taking a step forward, afraid that he would take the wrong step. But this time, he took a risk and placed the Alliance army in the formation. Then he used the formation to trap the Alliance army and made the hundreds of millions of troops surrender to us. To be honest, even if it was me, I would have to think carefully before taking such a risk. I didn't expect him, a person who doesn't like to take risks, to take such a big risk and succeed. Well done. Well done. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai's words, everyone followed suit. They clapped and shouted from time to time, making Taisher very embarrassed. He quickly stood up and cupped his fist to everyone. His face was slightly red, which made everyone laugh even louder. Zhao Hai looked at Taisher's appearance and smiled slightly. After a while, when everyone stopped laughing, he continued, now that we have forced these hundreds of millions of troops to surrender in one fell swoop, this is definitely a good thing for us. Our next step is to directly attack the headquarters of the Holy Gate. Destroying the Holy Gate is right in front of us. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai's words, everyone applauded. If they could destroy the Holy Gate like this, it would definitely be a good thing for them. At that time, they could concentrate all their forces to deal with the Yi sect. They could even let the people of the Holy Gate participate in the battle. When the time comes, it would be easy to take down the Yi sect. At this time, the Flood Dragon suddenly stood up. He cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, I request that this time, we, the Sea Race, must be the vanguard. We, the Sea Race, have not fought for so long. This time, we must be the vanguard. When Zhao Hai heard what the Flood Dragon said, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Oh Flood Dragon, do you remember what you said when we attacked the Yi sect? Now that you say it again, aren't you afraid that others will blame you for stealing the credit? Zhao Hai was actually not worried about this problem at all. He was just teasing the Flood Dragon. The Flood Dragon was born as a sea beast, so he didn't have as many thoughts as other people. Sometimes, he didn't even know how to joke, so Zhao Hai also liked to tease him. It could be seen that Zhao Hai was in a good mood now. End of chapter 51:43. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.